Chapter 300. Instant Annihilation of the Fallen Dark Angel Demigod. With a flourish of his hand, the Angel King conjured a projection of a vast domain. This realm was unmistakably the territory of the fallen Dark Angels. This is the domain of the fallen Dark Angels. The Sea of Hell, once a fragment of the Netherworld, has gradually transformed into the Sea of Hell. The Sea of Hell emanates a unique infernal aura that suppresses our angelic powers. Should an angel linger here for an extended period, their cultivation will significantly decline. Only the fallen Dark Angels are suited to survive in this realm, she elucidated. Tian nodded slightly, continuing to listen intently. The Angel King, she went on. Our angelic kin cannot remain in the Sea of Hell for long. We must adopt a strategy of swift resolution. If a battle exceeds 10 hours, the consequences will be dire. It is for this very reason that our repeated offensives against the Sea of Hell have met with failure. Even I do not dare to engage in prolonged combat with the true God K in the Sea of Hell. This time, only angels of the sacred realm and above shall advance. I will confront the true God K, while your task, Tian, is to eliminate the demigod-level fallen Dark Angels. Once the demigods of the fallen Dark Angels are eradicated, our angelic demigods will exterminate the remaining fallen Dark Angels. Angel King, after I slay those demigod-level fallen Dark Angels, I shall assist you in assaulting the true God K. Tian declared. That would be even better, she replied with a smile. In truth, she possessed a means to deal with the true God K, albeit at the cost of certain sacrifices. If Tian could aid her in vanquishing the true God K, it would undoubtedly be the most advantageous course of action. Subsequently, she summoned all angels of the sacred realm and above from the angelic lineage. Tian also encountered the contemporary holy maiden of the angelic race, Yen Shui. Once, this holy maiden had been defeated by him. Today, she was certainly no match for him, yet her prowess was not to be underestimated, having reached the pinnacle of the great saint realm, and her cultivation speed was remarkably swift. Indeed, the angelic race possessed numerous sacred sites for auxiliary cultivation. Once one breaks through to the sacred realm, the speed of advancement towards the true saint realm can be achieved in merely a few decades. However, this opportunity is exclusively reserved for the Holy Maiden. Other angels do not enjoy such rapid cultivation speeds. A typical angel, even upon breaking into the sacred realm, may find it impossible to progress further within a lifetime, or they may require hundreds or even thousands of years to hope for a breakthrough to the true saint level. It is he. Upon seeing Tian, Yen Shui's heart was filled with complex emotions. Once upon a time, she had aspired to rival Tian, only to be thoroughly defeated by him. Subsequently, she dedicated herself to arduous training, believing that with the support of the angelic race and the true gods, she might catch up to Tian. Yet, it turned out that Tian was now capable of aiding the entire angelic race, even garnering the assistance of the Angel King, while her own strength paled in comparison to Tian's. It must be said that sharing an era with Tian was indeed a lamentable fate. Once the angels of the sacred realm and above had gathered, the Angel King she announced the impending assault on the fallen Dark Angels and laid out the invasion plan, with Tian commanding the demigods, who would adhere to his directives. These demigods had heard of Tian's remarkable achievements, having single-handedly withstood 5 true gods. Thus they were convinced and harbored no thoughts of dissent. To prevent any leaks of information, we shall invade the fallen Dark Angels immediately. She commanded. Yes, Great Angel King. The assembled angels responded in unison. At this moment, the angels were filled with excitement, sensing that this time they would be able to utterly obliterate the fallen Dark Angels. Whether it be the fallen Dark Angels or the angelic race, both sought to annihilate the other, an irreconcilable conflict. The fallen Dark Angels aimed to transform the angels into their own kind. Conversely, the angelic race regarded the fallen Dark Angels as a disgrace among angels, akin to an attempt to alter the skin color of the inhabitants of the Xia kingdom on Earth, representing a profound contradiction. Who could possibly endure such a fate? With a flourish, the legion of angels departed from the angelic realm, heading towards the Sea of Hell, while Tian, aided by a treasured artifact, disguised himself as an angel to prevent the exposure of his whereabouts. At present, the formidable prowess of the true god, Tian, necessitates his concealment to prevent the fallen dark angels from succumbing to fear and fleeing. It is essential that he strikes decisively at the opportune moment to pierce through the ranks of the demigods among the fallen dark angels, leaving them no time to escape. Soon, the Sea of Hell arrived. At this juncture, the true god Jia had already detected the invasion of the angelic race, yet he paid it no heed. Such invasions had occurred numerous times before, with both the fallen dark angels and the angelic race embroiled in battles that invariably ended in mutual destruction, each side unable to gain the upper hand over the other. However, this time he underestimated the angelic race. Boom! A multitude of angels surged forth, prompting the true god Jia to lead a considerable number of fallen dark angels to intercept Bai Shi and her companions. Bai Shi, you have returned. Are you seeking to join our Sea of Hell and transform into a fallen dark angel? Ha ha! The true god, Jia bellowed with maniacal laughter. I have come to slay you. Bai Shi retorted fiercely. Boom! The clash between Bai Shi and the true god, Jia, erupted, while the demigods engaged in fierce combat amongst themselves, and the holy realms clashed with one another. Suddenly, one angel transformed, adopting a human guise. This was none other than Tian. Tian directly targeted the most powerful demigod among the fallen dark angels. This demigod, named Lofa, was a demigod lord who wielded a fragmented divine status, his combat prowess nearing that of the mightiest demigods, having once battled against the king of summer without yielding. Regrettably, he had fused with a fractured divine status, losing all hope of transcending to true godhood. Nevertheless, his combat strength was formidable, and he held a notorious reputation within the cavernous world. Lofa, be cautious. He is the human Emperor Yi, cautioned the other fallen dark angels. Yet it was too late. Boom! Lofa's form was struck by Tian, and beneath the radiance of the god-slaying sword, all his defenses were torn asunder. With a sickening sound, Lofa was pierced through, his body crushed by the weight of innumerable laws, shattering into countless fragments, irretrievable as life dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, Tian turned his attention to the other demigods among the fallen dark angels, attacking without a moment's hesitation. Hud. One demigod after another fell, while the remaining demigods sought to flee. However, Tian employed the laws of space to immobilize them, effortlessly crushing their forms with the supreme mastery of spatial control. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of demigods perished, and with the angelic race's demigods also engaging in battle, the demigods among the fallen dark angels were nearly annihilated within a short span of time. Assist the other angels. I shall aid your angelic king, declared Tian. Chapter 301. The Slaying of the Divine Kasyapa. Tian immediately rushed to assist the angel king Bai Shi in combat against the divine Kasyapa. At this moment, the divine Kasyapa was seething with rage, utterly astonished that the human Tian would dare to ally with the angelic race. He could sense the demise of numerous fallen dark angel demigods, yet he was powerless to intervene. His desperate struggles were thwarted by Shi's relentless confinement. The assault from the angelic race had come as a complete surprise to him. Had he anticipated it, he might have summoned some old friends for aid, which would have allowed him to withstand Bai Shi and Tian's onslaught. Boom! Tian joined the fray, employing the supreme technique of the chaotic scales to withstand a strike from the divine Kasyapa without sustaining injury. Bai Shi was equally taken aback by the robustness of Tian's defenses. What a formidable shield! No wonder Tian could endure the combined attacks of the 5 great deities. Bai Shi mused. Angel King, I will hold off the divine Kasyapa's assaults. You focus solely on attacking him, Tian declared. Understood. Bai Shi nodded slightly. She then unleashed a fervent barrage of attacks against the divine Kasyapa, disregarding her own defenses, knowing that Tian would shield her from harm. Furthermore, Tian's various laws served to suppress the divine Kasyapa, diminishing his strength incrementally. As time passed, the holy realm of the fallen dark angels was swiftly decimated, leading to a chaotic retreat. However, under the relentless pursuit of the angelic demigods, the fallen dark angels had no chance to escape, and the Sea of Hell was littered with their lifeless bodies. Hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. The angels withdrew from the Sea of Hell, for prolonged combat in such an inhospitable environment was impractical. Nevertheless, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with only Bai Shi, Tian, and the divine Kasyapa still engaged in conflict. At this juncture, the divine Kasyapa had sustained significant injuries, his divine blood staining his form, with his godly physique fissured, revealing glimmers of his golden divine bones. In stark contrast, Bai Shi remained unscathed, as every one of the divine Kasyapa's attacks had been thwarted by Tian. This bodes ill. If this continues, I shall perish. The divine Kasyapa thought grimly. He had called for help, yet his old acquaintances seemed disinclined to respond, either lurking in the shadows or unwilling to come to his aid. This left him in a state of helplessness. Anyone could see that the fallen dark angel race was on the brink of annihilation. Rescuing him might not be worth the risk of offending the formidable demigod Tian. Should Tian ascend to true godhood in the future, the deities who might come to his aid could find themselves in dire straits as well. Thus, it was highly probable they would refrain from intervening. I must escape. The divine Kasyapa resolved. Boom. He attempted to tear through the fabric of space to flee. However, a powerful spatial law enveloped him. In an instant, the space was ensnared, and he found himself unable to shatter the confinement. Damn it, Tian's mastery of spatial laws is too profound. I cannot break free from this spatial lockdown. The divine Kasyapa lamented. Suddenly, Tian closed in, engaging him in close combat, unleashing the god-slaying sword light, merging multiple laws that struck him fiercely. Yet, Tian's assault merely reached the threshold of a demigod's might, akin to a weaker true god. Such attacks were insufficient to injure the divine Kasyapa, only sending him careening backward. Boom! The divine Kasyapa was propelled several dozen meters away. Just then, an angelic sword came slicing through the air, perfectly timed. This was Bai Shi's all-out strike, wielding the angelic holy sword technique, cultivated to the 9th diagram of the Dao. This is bad. The divine Kasyapa's expression shifted. However, as the angelic holy sword bore down upon him, he immediately activated his defensive technique, the dark magic shield. A black luminescent barrier enveloped the divine Kasyapa, but Tian swiftly invoked the spatial laws, forcibly creating a fissure in the dark magic shield. The angelic holy sword pierced through that gap. Puff! The angelic holy sword penetrated the divine Kasyapa's form, the terrifying radiance of the holy sword wreaking havoc upon his divine body. It must be said, the angelic holy sword's technique inflicted grievous wounds upon the divine Kasyapa. Following this strike, the divine Kasyapa was severely injured. Boom! Tian pressed the attack, offering the divine Kasyapa no respite. With each successive strike, the divine Kasyapa was left gravely wounded and on the brink of death. I refuse to accept this. The divine Kasyapa roared in fury. Yet, given his condition, it was inconceivable that other true gods would come to his rescue. Bai Shi unleashed another powerful blow, further crippling the divine Kasyapa. Ultimately, under the combined onslaught of Tian and Bai Shi, the divine Kasyapa was felled, his divine form extinguished, collapsing upon the surface of the Sea of Hell. He was dead. Bai Shi exhaled in relief. This battle had drained 70% of her divine energy. Although she had not been injured, her stamina had been significantly depleted. As for Tian, nearly 95% of his demigod power was exhausted, along with substantial depletion of his soul energy, leaving his body exceedingly frail. Nevertheless, he followed Bai Shi to scavenge the treasure trove of the fallen dark angels, acquiring a considerable wealth of resources, all of which were his to keep, as Bai Shi would not lay claim to any. Indeed, this time he had struck a considerable fortune, amassing a plethora of resources. Tian murmured. Regrettably, he had not secured many divine stones nor a divine herb. Such resources were coveted by all, even true gods, making them exceedingly rare to obtain. However, there was an abundance of artifacts, semi-artifacts, and spiritual treasures, which, while of limited use to him, could bolster the strength of the Xia kingdom. In addition, Tian had acquired a trove of Dao technique legacies, divine technique inheritances, and other esoteric teachings. Unfortunately, he had long since outgrown the typical top-tier Dao techniques. Only the most exceptional ones that could aid him would warrant his study, or perhaps supreme techniques. Yet, supreme techniques are exceedingly rare. He had only fortuitously obtained one from the innate lethargic beast. Such opportunities are truly serendipitous. Not long after, the angelic race had thoroughly scavenged the resources of the fallen dark angels before departing from the realm of hell and returning to their own territory. They had no desire to remain in the Sea of Hell, as it was ill-suited for their cultivation, unless they were willing to transform into fallen dark angels, which was clearly out of the question. Subsequently, Tian spent a few days among the angelic race before departing, returning to the realm of humanity. Upon his return, Tian sought an audience with the king of Xia without delay. Emperor Yi, you have returned. I have received word that you and the angel king Bai Shi have slain the divine Kasyapa. Excellent. This means we have eliminated an enemy and gained a steadfast ally. The king of Xia proclaimed. Your Majesty, These are the resources I acquired. They hold little value for me, so I offer them to the Xia kingdom. Yi Tian presented a collection of treasures. Very well, consider it your contribution value. I shall record it, and in the future, should any opportunity arise, it shall be yours. The king of Xia responded. Yet he was acutely aware that, despite amassing further contribution value, the Xia kingdom had scant opportunities to offer Yi Tian in return. Given his overwhelming power. Chapter 302, The Divine Source. Ever since the slaying of the divine Kasyapa, Yi Tian's renown within the subterranean world had grown exponentially. Though he had joined forces with the Angel King Bai Shi to vanquish the true god Kai Yi, what semi-divine being could truly intervene in the battles of true gods? Thus, Yi Tian had already been acknowledged by the outside world as a formidable semi-divine warrior, comparable to a weaker true god. However, during this period, Yi Tian had maintained a notably low profile, dedicating himself to cultivation within the realms of humanity. Yet, without the fortuitous opportunity, even with his manipulation of time to hasten his training, his progress remained sluggish. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. Yi Tian had nearly cultivated all peak Dao techniques to their final diagrams, yet he found himself unable to make further advancements. He had made some modest improvements in various laws and slightly enhanced his divine physique, but the increase in strength was minimal. At this juncture, if he wished to rapidly elevate his combat prowess, it would necessitate either perfecting a peak Dao body or mastering an unparalleled Dao technique to achieve a significant leap in strength. However, both scenarios were fraught with difficulty. Among them, acquiring an unparalleled Dao technique was undoubtedly the most challenging, for he was entirely ignorant of where such techniques could be found. The Dragon Clan undoubtedly possessed some, yet they would not be inclined to share their unparalleled Dao techniques with him. Comparatively, enhancing a peak Dao body to perfection seemed a more attainable goal. I have already elevated the peak Dao body to a consummate state within the true sage realm. Now, at the semi-divine level, I harbor hope of achieving perfection. Yi Tian mused. According to his understanding, any peak Dao body requires certain prerequisites regarding the law's realm to be elevated to perfection. Specifically a mastery of at least 50%. Yi Tian had successfully attained this requirement in all his laws. However, this was merely one condition. Take the Tianpeng Dao body. For instance, achieving a 50% comprehension of the devouring law alone would not suffice to elevate this peak Dao body to perfection. One would also require divine essence. Without divine essence, the Dao body could scarcely attain completion. Of course, should one achieve enlightenment of the Dao, no material resources would be necessary, and the corresponding Dao body could reach perfection in an instant. Yet, comprehending a Dao is an arduous endeavor, a feat that many true gods have failed to accomplish. After all, the prerequisite for understanding a Dao is to cultivate the laws to perfection. The path of enlightenment is exceedingly difficult. I must grasp multiple Daos to elevate so many peak Dao bodies to perfection, which is nearly unrealistic. It appears I must devise a means to locate divine essence. Yi Tian sought counsel from the Summer King, inquiring about potential sources for divine essence. Your Majesty, do you possess knowledge of how one might acquire divine essence? He asked. The Summer King frowned. You seek to obtain divine essence? Indeed. Yi Tian nodded. I wish to break through to perfection in a peak Dao body while at the semi-divine realm, hence the necessity for divine essence. With a sigh, the Summer King replied. The human race lacks divine essence, and I am unable to procure any. Divine essence is exceedingly rare in the abyssal world, and true gods are in dire need of it. This substance not only facilitates the perfection of peak Dao bodies, but also serves a monumental purpose, sealing. Some true gods nearing the end of their lifespans utilize divine essence to seal themselves, prolonging their existence. However, sealing a true god requires a substantial amount of divine essence, a quantity that most true gods cannot amass in a lifetime. It is said that during the ancient times, divine essence was not uncommon, and thus many true gods chose to seal themselves. Perhaps some remain sealed even now, yet to perish. However, true gods sealed since ancient times, once unsealed, would likely meet a swift demise. Hence, they prefer eternal sealing rather than face the inexorable passage of time. Should you manage to locate these true gods who have sealed themselves with divine essence and break their seals, you could obtain divine essence. But you would also face the wrath of a dying true god. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian shook his head. If I inadvertently break the seal of an ancient true god, I might meet my end. The power of such a true god is undoubtedly beyond that of Kai Yi, possibly rivaling that of the Dark Lord. Forcing them to unseal would mean their death, and they would fight desperately, determined to slay me before their demise. Thus, this method is utterly impracticable. At that moment, the Summer King added, if you truly wish to avoid danger, there is indeed a way. For instance, If you discover an object containing divine essence that seals a true god, you could take this object into ancient ruins accessible only to semi-divines. In such a scenario, once the true god breaks free, their power would be suppressed, manifesting only as the combat strength of a formidable semi-divine. With your capabilities, you could certainly withstand them. In doing so, you could delay matters, and the true god would inevitably perish. This would not only secure divine essence, but potentially grant you the entirety of the true god's wealth. Ah, that is indeed a splendid plan, Tian exclaimed with enthusiasm. Other semi-divines would undoubtedly shy away from such an endeavor, as they could not withstand the assault of a formidable semi-divine, yet he could. Therefore, he could pursue this course. The method has been revealed. Now it is imperative to locate an object containing the divine essence of a sealed true god. A true god sealing themselves does not manifest as a human statue, but rather as a variety of peculiar objects, often indistinguishable from ordinary items. It could be an unremarkable stone, a mere twig, or perhaps even a leaf. However, regardless of how these true gods seal themselves, the essence of divine objects remains unchanged. They are indestructible. Once divine essence is used for sealing, the material becomes incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding the full force of a peak semi-divine strike. The Summer King elaborated. Now I understand, Tian murmured. Subsequently, he examined the items he carried. Yet after shattering many treasures, he found none that contained divine essence, clearly indicating that he possessed none. What an unfortunate coincidence. From ancient times to the present, the true gods capable of sealing themselves with divine essence must be exceedingly rare. Tian pondered. Thus, this was merely one avenue to discover divine essence. And he could not rely solely on this method. It appeared he must venture into the abyssal world to seek out divine essence. His demands were modest, requiring only a small amount to elevate a peak Dao body to perfection. Tian contemplated silently. Another 10 days passed, and Tian was finally ready to depart the human realms, embarking on an adventure in the abyssal world. First, he would visit the Dragon Clan to inquire with the third prince of the dragons about any news regarding divine essence. Being the third prince, he was likely to have access to divine essence and would probably provide it without hesitation, sparing Tian the worries of its procurement. Tian thought to himself. Chapter 303. The second-rate true god influence of Tai Xu City. Dragon Clan. In the palace of the third prince, Tian was a guest, and a number of maidens approached with an array of spiritual fruits and delicacies. Tian, you truly are remarkable, having slain a true god, the third prince said, raising his cup in admiration. Tian smiled modestly. I merely collaborated with the Angel King Bai Shi. She was the primary aggressor, while I served merely in a defensive capacity. That is still an impressive feat. Other semi-divines, even the strongest among them, are often not even qualified to participate. The disparity in strength between semi-divines and true gods is vast, entirely incomparable, and you now possess the combat prowess of a true god, the third prince remarked. As their conversation continued, Tian broached the subject of divine essence. Third prince, do you have any knowledge of where divine essence might be found? Tian inquired. Divine essence. After contemplating for a moment, Prince Longsen finally spoke. This item is indeed a treasure, coveted by all. While our dragon clan possesses divine essence, it is exceedingly rare. Even I, at this moment, lack the qualifications to apply for a portion of divine essence. According to the regulations of our clan, even with my status, I can only apply for a mere pound of divine essence once every millennium, and the total I can apply for is capped at 3 pounds. Only 3 pounds. Tian expressed his astonishment. 3 pounds is hardly sufficient. At best, it would allow 3 average pinnacle Dao bodies to attain perfection. If it were to be used by me, it would barely suffice to elevate even 1 pinnacle Dao body to a significant realm. The potency of his pinnacle Dao bodies was immense, and the required divine essence for their advancement could be imagined. Thus, a mere 3 pounds would be akin to a drop in the ocean. Yet, 3 pounds is not insignificant, Tian, Prince Longsan replied. Consider how many demigods and true gods exist within our clan. Even my father has over a dozen sons and 7 or 8 daughters. Each one, upon reaching the demigod realm, is entitled to a share of divine essence. The only variable is the amount, and I am already receiving the highest allocation. That makes sense. Tian nodded slightly. The sheer number of true gods, demigods, princes, and princesses within the dragon clan suggested the immense quantity of divine essence that must be distributed. Despite their formidable strength, the dragon clan must feel some pressure. However, the dragon clan undoubtedly possesses channels to acquire divine essence. Otherwise, generations of demigods and true gods would have depleted its reserves long ago. Naturally, he refrained from inquiring about the source of their divine essence. as such questions could be deemed intrusive, tantamount to prying into the clan's secrets. Even with his amicable relations, Prince Long San would not take kindly to such inquiries. Soon, however, Prince Long San divulged a crucial piece of information. Tian, if you genuinely wish to acquire divine essence, there is indeed a method. Not long from now, Tai Xu City will host an auction. According to my intelligence, there is a strong possibility that divine essence will be up for bidding. Prince Long San declared. Divine essence? Tian pondered. Could it be that the essence sealed within a true god will be offered? Would any force be willing to part with such a treasure? If one were to unseal it and slay that true god, they could potentially inherit all their wealth. Indeed, Prince Long San replied. But this rumor has circulated. It is likely that the true god in question is not yet deceased. Releasing them could pose a significant danger. Or there may be other peculiar circumstances that have led a force to consider auctioning it. However, divine essence within such seals will gradually deplete, leaving only a fraction behind. Thus, the true value lies within the true god contained therein, rather than the divine essence itself. Where is Tai Xu City located? Tian inquired. With a wave of his hand, Prince Long San conjured a projection of the territory. Here lies Tai Xu City. He elaborated. Tai Xu City is not affiliated with any foreign race, but rather is a collective of rogue cultivators. In the earthly realm, many foreign races have been eradicated, resulting in numerous scattered cultivators without clans. Tai Xu City is a rogue faction composed of 16 true gods, attracting many true saints and demigods who favor trading there due to its safety from scrutiny. Furthermore, many rogues who have offended top-tier foreign clans seek refuge there, as long as they can afford the fees, allowing them to stay without fear of assassination. Tai Xu City boasts 16 true gods. Tian was taken aback. He had underestimated the might of the underworld. Who would have thought that a mere Tai Xu City could house such power? The Dark Sovereign he had previously learned about commanded 7 heavenly monarchs, with the evil god being just one of its members. This indicated that true gods in the underworld were indeed plentiful, rendering the so-called evil god, K, and Bai Shi inconsequential. While Tai Xu City had a notable number of true gods, the absence of exceptionally powerful ones meant it could only be classified as a second-tier true god faction within the underworld, as Prince Long San chuckled. If Tai Xu City is a second-tier true god faction, then what of the Dragon Clan? Tian casually queried. Our Dragon Clan undoubtedly qualifies as a first-tier true god faction. Prince Long San responded with pride. Subsequently, Tian and Prince Long San continued their conversation for a while longer. They agreed to venture to Tai Xu City together, as Prince Long San planned to attend as well. As the third prince of the Dragon Clan, he lacked for ordinary resources, yet there remained many essential ones he sought. Regarding divine essence, he had no intentions of bidding, fully aware that he stood little chance of acquiring it. In terms of wealth, he was even inferior to Tian. In the following month, Tian roamed the Dragon Clan's territory and encountered Princess Long Ying. At present, the young princess had shed her youthful demeanor, radiating the aura of a formidable cultivator, having achieved the true saint realm with exceptional combat prowess. Her rate of growth was nothing short of astonishing, rivaling that of Tian, yet compared to other foreign races, her progress was truly extraordinary. Such was the growth rate of the Zhu Long. One day, the auction in Tai Xu City was on the verge of commencing. Tian and Prince Long San made their way to Tai Xu City, accompanied by several demigods from the Dragon Clan. Before long, they arrived at Tai Xu City, where Tian encountered numerous demigods and even true gods. Although tensions occasionally arose between demigods and true gods, within the confines of Tai Xu City, all honored its reputation, refraining from conflict. To do otherwise would mean offending Tai Xu City, resulting in retaliation, even to the extent of being pursued. Thus, these demigods and true gods maintained a low profile. Upon entering Tai Xu City, Tian attracted numerous curious gazes, not merely casual glances, but rather sustained scrutiny. Clearly, they recognized his identity, prompting their attention. Tian, however, remained indifferent, as if oblivious to their stares. Chapter 304, Bidding for Divine Herbs. In Tai Xu City, at the Tai Xu Tavern, Tian and Prince Long San settled into a private room, ordering a lavish spread. Tian, given our cultivation, while we may not require sustenance, the pleasures of the palate remain essential. The dishes here are crafted from rare spirit beast meat and spiritual herbs, prepared through special methods, promising an unparalleled taste. Of course, the spirit beasts used are specially bred and devoid of sentience, so there is no need to worry about any ethical concerns. The wines here are brewed from various heavenly materials, with older vintages being richer and more fragrant. If one possesses wealth, one could indulge in wine aged for 10,000 years. It is rumored that they even have divine wine dating back to the ancient era, a single drop capable of inebriating a true god, though the price is exorbitant, beyond my means. However, I can afford the millennia-old wine, tonight. I shall treat you. Consume as much as you desire. Prince Longson declared. Soon, the millennia-old wine and an array of dishes were served. This was Yi Tian's first experience dining in such an upscale establishment and savoring such exquisite wine, unlike anything found on earth. After taking a delicate sip, Yi Tian was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "What a splendid wine! Different levels of cultivation necessitate different wines." The ordinary wines of Xia country were akin to mere water for him. The wines that could impart a sense of intoxication to a demigod were incredibly rare and not for the common person. Such a wine, if consumed by an ordinary person, would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Thus, Yi Tian and Prince Long San indulged in their feast, engaging in lively conversation as time passed slowly. A few days later, the auction in Tai Xu City was set to commence. They arrived at the auction venue early, taking their seats in a private box. In such a prestigious auction house, those privileged enough to sit in a box were almost exclusively true gods and semi-divine beings of considerable status and power. Yi Tian, being a transcendent semi-divine being, was among the rare few in the entire underworld, holding a position comparable to that of true gods, and thus was naturally entitled to a private box. From their vantage point, they could observe the auction floor without obstruction, yet the true saints and semi-divine beings present could not discern the happenings within the box. Moreover, although Yi Tian had beautiful maidservants attending to him, he requested them to leave. As time ticked away, the moment for the auction finally arrived. At that juncture, a semi-divine being emerged onto the auction stage, serving as the auctioneer for the event, a top-tier semi-divine being. Yi Tian quickly assessed the individual's strength. Such a semi-divine being would rank among the top 20 in the human race, yet here they merely played the role of an auctioneer, a testament to the profound heritage of Tai Xu City. The semi-divine being, known as Luo Jia, completed the opening remarks and declared the commencement of the auction. The first item up for bid was presented by several maidservants, who unveiled the true form of the auction piece beneath a crimson cloth. It was a weapon, a semi-divine artifact. For a being like Yi Tian, it held little allure, but for many true saints, it was indeed captivating. The first item was the semi-divine artifact, Sumi Suo, imbued with spatial powers, allowing its wielder to traverse 30,000 miles in a single use, with a starting bid of 100 divine stones. After Luo Jia's introduction, many true saints felt a surge of interest and eagerly entered the bidding war. While the Sumi Suo was commendable, it was regrettable that for true gods, such a semi-divine artifact resembled a mere trinket. Yi Tian shook his head, observing that if a semi-divine being attempted to activate the Sumi Suo before him, he could simply wave his hand to suppress the spatial laws, rendering the Sumi Suo useless, incapable of assisting the semi-divine being in escape. Of course, true saints seldom encountered foes who comprehended the spatial laws, making such semi-divine artifacts invaluable for their survival. Before long, the Sumi Suo was claimed by a true saint for 223 divine stones. Subsequently, a variety of treasures were auctioned off, with transaction prices generally hovering around several hundred divine stones. 2 hours passed, and the items remained rather mundane, serving primarily the interests of true saints and ordinary semi-divine beings, failing to capture Yi Tian's attention. However, the auction was set to last 24 hours, and the truly remarkable items were yet to come, so there was no need for haste. In the midst of this, the coveted items finally made their appearance. The next auction piece was a top-tier Dao body inheritance, specifically the Blood River Dao body, ranked 72nd on the Dao body list. This was indeed a top-tier Dao body within the top 100, with a starting bid of 2,000 divine stones. Luo Jia proclaimed. In the past, Yi Tian would have found great interest in such a top-tier Dao body inheritance. However, at this juncture, he no longer required the cultivation of another top-tier Dao body. After all, reaching the perfected stage of a top-tier Dao body in the true saint realm was essential for a semi-divine being to hope for complete mastery. Now that he was already a semi-divine being, cultivating a new top-tier Dao body would not elevate his power significantly, while wasting precious time and resources. Thus, he had no desire to participate in the bidding. Nevertheless, many semi-divine beings and true saints were still keen to bid. Following this, various incomplete divine artifacts and exceptional heavenly materials were auctioned off. Some of the incomplete divine artifacts had unique effects and held some utility for Yi Tian. However, he refrained from participating in the bidding, as he wished to conserve his divine stones for the auction of divine source items, not wanting to suffer losses due to insufficient stones from minor auctioned items. Ultimately, Yi Tian did engage in the bidding for one item. The next item up for auction was a divine herb, the Tianyang Bao Lian, with a starting bid of 5,000 divine stones. The appearance of the divine herb attracted numerous semi-divine beings, for it was indeed a divine herb, essential for any semi-divine being. This herb will aid in swiftly refining my physique and enhancing the divine body's transformation level. It must be acquired. Tian murmured. Thus, he began to participate in the bidding. 6,000 divine stones. 6,500 divine stones. 7,000 divine stones. As semi-divine beings fervently competed, the bidding price swiftly soared to 10,000 divine stones and continued to rise. Under normal circumstances, it was challenging for semi-divine beings to produce over 10,000 divine stones, not due to a lack of wealth, but rather a scarcity of divine stones. Even true gods like King Xia possessed limited divine stones. Divine stones were a precious resource, scarce in quantity and perpetually being depleted, with their production unable to keep pace with consumption. Hence, the price of divine stones continually escalated, with many top-tier alien races hoarding them, as it was a venture that promised profit without loss. Of course, regardless of how precious divine stones were, there were still semi-divine beings capable of effortlessly producing tens of thousands of divine stones, like Tian, who possessed immense wealth and a considerable supply of divine stones. 21,000 divine stones. After Tian announced this price, the number of competing semi-divine beings dwindled significantly. Yet, a few semi-divine beings persisted in the competition. Reluctantly, Tian continued to bid, ultimately securing the divine herb for 29,000 divine stones. Chapter 305. The divine source item acquired. With the divine herb in hand, it could at least enhance his divine body transformation slightly. Tian mused. Naturally, given his physical foundation, a mere divine herb would yield limited assistance. However, any enhancement was still beneficial. Following his acquisition of the divine herb, subsequent auction items were likewise of high quality. For instance, a type of heavenly material capable of extending one's lifespan by 1,000 years was auctioned, which would be invaluable to many semi-divine beings nearing the end of their lifespan. Yet, for true gods, the effect was rather mediocre, likely offering only a few decades of additional life, which they deemed unworthy of their attention. Thus they showed little interest in bidding. As time progressed, the auction even featured genuine complete divine artifacts. Many semi-divine beings lacked divine artifacts, and some newly ascended true gods also possessed few divine artifacts, creating a demand for their purchase. Consequently, many semi-divine and true gods participated in the bidding for divine artifacts. Normally, the price of a divine artifact ranged from 50,000 to 100,000 divine stones. Tian, already in possession of a divine artifact and a world treasure, had no need for additional divine artifacts, and thus refrained from bidding. Another 10 hours passed. The divine source items should soon be presented for auction, Tian thought. Indeed, the next auction piece was revealed as a divine source item. With a flourish, the crimson cloth was lifted, unveiling a red statue. This statue, approximately 1 meter tall, appeared rather fearsome, yet it exuded no aura. It seemed merely an ordinary statue. Luo Jia, the semi-divine auctioneer, pointed to the red statue and introduced it. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is a divine source item. This divine source item has been examined and is estimated to still contain about 6 pounds of divine source that can be extracted, and within it, a true god is sealed. At this moment, a voice from a certain private box inquired. The demigod Luojia, what divine being is sealed within this artifact of divine origin? Has that deity perished? And what is the specific situation surrounding this matter? Such inquiries must be addressed in detail, otherwise, we cannot dare to bid. A true god inquired. Immediately, the demigod Luojia responded, Esteemed true god, this artifact of divine origin is rather unique. The deity sealed within is infused with the essence of extraterrestrial demonic forces, likely a true god from the ancient era who allied with the outer celestial demons. According to our conjectures in Tai Xu City, this true god's physical form has likely undergone a transformation into that of a half-demon. The reason for their self-sealing within this divine source may stem from an unimaginably grave injury, rather than the approach of their lifespan's end. It is through this self-sealing that they have traversed the long ages, surviving to the present day. Should the individual possess a notably lengthy lifespan, compounded with the self-sealing of their divine source, even if unsealed, they might still endure for several centuries. A true god who allied with extraterrestrial demons. The gathered demigods were taken aback. Such a deity would undoubtedly be formidable and still alive. If unsealed, they would face an assault from a true god. Weaker true gods would not dare to unleash such a being, hence they shied away from bidding. The demigod Luojia continued, honored true gods and demigods. This is indeed a true god, and they may still possess many valuable treasures. Acquiring this artifact through bidding could prove immensely beneficial. The item up for auction is that of a true saint. Had its owner possessed the strength to break the seal, they would not have offered it for sale. However, one true god sneered, if it were truly so advantageous, why would the true gods of Tai Xu City not purchase it privately? They must lack the confidence to confront a true god who has sealed themselves since the ancient era, fearing they might be slain by a counterattack from that being. Luojia refrained from rebuttal or further elaboration, directly announcing the starting bid for the divine source. This artifact of divine origin possesses considerable value, with a starting price of 100,000 divine stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000 divine stones. Upon hearing the starting bid of 100,000 divine stones, the demigods shook their heads in unison. They could not muster such a sum. Even among the few who could, none were willing to bid on this artifact of divine origin. Nevertheless, some affluent true gods were willing to contend for it. They evidently hesitated to break the seal, but may consider doing so once their powers grew stronger. Thus, acquiring it for now, even temporarily, was seen as a reasonable strategy. 130,000 divine stones, 150,000 divine stones, 190,000 divine stones. The bidding for the artifact was not overly intense, with only 6 or 7 true gods participating, yet the price escalated rapidly. Tian soon joined the fray, announcing bid after bid. In no time, the auction price soared to 250,000 divine stones. At this juncture, some true gods relinquished their participation, deeming it unwise to expend such a fortune on a temporarily useless divine artifact. Unbeknownst to them, the bidding price had already surged to 300,000, while Tian remained undeterred. Having acquired over 1,000,000 divine stones from the ancient fragment's divine stone vein, he was unfazed by this expenditure. Ultimately, Tian declared a price that left the other true gods with no choice but to concede, 350,000 divine stones. With this bid, he secured the artifact of divine origin. Now, he merely needed to enter certain ancient ruins to have a chance to confront the ancient true god and gain the divine source. Tian murmured to himself. As for whether he could slay that ancient true god, he was uncertain. After all, no one could ascertain the condition of that ancient god's body. If their injuries were not severe, even under the constraints of the ancient ruins, he could not guarantee victory. However, Tian held great confidence in his own survival abilities. Certain he would not be harmed. Following the auction of the divine source, the subsequent items for bid were treasures beneficial for true gods to enhance their strength. Ultimately, a climactic auction item captured the attention of all true gods. This item was a peach from the celestial realm, preserved since the ancient era, retaining 70% of its efficacy. A single peach could significantly extend a true god's lifespan and greatly enhance their cultivation. Thus, the allure of this peach drove the true gods into a frenzy, with the bidding price swiftly surpassing 1,000,000. Witnessing this, Tian withdrew from the bidding. Realizing he could not compete, it appeared these true gods were incredibly wealthy, casually throwing around sums in excess of 1,000,000 divine stones. Tian mused. After a series of bids, the peach was ultimately sold for a staggering price of 223,000,000 divine stones. With that, the auction concluded. Once the event was over, Tian exchanged his divine stones for the items he had won and departed from the venue. Chapter 306. The Remnant of Tian, Slaying the Ancient True God. After leaving Tai Xu City, Tian parted ways with Prince Longsan. However, he did not return to the human territories, but instead made his way directly to an ancient ruin known as Tian. This had once been a sacred site of the celestial realm during the ancient era, but it had been shattered and fallen into the abyss, transforming into an ancient ruin. This ancient ruin bore scant resources, having been nearly exhausted over time. Yet, its rules exerted a profound suppression on true gods, while leaving demigods relatively unscathed. Thus, after much deliberation, Tian resolved to enter the Tian ruins. Before long, Tian traversed into Tian. I've arrived. He noted the entrance of the ruins. Devoid of any life, he soared through the entrance and descended into the depths of the ancient site. Once inside, Tian sensed the spiritual energies within Tian, discovering them to be inferior to those in the abyss. The ground was riddled with fissures, clearly a result of past battles. After a brief exploration, he identified a suitable mountain range and decided to halt there. This shall suffice, Tian murmured. He prepared to break the seal of the divine source artifact, intending to release the ancient true god who had survived to this day and seize the residual divine source. If he could slay that ancient true god, he would attempt to do so. If not, he would retreat immediately. With a flourish, a statue materialized before him in the void. Tian wielded his Tsangyang sword and unleashed the sword light of divine execution upon the statue. Crack! The sword light rent the outer seal of the divine source artifact asunder. Snap! The seal fractured, and the statue began to crumble. Soon, the entire statue erupted. Much of the energy within the divine source already depleted, yet remnants of divine energy still lingered. Tian swiftly grasped the remaining divine energy and stowed it away. At that moment, the sealed space within the divine source artifact ruptured, and a figure emerged. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura emanated, laced with the essence of extraterrestrial demons. Indeed, the physical form of this true god had been transformed into that of an extraterrestrial demon. Tian thought to himself. He retreated a short distance. But in the next instant, he was locked onto by a piercing gaze. The true god had awakened and fixed their stare upon him. At this moment, the body of this true god appeared exceedingly frail, their lifespan nearly spent, yet they could still endure for several hundred years. They opened their eyes, scrutinizing Tian before surveying their surroundings, gaining a rough understanding of the situation. You have broken my seal. The true deity was engulfed in fury. This was due to the fact that the sealing of divine essence could only be performed once. A second attempt would prove futile. Thus, he was faced with the grim reality of enduring hundreds of years of confinement. Initially, he had chosen to seal himself in anticipation of the outer celestial demon's dominion over the underground world, intending for them to unseal him in order to heal his grievous wounds and potentially aid him in transcending the boundaries of true divinity. This was the pact he had forged with the outer celestial demons. Yet now, he found himself liberated by a mere demigod, which indicated that the outer celestial demons had not yet taken hold of the underground realm. Consequently, he would not live to see the day of their arrival. Furthermore, having transformed into the embodiment of an outer celestial demon, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of other true deities. He contemplated that he was ensconced within a relic, and his only option was to slay this demigod and devise an escape from the earthly realm. Suddenly, cracks appeared upon his form, and a stream of black blood oozed forth. It dawned on him that he was still grievously wounded. Otherwise, he would not have opted for self-sealing in the first place. Once sealed, his injuries were also confined. The true deity's gaze was fixed upon Tian, who in turn was equally focused on him. This entity's cultivation had undeniably reached the zenith of true divinity, yet he was severely injured and had little time left. The threat posed by the Yama's Eye of Destiny was substantial, coupled with the suppression of the Relic of Grievance. There remained a glimmer of hope for Tian to vanquish him. Thus, both Tian and the true deity struck simultaneously. Boom! Their initial moves were lethal. Tian unleashed a barrage of supreme techniques and divine powers, utilizing his abundant spiritual essence to execute multiple attacks concurrently, each unaffected by the others, an ability unattainable by other demigods or even true deities. However, the true deity managed to deflect many of Tian's assaults, while his own strikes shattered the starry sacred garment and the great five elements wheel, landing a decisive blow upon Tian. With a resounding thud, Tian was sent flying, but he was shielded by the unparalleled technique of the chaotic scales. Although the true deity had thwarted many of Tian's offensives, he had also drained some of his own strength, and the Yama's Eye had siphoned a sliver of his vitality. How could you possibly have mastered such an array of supreme techniques and divine powers? Truly a prodigy beyond compare, the true deity exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, after merely a brief exchange, he had not yet recognized the chaotic scales. In the ensuing clashes, he eventually discerned the essence of Tian's chaotic scales. This is the supreme technique of the chaotic scales. How can you have achieved mastery over such a technique? He was filled with dread. A demigod had perfected the supreme technique of the chaotic scales and crafted 5 divine diagrams. This shattered his comprehension. Boom! In a series of confrontations, Tian finally managed to inflict damage upon the true deity. Of course, it was not a direct injury, but rather exacerbated the deity's existing wounds, rendering them even more severe. The might of this being was terrifying, even under the suppression of the ancient relic. His combat prowess remained akin to that of a formidable demigod, and his physical form surpassed that of the Summer King by several multiples. Tian mused. Not just in physicality, but in all manners of techniques and secret arts, he surpassed the Summer King. This entity was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of true deities. In the outside world, a single strike could obliterate him. However, they were currently within the Relic of Grievance. Before long, the true deity's wounds worsened, nearing the brink of bodily collapse, and he sought to flee. Although escaping from a demigod would be a source of shame, it was certainly preferable to losing his life. Yet, Tian's mastery of temporal and spatial laws rendered the true deity's escape nearly impossible. The sword of divine extermination. Tian relentlessly assaulted the true deity. Gradually, the true deity was on the verge of succumbing, and the Yama's Eye had consumed a significant portion of his lifespan, plunging him into utter despair. Little one, release me. and I shall grant you numerous benefits. He began to tempt Yi Tian, who remained indifferent. Seeing that Yi Tian was unmoved, the true deity resorted to threats. If you slay me, the outer celestial demons will undoubtedly not spare you. The strength of the earthly realm pales in comparison to that of the outer celestial demons. Were it not for the protection of the heavenly laws of the earthly realm, it would have long been ravaged by the outer celestial demons. Those true deities merely hide within the earthly realm to survive, too fearful to venture forth in pursuit of greater heights. You would be better off aligning with the outer celestial demons, where you could witness broader horizons, and with your innate talent. Transcending true divinity would be effortlessly within your grasp. Yet, Yi Tian's onslaught intensified. Soon after, Yi Tian finally succeeded in slaying the true deity. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, having expended a significant portion of his demigod powers. Chapter 307. Another supreme technique. This ancient true deity was indeed unfortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, his demise would have been far from easy. Yi Tian murmured. In truth, had it been any other prodigious demigod, they would have been incapable of slaying this ancient true deity or preventing his escape. However, Yi Tian's unmatched defenses allowed him to withstand numerous lethal strikes. Something other remarkable demigods would have dared not endure against this ancient true deity's assaults. He began to inspect the ancient true deity's remains for resources. Within the corpse, Yi Tian discovered a small space, extracting all the items contained within. There were many items, indicating that he had stored a plethora of resources. Yi Tian exclaimed with excitement. As he meticulously organized the ancient true deity's possessions, he found many materials and resources essential to true deities. However, due to the passage of countless years, these resources had not remained intact under the sealing of divine essence, resulting in a significant loss of energy and efficacy. Nonetheless, their preservation was commendable. Had they been in the outside world, they would have long since decayed, with only a handful of resources surviving from the ancient era. For instance, the ancient scriptures could indeed endure to this day. There were 600,000 divine stones, truly befitting an ancient true deity, possessing such a vast quantity of divine stones. Although each divine stone was not a complete source of energy, when placed within a divine stone vein, they could typically recover within a matter of decades. Alternatively, they could be utilized directly, equating to approximately 300,000 to 400,000 divine stones. To his astonishment, there was also divine essence, weighing around 20 pounds. This ancient true deity had not only utilized a vast quantity of divine essence for self-sealing, but still retained this considerable amount. It seemed that divine essence from the ancient era was indeed abundant. With such a wealth of divine essence, he could undoubtedly cultivate one or even several supreme techniques to perfection, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. Subsequently, Yi Tian continued to sort through the items. He discovered a black fragment, imbued with an overwhelmingly potent aura of the outer celestial demons, which he surmised to be an artifact of theirs. Yi Tian set this artifact aside, deeming it of no immediate use to him, and not yet worthy of his study. He noted that the ancient true deity possessed a considerable number of artifacts linked to the outer celestial demons, likely gifts from them. Suddenly, Yi Tian stumbled upon a remarkable find. It was a black scale, presumably from a certain outer celestial demon, and upon it was inscribed a technique. This was no ordinary technique. It was a supreme technique that transcended even the pinnacle of divine arts. However, this supreme technique is unlikely to be passed down many times. Yi Tian was able to recognize it at a glance as a supreme technique because he had mastered the supreme technique of chaotic scales, making him exceedingly familiar with its aura, thus allowing him to discern its essence. To his astonishment, he had acquired a legacy of supreme technique from the belongings of this ancient true god. Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. Regardless of the type of supreme technique, he would not disdain it. Once mastered, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Without delay, he commenced the transmission of this supreme technique. Boom! The essence of this supreme technique surged into Yi Tian's soul, and he gradually grasped a plethora of knowledge. After a considerable time, Yi Tian finally opened his eyes. Supreme technique, dark Kunpeng technique. This supreme technique was primarily focused on speed, augmenting some attack and defense capabilities, but its main enhancement lay in swiftness. The faster one was, the more formidable their attacks would become. Therefore, once he unleashed the dark Kunpeng technique, his combat prowess would soar tremendously. More importantly, should he master the dark Kunpeng technique, numerous restrictions and suppressive measures would no longer be able to restrain him. He could easily escape whenever he wished. The dark Kunpeng technique required an understanding of the laws of darkness, light, and space. Only with these comprehensions could he hope to grasp the dark Kunpeng Dao diagram. If he failed to comprehend these three laws, the prospect of mastering it would be utterly bleak. At this moment, Tian smiled faintly, as he had already fulfilled the cultivation prerequisites, making it an opportune time to practice the dark Kunpeng technique. Once I return, I shall immediately commence my training on this dark Kunpeng technique, Tian murmured. Afterward, he continued to sort through the items. Although there were still many valuable treasures, none could compare to the dark Kunpeng technique. For Tian, acquiring the dark Kunpeng technique was indeed the greatest gain. Everything else could only be considered pleasant surprises. It was time to return. Upon his return, he would enter seclusion for cultivation. Tian departed from the remnants of Lihensian and then returned to the realm of the human race. In his exclusive palace, Tian began his seclusion and cultivation. He planned to simultaneously cultivate and comprehend the dark Kunpeng technique while refining divine essence to enhance his supreme Dao body. After all, with numerous souls, practicing simultaneously would not hinder his progress. First, I shall enhance my Tianpeng Dao body, Tian resolved. He swallowed some divine essence and employed the devouring laws to refine his Tianpeng Dao body. The Tianpeng Dao body absorbed the energy of the divine essence as if a parched individual had just taken their first sip of water after days of thirst, causing it to absorb and enhance rapidly. Coupled with the refining of the devouring laws, the Tianpeng Dao body continuously improved, and his physical form grew increasingly formidable. But the consumption of divine essence became quite significant. 1 pound, 2 pounds, 3 pounds. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Tian had consumed 6 pounds of divine essence before elevating his Tianpeng Dao body to perfection. My mastery of the devouring laws is quite advanced, so logically, the refinement of divine essence should require less. Yet I ended up consuming 6 pounds. For an ordinary supreme Dao body, such an amount would be entirely unnecessary. Tian mused. Naturally, the greater the consumption of divine essence, the more powerful the supreme Dao body proved to be. Subsequently, Tian continued to enhance other supreme Dao bodies, choosing the Jinwu Dao body as his second. This body was immensely powerful, surpassing the Tianpeng Dao body. This time, the consumption of divine essence was even greater. Pound after pound of divine essence was expended until he finally consumed 10 pounds, thereby elevating the Jinwu Dao body to perfection. Following this, Tian cultivated the Zhutian Dao body to perfection as well, but he had nearly depleted the remaining divine essence. With no divine essence left, he had only managed to elevate 3 supreme Dao bodies to perfection, which felt somewhat inadequate. Tian murmured. It was evident that if he wished to elevate all supreme Dao bodies to perfection, the amount of divine essence required would be staggering. This time, with 3 supreme Dao bodies perfected, his physical form was vastly stronger than before, and naturally, his combat prowess had increased significantly. Next, he would focus on mastering the dark Kunpeng technique, which would further augment his power. Tian contemplated. Chapter 308. Innate Immortal Apricot, 81 Souls. The dark Kunpeng technique was exceedingly difficult to cultivate, with a challenge comparable to that of the chaotic scales. To expedite the mastery of the dark Kunpeng technique, Tian accelerated time using the laws of time, maintaining a 15-fold speed increase to minimize the consumption of divine stones. Months passed. Boom. The first Dao diagram of the dark Kunpeng technique was thoroughly comprehended by Tian. I have finally mastered the dark Kunpeng technique, Tian exclaimed with exhilaration. He then demonstrated the dark Kunpeng technique, witnessing black streams of light enveloping his entire being, resembling a shadowy Kunpeng. Instantly, he traversed a vast expanse, his speed surpassing all previous bounds. Following this, he tested his attack methods. His power had increased by at least 20%. Tian estimated. At his level, every increment in strength was immensely challenging, let alone a 2-fold increase. Moreover, he could continue to comprehend the dark Kunpeng technique. Once he mastered the second and third Dao diagrams, his power would surge even higher. Additionally, during this period, Tian had also attained the 6th Dao diagram of the chaotic scales, signifying a considerable enhancement in his defenses. One day, another joyous event unfolded. The immortal apricot divine tree was finally on the verge of bearing innate immortal apricots. Tian exclaimed with delight. Long ago, he had employed the Qingmu forbidden technique to continuously restore the roots of the immortal apricot divine tree, expending countless life force to revive it. After emerging from the ancient cosmic ruins, he had tirelessly infused various resources into the immortal apricot divine tree, enabling it to fully recover and gradually yield its first batch of innate immortal apricots. Once the first batch was produced, the subsequent ones would require millennia to mature. Thus, this first batch held immense significance for Tian. In the following days, Tian remained vigilant over the immortal apricot divine tree. The innate immortal apricots had formed. Yi Tian witnessed the birth of this first batch of innate immortal apricots and promptly plucked them. 108 innate immortal apricots, while not numerous, were each an unparalleled treasure. Yi Tian declared with fervor. As he understood, innate immortal apricots could not only permanently enhance comprehension, but also prolong life and strengthen the soul. For demigods, the soul was of utmost importance, as ascending to true godhood required igniting divine fire, transforming the soul into a divine soul. If the soul lacked strength, a breakthrough would be unattainable. Thus, a single innate immortal apricot could potentially enable a demigod soul to meet the requirements for igniting divine fire. The first batch of innate immortal apricots would yield the greatest effects. Subsequent ones would not only be less effective, but would also require extensive time to mature. These innate immortal apricots would not be offered to the human race. I must keep them for myself. Yi Tian resolved. In truth, even these innate immortal apricots would not suffice for his needs. With so many souls, the quantity of innate immortal apricots required to enhance all of them would naturally be greater. I shall consume one to test its effects. Yi Tian consumed an innate celestial apricot in one swift bite, savoring its remarkably sweet flavor, which was imbued with an overwhelming energy that surged throughout his entire being, slightly enhancing his vitality. Moreover, his soul underwent a refinement, resulting in a permanent elevation of his comprehension. Although Yi Tian had already possessed considerable understanding, he still fell short of the top-tier prodigies. It was solely through his mastery of the path of enlightenment that his comprehension reached an astonishing level. Now, however, his foundational comprehension experienced a lasting enhancement, and his soul seemed to become more translucent, with flashes of brilliance illuminating his thoughts, which began to operate with greater swiftness. This was the effect of his enhanced comprehension. The efficacy of a single innate celestial apricot was astonishing. It was no wonder that the celestial apricot enjoyed such a stellar reputation. As the celestial apricot divine tree rightfully stood among the 10 most revered trees of the ancient era, Yi Tian murmured to himself. Subsequently, he continued to consume one innate celestial apricot after another, fortifying his soul, which became increasingly robust and substantial, naturally leading to an elevation in his comprehension. Furthermore, his vitality saw a significant increase. With such a powerful soul, he was entirely capable of further dividing it. Yi Tian mused. Thus, he simultaneously augmented and divided his soul, causing its numbers to proliferate. At long last, on a particular day, the quantity of his souls reached 81, though the innate celestial apricots had been completely exhausted. Within the sea of souls, 81 souls sat cross-legged in distinct regions, each exuding immense strength and radiating a brilliant luminescence. In terms of soul strength, he had already met the pinnacle standards of divine fire. However, his divine transformation remained incomplete, rendering him unable to ignite the divine fire. Nevertheless, he no longer needed to concern himself with enhancing his soul. Once his divine transformation was fully realized, he could directly strive for the true God realm, ignite the divine fire, and ascend to the status of a true god. After the increase in his soul count, Yi Tian's cultivation speed became extraordinarily rapid, with various laws advancing swiftly, and the pace of his divine transformation was not sluggish either. Even without relying on external resources, he could maintain a commendable rate of progress due solely to the advantages of time and the quantity of his souls. However, for a top-tier Dao body to break through to the perfected realm, an abundance of divine sources was imperative. Yi Tian contemplated silently. Yet, acquiring substantial divine sources remained an arduous challenge. The last time he managed to obtain a considerable amount of divine sources from that ancient true god was sheer luck, and duplicating such fortune would undoubtedly be difficult. Consequently, he persistently instructed the human race to seek intelligence regarding divine sources. Of course, he did not entirely rely on the human race's information. He frequently ventured to other regions of the abyssal world himself, attempting to uncover any intelligence related to divine sources. Thus, the days passed. On a certain day, 6 months later, the Angel King Baishi brought forth a valuable piece of information. The new center of the human race, the capital of the Xia Kingdom, was established in the abyssal world, a grand city that served as the new hub. Yi Tian's palace and the Xia King's palace were both constructed there, and Baishi personally visited Yi Tian and the Xia King. In one of the palaces, Yi Tian and the Xia King welcomed Baishi. Angel King, what a rare guest. The Xia King greeted with a smile. Baishi, however, spoke with grave seriousness. Xia King, Yi Tian, I have come to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Yi Tian and the Xia King exchanged curious glances. Baishi continued. I wish to join forces with you to venture to a certain location, where we can acquire numerous benefits. What location? The Xia King inquired, fully aware that the place Baishi intended to visit was undoubtedly fraught with danger. If Bai Shi were to venture there alone, it would likely mean a perilous endeavor. Otherwise, she would not seek the assistance of the human race. After all, any place that harbored treasures would be coveted by all, and enlisting partners would inherently invite tremendous risk, leaving little room for alternative possibilities. The fragment of the demon realm, Bai Shi announced. What? A fragment of the demon realm? You have discovered such a place. The Xia King was taken aback. A fragment of the demon realm? Yi Tian had heard of the demon realm, but had limited knowledge, having only come across the term within scattered information regarding certain ancient relics. He then inquired with curiosity, Angel King, what exactly is the demon realm? Bai Shi elaborated. Yi Tian, the demon realm was created during the ancient era by extraterrestrial demons seeking to invade and reshape the earthly realm. Many true gods, who were transformed into demon bodies under the influence of these extraterrestrial demons, took refuge within the demon realm. During the ancient war, the demon realm served as the primary force for the extraterrestrial demons' incursion into the earthly realm. In truth, few extraterrestrial demons managed to enter. The majority were true gods of the earthly realm clashing with one another. The battles raged between the demon realm and the forces of the celestial court and the underworld. Although the demon realm was shattered during that war, it also brought devastation to the celestial court and the underworld, illustrating the immense power of the demon realm, which undoubtedly harbors abundant resources. The Xia King queried, Angel King, have you ever entered that fragment of the demon realm? I have, Bai Shi nodded. The fragment of the demon realm contains the corpse of an extraterrestrial demon, along with numerous demon spirits. I find it exceedingly difficult to defeat those demon spirits, which is why I require assistance. Based on my estimations, the three of us joining forces should have a chance to vanquish those demon spirits. However, we cannot venture too deep. Merely lingering around the periphery of the fragment of the demon realm should pose minimal issues. Angel King, you should seek collaboration with other top-tier true gods. Perhaps they could directly exploit that fragment of the demon realm. If you involve us, the gains may be rather limited. The Xia King chuckled. Bai Shi shook her head in response. I dare not approach top-tier true gods for collaboration, should they turn against me. I would have no hope of escape. The Xia King remained silent, but acknowledged Bai Shi's perspective. As the Angel King, Bai Shi was not particularly powerful among true gods. The top-tier true gods would indeed look down upon her, and might very well take action against her. Eventually, the Xia King consented to Bai Shi's proposal, agreeing to join forces and venture into the fragment of the demon realm together. After all, at the level of true gods, rapidly enhancing one's strength became exceedingly challenging. For instance, the Xia King felt as though his own strength had nearly plateaued. He needed to seek other opportunities to hope for swift advancement. Yi Tian and the Xia King attended to matters concerning the human race, issuing a few reminders. Both Yi Tian and the Xia King left behind avatars to prevent any unforeseen complications within the human race. With avatars in place, even if true gods were to attack, they could manage to stall for a while, providing time for their true forms to return. Otherwise, the absence of the two strongest individuals would have a profound impact on the human race. In the Sea of Hell, Yi Tian, Bai Shi, and the Xia King returned once more. Angel King, is the entrance to the fragment of the demon realm located within the Sea of Hell? The Xia King asked in astonishment. Indeed, Bai Shi affirmed with a nod. After the fall of the fallen dark angels, our angelic lineage has been developing the Sea of Hell, and by chance, we discovered the fragment of the demon realm. It's likely that the true god K also knew about this fragment, but his strength was limited, and he could not extract any beneficial resources from it. I surmise he chose not to inform other true gods, hoping to enhance his strength before entering the fragment, but he perished before he could do so. Soon, Bai Shi led Yi Tian deep into the Sea of Hell, where they sensed a fissure. On the other side lay a fragment of the demon realm. At that moment, Yi Tian employed the laws of space to probe the area and indeed sensed a vast realm. It was undoubtedly the fragment of the demon realm. Let us proceed. Bai Shi took the lead, followed closely by Yi Tian and the Summer King, as they ventured into the fragment of the demon realm. With a whoosh, they found themselves standing upon the terrain of this shattered realm. At that moment, Yi Tian sensed the pervasive aura of the outer demon within the fragment. Though it was tainted with various energies, no longer pure. Suddenly, ethereal figures began to materialize, as if defying the confines of space, swiftly traversing towards them. These were the spirits of the demons. Manifestations of the demon will entwined with the essences of ancient deities, devoid of corporeal forms, capable of assaulting their very souls. Nonetheless, defensive techniques could thwart their attacks, while physical assaults would yield minimal effect. Bai Shi exclaimed, Yi Tian, your defenses are more formidable than ours. You should absorb the brunt of their onslaught, while the Summer King and I focus on vanquishing these spirits. Understood. Yi Tian nodded affirmatively. He then summoned his chaos scales. channeling this supreme technique to its fullest potential, unleashing the power contained within the 6 Dao maps. Clang, clang, clang. The spirits of the demons had begun their assault. Yet Tian adeptly maneuvered through the fabric of space to intercept their attacks, which, when they struck him, failed to breach his defenses. Meanwhile, the Summer King and Bai Shi relentlessly struck at the spirits. Thunderous roars echoed as the battle commenced, but the sheer number of spirits proved daunting, leaving the Summer King and Bai Shi somewhat overwhelmed. An hour passed, then 2, and before they realized it, 5 hours had elapsed. At that juncture, the Summer King and Bai Shi had successfully dispatched nearly half of the demon spirits. With a whoosh, the remaining spirits sensed their impending doom and instinctively fled. Relieved, the Summer King and Bai Shi exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, we would have been utterly helpless against these spirits. Bai Shi remarked. Quickly, let us search for opportunities. We must not allow ourselves to be ensnared by these spirits again, urged the Summer King. Thus, Tian, the Summer King, and Bai Shi hastily scoured the fragment of the demon realm for any potential treasures or fortuitous finds. Before long, they stumbled upon a peculiar array of crimson flowers, exuding an eerie red glow and faintly emanating the essence of the outer demon. Upon sighting these flowers, the Summer King was instantly filled with excitement. These are demon flowers, he exclaimed. What purpose do they serve? Tian inquired with curiosity. The Summer King elaborated. Legend has it that the demon flower is a rare treasure nourished by the blood of outer demons, specifically from true divine beings. It must be cultivated upon extraordinary flora over countless years to transform into a demon flower. The value of these flowers is immense. They can refine the divine body and even assist demigods in their cultivation, surpassing the effects of divine medicines. However, they do have their drawbacks. What drawbacks? Tian asked. Intrigued. Excessive consumption may lead to a tendency for one's body to undergo demonification. If one becomes a demon body, they will fall under the control of the outer demons, warned the Summer King. Chapter 310. The potential of dark talent surpassing divine level. Demonification leading to control by the outer demons? Tian was taken aback, learning this information for the first time. Indeed, the Summer King confirmed. According to ancient lore, there were true divine beings in the primordial era who sought not to ally with the outer demons, but aimed to enhance their physical forms through demonification to bolster their strength. However, once demonified, they were swiftly subjected to the influence of the outer demons' doctrines and ultimately compelled to submit. Tian nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the Summer King's words. It must be noted, however, that the demon flower is indeed a remarkable asset, well suited for refining the physical form and aiding in the cultivation of the divine body. He then posed another question. Summer King, is there a method to negate the adverse effects of the demon flower? That remains unclear to us. Both the Summer King and Bai Shi replied, shaking their heads. Let us gather these demon flowers, Tian declared. There were a total of 16 flowers. He took 5, the Summer King took 5, and Bai Shi took 6. This distribution was quite reasonable, considering Bai Shi had discovered this fragment of the demon realm. After securing the demon flowers, they continued their exploration of the fragment. Along their journey, they engaged in numerous skirmishes with the demon spirits and encountered various relics from the ancient era, though many had lost their potency and were rendered obsolete. Nonetheless, they discovered some valuable items, but the grand opportunities they sought remained elusive. Let us proceed to that demon carcass, suggested the Summer King, pointing towards a distant location. The powerful aura of the outer demon emanated from the carcass, easily detectable by all. Agreed. Bai Shi nodded. Tian also expressed his assent. With a whoosh, the trio soared towards the demon carcass, quickly arriving at their destination. This outer demon carcass was colossal, far larger than any Tian had previously encountered. Its size resembled that of a mountain, while a typical outer demon would stand no more than 10 meters tall. What a gigantic outer demon! Tian marveled. Bai Shi remarked. This must be a colossal armored demon, characterized by its immense size and unparalleled physical strength and defense. However, it lacks the capacity to ensnare the mind, placing it among the lower ranks of the outer demons, primarily serving as muscle. Yet, this colossal armored demon undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable of true divine beings. Despite its humble origins, it likely holds a significant position within the outer demon hierarchy. Suddenly, a swarm of demon spirits manifested around the colossal armored demon. Be cautious, Tian warned. Yet, they did not retreat. After all, they had come in search of treasures from this formidable being. Attack. Tian continued to fortify their defenses, while the Summer King and Bai Shi engaged in combat. Fortunately, most of the demon spirits were relatively weak, comparable to peak demigods. Otherwise, they would have found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. Time passed without their notice until they finally repelled the demon spirits. They then ventured into the inner sanctum of the colossal armored demon. Shortly thereafter, they emerged from within the demon's body and quickly departed. Let us now distribute the resources and treasures, proclaimed the Summer King. They laid out the items discovered within the colossal armored demon, assessed their worth, and proceeded with their allocation. Various rare materials, techniques of the Dao, secrets of the outer demon, divine artifacts. Yet many items had succumbed to decay and were devoid of value. For instance, some divine medicines had not been preserved properly, rendering them devoid of energy and incapable of restoration, thus classified as worthless. They meticulously examined each item, undeterred by the passage of time. Suddenly, Tian's hand brushed against a sharp piece of black metal. Power of Darkness 1. Upon witnessing this, Tian was utterly astonished. His dark talent, an extraordinary ability of godly caliber, possesses the potential to ascend to its utmost limits. However, at present, it is merely at the nascent level of 0-100. He can absorb materials of divine darkness to gradually enhance this godly dark talent. Yet, the pace of absorption is excruciatingly slow. Just upon his initial contact with the material, he managed to absorb a fragment of dark power. He comprehended the significance of this occurrence all too well. It undoubtedly surpassed the level of divine materials, allowing him to effortlessly draw forth a modicum of dark energy. Tian mused. If this were truly the case, this metallic substance might enable his dark talent to transcend the divine. Thus, during the process of identifying these precious resources, he first utilized other godly dark materials to elevate his dark talent to its zenith before absorbing this enigmatic dark metal. Shortly thereafter, the identification was nearly complete. Aside from a few materials that remained unidentifiable, the rest were readily discernible. Let us commence the allocation, declared the Summer King. They proceeded to allocate the resources meticulously, piece by piece. The quality of the resources obtained this time was exceptionally high, thus their value was considerable, necessitating careful distribution to avoid any disparities that might affect their collaboration. I shall take this. Tian pointed at the dark material. The Summer King and Bai Shi immediately recognized it as a dark material. Although its exact nature was unknown to them, it was evidently unsuitable for their purposes. Thus they refrained from contesting Tian for it. Very well, they nodded in agreement. Thus, this transcendent material fell into Tian's possession. Subsequently, they continued with the distribution, which took over half an hour to complete. In the days that followed, Tian and his companions continued to explore the fragments of the demon realm, remaining in the outer regions and avoiding the core. They sensed an overwhelming presence within the core of the demon realm fragments. With their current strength, entering that domain would likely lead to their demise. Therefore, until their powers were augmented, they prudently chose to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. One day, Bai Shi proposed, Summer King, Tian, we have thoroughly explored the periphery. It is time for us to depart. We shall return in the future when we are stronger and can jointly explore the core of these fragments. Agreed. Tian nodded. He too was reluctant to take risks, for his future was boundless, and he was currently experiencing a rapid growth in strength, making it unnecessary to gamble with the core of the demon realm fragments. They subsequently exited the fragments and sealed the entrance to conceal it. Tian and the Summer King then departed from the Sea of Hell, returning to the territories of the human race. Days later, Tian observed that his godly dark talent had reached its pinnacle. He took out the black metal and, upon touching it, swiftly absorbed another fragment of dark energy. This minuscule infusion shattered the limits of his godly dark talent. Boom. The dark talent began to metamorphose, even triggering an enhancement of his soul. Thus, time flowed on. Tian closely monitored the transformation of his soul and dark talent, which continued for a full 24 hours before the metamorphosis was complete. He then glanced at his data panel, only to discover the dark talent had undergone a transformation. Darkness level, immortal, 0-100. It became evident that above godly talents lay the immortal talents, and the effects of cultivating an immortal dark talent remained unknown to him. Tian endeavored to comprehend the laws of darkness, seeking to enhance his understanding efficiency. Boom. The laws of darkness were advancing at an astonishing speed, far exceeding the efficiency of his previous endeavors, at least 5 to 6 times faster. Tian was astounded. Moreover, he realized that his rate of absorbing energy to refine his dark abilities had increased tenfold. Even his comprehension of the dark Kunpeng technique progressed significantly faster than before. The immortal dark talent likely aids in breaking through realms, increasing the chances of success, though he currently had no means to verify this. Tian contemplated how extraordinary it would be to elevate all his talents to the immortal level. Let us temporarily designate that black metal as a mortal grade material. Tian murmured. He now urgently required more immortal-grade materials to cultivate additional immortal talents. Furthermore, the immortal dark talent had yet to reach its limit. For the data panel indicated that it could still be enhanced, suggesting the existence of talent levels beyond the immortal grade. However, at present, he could not further elevate his immortal talent. He then retrieved the demon flower, which aids in refining the demigod's physique for divine transformation. Although excessive refinement might lead to demonic transformation, a moderate amount would have minimal impact. Tian took a demon flower, swallowed it whole, and commenced the refining process. Boom! A surge of pure energy flowed into his body, gradually enhancing his divine physique. The results were indeed remarkable, surpassing those of divine medicines. Tian exclaimed in delight. At that moment, he sensed the influence of demonic transformation on his body, seemingly attempting to alter his form. However, having mastered supreme techniques such as the chaos scales and the dark Kunpeng technique, he could suppress this faint transformation. Additionally, the demon flower could influence the soul, albeit insignificantly. Even demigods or ordinary true gods might not perceive its effects. Tian's ability to sense it was not due to the strength of his soul, but rather because his immortal dark talent resisted this influence, preventing the demon flower from affecting his essence. As time passed, Tian successfully refined the entire demon flower. It seems I have not been affected. The combination of supreme techniques and my immortal dark talent has shielded me from the influence of the demon flower. This means I can refine even more of them, Tian declared with excitement. During their exploration of the demon realm fragments, they had discovered numerous demon flowers, and he had naturally secured a substantial share. If he were to exhaust these flowers entirely, his progress in divine transformation would undoubtedly skyrocket. While he could not guarantee that his divine transformation would reach the peak level, he was certain it would not fall short. Let us fervently refine with the demon flowers. Tian consumed one after another, continuously refining as his divine transformation progress soared. Simultaneously, he delved into the laws, with the laws of darkness advancing the most rapidly, gradually surpassing the others. At this rate, the laws of darkness might be the first to reach a state of perfection. As time flew by, half a year passed. The demon flowers have been exhausted, Tian murmured. Yet, his strength had surged beyond imagination. Currently, his divine transformation progress had reached an impressive 83%. His demigod power multiplied immensely, and his physical form was significantly stronger than before. Additionally, his various laws had seen advancements, with the laws of darkness making the most remarkable strides, now reaching 82%. For many true gods, the realm of the Eightfold is an unimaginable domain. However, Tian has comprehended it even at the semi-divine level. Furthermore, he has cultivated the dark Kunpeng technique to the 6th chart of the Dao and the chaotic scales to the 7th chart. In terms of power, Tian can no longer be described merely as an extraordinary semi-god. A true godlike, by she is no longer his match, Tian declared with unwavering confidence. Nevertheless, he sought out the Summer King for a spar, as the Summer King's prowess surpasses that of Bai Shi and could validate his strength. Tian, you have arrived. The Summer King exclaimed upon Tian's visit, and his avatar promptly emerged to greet him, while his true self continued to engage in cultivation. Summer King, my strength has surged recently, and I wish to spar with you, Tian stated directly. Very well. My strength has also increased significantly. The Summer King replied with a smile. They soon resumed their sparring match. This time, do not hold back. Unleash your full power, Tian urged. The Summer King, fully aware that Tian's current strength was far greater than before and his defenses nearly invulnerable, naturally refrained from holding back. Boom. The Summer King unleashed his true, godly power, divine energy swirling around him as his divine form erupted with might. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat. However, the Summer King's full-force attack was effortlessly intercepted by Tian with a single hand. Summer King, it would be prudent to invoke your divine status. Otherwise, you shall not be my opponent, Tian remarked. At this moment, the Summer King felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that his full-force strike was insufficient to even compel Tian to move. It was clear that Tian's strength exceeded his expectations. Thus, he directly activated his divine status. Boom. With the enhancement of his supreme divine status, the Summer King's power began to soar. Tian, no longer holding back, summoned the Sanyang sword and unleashed the god-slaying sword light alongside various peak Dao techniques, engaging fiercely with the Summer King. The Summer King's attacks landed upon him but were entirely absorbed by the chaotic scales, failing to inflict any injury. In contrast, Tian's counterattacks caused the Summer King to change color. Suddenly, Tian invoked another supreme technique, the dark Kunpeng technique, which significantly augmented his combat prowess. Empowered by the dark Kunpeng technique, Yi Tian charged towards the Summer King with astonishing speed, and with a single strike of the god-slaying sword light. The Summer King was sent flying, his divine shield shattered. Uffed. The Summer King steadied himself, but could not suppress a mouthful of blood. At this juncture, Yi Tian refrained from further strikes. His intention was not to kill the Summer King, but merely to engage in friendly competition. Yi Tian, your strength has surpassed mine, the Summer King remarked, filled with emotion. He had anticipated this day would come, yet he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. Especially before Yi Tian had achieved true godhood. Even an extraordinary semi-god could not possibly be stronger than him at this moment. This was a testament to Yi Tian's power, which had indeed transcended that of a typical extraordinary semi-god. Summer King, what tier does my strength belong to among true gods? Yi Tian inquired. The Summer King replied, Yi Tian, your strength indeed surpasses mine, placing you in the ranks of powerful true gods. Powerful true gods. Summer King, is the classification of strength among true gods similar to that of semi-gods? Yi Tian questioned. The Summer King nodded. There is some distinction. True gods are categorized into weak true gods, ordinary true gods, powerful true gods, peak true gods, invincible true gods, supreme true gods, and extraordinary true gods. The reason for the existence of weak true gods is that many did not achieve their status through conventional cultivation, but rather through various dubious means. Although they have broken through to the true god realm, their strength remains feeble, and they can be easily vanquished by extraordinary semi-gods. Such true gods are deemed weak true gods. My strength is but a hair's breadth away from being classified as a powerful true god, while your prowess far surpasses mine, naturally placing you among the powerful true gods. What tier does the Dark Lord belong to? Yi Tian recalled the Dark Lord who had preserved the evil god. The Dark Lord is likely at the level of an invincible true god, quite close to that of a supreme true god, the Summer King stated. Of course, this is merely information from the outside. Perhaps the Dark Lord has concealed his true strength and may have even reached the realm of supreme true god. What is the strongest true god in the abyssal world? Yi Tian further queried. Extraordinary true gods. The Summer King replied. There are 7 extraordinary true gods in the abyssal world. It is said that several have sealed themselves in slumber. One has reincarnated but encountered issues and seldom appears, and another is barely clinging to life. The only ones who still possess combat capability are 3 extraordinary semi-gods, who still have several 100,000 years of lifespan and remain relatively active. Is there any existence that surpasses true gods in the abyssal world? Yi Tian asked with curiosity. I am uncertain, the Summer King shook his head. The realm above true gods is known as the immortal true god. Whether there are immortal true gods in the abyssal world is beyond my limited interactions with true gods. However, I understand that achieving the status of immortal true god in the abyssal world is exceedingly challenging. Yet, during the ancient era, immortal true gods surely existed. For instance, the leaders of the celestial court and the underworld were immortal true gods. As of now, I have not heard of any true god breaking through to the immortal true god realm. Immortal true gods, indeed. Yi Tian reflected on his own immortal-level dark talents and abilities. Possessing such talents might enhance his chances of successfully reaching the immortal true god realm. Subsequently, Yi Tian engaged in conversation with the Summer King for a while before parting ways. At present, Yi Tian had gained a clear understanding of his strength. As long as he did not encounter a peak true god, he would face little difficulty. Moreover, with his remarkable physical defenses, even a peak true god would struggle to inflict severe damage upon him. Next, he needed to acquire more divine sources to assist in perfecting various top-tier Dao bodies. Yi Tian murmured to himself. Once all these top-tier Dao bodies reached perfection, his physical form would become immensely powerful, and his strength would soar exponentially. Furthermore, he sought immortal-grade materials. If he could obtain more immortal-grade materials, he could birth even more immortal-grade talents and abilities. However, immortal-grade materials are exceedingly rare. Acquiring them is no simple feat unless one were to explore ancient ruins, particularly those at the true god level. Could one hope to obtain such materials? Nonetheless, he did not dare to enter true god-level ancient ruins, fearing that even a supreme true god would find it perilous. Moreover, immortal-grade materials, even the most ordinary ones, would likely hold value to true gods, making trading for them quite challenging. After a lengthy contemplation, Yi Tian ultimately decided to negotiate with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan likely had a great need for temporal materials, and he had previously discovered numerous temporal treasures in the time-forbidden zone of the Dark Abyss. It should be feasible to exchange these temporal treasures for immortal-grade materials, which the Dragon Clan would likely be amenable to. Yi Tian first contacted the third prince of the Dragon Clan to inquire about this potential trade. In the Celestial River Dragon Palace, the third prince approached his father, the Celestial River Dragon King. Father, the human Tian wishes to trade with our dragon clan for immortal-grade materials, the third prince reported. Immortal-grade materials? The Celestial River Dragon King frowned. Such materials are nearly non-existent in the realm. Only during the ancient era, when the extraterrestrial demons invaded, did a batch of immortal-grade materials come to light. Furthermore, some true gods took perilous journeys beyond the realm and returned with a handful of immortal-grade materials. Such rare materials, what could a mere semi-god want with them? Father, I am uncertain, yet I am willing to exchange some temporal treasures, spoke the third prince of the dragon clan. Oh, temporal treasures? The Heavenly River Dragon King expressed a flicker of interest. The dragon clan, with its vast resources, had explored numerous ancient relics and amassed some immortal-grade materials. Some of these materials were of little use to the dragon clan, but if Tian desired them, a trade could be arranged. If a batch of temporal treasures could be procured, they would greatly aid his daughter, Long Ying, in her development. Very well. You may inform him that our dragon clan is willing to engage in trade. He has no specific requirements regarding the types of immortal-grade materials, does he? Inquired the Heavenly River Dragon King. He has no specific requests, as long as they are immortal-grade materials, replied the third prince. Excellent. Let him come to our clan. I shall trade with him in person, declared the Heavenly River Dragon King. Yes, father, responded the third prince, promptly contacting Tian. Before long, Tian arrived at the Heavenly River Dragon Palace and met the Heavenly River Dragon King. Esteemed Heavenly River Dragon King, Tian greeted respectfully. The Heavenly River Dragon King scrutinized Tian and remarked with approval, You are indeed the Emperor Yi, who has slain the true god K. It is said that you possess the power of a demigod, yet it appears I may have underestimated you. Tian was somewhat taken aback, sensing that the Heavenly River Dragon King could perceive a fraction of his strength. Otherwise, such high praise would not be forthcoming. Nonsense, my power pales in comparison to yours. Esteemed Heavenly River Dragon King, Tian humbly replied. Although he was unaware of the Heavenly River Dragon King's full strength, a mere glance revealed an unfathomable might, underscoring the Dragon King's formidable prowess. Moreover, the Heavenly River Dragon King was renowned throughout the subterranean world, instilling fear in countless true gods. To label him as a supreme true god would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 313. The Transaction. Emperor Yi, you wish to trade with our dragon clan for immortal-grade materials? The Heavenly River Dragon King inquired. Indeed, Tian affirmed, I wish to exchange some temporal materials for immortal-grade ones. The Heavenly River Dragon King responded. Immortal-grade materials are exceedingly rare. The earthly realm cannot produce them, except in a few exceptional locations where there exists a glimmer of hope for their formation. However, even the emergence of a single immortal-grade material may take millions of years. Thus, the number of immortal-grade materials that have come into existence throughout history in the earthly realm is minimal, with many originating from beyond it. But you are well aware that outside the earthly realm lies the outer demons. Even I hesitate to depart from this realm, for the likelihood of being slain by these outer demons is high. Tian understood that immortal-grade materials were scarce, yet he had not anticipated their extreme rarity and the necessity to procure them from outside the subterranean world. Naturally, remnants of immortal-grade materials from the ancient era still existed. The dragon clan must possess some, or else they would not agree to the trade. Subsequently, Tian and the Heavenly River Dragon King deliberated over the pricing. In the end, Tian offered the majority of his temporal materials in exchange for 3 immortal-grade materials. Tian was quite satisfied, and so was the dragon clan. After departing from the dragon clan, Tian returned to the human realm. Upon his return, he revealed the 3 immortal-grade materials. Immortal-grade material, purple radiant gold. A metal-type immortal-grade material. Immortal-grade material, realm vinewood. A wood-type immortal-grade material. Immortal-grade material, chaotic firestone. A fire-type immortal-grade material. These were the 3 immortal-grade materials Tian had acquired. The dragon clan merely traded these 3 materials to him without divulging their specific uses. Perhaps the dragon clan themselves were uncertain of their applications. To use them indiscriminately would be a considerable loss, hence they chose to retain them. However, Tian had only one purpose for them, to enhance his 3 divine talents. Along his journey, he had been utilizing other divine materials to augment his gold, wood, and fire talents. Once he reached the pinnacle of divine level, he could employ these 3 immortal-grade materials to elevate his talents to the immortal level. Before long, his gold, fire, and wood talents successfully ascended to the pinnacle of divine level. At that moment, he took out the purple radiant gold, realm vinewood, and chaotic firestone, touching them to absorb their energies. Power of fire 1, power of gold 1, power of wood 1. In an instant, the 3 talents began to transform. evolving from divine-level talents into immortal-level talents. After a considerable duration, the transformation was finally complete. Now I possess 4 immortal-level talents. Tian felt an exhilarating thrill within. Moreover, as his talents transcended to the immortal level, his soul also experienced a significant enhancement, fundamentally strengthening his foundation, an elevation unmatched by other resources. Shortly thereafter, Tian delved into the laws of fire, gold, and wood, achieving a comprehension efficiency far surpassing his previous endeavors. Additionally, his understanding of related laws also improved remarkably. Should he elevate the foundational laws corresponding to his talents to the immortal level, his future comprehension of all laws would vastly exceed his past efficiency. In the days that followed, Tian primarily focused on comprehending various laws, studying the supreme techniques of dark Kunpeng and chaotic scales, while simultaneously cultivating his divine body. His numerous souls enabled him to engage in multiple forms of cultivation concurrently. Furthermore, he could accelerate time, allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing pace. While he practiced, he dispatched his divine avatars to gather intelligence, seeking to procure divine sources and other immortal-grade materials. His ability to generate multiple divine avatars was an advantage, allowing him to explore various locales within the subterranean world. However, divine sources and immortal-grade materials were exceedingly rare, making it challenging to uncover information regarding them. Nonetheless, Tian remained patient. If information eluded him, he would continue his silent cultivation, which would still augment his strength, and at a rate significantly faster than other demigods. Thus, the days passed, and before he knew it, 5 months had elapsed. At this time, Tian's mastery of the laws of fire, gold, and wood had surged dramatically, and his understanding of the dark laws had also progressed somewhat. The supreme technique of dark Kunpeng had once again broken through, achieving the 7th diagram. While chaotic scales remained at the 7th diagram level, the advancement of laws and supreme techniques was satisfactory, yet the progress of his divine body transformation was too slow. Without divine herbs and the heavenly demon flower, rapid advancement in his divine body transformation was arduous. At this juncture, Tian resolved to trade for the heavenly demon flowers in the possession of the Summer King. The Summer King had little use for an excess of heavenly demon flowers. Excessive refinement risked transforming his divine body into that of a heavenly demon, rendering him uncontrollable. Therefore, the Summer King would undoubtedly refrain from consuming too many, leaving a surplus. Consequently, Tian approached the Summer King directly. "Emperor Yi, you have arrived," exclaimed the Summer King. Tian got straight to the point, stating, "Summer King, I am here to negotiate for your heavenly demon flowers." "Heavenly demon flowers? Do you not possess a multitude already?" the Summer King queried, surprised. "This substance should not be over-refined. While it can assist in refining your divine body, too much refinement can easily lead to transformation into a heavenly demon, which would be disastrous." Tian clarified, "Summer King, I have mastered supreme techniques. The influence of the heavenly demon flowers on me is negligible, and further refinement will not result in my transformation into a heavenly demon. Supreme techniques have such an effect?" The King of Summer was taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter. However, lamentably, he was incapable of mastering the supreme arcane arts. Even if bestowed upon him, he would lack the means to cultivate it. In the subterranean world, there certainly existed forces that possessed the legacy of supreme arcane arts, yet the number of true deities who had successfully cultivated them was exceedingly scarce. His understanding was rather superficial, and he was unaware of which true deity had achieved mastery over such arts. "Well, those demon flowers of mine are of no use to me, so I shall trade them to you," declared the King of Summer. Subsequently, Tian engaged in a transaction with the king, exchanging various materials and resources for a considerable quantity of demon flowers. Moreover, the King of Summer also assisted in acquiring some demon flowers from the angelic king by Shi, which would eventually be handed over to Tian. "Thank you, King of Summer." Tian expressed his gratitude. "No need for such formality, Tian. Your strength is formidable, and the sooner you break through to become a true deity, the more advantageous it will be for our human race," replied the King of Summer. Upon returning, Tian began refining his demigod physique using the demon flowers, continuously enhancing the progress of his divine transformation. As time elapsed, under the influence of the demon flowers, Tian's divine transformation progressed rapidly. 85%, 86%, 87%. Before he knew it, the progress of Tian's divine transformation had surpassed 90%. Furthermore, after the King of Summer provided him with the demon flowers from the angelic king by Shi, he estimated that he could elevate his divine transformation to a full 100%. Chapter 314. The Chaotic Heaven, the Day of Celestial Silence. A year later, Yi Tian had nearly exhausted all the demon flowers, and his divine transformation had fully reached 100%. At that moment, Yi Tian felt as though his body was nearly that of a true deity, however, without igniting the divine fire or breaking through to the true deity realm. And devoid of divine power infusion, his physique could not undergo a genuine metamorphosis. In truth, he could now strive for the true deity realm, ignite the divine fire, and become a true deity. Yet, he did not hasten to break through. He desired to do so with a more robust foundation, ensuring that the subsequent enhancement of his strength would be more significant and his potential even greater, thus elevating his hopes of achieving the immortal true deity realm. If his ambition were merely to become a true deity, he could break through right now, but true deity was not his ultimate goal. It was merely a stage in his overarching aspirations. Therefore, he must ensure that he breaks through with the highest potential. Now that he no longer needed to worry about divine transformation cultivation, he must focus on perfecting the various supreme path bodies to their fullest extent, as this would establish the most impeccable foundation. Yi Tian murmured to himself. To elevate these supreme path bodies to their complete state, he would need to find a sufficient amount of divine source. In the past, he was uncertain where to obtain divine source, but now, he was aware of its location. A piece of intelligence he had gathered over the past year. Chaotic Heaven. It is said that the Chaotic Heaven was one of the most significant treasures of the Celestial Court during the Primordial Era. Even though it was affected during the Great War of that age, it was merely severely damaged and not shattered. Presently, however, news of the Chaotic Heaven has been sealed, and many true deities are unaware of its existence. Only a select few factions are privy to its knowledge. Yi Tian learned of the Chaotic Heaven by chance. The Chaotic Heaven serves as the boundary between the subterranean world and the extra-mundane demon realm, making it the most accessible exit from the subterranean world into the extra-mundane demon realm. Moreover, extra-mundane demons can employ special methods to enter the Chaotic Heaven, but they cannot enter the subterranean world. This is the extent of Yi Tian's current understanding. Within the Chaotic Heaven lies the essence of divine source. However, it is currently in a state of utter disarray, and chaos reigns supreme. There are even occasional incursions by extra-mundane demons and some true deities who have allied with them. Even the most powerful true deities dare not venture recklessly into the Chaotic Heaven. Under normal circumstances, Yi Tian would also refrain from entering, for a top-tier true deity could easily defeat him, and encountering a true deity like the Dark Celestial Monarch would result in instant annihilation. Yet now, the Chaotic Heaven is on the verge of entering a unique period. During this time, it will exhibit a powerful repulsion, significantly suppressing the strength of true deities. And the energy within the Chaotic Heaven will coalesce, resulting in an unprecedented stillness throughout the realm. This phenomenon occurs because the celestial paths of the extra-mundane demon realm and the subterranean world are in conflict, and this conflict follows a rhythmic pattern, with the Chaotic Heaven at its epicenter. Once the conflict erupts, such a unique period will ensue. This special period is known as the Day of Celestial Silence, lasting approximately 3 months and occurring once every century. The reason the subterranean world frequently collides with other realms is due to the constant pressure exerted by the extra-mundane demon realm, compelling it to shift and collide with various spaces. Nevertheless, the subterranean world remains under the watchful gaze of the extra-mundane demons, seemingly unable to escape their clutches. The 3-month duration of the Day of Celestial Silence presents my opportunity. The powers of those true deities will be greatly suppressed, while I, as a demigod, will remain unaffected. This grants me the chance to compete with true deities. If I can locate the divine source, it will be a tremendous boon. Yi Tian contemplated. Of course, he also possessed the means to slay extra-mundane demons of the true deity caliber, perhaps even scavenging divine source from their remains. In the days that followed, Yi Tian diligently sought information regarding the Chaotic Heaven, confirming the timing of the Day of Celestial Silence. After several months had passed, the news arrived. The Day of Celestial Silence had commenced. Yi Tian conferred with the King of Summer and promptly set forth for the Chaotic Heaven. To reach the Chaotic Heaven, one must ascend through the subterranean world. Above the subterranean world lies a layer of wind, and upon traversing this layer, one can witness the mesmerizing auroras each morning. Previously, he had come here to comprehend the essence of light. However, he did not continue his ascent, for beyond lay the fiery and thunderous layers, along with other unique regions. After traversing a staggering 10,000 meters, he would finally enter the Chaotic Heaven. It could be said that the Chaotic Heaven serves as a protective barrier for the subterranean world. Soon, Yi Tian traversed a peculiar region and officially entered the Chaotic Heaven. Is this the Chaotic Heaven? He mused as he gazed upon the surroundings, noting the fragmented spaces scattered about, with shards of space hurtling through the air. If a true saint were to remain here, Being struck by these swiftly moving fragments would result in their body being pierced. The chaotic nature of everything here indicated that the rules had been shattered. If one were to cultivate in this realm, it would be decidedly unsuitable, and it was not a place for comprehending laws. Unless one sought treasures, true deities would not wish to linger here. Tian thought to himself. Currently, on the day of celestial silence, the energy here was exceedingly sparse, nearly imperceptible, and seemed to be dissipating. No, it was being concealed. The chaotic heaven stands as the last line of defense for the subterranean world. If it were to be completely shattered, would the subterranean world be affected? Would the extra-mundane demons invade? Tian was uncertain about these matters, leaving him powerless to act. However, the true deities of the subterranean world appeared unconcerned, perhaps believing that no immediate issues would arise. These matters seem distant to me. I must first seek out the divine source. Tian swiftly moved onward in search of the divine source. As time gradually slipped away, Tian traversed from one realm to another. Today marked the day of celestial silence, a time when true deities were scarce, making encounters exceedingly rare. However, after more than 10 hours, Tian chanced upon a true deity, though not one from the abyssal realm. Rather, it was a deity who had allied themselves with the extraterrestrial demons. This particular deity emanated the sinister aura of the otherworldly fiends, indicating that their corporeal form had been transformed into that of an extraterrestrial demon. With a flicker of cold amusement, the deity fixed their gaze upon Tian, scoffing. A mere demigod dares to venture into the chaos realm? It appears you are a backgroundless half-god, utterly ignorant of what the chaos realm entails. They charged directly at Tian, intent on capturing him alive to serve as a specimen for the extraterrestrial demons. Upon witnessing the deity's advance, Tian acted decisively, unleashing his full power without the slightest hint of restraint. Chapter 315, The Fourth Door of Immortal Level Talents. Dark Kunpeng Technique. Tian invoked this supreme art, wielding the Sanyang sword to unleash the divine execution sword light, while simultaneously manipulating various pinnacle techniques to augment his assault. Boom. Waves of attacks descended in an instant, leaving the true deity momentarily dazed. Although the deity's reflexes were swift, their suppressed strength rendered them vulnerable, as Tian's myriad strikes engulfed them entirely. When the brilliance faded, the true deity was revealed, a pitiful sight. Their armor lay shattered, their body marred with fissures, and their heart pierced by the divine execution sword light. Yet, even in such a dire state, they clung to life. Remarkably powerful, Tian mused. My combat prowess rivals that of a formidable true deity, and yet, despite being suppressed, this one managed to endure my onslaught. Their strength must indeed be on par with the apex of true deities. The deity, now frightened, stammered. How can a mere half-god possess such power? They attempted to flee, but under the relentless pursuit of the dark Kunpeng technique, their escape was thwarted in an instant. At that moment, Tian unleashed the full force of his pinnacle techniques, displaying an even more terrifying strength than before. Boom. The deity's form was shattered, their soul torn asunder, leading to their complete demise. After vanquishing the true deity, Tian swiftly collected the remnants of their treasures and departed the scene. Such a wealth of resources, Tian exclaimed with delight. He discovered divine stones, divine herbs, an array of rare materials, and artifacts, everything one could desire. Furthermore, he stumbled upon 6 pounds of divine essence. Though not abundant, it was certainly not insignificant. Among the treasures were also materials of immortal quality. From these resources, he identified 3 immortal-level materials, 2 of which duplicated those he had previously acquired, 1 fire type and 1 wood type. Yet, there remained 1 immortal-level material that was entirely new to him. Earth-type immortal material, chaos soil. Having entered the chaos realm not long ago, he had already amassed such a plethora of treasures. It was evident that slaying true deities yielded substantial rewards. Tian murmured to himself. However, he recognized the inherent risks of targeting true deities. His strength had yet to reach invincibility. Some true deities, even when suppressed, retained greater power than he did, and he wished to avoid such encounters. Thus, he resolved to seek resources independently, acknowledging that relying on slaying true deities could not be his primary strategy. In the days that followed, Tian successfully elevated his earth-type talent to the pinnacle of divine quality, which allowed him to connect with the chaos soil and absorb its earth power. Earth Power 1. Instantly, his earth-type talent underwent a metamorphosis, evolving from divine to immortal quality. This marked the emergence of his 4th immortal-level talent. With 4 immortal-level talents now at his disposal, he hoped to discover even more immortal materials within the chaos realm. Tian continued his pursuit of treasure. Several days later, he unearthed a fragment of divine essence, weighing merely half a pound, found within a colossal stone. This was the first divine essence he had located on his own in days. It was undeniable that divine essence was exceedingly rare, and he surmised that his luck had played a significant role in finding this half-pound. He could only speculate that many true deities had ventured into the chaos realm. The process of nurturing divine essence was fraught with difficulties and time-consuming. Even if the chaos realm could produce divine essence, most had already been claimed, making it implausible for him to easily acquire a substantial amount here. Tian reflected. He was limited to a stay of 3 months within the chaos realm. Exceeding this duration could prove perilous, as even a single top-tier true deity could easily slay or severely injure him. He resolved to find a way to eliminate true deities. Tian determined. However, he would not target the true deities of the abyssal realm, not out of reluctance, but because many of them had formidable backgrounds. True deities like the K deity, who lacked substantial connections, were exceedingly rare. Those who dared to enter the chaos realm on the day of celestial silence were powerful and well-connected, should he fail in an ambush. Both he and the human race could face annihilation. Therefore, his targets could only be those true deities who had allied with the extraterrestrial demons or the demons themselves. Thus, he commenced his search for true deities aligned with the extraterrestrial demons and the demons themselves. However, on the day of celestial silence, true deities within the chaos realm were scarce, making them difficult to locate. Patience was essential. On one fateful day, Tian finally identified a suitable target, an extraterrestrial demon. Its immense, grotesque form, clad in black, could belong to no other than an extraterrestrial fiend. At that moment, the demon also noticed Tian, its gaze turning towards him. Boom! A terrifying power surged forth, seemingly attempting to control Tian's very soul. Great freedom state. Tian deployed this supreme divine ability, rendering himself immune to the demon's influence. The extraterrestrial demon, taken aback, unexpectedly drew forth a bow and arrow, aiming directly at Tian. Whoosh! The arrow zipped through space at incredible speed. In that instant, Tian manipulated time and space, yet was still unable to evade the arrow. Thus, he could only rely on the chaos scales to withstand its force. Clang! The arrow struck his arm, a result of his desperate attempt to avoid it. Otherwise, it would have been aimed straight at his heart. The impact sent him flying, the demon's power proving formidable enough to breach his chaos scales defenses. Other defenses crumbled like paper, and even the perfected chaos scales failed to withstand the arrow, which pierced through. Fortunately, after breaching his defenses, the force could no longer penetrate his arm. I must escape. He activated the dark Kunpeng technique, swiftly traversing the landscape. The extraterrestrial demons sought to pursue him, but remained stationary, evidently aware that it could not catch up to Tian, who had employed the dark Kunpeng technique. A half-god who has mastered both the dark Kunpeng technique and the chaos scales has emerged in the mortal realm. How monstrous! Alas, being a being from the mortal realm, they can never leave. Even if they become an immortal true deity, it holds no significance. The extraterrestrial demon muttered to itself. After all, even the immortal deities do not regard the extraterrestrial demons with any semblance of respect. In the ancient era of the earthly realm, there were numerous immortal deities, yet they were nearly overwhelmed by these otherworldly fiends. Presently, the earthly realm is merely surviving in a state of despair, with the outside world entirely sealed off by these demons, leaving the beings of the earthly realm with no means of escape. Moreover, even immortal deities are not exempt from the eventuality of their lifespans dwindling to naught. Thus, the extraterrestrial demons harbor no fear of Tian's potential. Yet, he cannot help but feel a pang of envy towards Tian. Why was it not he who mastered the supreme arcane arts? Had he succeeded, he would undoubtedly have attained a position of great esteem among his kind and garnered the means to cultivate further. Once the day of celestial silence passes, if you are still here, I shall surely annihilate you. The extraterrestrial demon pondered darkly. Chapter 316, Abundant Gains. At last, safety. Tian paused, exhaling in relief. He had not anticipated that the first true god-level extraterrestrial demon he encountered would be so formidable, even under the suppression of the day of celestial silence. This adversary could unleash such terrifying power, effortlessly breaching all his defenses with a single arrow. Had the demon not been restrained, that one arrow would have been enough to obliterate him. Truly, a peerless true god. Tian surmised. The strongest true gods of the subterranean world are exceedingly rare. After all, in the absence of the defiant true gods, those at the pinnacle of the true god realm are nearly invincible. This serves to highlight the might of the extraterrestrial demons. It is likely that there are many of such powerful true gods among them. Thus, in the days that followed, Tian exercised even greater caution. Should he encounter a more powerful extraterrestrial demon, escape might not be an option. Boom. The tremors of battle resonated in the distance, signaling a clash between two true gods. Tian swiftly traversed towards the source, employing spatial laws to conceal himself, hiding within the void, as the combatants were unlikely to pay heed to their surroundings amidst their fierce struggle. Soon, he beheld the scene of conflict. One combatant was a true god from the subterranean realm, while the other was an extraterrestrial demon, both exhibiting formidable strength, though not the most powerful true gods. They were exceedingly close. The true god from the subterranean world resembled a colossal black bird, seemingly possessing traces of the Kunpeng bloodline, proficient in the laws of flame and darkness. Conversely, the extraterrestrial demon excelled in the laws of darkness, devouring, and the laws of the soul. In terms of raw power, the extraterrestrial demon held the upper hand. Tian could not ascertain the cause of their battle, yet he recognized an opportunity. Should the extraterrestrial demon sustain injuries, he might stand a chance to slay it. Time passed slowly. After approximately 3 hours, both true gods were grievously wounded. Suddenly, the true god from the subterranean world fled, unwilling to continue the fight, as further engagement could easily lead to his demise. The extraterrestrial demon, too, refrained from pursuit, wary of ambush and realizing the futility of attempting to kill his opponent. At this moment, the demon prepared to depart. A perfect opportunity. Tian hesitated no longer, charging forth, unleashing a barrage of top-tier arcane techniques, including the supreme dark Kunpeng art. A demigod? The extraterrestrial demon was taken aback, incredulous that a mere demigod would dare to assault him. Was this demigod foolish? Yet, upon witnessing Tian's array of top-tier techniques and supreme arcane arts, he felt a profound weight of seriousness. The black spear in his grasp shattered the void, striking at Tian without any hint of restraint, as he unleashed his full strength. However, having already sustained significant injuries, the potency of his attack was diminished. Yet to him, such an assault should still suffice to vanquish Tian. But then clang, his black spear struck Tian's form, yet failed to penetrate, as though it had encountered an indestructible substance, rebounding violently. At that moment, Tian unleashed a flurry of top-tier arcane techniques upon him. The god-slaying sword light piercing through his defenses, its terrifying might amplified by the velocity of the dark Kunpeng art. Puff, puff, puff. The extraterrestrial demon was sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes wide with horror. What sort of defense is this? No, it is the supreme arcane art. The chaos scales, and its level is exceedingly high. He felt as if his entire worldview had been shattered. What manner of beast is this? So dreadfully powerful. Though he was not a particularly formidable figure among the extraterrestrial demons, he had never anticipated being bested by a demigod. Even under the suppression of the chaos heaven, he had still considered himself quite strong. Yet here he was, wounded by a mere demigod. Die. Enraged, he charged at Tian, engaging in a fierce battle, yet he found himself utterly outmatched. Gradually, his protective artifacts were shattered, and his injuries worsened. Before long, one of his arms was severed by Tian's god-slaying sword light, and he was ensnared within the sword diagram of heaven's annihilation. Within this diagram, a multitude of swords formed a complex formation, further fortified by the laws of time and space, sealing off the surrounding area and creating an insurmountable prison. Had I not been injured, I could have shattered this place, but now. The extraterrestrial demon attempted to break free several times, but to no avail. Die. The god-slaying sword light descended once more, combined with the assaults of other top-tier arcane techniques, compounding the severity of the demon's injuries. Finally, the extraterrestrial demon fell, lifeless. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent, very close to the level of a supreme, true god, even in such a grievously wounded state. His combat prowess and means of survival were still remarkably tenacious. Tian marveled. He promptly collected all the possessions of the fallen extraterrestrial demon and made his swift departure. Not long after, another extraterrestrial demon arrived, the very one who had previously shot Tian with an arrow. Yelan is dead? The extraterrestrial demon furrowed his brow. Yelan's strength was not to be underestimated. Logically, he should not have fallen easily, unless he had encountered a supreme true god, which could lead to his demise. Quickly, he examined Yelan's corpse. This wound, the lingering aura, was inflicted by that demigod. Moreover, there was the presence of a true god's essence as well. He surmised that the true god had allied with the demigod to slay Yelan. Seeking death, the extraterrestrial demon seethed with rage. He resolved to seek retribution against the true gods of the subterranean realm, intent on slaughtering several of them. However, this was of no concern to Tian. He found a secure location and began to assess his recent acquisitions. Such treasures abound. Tian exclaimed with excitement. This extraterrestrial demon was remarkably powerful, and the spoils he possessed far surpassed those of the previous demon. Divine stones, divine sources, immortal-grade materials, a plethora of treasures and resources, all present. 6 pieces of immortal-grade materials, including 2 attributes I previously lacked, wind and water. With these wind and water immortal-grade materials, I could unlock 2 additional immortal-grade innate abilities. Tian mused. Moreover, he was utterly exhilarated by the substantial amount of divine sources he had obtained, over 60 pounds of divine sources. He wondered whether this extraterrestrial demon had acquired them in the chaos heaven or outside the subterranean world, but now, these divine sources rightfully belonged to him. Such an abundance of divine sources is more than sufficient for me to elevate multiple top-tier arcane bodies to their perfected states, Tian thought to himself. However, this place is not conducive for cultivation. He intends to temporarily depart from the chaos heaven and enter seclusion to refine his skills, aiming to elevate those supreme Dao bodies to their perfected state. By doing so, his physical strength will surge once more, thereby enhancing his overall power. When he returns to the chaos heaven, his ability to preserve his life will be significantly fortified. Chapter 317, The Chaos Scales of the 8th Dao Map. Tian swiftly returned from the chaos heaven and commenced his seclusion practice. All of his souls began to operate, refining the divine source and harnessing the power of the laws to propel various supreme Dao bodies to their perfected state. As time passed, Tian succeeded in cultivating his numerous supreme Dao bodies to their consummate level. Additionally, he utilized a variety of divine-grade materials to augment his water and wind elemental talents. Before long, both his water and wind elemental abilities reached the pinnacle of divine grade, at which point he produced immortal-grade materials of the water and wind elements, effortlessly elevating these 2 talents to the immortal level. As time gradually slipped by, under the accelerated passage of time within the eye of the candle dragon, Tian's various supreme Dao bodies swiftly attained their perfected state. Reincarnation Dao body, Stellar Dao body, Candle Dragon Dao body, Void Escape Dao body, Great Freedom Dao body, Yellow Spring Dao body. All these Dao bodies reached their consummate level, though they depleted his entire divine source. He also discovered resources akin to the heavenly demon flower and divine medicines among the possessions of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, which could rapidly enhance the progress of divine transformation. However, his divine transformation had already reached completion. Thus, these resources were of no use to him. Yet, they would be beneficial once he attained the true God realm, aiding in the enhancement of his true divine body. At this moment, Tian reveled in the might of his formidable physique, his heart overflowing with excitement and exhilaration. Splendid. With multiple supreme Dao bodies perfected, my physical form is immensely stronger than before, Tian exclaimed joyfully. Furthermore, there was another piece of good news. He had successfully advanced the chaos scales to the 8th Dao map level, resulting in a substantial increase in defense. Should I encounter that archer extraterrestrial heavenly demon again, I can undoubtedly withstand their attacks without sustaining any injury, Tian contemplated. After all, the defense of the chaos scales at the 7th Dao map level was incomparable to that of the 8th, with a significant disparity. The extraterrestrial heavenly demon had barely managed to breach his chaos scales. Now, with the power of this supreme Dao technique amplified, their arrow would no longer pierce his defenses. Defense operates in such a manner. Once it becomes impenetrable, it cannot inflict any damage. Hence, should he cross paths with that extraterrestrial heavenly demon again, he would no longer need to flee in panic. With my current strength, even on the day of celestial stillness in the chaos heaven, I need not retreat, even in the face of the most formidable true God-level extraterrestrial heavenly demons, Tian asserted with unwavering confidence. Presently, with about a month remaining until the celestial stillness day in the chaos heaven, he prepared for another venture into the chaos heaven. With a swift motion, Tian traversed the realms and soon arrived back in the chaos heaven. This time, he sought not resources, for in a month's time, it would be nearly impossible to uncover anything of value. Instead, he aimed to hunt down the true gods and extraterrestrial heavenly demons who had allied with them, to eliminate them and seize their resources. Before long, Tian set his sights on a true god who had transformed into an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, a clear indication of their allegiance. At that moment, this true god was cautiously searching for something. Tian tore through the fabric of space to strike. The true god, perceiving Tian as merely a demigod, initially dismissed him. However, upon the arrival of Tian's attack, panic ensued, but it was already too late. With a swift motion, the god-slaying sword, empowered by the might of the sword realm, pierced through the true god's form, ending their existence in an instant. A rather feeble true god. At best a top tier one, Tian mused. Naturally, In the depths of the cave world, a top-tier true god was formidable, and his actual combat power might not have fully reached that echelon, perhaps falling slightly short. Yet, on the day of celestial stillness, top-tier true gods appeared as mere insects in his eyes. After dispatching this true god, Tian quickly departed, continuing his search for other true gods allied with the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Days passed. Tian engaged in frequent skirmishes with the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Although they were scarce and the true gods few, his relentless pursuit, coupled with his demigod cultivation, irresistibly drew the attention of these true gods and extraterrestrial heavenly demons. Nevertheless, he also attracted the ire of several true gods from the cave world, who, upon witnessing his strength, quickly refrained from further confrontation. Half a month slipped by. On this day, Tian encountered the archer extraterrestrial heavenly demon once more, though, to be precise, he was ambushed from a considerable distance. The extraterrestrial heavenly demon loosed an arrow, intent on slaying him. Yet, he resolutely withstood the blow, merely being knocked back, with the impact causing some temporary numbness. Boom. The extraterrestrial heavenly demon descended, summoning a black ancient bell. The bell emitted a wave of darkness, instantly sweeping across the area and forming a peculiar domain. Within this domain, Tian's speed was hindered. Even the speed of his dark Kunpeng technique was suppressed. A top-tier artifact of the domain class. Tian frowned. Under the constraints of such an artifact, escaping from this extraterrestrial heavenly demon proved exceedingly difficult. Rodent of the underworld, your demise is imminent. Before me, Mihir. You shall not escape. The true god heavenly demon Mihir declared coldly. Subsequently, Mihir unleashed a barrage of arrows at Tian, utilizing the unique soul power of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons to manipulate and influence Tian's soul, but to no avail. Tian, employing the Great Freedom Dao body and the supreme divine ability of the Great Freedom State, disregarded Mihir's soul techniques. Thus, Mihir was left with no choice but to engage Tian in direct combat. However, it did not take long for Mihir to be left utterly astounded. Your supreme Dao technique, the chaos scales, has actually broken through. He was acutely aware of the immense difficulty involved in advancing a supreme Dao technique. Each minor elevation could take a millennium, or even longer. Yet, in merely over 2 months, Tian had managed to elevate the chaos scales by an entire Dao map level. An aberration, utterly monstrous. At that moment, he was consumed by jealousy towards Tian, fervently wishing to eliminate him. Yet, no matter how he attacked, he could only suppress Tian, but could not bring him down. Moreover, Tian's strength was evidently far superior to before, capable of inflicting considerable damage upon him. At a certain moment, Tian tore through the domain created by the black ancient bell and executed the dark Kunpeng technique to escape. Mihir did not pursue, for even if he managed to close the distance, he would find it impossible to kill Tian. Of course, there were indeed true gods within the ranks of the extraterrestrial heavenly demons capable of slaying Tian, but such beings would seldom venture into the chaos heaven, as there was nothing of value to entice them. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. The tranquility of the heavenly Dao was swiftly fading. Tian, reluctant to linger in the chaos realm, promptly departed and returned to the domain of the human race. Chapter 318. Preparing to ascend to the true god realm. He had returned. Tian successfully re-entered the human territory. Although his journey to the chaos realm was somewhat perilous, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Divine source, divine stones, immortal grade materials. He had acquired a considerable amount. Now, aside from immortal grade materials related to time, space, and soul, he had gathered all other types of immortal grade materials, successfully elevating his various innate abilities to the immortal level. Furthermore, the foundation of his soul had reached an unfathomable level. However, his most significant gain was the pinnacle Dao body, with his divine source now sufficient to elevate all pinnacle Dao bodies to perfection. The potential he would unleash upon achieving this would be formidable. At that point, he could begin his quest to challenge the limits of demigodhood and subsequently ascend to the true god realm. For the time being, he could remain within the human territory, dedicating himself to secluded cultivation. Shortly thereafter, after notifying the Summer King, he entered seclusion for his training. After a period of time, boom! Tian's physical form had grown to an extraordinary level. Merely shifting his body caused ripples in the fabric of space, signifying the sheer might of his physicality. In terms of physical strength alone, devoid of any amplification from divine power, he might have already surpassed the Summer King of the true god realm. This was not a true god body, yet it surpassed one in essence. With all pinnacle Dao bodies reaching perfection, his divine transformation was complete, and his soul had met the necessary standards. He seemed poised to challenge the true god realm. However, Tian was not in haste to make that leap. He intended to cultivate one of his laws to perfection before attempting to break through to the true God realm, which would grant him a terrifying enhancement in power, a rumor he had heard after becoming a demigod. Most importantly, he needed to master the Thousand Souls forging technique. Although not an unparalleled technique, in Tian's eyes, its value was on par with such supreme arts. Yet, the limitation of the Thousand Souls forging technique lay in its inability to split the divine soul. Thus, he planned to continue splitting his soul within the demigod realm, ideally to his utmost limit. In doing so, he would be ready to challenge the true God realm. In the ensuing days, Tian immersed himself in comprehending laws. With all his other innate abilities elevated to the immortal level, understanding various laws became relatively easier. Simply utilizing the Dao Classic for his comprehension yielded excellent results. Nevertheless, as one approached the pinnacle of completeness, progress became increasingly sluggish. Therefore, in the short term, achieving perfection was beyond his reach. Let alone challenging the realm of Dao, he was still far from it. A year later, Tian's Thousand Souls forging technique was nearing its true limits. At this juncture, aided by various resources and the soul enhancement from his immortal great abilities, he had successfully split off his 107th soul. He sensed that if he were to split off another, he would reach his true limit. Finally, that day arrived. Boom! Another soul was successfully split under the influence of the soul law blade. At that moment, he realized that the Thousand Souls forging technique could no longer produce any additional souls. 108 souls was his limit, far fewer than I anticipated. Tian murmured. Yet, possessing 108 souls was a coveted achievement sought after by countless true gods. Thus, he could not afford to be overly greedy. Satisfaction was in order. On that day, Tian again turned to the Dao Classic for his cultivation. Although the Dao Classic was under the control of the Summer King, he still made it available for human cultivation. After all, the Dao Classic belonged to all of humanity, as the most powerful figure among the human race. If Tian lacked the qualification to utilize the Dao Classic, then no one would. This time, his purpose in using the Dao Classic differed from before. Tian aimed to leverage it to break through the constraints of the laws. Given that the Dao Classic contained remnants of the supreme Tai Dao, which offered the greatest assistance to laws of water, fire, yin, and yang, his progress in both water and fire laws accelerated rapidly. However, he had to make choices. It was impossible to elevate all laws to completeness within a short period. Thus, the vast majority of his 108 souls focused on comprehending the fire law, ultimately leading him to delve deeply into it to achieve perfection. In doing so, he would be in the most formidable state to challenge the true God realm. Presently, his fire law had been comprehended to a 99% level, but the final 1% remained elusive. With no other option, he could only once again turn to the Dao Classic. Summer King, this time, my reliance on the Dao Classic may significantly deplete its Taiji essence, meaning you might be unable to utilize it for the next decade or even longer. Tian preemptively informed the Summer King. The Summer King smiled. That's of no consequence. Your strength has now surpassed mine, and I no longer require the Dao Classic's power to protect humanity. However, what do you intend to achieve with the Dao Classic? To break the shackles of the fire law. Tian revealed candidly. The shackles of the fire law? Have you encountered obstacles so soon? With your talent, you shouldn't have faced difficulties until reaching the 70 or 80% mark. The Summer King inquired with curiosity. Tian disclosed. I have comprehended the fire law to a 99% level. What? 99% comprehension of the fire law? The Summer King questioned, fearing he had misheard. What sort of prodigy are you? Those formidable true gods who have consolidated the Dao have toiled for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, to hope for complete mastery of a law. And you? How long have you cultivated to achieve 99% comprehension of the fire law? I have also been studying the fire law, yet I have only reached 55%. In comparison, it's simply incomparable. Of course, relative to other ordinary true gods. The Summer King was still exceptionally gifted. Suddenly, he had a realization. Tian, if you manage to break through the shackles this time, wouldn't you obtain a complete fire law? Wouldn't you then be qualified to comprehend the corresponding Dao? The Summer King remarked. Indeed. Tian nodded slightly. What Dao do you plan to comprehend? The Summer King inquired with curiosity. Related to the fire law, there existed the Dao of the raging sun, the Dao of heavenly fire, the Dao of supreme yang, and the Dao of extreme yang. Alternatively, one could pursue the more pure Dao of fire. Although it was a foundational Dao, singular in power and not particularly formidable, I have not yet decided. Tian shook his head. He was uncertain about which Dao to pursue, and he did not even know if he should seek to comprehend every Dao or focus solely on the most powerful one in existence. In any case, he would consider everything slowly after breaking through to the true God realm. Chapter 319. finally breaking through to the true God realm. Tian conversed with the Summer King for quite some time before taking his leave. Upon returning to his palace, Tian retrieved the Dao canon, alongside numerous divine stones, merging them into the text. Utilizing the fragmented principles of the Tai Chi path within the Dao canon, he embarked on a profound contemplation. Boom! The Dao canon materialized, and the Tai Chi path manifested. Tian found himself enveloped within the essence of Tai Chi, simultaneously invoking the perfected 9th level of the great divine ability to comprehend the way of enlightenment, perpetually immersed in sudden insights as he delved into the Tai Chi path, aiming to grasp the laws of fire. Time gradually passed. Tian's mastery of the fire laws advanced, inching forward from a previously stagnant state. And now he glimpsed the hope of breaking free from his constraints. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days. By the 10th day, the foundation of the Dao canon had grown exceedingly frail. At last, he shattered the shackles. In an instant, Tian's understanding of the fire laws reached completion. Following this culmination, an ethereal fire mark emerged within the depths of his fire-based extraordinary organ, signifying the perfection of the fire laws. Moreover, it seemed that his golden crow Dao body underwent a subtle transformation, becoming slightly more formidable, though the change was minimal. With the fire laws perfected, he was now ready to challenge the realm of true God. Tian murmured. He had no intention of pursuing the cultivation of other laws, for it would be a waste of time and utterly unnecessary. After all, the perfection of a single law sufficed to attain the most flawless breakthrough. The distinction between mastering 2 laws and 1 was negligible. However, before he embarked on the quest for the true God realm, he needed to inform the Summer King. He had to ensure that his breakthrough would remain undisturbed. Soon, the Summer King arrived. Tian, are you about to challenge the realm of true God? He inquired. Yes. I shall begin my ascent within the next 2 days, and I require your protection. I cannot afford any interruptions during this critical moment, Tian replied. Very well. But it is advisable that your endeavor to ascend to true God remains confidential until after your success, the Summer King suggested. After all, he could not guarantee that there were no traitors among the human race. Many of the saints and demigods were currently roaming the territories of other races in the abyssal world. Who could say if one among them might betray humanity? Therefore, caution was prudent. Indeed, Tian nodded. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Tian was fully prepared, both in spirit and in readiness. He then activated the defensive array and commenced his challenge for true God. Unlike the Summer King, he could not rely on the Dao canon for this endeavor, as its consumption was too great, rendering it unusable in the short term. Nevertheless, Tian's success rate for breaking through was 100%. He did not require the Dao canon. If a demigod of his caliber could not achieve this breakthrough, then no demigod in the entire abyssal world could hope to ascend to true God. The process of transcending to true God involved igniting divine fire, allowing the soul to undergo transformation into divine consciousness, and converting demigod power into divine power, ultimately transforming the demigod body into that of a true God. Thus, the initial step for Tian was to ignite the divine fire. Let us begin, Tian murmured. The intricacies of igniting the divine fire were, in fact, quite simple. It required the assistance of the laws to enable the soul to burn, igniting the divine fire during the process. The necessity for the soul to reach a certain standard was paramount. Failing to meet this standard could lead to complete combustion without the emergence of divine fire, and might result in his demise during the attempt to ascend to true God. However, should the soul meet the criteria, even if the breakthrough failed, he would not face annihilation. At this moment, Tian's primary soul began to burn, aided by the perfected fire laws. Boom! The burning of the soul was an excruciating ordeal. Yet, during this fiery process, impurities that had previously eluded expulsion were consumed entirely. Not long into the burning, a strand of terrifying flame manifested. With the appearance of this flame, the soul became serene, free from pain. Moreover, this flame began to heal the soul, augmenting its strength as it fervently absorbed a unique energy from the surroundings to bolster the soul's power. This was the divine fire. Remarkable. I never anticipated that I would ignite the divine fire so swiftly with the perfected fire laws. Tian was astounded. Yet, upon reflecting on the perfected state of the fire laws, it was no longer surprising. Other demigods faced immense difficulty in their breakthroughs due to their lower mastery of the laws, while he possessed perfected laws, coupled with an exceedingly robust soul. Thus, his success was entirely reasonable. The journey from igniting the divine fire to transforming into divine consciousness required time. Furthermore, Tian aimed to ignite divine fire within his other souls, aspiring to elevate all 108 souls into divine consciousness. In doing so, he would possess 108 divine souls. With a mere thought, he compelled the remaining 107 souls to ignite their divine fires simultaneously. Soon, these souls too ignited their divine fires and began their transformation into divine consciousness. During this process, Tian consumed resources that aided in enhancing and restoring the soul, expediting and securing the metamorphosis period, facilitating the transformation of divine consciousness into true God. At this juncture, the heavenly Emperor Pearl of the underworld began to exert its influence. As time wore on, after what felt like an eternity, boom, one by one, Tian's souls transformed into divine consciousness. Subsequently, Tian's physical form began its metamorphosis, evolving from a demigod body into that of a true god, while his demigod power transitioned into genuine divine power. Waves of divine radiance erupted from him, enveloping him in a golden light that illuminated the void around him. The overwhelming aura of divine power surged forth, shrouding the realm surrounding Tian's palace. In the outside world, the Summer King had been on guard, having sensed the commencement of Tian's transformation into divine consciousness. However, he remained at a distance, unable to ascertain the details clearly. Yet at this moment, as Tian completed his ultimate transformation, the magnitude of the event was such that even he could not conceal it. Fortunately, Tian had already achieved his breakthrough. Even should there be disturbances now, they would pose no threat to Tian. Tian had ascended, but what level of strength had he attained? Was it the pinnacle of true god power? Or perhaps the invincible true god power? The Summer King pondered. As for the utmost true god power, that seemed unlikely unless Tian could comprehend a certain principle, which would grant him such prowess. Alternatively, if Tian's cultivation increased significantly, the upsurge in divine power might also enable him to achieve the utmost true god strength. Days slipped by. Tian's formidable foundation resulted in a protracted transformation period. It was not until half a month had passed that Tian finally emerged from his seclusion. Upon his exit, Tian's aura was still not fully contained. The faintest hint of his presence sent shivers down the Summer King's spine. He was overwhelmingly powerful. The Summer King felt as if a mere finger from Tian could easily crush him. This was no exaggeration, but a stark reality. No, Shun. Congratulations on your breakthrough. The Summer King hastily offered his felicitations. Summer King, please announce to the human race my ascension to true God. Tian commanded. Very well. The Summer King acquiesced. Given that the news could no longer be concealed, it was best to proclaim it outright. Chapter 320. Two Paths of True God. Soon, the human race declared Tian's ascension to true God, marking him as the second true god among their ranks. At this moment, the demigods of the human race were left utterly astonished. They all understood that Tian was extraordinarily gifted. His true combat prowess during his demigod phase rivaled that of true gods. However, even amidst such prodigious talent, his rapid ascendance to the realm of true gods within a short span of time left them utterly astounded. While they had languished for an extended period in the demigod realm, unable to glimpse even a sliver of hope for breaking through to true godhood, Tian had accomplished this feat in just a few years. In comparison to Tian, they felt profoundly disheartened. Nevertheless, the majority of the demigods remained exuberant. For the increasing number of true gods among the human race signified greater security for humanity. In the cavernous world, the survival space for weaker races was exceptionally precarious. Those alien races devoid of true gods were compelled to seek refuge with the top-tier alien factions. Otherwise, they risked extermination by rival races at any moment. Even aligning with the foremost alien factions offered no guarantees of safety, as these apex races themselves were not immune to peril. Take the evil race, for instance. Their current plight was dire. Should the human race decide to launch an assault on the evil race, they would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it and would face annihilation. Yet, the human race remained hesitant, wary of the evil god's ties to a true god organization and the dark celestial lord backing him. Even the King of Summer refrained from attacking the evil god. Furthermore, the evil god currently concealed himself within his true god realm, rendering his whereabouts a mystery. Even if the evil race were to be eradicated, the potential threat of the evil god covertly targeting humanity loomed large. As long as true gods persisted, no faction dared to obliterate a top-tier alien race, for the repercussions of a true god's vengeance were a fate no apex race wished to encounter. Soon, the news of Tian's breakthrough to true godhood began to circulate. However, in the vast expanse of the cavernous world, only a small fraction of true gods paid heed to Tian. Within the evil god's realm, he received the latest intelligence from the evil race. And upon learning of Tian's ascension, his pupils contracted. What? That fellow Tian has become a true god. He was acutely aware of Tian's monstrous capabilities. Having only recently ascended to demigod status, he was already able to withstand the evil god's assaults, his power comparable to that of a true god. Now that Tian had reached true godhood, how formidable must his strength be? A top true god? Or perhaps the most formidable of true gods? Even a supreme true god's might would far surpass his own, easily capable of obliterating him. I absolutely cannot venture out, the evil god mused. As long as he remained within his true god realm, neither Tian nor the King of Summer could locate him. By remaining hidden, the evil race would face crises. Yet the human race would be deterred from annihilating them, fearing the retribution of a true god, a burden they could scarcely bear. He understood that he could never kill the King of Summer or Tian. He could only hope that they might perish at the hands of other true gods. At which point he would dare to reveal himself. Initially, when he had attacked the King of Summer alongside other true gods, he had been frightened into hiding. After all, with only one true god in the human race, the King of Summer could not afford to leave humanity for extended periods in pursuit of them. However, now that the human race boasted two true gods, Tian could venture forth from humanity to hunt them down. If he did not remain concealed at this juncture, his fate would be sealed. After Tian's ascension to true godhood, he made several appearances before retreating once more to secluded cultivation. Having just broken through to the realm of true gods, it was imperative to solidify his newfound status, necessitating a period of rigorous training. This phase offered an accelerated path for enhancement, as his divine consciousness was particularly vibrant and the comprehension of the laws became markedly easier. Thus, he could not afford to squander this valuable time. With his newfound true god status, the next step was to elevate his power and endeavor to grasp the Dao. Comprehending a singular path holds immense significance for me. It will propel my strength to unprecedented heights, Tian contemplated. He also resolved to diligently cultivate the supreme Dao techniques, the chaotic scales and the dark Kunpeng technique, striving to reach even loftier realms of mastery. Following his breakthrough, the King of Summer imparted the knowledge of true god cultivation to him, which had been acquired through trade. Upon ascending from demigod to true god, one's divine power remained relatively feeble. At this juncture, true gods had two distinct paths to choose from. The first path was that of faith, which involved gathering belief and utilizing the power of faith to transform it into divine strength, thereby facilitating rapid cultivation. The Angel King, Bai Shi, had embarked on this path. Commencing his journey from the demigod realm, the advantage of the faith path lay in swift early advancement. However, progress in later stages became exceedingly arduous, even stagnating entirely. Bai Shi had easily ascended to true godhood through the faith of the angelic race, yet upon reaching that stage, the dwindling population of the angelic race hindered his ability to further enhance his cultivation. Unless the angelic race expanded continually, spreading their faith among various alien races, they would inevitably face opposition from numerous true gods. Thus, Bai Shi was reluctant to pursue such a course. Throughout the ages, true gods who achieved their status through faith exhibited limited potential, with only a scant few reaching the pinnacle of true godhood. Furthermore, there were significant drawbacks to attaining divinity through faith. If too many followers fell, it could lead to a decline in one's cultivation to the realm of true gods. An immediate demise was not out of the question. The most effective countermeasure against true gods who attained power through faith was the slaughter of their followers, a tactic that left them utterly powerless. Presently, very few true gods pursued this path, as it was primarily chosen by demigods with little hope of breaking through to higher realms. Additionally, the legacy of the faith path had nearly been severed, existing only among a handful of alien races. The second path was the orthodox route, relying on one's own cultivation to ascend to true godhood. Power derived from within was enduring and unassailable. Tian followed the second path, rendering the knowledge pertaining to the first path irrelevant for him. At this juncture, Tian needed to amplify his divine strength, temper his true god physique, and gradually enhance his cultivation. The realm of true gods lacked specific divisions, and terms such as early, middle, or late stages did not apply. However, the true god physique could be categorized into small success, great success, and perfection, with the state of the physique being somewhat correlated to the quantity of divine power. The more divine power one possessed, the quicker the tempering of the true god physique progressed. Consequently, true gods sought to gather various resources to bolster their divine power and refine their true god physiques. The heavenly demon flower, which Tian had acquired previously, was beneficial for enhancing divine power, particularly effective for demigods striving to elevate their physiques. In the chaotic heavens, Tian had obtained numerous heavenly demon flowers, which he could now utilize for refining and augmenting his divine power. Compared to other true gods, although Tian had just recently broken through, his foundation was extraordinarily robust, resulting in an abundance of divine power. Tian closed his eyes, attuning himself to the divine power coursing through his body. It flowed like a river, each thread of divine power radiating immense strength. The source of this divine power lay within his extraordinary abilities. Currently, these abilities resembled vast worlds, each one immense in scale, akin to voids capable of storing vast quantities of divine power. Chapter 321. The King of Summer plans to establish a true god realm. With such an abundance of divine power, coupled with resources like the heavenly demon flower, Tian was confident he could elevate his true god physique in a short time. Thus, in the ensuing days, Tian devoted himself to cultivation, refining the heavenly demon flower and other resources, continually augmenting his true god physique and strengthening his divine power. His cultivation progressed steadily, and his strength increased at a measured pace. Additionally, Tian was utilizing numerous divine souls to comprehend various laws, thereby enhancing his understanding of the laws. Half a year swiftly passed. On this day, Tian's mastery of the water law has finally reached its zenith. To his astonishment, this breakthrough into the complete realm of the water law was achieved without encountering any obstacles. Tian speculated that this success was attributed to the transformation of his soul into the divine realm, which has heightened his understanding and amplified his spiritual potential, enabling him to easily comprehend the water law to its fullest extent. Moreover, over the past 6 months, his cultivation has significantly advanced, his divine body has grown considerably stronger, and his overall power has been enhanced. Additionally, he has made breakthroughs in both of his supreme techniques. The chaotic scale has reached the 9th diagram, while the dark Kunpeng technique has also attained the 9th diagram. These advancements in his supreme techniques have further augmented Tian's strength. He estimates that his combat prowess is now strikingly close to that of a supreme, true god. However, he has yet to engage in combat with a supreme, true god. So all of this remains conjectural. If I can cultivate my 2 supreme techniques to the 10th diagram, I will undoubtedly rival a supreme, true god, Tian mused. In the Yellow Springs realm, Tian stepped forward and arrived here. This Yellow Springs realm was acquired during his earlier, weaker days, and he had also gained the divine position of the Lord of the Yellow Springs. Now, having inherited this exalted divine title, he finds that its enhancement to his power is rather minimal. At this moment, he is enveloped in the essence of the Yellow Springs realm, able to control everything within it with a mere thought. In the depths of his consciousness, he senses a dark, ominous gate, yet he realizes he cannot enter just yet. It seems that he must comprehend the law of death to its complete form before he can pass through that gate. Tian surmised. He resolved to make the law of death the next principle to contemplate. However, lacking the power of a supreme true god, he would not recklessly approach that gate, as any encounter with danger could prove perilous. Subsequently, he exited the Yellow Springs realm. Ye God, the flamed demon true god has emerged, announced the Summer King. The Summer King had been tirelessly tracking the whereabouts of the flamed demon true god, the 8th spider-bone god, the blood god, and the evil god. Their previous attack on the Summer King had naturally incited the ire of both the Summer King and the human race, compelling him to vow to find them. These true gods had long been hiding within their own realms, which are exceedingly concealed within the depths of the void. As long as they do not expose themselves, they remain difficult to locate. However, this time, the flame demon true god had ventured out from his realm for some purpose, and a spy dispatched by the Summer King inadvertently discovered his trail, leading to an immediate report. Where has the flame demon true god appeared? Tian inquired. In the Fire Prison Mountains, replied the Summer King. What business does the flame demon true god have there? Tian questioned, perplexed. The Summer King speculated. It is said that a hellfire lotus has emerged there, a divine herb that would greatly benefit the flame demon true god, aiding him in elevating one of his Dao bodies to perfection. I see. Tian comprehended. Ye God, the flame demon true god is not weak, and his Dao classics have yet to recover. Even with the assistance of the Summer King's divine position, it will take considerable effort to defeat the flame demon true god, and he could easily escape. I must ask for your assistance, the Summer King implored. Very well, I shall make a trip. Tian agreed. Fire Prison Mountains. Where's the Hellfire Lotus? The flame demon true god urgently searched for the Hellfire Lotus, his divine soul power meticulously scanning every inch of the land. Acquiring a single Hellfire Lotus would significantly bolster his strength. However, for other true gods, the allure of the Hellfire Lotus was not as compelling. Thus, the flame demon true god believed that no other true god would come to contest him for the Hellfire Lotus. Suddenly, he sensed a sea of lava, discovering several such seas, yet failing to locate the Hellfire Lotus. But this time he found it. Deep within one of these seas of lava, he spotted a Hellfire Lotus. Indeed, The emergence of a Hellfire Lotus in the fire prison indicates the potential existence of a second. Having located this one, it is now mine, he exclaimed with excitement. Soaring towards it, his hands sweeping aside the lava sea as he reached out for the Hellfire Lotus. Yet, in an instant, everything around him froze. Even his thoughts were affected. The laws of time, the laws of space. At that moment, the flame demon true god realized who had arrived. Few true gods possess the ability to simultaneously comprehend both the laws of time and space to such a high degree. And the only one he had a conflict with was none other than the newly ascended human true god, Tian. Tian, please spare my life. The flame demon true god pleaded. At that moment, he regretted his decision. He should never have come to the fire prison. He had remained safely hidden within his true god realm, yet out of greed for a single Hellfire Lotus. He thought it harmless to sneak into the fire prison for a brief search. Little did he expect Tian to arrive so swiftly. However, at this juncture, begging for mercy was futile. Boom! A beam of sword light pierced through the flame demon true god's corporeal form, instantly extinguishing his life force. Thus, the flame demon true god fell, transforming into a lifeless body that plummeted downwards. The Hellfire Lotus and all his worldly possessions fell into Tian's hands. Truly impoverished, such a meager bounty from a true god, he must have stored the majority of his treasures in his true god realm. Tian mused, unaware of the location of the flame demon true god's realm and thus unable to retrieve those treasures. Nevertheless, he held little interest in the flame demon true god's possessions, for the latter was far too weak and lacked anything of value. Certainly not comparable to the treasures of the Chaos Sky Killers and those from the outer celestial demons. Before long, Tian returned to the human territories. Upon his return, he informed the Summer King of the demise of the flame demon true god. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One day, the Summer King prepared to establish a true god realm and extended an invitation to Tian to observe. Under normal circumstances, no true god would invite others to witness the establishment of their true god realm. However, since both the Summer King and Tian belonged to the same lineage, and knowing that he would frequently enter and exit the true god realm, the Summer King graciously invited Tian to observe. Summer King, you are going to establish a true god realm? Tian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the Summer King nodded slightly. I have been a true god for some time now and have amassed sufficient materials to barely establish a true god realm. With a true god realm, I can draw upon external energies for cultivation, significantly accelerating my progress. Chapter 322. The Law of Death is perfected, crossing the threshold. For the true gods, a true god realm serves not only as a sanctuary for residence and concealment, but also as an aid in cultivation. Otherwise, why would true gods exert themselves to construct a true god realm? With a swift motion, Tian and the Summer King tore through the fabric of the cavernous world, entering the deepest recesses of its space. This space was chaotically turbulent and rife with aggression. Any ordinary demigod would be crushed and severely injured here. Yet, for true gods, such attacks felt merely like a tickle, having no effect whatsoever. Summer King, have you chosen the location for your true god realm? Tian inquired. Yes, I have chosen. It will be here. After all, the true god realm is meant to remain hidden and is difficult to locate. There is no need to search for a specific spot. This location is also relatively close to the human territories. The Summer King replied. The Summer King commenced the construction of the divine realm right here. He produced an abundance of materials specifically designated for this grand endeavor, each one potent enough to incite fierce competition among true saints and demigods in the outside world. Yet, in this context, they were merely commonplace. In times past, the expense of creating the divine realm would have caused even Tian to feel a pang of regret. However, he was now unfazed, for his wealth had amassed to staggering heights. With a resounding roar, the Summer King activated his divine power to meld these materials and lay the foundation of the divine realm. Opened divine realm. In an instant, the surrounding space rippled, revealing an ethereal world. As the materials were fused into this illusory realm, it began to solidify into reality. Countless landscapes, mountains, and rivers coalesced, breathing life into the divine realm. Days passed, 1, 2, 3, and after a full week, the divine realm was finally established. At this point, it possessed certain world rules, and celestial bodies such as the sun and moon, which were themselves manifestations of materials. The sun, for instance, was forged from the material known as solar divine metal, while the moon was crafted from lunar divine metal. Without these materials, the divine realm could not be created. Of course, one could employ alternative materials, but their absence would prove detrimental. Ye God, the divine realm is now operational. Shall we venture inside? The Summer King remarked, fatigue evident in his voice. The creation of the divine realm had expended some of his divine power, yet fortunately, he was not freshly ascended to the true god level, allowing him to retain a substantial reserve. Only 2/3 had been consumed. Had he attempted this feat immediately upon his ascension, he might have depleted his divine power without achieving success. With a flourish, Tian followed the Summer King into the divine realm. Presently, this realm was devoid of any life forms, but as the creator deity, the Summer King had the capacity to conjure new beings. However, most true gods refrained from creating life, as it could easily lead to complications. At that moment, the Summer King clasped his hands together, his right hand grasping the void. With a thunderous sound, countless soils and stones coalesced into a magnificent palace, suspended in the sky. This exemplified the power of a creator deity, effortlessly commanding every aspect of the divine realm. Within his divine realm, the power of a true god would experience a significant surge. Nevertheless, no matter how much his power increased, the Summer King would still be unable to defeat Tian. This shall be known as the Summer Palace, he declared, naming the majestic structure. Subsequently, Tian and the Summer King engaged in conversation within the palace. Ye god, you have ascended to the true god realm, your divine power now surpassing mine by several magnitudes. Have you contemplated the construction of your own divine realm? The Summer King inquired. Tian shook his head, revealing no immediate plans to establish a divine realm. My cultivation speed is exceedingly rapid. The minor enhancements afforded by a divine realm do not entice me. Moreover, I prefer to reside among the human settlements rather than in an empty divine realm. Very well. The Summer King conceded, refraining from pressuring Tian into constructing a divine realm. In the subterranean world, many true gods had yet to build their own divine realms. Some were too impoverished to incur the substantial costs, while others simply lacked the motivation. As their discussion continued, Tian and the Summer King deliberated the purpose of this divine realm, whether it would be solely for the Summer King's use or if it would be made available to humanity. Ultimately, the Summer King resolved to transform this divine realm into a nurturing ground for human prodigies. Given that the world rules of the divine realm could be crafted by a true god at will, he could create special environments conducive to the cultivation of talent, places that were nearly non-existent in the outside world but could be effortlessly conjured within the divine realm. Thus, it was perfectly suited for fostering prodigious talents. However, this approach would also expose the divine realm, undermining its hidden nature. Yet, the Summer King remained indifferent to such concerns. Fixated solely on nurturing more human powerhouses, Tian concurred with this sentiment. Thereafter, the Summer King began selecting promising individuals from humanity to enter the divine realm for training, treating them as seeds of future demigods. Meanwhile, Tian turned his attention to intensive cultivation. One day, he finally achieved perfection in the law of death. At the entrance to the Yellow Springs realm, Tian's gaze was fixed upon the grand door, now vividly clear, and he could cross the threshold with a single step. This was due to his mastery of the law of death, which met the criteria for entry. However, he had yet to decide to pass through. He intended to wait until both the Supreme Dao technique of chaotic scales and the Dark Kunpeng technique reached their 10th chart before proceeding. Unbeknownst to him, several months slipped by. One day, with a resounding boom, the Supreme Dao technique of chaotic scales broke through to the 10th chart, augmenting his defenses significantly. Shortly thereafter, the Dark Kunpeng technique also ascended to the 10th chart, greatly enhancing his power. My combat prowess undoubtedly ranks among the strongest of true gods, Tian declared with unwavering conviction. This assessment pertained solely to his offensive capabilities, in terms of defense. Even the mightiest true gods would find it challenging to inflict harm upon him. This bolstered his confidence to venture into the depths of the Yellow Springs realm beyond that mysterious door. Before the enigmatic door of the Yellow Springs realm, Tian arrived, enveloped by the law of death, and promptly stepped through. Swish! A dark, profound passage filled with the law of death emerged. Tian swiftly traversed this corridor and entered a mysterious, shadowy realm. Suddenly, he realized he could no longer sense any laws, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. At that moment, a phantom materialized in the darkness. Do not be alarmed. This is a mysterious place beyond the realm of the living, where all laws are rendered inert, and even divine power is suppressed to over 90% of its effectiveness. Here, all forms of deduction are obstructed. Even the celestial demons from beyond the realm cannot ascertain the circumstances of this place. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am the First Lord of the Yellow Springs Dao. Chapter 323, The Innate Spiritual Treasure. The First Lord of the Yellow Springs Dao. Tian was not particularly taken aback. After all, having entered here from the Yellow Springs realm, it was only natural that there would be a connection to the former Lord. The Lord of the Yellow Springs continued, "There is no need for you to respond. The essence of my consciousness remains here solely as a trace of my divine soul. The reason for leaving a passage deep within the Yellow Springs realm is to preserve a legacy, the true inheritance of the Yellow Springs Dao. True inheritance of the Yellow Springs Dao? While Tian pondered this revelation, a path materialized, ultimately transforming into a sword. The overwhelming pressure emanating from this sword left Tian in silent astonishment. The Lord of the Yellow Springs remarked, "This is the authentic Yellow Springs sword. An innate spiritual treasure originating from the realm of the living. Innate spiritual treasures transcend artifacts. Each one contains a complete path within it. My ability to establish the Yellow Springs Dao and earn lasting renown was entirely reliant upon this Yellow Springs sword. With it, you shall comprehend the path of the underworld." However, the innate spiritual treasures possess immense value, and the invading celestial demons from beyond the realm seek these very treasures, as well as a singular innate supreme treasure, which is the sole innate supreme treasure of this realm. As for whether that supreme treasure has been seized, I cannot ascertain, but this sword of the underworld remains here, accessible only to a true deity who has inherited the divine position of the path of the underworld and has perfected the laws of death. The celestial demons from beyond cannot penetrate this place, thus they are incapable of obtaining the sword of the underworld. Now, I cannot divulge much more. I have left behind a piece of information for you to peruse, and you shall understand everything. Upon finishing, the ethereal image of the path of the underworld's master shattered. At that moment, the innate spiritual treasure fully belonged to Tian. An innate spiritual treasure. Grasping the sword of the underworld, Tian felt its aura, rendering all other weapons utterly inferior. This was the true weapon. The scripture within the Dao only contained an incomplete fragment of the Taiji path, whereas the sword of the underworld held the entirety of the path of the underworld. In terms of value, the scripture paled in comparison to this sword. Tian mused with excitement. At that instant, he finally comprehended why those formidable true deities did not covet the scriptures of earth. It was simply beneath their notice. Only ordinary true deities yearned to seize the scriptures. Now that he had acquired the sword of the underworld, Tian no longer even coveted the scriptures. Subsequently, he discovered the information left behind and accessed it directly. Boom! Countless pieces of information surged into his soul, which he absorbed gradually. It was then that he learned what had transpired in the past. During the age of antiquity, the celestial demons invaded, and the first master of the path of the underworld, as an immortal true deity, confronted the celestial demons and some immortal true deities who had sided with them on the main battlefield. Ultimately, they suffered heavy losses and through a special method, feigned their demise to escape ascension. Seizing the opportunity, they fled beyond this realm into the dark forbidden zone, where the laws of power could not be applied. Even the forces of the Dao would be suppressed, and divine senses could not probe far. The first master of the path of the underworld left the sword of the underworld here and established means for the underworld realm to connect to this place for direct transmission. This transmission method, utilizing the innate spiritual treasure of the sword of the underworld, would be difficult for the celestial demons to detect. Furthermore, from this information, Tian gleaned an unsettling truth. Not all immortal true deities perished in the age of antiquity. Some managed to escape the earthly realm. However, their destination remains undisclosed. Additionally, the first master of the path of the underworld briefly described the power of the celestial demons. Once they attain true deity status, they are referred to as celestial demon gods. Those comparable to true deities are called lesser celestial demon gods, while those comparable to immortal true deities are termed greater celestial demon gods, and those surpassing immortal true deities are known as celestial demon ancestors. The strength of the celestial demons stems from their possession of a celestial demon ancestor. It was a celestial demon ancestor who acted, crushing any immortal true deity daring to leave the earthly realm with a mere finger. Nevertheless, immortal true deities of the age of antiquity were still able to escape from a celestial demon ancestor, indicating they possessed considerable means. True deities, immortal true deities, true ancestors. I have just broken through to the realm of true deities, and I am still a great distance from becoming an immortal true deity, let alone a true ancestor. According to the first master of the path of the underworld, one must reach the realm of immortal true deities before daring to leave the dark forbidden zone. Only upon attaining the status of an immortal true deity can I hope to traverse through the dark forbidden zone and escape the domain of the celestial demons. Otherwise, should the celestial demons discover me, they will undoubtedly attempt to slay me. Tian pondered. The celestial demons boast a celestial demon ancestor. He dared not engage them in battle beyond the realm of the caverns. That would be courting death. Regrettably, the first master of the path of the underworld left no resources or treasures behind. Such an immortal true deity surely possessed vast wealth. Even a small token would significantly accelerate my cultivation. Tian murmured. Of course. He could imagine that the first master of the path of the underworld must have been gravely wounded, perhaps on the brink of demise, and in such haste. It was unlikely they could consider much else. Perhaps the inheritance was left in another location. Thus, having the sword of the underworld here was already quite fortunate. One should not be overly greedy. Subsequently, Tian began to refine the innate spiritual treasure, the sword of the underworld, intending to return to the underworld realm only after completing the refinement. Otherwise, transporting the innate spiritual treasure directly would undoubtedly reveal its presence, thus exposing its location. Time passed gradually. Before long, a month had elapsed. Finally, he had initiated the refinement process sufficiently to store it within himself without revealing its existence. Tian sighed with relief. However, to completely refine the innate spiritual treasure would require a considerable amount of time. The treasure primarily contained Dao prohibitions, composed of strands of Dao power, with the sword of the underworld containing a total of 36 Dao prohibitions. He had only begun to refine the first Dao prohibition. To fully refine the sword of the underworld, he needed to refine all 36. Tian understood that, given his current cultivation, being able to refine even a few Dao prohibitions was already commendable. Achieving the complete refinement of all 36 was impossible at this stage. Seizing the moment, Tian swiftly stored the innate spiritual treasure within his inner world. He then leaped forth, departing the dark forbidden zone and returning to the underworld realm within the cavernous world. Just as Tian returned to the underworld realm, an immense and terrifying wolf swept across the surface of the cavernous world. Curious, it seemed that a mere ant had traversed the realm. Could it be that a true deity had returned from beyond? It matters not. It is merely an ant of the true deity realm. This great wolf retracted its attention, no longer focusing on the matter. At this moment, Tian remained unaware that his return with the innate spiritual treasure had caused a slight disturbance, drawing the attention of a formidable presence among the celestial demons. Chapter 324. Comprehending the Path of the Underworld. In the cavernous world, within the territory of humankind, Tian had returned. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming excitement. The acquisition of the innate spiritual treasure was a boon beyond compare, one that could not be exchanged for even the most numerous of divine artifacts. Upon his return, he promptly announced his seclusion, beginning to delve into the path of the underworld. He was acutely aware that only by grasping the true essence of the Dao could his power surge exponentially. In due course, even if he fell short of the combat prowess of the transcendent true deities, among the mightiest true deities, he would undoubtedly stand as one of the most formidable beings. To facilitate a quicker and deeper understanding of the path of the underworld, Tian's soul directly delved into the innate spiritual treasure, the sword of the underworld. Here, he activated a grand technique of enlightenment to comprehend the path of the underworld. He remained in a state of continuous epiphany, thereby significantly enhancing the efficiency of his understanding. Truly, the innate spiritual treasure is unmatched. The scriptures of the Dao cannot hold a candle to it. The path of the underworld unfolded before my eyes. And with the extraordinary assistance of the enlightenment technique, along with the support of over 100 souls, I would surely require but a short span of time to fully grasp the path of the underworld. Naturally, the path of the underworld is intertwined with the laws of death and darkness. Achieving perfection in these two laws would greatly increase my chances of comprehending the path of the underworld. Even so, mastering the laws of death to perfection would still allow me to understand the path of the underworld, albeit with a longer time commitment and greater difficulty. Thus, Tian, utilizing the Huangquan sword, simultaneously delved into the profound mysteries of the dark laws. Before long, he successfully transcended to the consummate realm of the dark laws, making the exploration of the Huangquan Dao considerably more accessible. A month passed, then two. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had slipped away. Due to his engagement with the Huangquan Dao, the laws of time proved ineffective, rendering him incapable of hastening time's flow, lest he risk shattering the temporal realm with the innate spiritual treasure, the Huangquan sword. Thus, he could only proceed with his cultivation methodically. Nonetheless, his comprehension efficiency far surpassed that of others. 2 years equated to the arduous cultivation efforts of several hundred, even thousands, of years for others. On a certain day, Tian finally experienced a breakthrough. A resonant hum echoed as he emanated the essence of the Huangquan Dao, as if the very fabric of the universe lay within his grasp. In that moment, he perceived the primordial source of the Huangquan Dao, which, intriguingly, was not located within the cavernous world, but rather in a realm far more distant. With a mere gesture, the Huangquan surged forth, as if he could effortlessly subdue the entire Huangquan River. With his comprehension of the Huangquan Dao, he could manipulate its forces to overwhelm adversaries, seamlessly integrating it into various forms of attack. Should it be infused into the Sword Realm, it would manifest as the Huangquan Sword Realm. Ultimately, having grasped the Huangquan Dao, his power had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The once formidable strength of the Dark Celestial Monarch, which had left him in awe, now seemed trivial in comparison. He had attained a level of prowess that could scoff at the Dark Celestial Monarch. No matter how powerful the Dark Celestial Monarch might be, he would undoubtedly falter against Tian. After all, since grasping the Huangquan Dao, his combat strength ranked among the most elite of true gods. And with the innate spiritual treasure, the Huangquan sword in hand, he could potentially slay true gods of the caliber of the Dark Celestial Monarch. Yet, he knew not to succumb to arrogance. Such accomplishments were but trivial in the grand scheme, especially when compared to the Outer Realm Demon Clan. Tian composed himself, reflecting inwardly. Moreover, he had merely begun to comprehend the Huangquan Dao, still at the threshold of understanding. The Dao is categorized into stages: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Entry is merely the inception of the Dao. However, to progress to the minor accomplishment stage within the Huangquan Dao proved exceedingly challenging, particularly within the true God realm, where hope was nearly non-existent. Typically, only an immortal true God could aspire to achieve minor accomplishment in a Dao. Shortly thereafter, Tian discovered that his understanding of the Huangquan Dao had inadvertently enhanced his cultivation of the dark Kunpeng technique, expediting his progress. Thus, he devoted himself to mastering the dark Kunpeng technique and soon achieved the 11th Dao diagram of this formidable skill. With the breakthrough of the dark Kunpeng technique, his strength surged once more. Tian exclaimed with exhilaration. Among the human race, within the True God Council, Tian and the Summer King engaged in conversation, their true forms present in their cultivation, while only their divine avatars occupied the physical space. At this juncture, the Summer King remarked, "Ye God, I have received an invitation from a True God organization." A True God organization? Tian inquired with curiosity. "Which one?" "The Radiant Council," replied the Summer King. "In fact, it was by she who extended the invitation to me. She has joined this Radiant Council and hopes I will do the same." Tian was not particularly well acquainted with these True God organizations, having recently ascended to True God status and devotedly focused on his cultivation, thus lacking significant interaction with them. The Summer King elaborated. The Radiant Council is considered a second-tier True God force within the cavernous world, previously comprising 36 True Gods, representing the righteous faction. Conversely, the Dark Celestial Monarch and the Evil Gods are affiliated with the Dark Temple, which embodies the wicked faction. Of course, the terms righteous and wicked serve merely as clandestine designations. They cannot be openly declared. The Radiant Council possesses commendable strength, and joining it would afford one a solid backing and access to intelligence. "Do you intend to join?" Tian inquired. "I wish to join," the Summer King replied candidly. "For me, the Radiant Council is quite suitable, and as for the first-tier True God forces, they would not likely accept me. Furthermore, joining the Radiant Council would provide me with a pathway to ascend to higher realms." "Has the Radiant Council not extended an invitation to me?" Tian expressed surprise. As a fellow human True God, he pondered why he had not received an invitation as well. The Summer King, understanding the rationale, chuckled. "Tian, you are simply too powerful. Should you join the Radiant Council, the leadership would likely need to be transferred to you. Moreover, you would undoubtedly regard the Radiant Council as beneath your notice. Thus, why she naturally refrains from extending an invitation to you, as it would be somewhat inappropriate." Summer King, "I am inclined to first join a first-tier True God force to gain insights and gather intelligence," Tian stated. After all, first-tier True God forces should possess greater knowledge regarding the Outer Realm demons. The intelligence he had acquired from the first Huangquan Dao master was likely outdated. Therefore, to fully comprehend the circumstances within the cavernous world and the status of the Outer Realm demons, aligning with a first-tier True God force seemed the most prudent course of action. In total, there are 23 first-tier True God forces within the cavernous world. Besides the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Qilin Clan, which are considered first-tier races, only 17 of these first-tier True God forces actively recruit foreign True Gods. "I believe only 3 first-tier True God forces would suit you," the Summer King remarked. "Oh, which 3? Tian inquired. "The Earth Alliance," the Summer King introduced. "This is one of the most ancient True God forces within the cavernous world, having gathered numerous True Gods, with the minimum entry requirement being a peak True God. The second first-tier True God force is the Underworld Palace, rumored to have its origins in the ancient era of the Underworld. It was established by several True Gods of the Underworld after its fragmentation, persisting to this day. The third force is the Celestial Hall. which has its roots in the ancient heavenly court. Once the mightiest, the heavenly court has since declined, rendering the celestial hall the weakest among the three forces. However, it remains formidable among first-tier true god factions. The Summer King further elaborated on the details of these three true god forces. After listening, Tian fell into a contemplative silence, gradually reaching a decision. Chapter 325. A visit to the Celestial Hall's Kunpeng, True God. The Celestial Hall. Tian ultimately resolved to join the Celestial Hall. His choice of the somewhat weaker Celestial Hall stemmed from its inheritance of a portion of the Heavenly Court's legacy. Despite its current lack of prowess, its rich heritage might contain numerous exceptional legacies. Conversely, although the Earth Alliance is ancient, it was merely an ordinary faction during the ancient era, originally a loose assembly of cultivators without substantial backgrounds, which coalesced to form the Earth Alliance. Additionally, following the cataclysmic battles of antiquity, where the Heavenly Court and Underworld were shattered, many remnants flocked to the Earth Alliance, allowing it to flourish and surpass the Celestial Hall. Even now, the Earth Alliance's strength primarily arises from its numerous true gods, but when it comes to elite capabilities, it may not necessarily surpass the Celestial Hall. Tian was not seeking a first-tier true god force merely for support. Rather, he aimed to utilize such a force to gain insights into the Outer Realm demons and his current circumstances. Thus, the Celestial Hall emerged as the most fitting first-tier true god faction. Of course, aspiring to join a first-tier force like the Celestial Hall was not merely a matter of desire. Entry was highly selective. Every true god organization maintains strict criteria for membership invitations. Otherwise, the indiscriminate recruitment of a true god could jeopardize the entire faction. For instance, one true god organization had once admitted a traitor aligned with the Outer Realm demons, ultimately leading to its destruction. Therefore, all major true god organizations diligently regulate the quality and quantity of their members, eschewing haphazard recruitment, especially for Tian, who has just ascended to the realm of true gods. Despite his extraordinary talents, gaining entry is no simple task. If he had a sponsor, the process would have been somewhat easier. However, Tian is not acquainted with many true gods. The Dragon Kings of the Heavenly River, a member of the Dragon Clan, is one, but his influence does not extend to the Heavenly Palace. Thus, the Dragon King is unable to assist him. He must seek out a certain true god within the Heavenly Palace. Tian mused. Kunpeng Mountain. This is the sacred ground of the Kunpeng true god, who has not constructed a domain of true gods. He resides here long-term, nurturing a number of disciples, all of whom are avian beings imbued with the bloodline of the Tianpeng clan, several of whom have already attained the rank of true god. The Kunpeng true god is also a member of the Heavenly Palace, possessing unparalleled strength and holding a significant position within. On this particular day, Tian visited the Kunpeng true god alone, with a servant relaying his presence. Human race, Tian. Upon hearing this, the Kunpeng true god pondered for a moment. He had heard of Tian, as he was one of the few extraordinary demigods in the underworld, his reputation resonating throughout. Thus, he was somewhat aware of him. Now that Tian had become a true god, his strength must surely be formidable. However, they had no prior connection, and Tian's visit left him quite perplexed. Nevertheless, such a prodigy, destined for great achievements, likely capable of reaching the pinnacle of true godly power, warranted a meeting. Thus, the Kunpeng true god welcomed Tian into Kunpeng Mountain and treated him to a fine tea of divine herbal quality. Esteemed true god Tian, this is our golden blood tea, matured only once every 1,000 years, the Kunpeng true god introduced. Tian took a sip and savored it thoroughly. This tea surpasses any I have ever tasted, Tian remarked. They soon turned to the matter at hand. Tian spoke. Kunpeng true god, I have come to seek your assistance with a particular matter. What is it? The Kunpeng true god did not immediately acquiesce. Their lack of prior relationship meant there was no inherent obligation to assist Tian. If the matter proved troublesome, he would certainly decline outright. Tian smiled. I wish to join the Heavenly Palace and hope you might recommend me. Join the Heavenly Palace. The Kunpeng true god was taken aback, not expecting Tian's request to pertain to this. He responded immediately. Tian, if it were in the past, you would not need to ask. The Heavenly Palace would have sought you out. However, the timing is not right. Recently, top-tier factions have ceased their invitations to true gods. As a former extraordinary demigod, upon your ascension to true godhood, a multitude of elite true gods would have vied for your inclusion. Yet, there has been no movement, which you must have noticed. Tian furrowed his brow. Indeed, he harbored such doubts. After all, even the Summer King had received invitations from various factions, and as an extraordinary demigod who had ascended to true godhood, his potential was evident. Yet, No factions had extended invitations. While it was plausible that second-tier factions lacked the authority to invite him, the absence of invitations from first-tier factions was perplexing. With the Jinpeng True God raising the issue, curiosity sparked within him. Jinpeng True God, why is this? Tian inquired. The Jinpeng True God shook his head slightly. I cannot divulge this matter at present. I can only say that the underworld is currently in a critical period. Second-tier factions remain unaware, but first-tier factions are quite anxious, not wishing to encounter any complications due to a new member at this pivotal moment. If you were to wait several decades, or even a century, you would not need to request it. The Heavenly Palace would come to invite you to join. If I wish to join the Heavenly Palace now, what can be done? Tian asked. There is a way, the Jinpeng True God affirmed. Unless you can provide the Heavenly Palace with a benefit that makes your request irresistible. A force of unparalleled True God strength, Tian declared. Unparalleled True God strength. The Jinpeng True God was astounded. He understood the implications. The Heavenly Palace possessed very few beings of such caliber. With 2 extraordinary True Gods, 13 unparalleled True Gods, and over 100 invincible True Gods, many of whom were nearing the end of their lifespans and unable to fight, the true fighting force was diminished to about 2/3. Thus, a being of unparalleled True God strength would be invaluable, significantly enhancing the might of the Heavenly Palace. True God Tian. What do you mean by unparalleled True God strength? The Jinpeng True God inquired. I possess unparalleled True God strength. Surely this qualifies me for entry into the Heavenly Palace. Tian boldly proclaimed, revealing his strength. How can this be? The Jinpeng True God struggled to believe it. Tian had only recently broken through to true godhood. How could he possess such formidable strength? He suspected Tian had never encountered an unparalleled True God and had misjudged his own capabilities. Jinpeng True God. It is said that you are of invincible True God strength, not far from unparalleled True God strength. We could spar to verify the truth of my claims. Tian said with a smile. Very well. The Jinpeng True God agreed, eager to ascertain whether Tian truly possessed unparalleled True God strength. Even if Tian's strength was on par with his own, he would recommend him to the higher echelons of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 326. Successfully joining the Heavenly Palace. Above Jinpeng Mountain, Tian and the Jinpeng True God stood ready to engage in combat. The Jinpeng True God transformed into a colossal golden rock stretching several thousand meters, while Tian appeared as merely a speck in his eyes. With one claw, the Jinpeng True God struck, his talon imbued with immense divine power, executing a formidable technique. Yet, rather than evading, Tian activated his chaotic scales, extending a single finger to collide with the gigantic claw. Boom! The surrounding space shattered, a myriad of fissures sprawling outwards for hundreds of meters. Remarkably, Tian remained unscathed, with calmness enveloping the space behind him. He effortlessly absorbed the strike, showing no sign of movement. Witnessing this, the Jinpeng True God's expression shifted dramatically. His full-force attack, without the slightest restraint, had failed to affect Tian. Just then, Tian made his move. God-slaying sword light. He wielded his finger as a sword, its luminescence tearing through the void. Multiple laws intertwined within the sword realm, most notably the Huangquan path, manifesting as the Huangquan sword realm. The power of the Huangquan sword realm, combined with the God-slaying sword light, was unimaginable. In that moment, the Jinpeng True God felt the chilling approach of death. For the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, he experienced the looming specter of mortality so closely. Should Tian strike land, he felt certain of his demise. This was no ordinary unparalleled True God strength. Even among the ranks of unparalleled True Gods, it was formidable. Boom! The void behind the Jinpeng True God disintegrated under the weight of the strike, leaving him standing amidst an abyss of nothingness. However, Tian expertly controlled his power, ensuring no harm befell the Jinpeng True God. After all, he needed the Jinpeng True God's recommendation, and there was no need to deliberately injure him. After unsheathing his sword, Tian stood in place and smiled, saying, Golden Peng True God, do you think my strength is commendable? Golden Peng True God promptly replied, Tian True God, your prowess has undoubtedly reached the level of a supreme True God, and the Celestial Palace will certainly seek to recruit you. I shall contact several responsible parties at the Celestial Palace right away. He was acutely aware that a True God of Tian's caliber switching allegiances to another faction would be a significant loss for the Celestial Palace. Subsequently, Golden Peng True God immediately reached out to the Celestial Palace's officials to inform them of Tian's situation and to mention his combat capabilities. After a series of discussions, Golden Peng True God conveyed, Tian True God, The Moonlight Star Master from the Celestial Palace will be arriving shortly. Upon hearing this, Tian recognized the Moonlight Star Master as a supreme true god within the Celestial Palace, an entity renowned for having slain other supreme true gods and holding a rank just below the few palace masters. Not long after, a figure clad in white approached, Moonlight, true god. She appeared ethereal, as if untouched by the mortal realm, her physique and beauty unparalleled, exuding an aura that words could scarcely encapsulate. She walked barefoot through the void, gracefully approaching Tian. "Greetings, Moonlight, true god," Tian said politely. Moonlight, true god regarded him for a moment before sending a mental inquiry to Kunpeng, true god. Kunpeng, true god. Does this Tian true god truly possess the combat strength of a supreme true god? Kunpeng, true god responded affirmatively. "Indeed. I trust you, Kunpeng," she said. Turning back to Tian. "Tian, true god, I formally extend an invitation on behalf of the Celestial Palace for you to join us." "Thank you, Moonlight, true god," Tian replied hastily. However, Moonlight, true god added, "While you may join the Celestial Palace, you must understand that attaining the rank of Star Master is beyond your immediate reach. The hierarchy within the Celestial Palace is clearly defined. Palace Masters, Star Envoys, and ordinary members. I can grant you the position of Star Envoy, but you must earn contribution points and elevate your strength to that of a supreme true god to ascend to the rank of Star Master." "I understand," Tian nodded. Soon after, Moonlight, true god escorted Tian to the headquarters of the Celestial Palace to complete the necessary formalities for his admission, while Kunpeng, true god remained behind. Before long, they arrived at the headquarters, situated within an ancient relic, an artifact from the primordial era, now transformed into the Celestial Palace's stronghold. This site was imbued with numerous ancient battle formations and a rudimentary version of the Celestial Star Array, making it one of the safest locales in the abyssal world, even capable of withstanding assaults from immortal true gods. Upon entering the headquarters, Tian was struck by the immense power and profound heritage of the Celestial Palace. Shortly thereafter, Moonlight, true god facilitated the completion of his admission procedures, which essentially involved pledging an oath. Provided he did not betray the Celestial Palace, other issues would be of little consequence. Once successfully admitted, Moonlight, true god began discussing substantive matters with Tian. "Tian, true god, your desire to join the Celestial Palace is likely motivated by a wish to harness its legacy and resources for your advancement. However, the Celestial Palace does not cultivate any true god without expectation. Even I cannot reap benefits from the Celestial Palace without making contributions," she stated gravely. Tian understood this point clearly. Moonlight, true god continued, "Of course, as a new member, you will have access to some cultivation knowledge and experiences free of charge. There is a library within the headquarters where you can browse freely, although the materials there are not particularly precious. You are permitted to study them, but disseminating the knowledge is forbidden." Tian nodded slightly, indicating his comprehension, and continued to listen intently to Moonlight, true god's words. She elaborated. "The Celestial Palace operates similarly to other true god organizations, offering a degree of freedom. Yet it will not tolerate members who exploit the palace for purposes detrimental to its development. Attempting to use the Celestial Palace as a shield to achieve certain goals will not be permitted." Moonlight, true god spoke extensively, and Tian engaged with her for quite some time, gaining a general understanding of the Celestial Palace's workings. Currently, he had no contribution points, but he could engage in transactions with other true gods within the organization. The Celestial Palace served as a vast platform, providing opportunities unattainable for true gods outside its ranks. "Moonlight, true god, does the Celestial Palace possess supreme Dao techniques?" Tian inquired. "Indeed," Moonlight, true god affirmed. "However, there are only 6 supreme Dao techniques, and you are currently unable to exchange for them, as they require a substantial number of contribution points. Naturally, if you can find a true god willing to trade a supreme Dao technique for something they desire, a transaction can be arranged. However, I do not possess any supreme Dao technique legacies myself." Afterward, Moonlight, true god took her leave, and Tian was granted a key to access the Celestial Palace headquarters, allowing him the freedom to remain or depart as he pleased. Chapter 327. The Innate Supreme Treasure, Kunlun Heaven Pillar. At the Celestial Palace, Tian entered the library and began to peruse its vast collection of tomes. The Celestial Palace's texts encompassed a multitude of subjects. Although these works might hold little value in the eyes of the palace's true gods, for Tian, who hailed from the human race, every single tome possessed intrinsic worth. Through these texts, Tian deepened his understanding of the abyssal world and gained further insights into the primordial era. Moreover, many of the volumes recorded accounts of the extraterrestrial celestial demons. One such text, titled Extraterrestrial, captivated Yi Tian's attention. It detailed numerous aspects of the extraterrestrial realm, and he read with great enthusiasm. According to its accounts, the extraterrestrial realm was vast beyond comprehension, rendering the abyssal world merely a speck in comparison. The extraterrestrial domain teemed with endless possibilities. However, the extraterrestrial celestial demons had sealed off the abyssal world. While this blockade was not entirely impenetrable, entering the extraterrestrial realm would likely trigger a response from a multitude of celestial demons. Nevertheless, Yi Tian could still utilize the methods left behind by the Lord of the Yellow Springs to make his escape. It merely required the cultivation of an immortal true god to genuinely depart, an endeavor not yet feasible for him. Before long, Yi Tian completed his reading of the extraterrestrial volume and gained a foundational understanding of the extraterrestrial realm, though currently, this knowledge held little practical value for him. He then turned to another tome, Discourse on Dao Techniques. This volume chronicled the origins of Dao techniques. In truth, the legacy of Dao techniques did not originate from the abyssal world, which primarily focused on divine abilities. The most powerful Dao techniques and supreme Dao techniques were ultimately derived from the extraterrestrial realm. The abyssal world did not possess a single supreme Dao technique. All had been brought from the outside. For instance, the chaotic scale Dao technique from the innate sloth beast or the dark Kunpeng technique acquired from that true god were both sourced from the extraterrestrial domain. Similarly, the supreme Dao techniques obtained by the Celestial Palace were also from the extraterrestrial realm. It was precisely because the abyssal world lacked supreme Dao techniques that they were exceedingly rare. Acquiring even a single supreme Dao technique proved to be an arduous task. As time passed, Yi Tian continued to peruse one tome after another. Suddenly, one particular volume caught his attention, The Realm of Dao. This text detailed various paths, including the Yellow Springs Dao that he had comprehended. In the past, Yi Tian possessed only a rudimentary understanding of the names of the Dao. In truth, other true gods were likewise aware of these names, yet they lacked a comprehensive grasp of the specific classifications of the Dao. Now, through this ancient tome, he has finally discerned that the Dao is divided into the Great Thousand Dao and the Small Thousand Dao. For instance, the Yellow Spring Dao, which he has comprehended, is merely a facet of the Small Thousand Dao. The disparity between the Small Thousand Dao and the Great Thousand Dao is immense. Should one grasp the Great Thousand Dao, the augmentation of one's power would be extraordinarily formidable. The means to comprehend the Great Thousand Dao, as mentioned, entails acquiring an innate supreme treasure. Within the innate spiritual treasures, one typically finds elements of the Small Thousand Dao, while the innate supreme treasures encompass the essence of the Great Thousand Dao. It is no wonder that the extraterrestrial demons covet such treasures, as obtaining an innate supreme treasure would provide the hope of grasping the Great Thousand Dao. Yi Tian mused. This clearly illustrates that the value of an innate supreme treasure far surpasses that of an innate spiritual treasure. He now dreams of acquiring an innate supreme treasure, as it would afford him the prospect of comprehending the Great Thousand Dao. Beyond leveraging the innate supreme treasure to fathom the Great Thousand Dao, one must rely solely on personal insight, which significantly escalates the difficulty. Although Yi Tian possesses the Dao comprehension technique, which can exponentially amplify his comprehension, even with unprecedented insight, he remains utterly uninformed about the Great Thousand Dao, rendering him incapable of grasping its principles. The pressing matter remains to cultivate those laws to their perfected state. Days later, Yi Tian emerged from the library. Subsequently, he engaged in conversation with several true gods from the Celestial Palace, establishing their acquaintance. It must be noted that these true gods of the Celestial Palace are immensely affluent, each possessing nearly immortal-grade materials. Yi Tian traded various resources, such as materials from the time system, with them, acquiring a considerable amount of immortal-grade materials. With these immortal-grade materials, Yi Tian elevated all his talents and abilities, save for the time system talent, to the immortal grade level, including his spatial system talent. However, materials of the immortal grade pertaining to the time system are exceedingly rare, and none of these true gods possess them, hence the inability to trade. Following the enhancement of his talents and abilities, Yi Tian found it considerably easier to comprehend the laws. Months passed. The Celestial Palace convened a meeting, to which Yi Tian was invited. Having recently joined the Celestial Palace as a star envoy, he was permitted to attend such gatherings. Soon, he encountered the true god Kunpeng, who had also arrived. Among the attendees was the Mingyu Star Lord, one of the Star Lords. Only a few true gods were unable to attend due to various matters, while others remained sealed and could not participate. This meeting afforded Yi Tian the opportunity to see nearly all of the active true gods within the Celestial Palace, as well as the three palace masters, the Master of the Burning Sun, the Master of the Wild Elephant, and the Master of the Heavenly Hand. Among these three, the Master of the Burning Sun and the Master of the Wild Elephant are formidable true gods, while the Master of the Heavenly Hand, though not a formidable true god, possesses secret weapons enabling him to escape from the hands of such beings and even threaten them. It is precisely for this reason that the Master of the Heavenly Hand was exceptionally promoted to the position of Palace Master. The presence of all three Palace Masters underscored the significance of this meeting. Before long, the Master of the Burning Sun addressed the assembly, esteemed true gods. It appears we are nearly all gathered. Let us commence the meeting. This gathering will once again focus on the innate supreme treasure, the Kunlun celestial pillar. Innate supreme treasure. Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this meeting would pertain to such a momentous item. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier words of the true god Jinping, who had mentioned that this was a special period during which the Celestial Palace and other top-tier forces would refrain from recruiting true gods. Could this be related to the innate supreme treasure? If indeed it involved the innate supreme treasure, caution was paramount. The Master of the Burning Sun continued. In the ancient era, numerous true gods from the underworld world utilized the innate supreme treasure, the Kunlun celestial pillar, to breach the blockade imposed by the extraterrestrial demons, transporting themselves to a vast Great Thousand realm and shattering the demons' confinement. However, this led to the Kunlun celestial pillar exhausting an immense amount of power, resulting in its prolonged slumber within the Kunlun celestial ruins. The Kunlun celestial ruins were established by many immortal true gods of the ancient era to seal the innate supreme treasure, the Kunlun celestial pillar. Yet now, as the Kunlun pillar is set to awaken, the seal will inevitably be broken, allowing anyone to enter. Not only will we venture in, but true gods from other top-tier forces and even extraterrestrial demons may also descend. At the mention of the extraterrestrial demons, the true gods present exchanged concerned glances. The extraterrestrial demons had once compelled numerous immortal true gods of the ancient era to flee for their lives. They were a force that could not be resisted. Were it not for the world rules of the underworld world, the extraterrestrial demons could easily annihilate them. The Kunlun celestial pillar is an innate supreme treasure. It represents hope for our realm. Regardless of which faction it ultimately falls into, it must not be allowed to rest in the hands of the extraterrestrial demons. The Master of the Burning Sun stated gravely. Chapter 328, 3 years. Numerous true gods nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of the Kunlun celestial pillar. Regardless of their rivalries or conflicts with other true god factions, in this matter, they must unite with other true god factions to confront the extraterrestrial demons. As for second-tier true god factions, they need not concern themselves. Such factions lack formidable warriors and would merely serve as cannon fodder in such matters, thus requiring no communication with those second-tier true god factions. Subsequently, the Master of the Burning Sun announced that the time to enter the Kunlun celestial ruins would be 3 years hence. Though 3 years may seem substantial, to the true gods, it is but a fleeting moment. After all, many of these true gods have lived for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. A mere few years is akin to a brief nap. However, upon hearing this, Tian felt a surge of ambition. His current strength is still far inferior to that of the formidable true gods. Should he enter the Kunlun celestial ruins now, he would be of little consequence. Yet in 3 years, if he exerts himself, he may very well elevate his combat power to that of a formidable true god, thus qualifying to stake his claim. The Master of the Burning Sun instructed the true gods to prepare, as they would collectively enter the Kunlun celestial ruins in 3 years. During this period, they should avoid dangerous locales to prevent unforeseen incidents that could jeopardize the Celestial Palace's strength. Naturally, should any true god choose not to enter the Kunlun celestial ruins, the Celestial Palace would not compel them, but they would have to voluntarily withdraw from the palace. Given the protection of the Celestial Palace, life for these true gods is rather comfortable, and they are unlikely to desire to leave. Thus, they will all be compelled to enter. After the conclusion of this meeting, Tian devoted himself to intensive cultivation. Shortly thereafter, he brought all his laws to a perfected state, save for the time law, which remains incomplete. With the perfection of numerous laws, Tian's strength experienced another enhancement, bringing him closer to the realm of formidable true gods. Subsequently, he comprehended and perfected the 11th Dao map of the chaos scale, significantly bolstering his defensive capabilities and further augmenting his strength. Concurrently, his divine power and true god physique were rapidly advancing. He pushed the time acceleration ability to its limits, expending vast quantities of divine stones to sustain the time acceleration, all to prolong the duration of his training and gain more time for cultivation. In this swift ascent, the resources at his disposal dwindled at a visible rate. However, he deemed the conversion of resources into strength entirely worthwhile. Before long, 2 years had elapsed. On this day, A thunderous boom resounded as Yi Tian's true god physique broke through, ascending from the entry level to the minor achievement stage. His true divine body has always surpassed that of other true gods, and this time it has ascended to the minor achievement realm, resulting in an extraordinarily exaggerated enhancement of his physical form. It is fair to say that his true divine body at the minor achievement level is far more formidable than the perfected true divine bodies of others. After all, no one else has elevated a multitude of supreme Dao bodies to perfection while still in the demigod stage as he has. What other true god could possibly possess such a profound foundation? Over the course of these 2 years, his unparalleled Dao techniques have naturally experienced further breakthroughs. His supreme Dao technique, the Chaos Scales, has successfully formed the 12th Dao diagram, while his supreme Dao technique, the Dark Kunpeng technique, has also reached the 12th Dao diagram. The Huangquan Dao has seen slight improvements, and other aspects have been elevated to their respective limits. Yi Tian is uncertain whether his strength can rival that of the rebellious true god, as he has yet to witness the combat prowess of the rebellious true god. However, he is exceedingly close to comprehending the second Dao. The second Dao he has chosen is none other than the Dao of Taiji, which is also the minor Qian Dao. Unfortunately, he is still unable to utilize the Dao canon, so he relies on the influences of the past and his own rebellious enlightenment, constantly invoking the Dao comprehension techniques in an attempt to grasp the Dao of Taiji. Fortunately, he has already perfected the principles pertaining to the Dao of Taiji, granting him the qualification to master it. Whether he can truly comprehend it will depend on luck, as well as his own foundation and enlightenment. He hopes to successfully master the Dao of Taiji before entering the Kunlun celestial ruins. Should he achieve this, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Yi Tian is filled with confidence. During this period, the entire subterranean world is in tumult, with ancient true gods awakening from their slumber. Even a true god like King Xia senses that something monumental is about to transpire. Thus, one day, King Xia seeks out Yi Tian. Although Yi Tian's main body remains in the heavenly palace, a divine spirit avatar has been left behind in the realm of humanity. Ye God, what momentous events have been unfolding in the subterranean world recently? Many ancient true gods have awakened, and numerous true gods have become more discreet. It seems that some unseen force is influencing all of this. You have joined the heavenly palace. Surely you possess some intelligence? King Xia inquires with curiosity. He has also consulted the true gods of the Radiant Church, but unfortunately, those true gods, like him, are equally unaware of the happenings. Yi Tian replies, King Xia, I am indeed aware of what has transpired, but this matter is known only to first-tier true god factions. Informing the true gods of the second-tier factions would be of no consequence, as you cannot participate in this affair. Ye God, do enlighten me. I am quite curious, and I assure you I will not divulge it, King Xia promises. Yi Tian understands that King Xia is unlikely to carelessly leak the information, and even if he did, it would have minimal repercussions, as even the heavenly palace has not mandated confidentiality from these true gods. Moreover, many true gods from non-first-tier factions have also learned of this matter through other channels. Thus, Yi Tian divulges, this matter concerns the innate supreme treasure, the Kunlun celestial pillar. Innate supreme treasure? What on earth is that? King Xia questions, puzzled. Following this, Yi Tian explains the concept of innate supreme treasures, innate spiritual treasures, the Great Dao, and the minor Dao. After listening, King Xia finally comprehends the situation. So, these fragments of the Dao canon, representing the minor Dao, are not even on the radar of those first-tier true god factions. King Xia muses. Indeed, Yi Tian nods slightly. The Dao canon is likely a fragment of some innate spiritual treasure, which is why it contains the incomplete Dao of Taiji. To the most powerful true gods, the rebellious true gods, the value of the Dao canon is merely average, compared to the innate spiritual treasures, which are already vastly more precious. The innate supreme treasures are worth countless times more. No wonder so many ancient true gods have awakened from their slumber. The competition this time is likely to be extraordinarily fierce, King Xia reflects. Yes, it's probable that extraterrestrial demons will also descend. While it is difficult for extraterrestrial demons to invade the subterranean world, they have been disinclined to do so due to the disproportionate costs and benefits. However, the innate supreme treasures are sufficient to compel them to pay a substantial price to force their way in. When the battle erupts, who knows how many true gods will fall? Yi Tian warns, King Xia, I advise you not to venture into this matter, or you may not even know how you perished. King Xia hurriedly assures, rest assured, I shall not go. He is acutely aware of his own strength, feeling like an ant in the eyes of those supreme true gods, and understands he has no qualifications to intervene. He could not withstand even a fraction of their residual power. Chapter 329, Celestial Star Demon. After learning the reasons, King Xia refrains from further involvement. He silently immerses himself in cultivation, striving to enhance his strength. Naturally, he does not disclose this information. Meanwhile, Tian continues his training, diligently working to improve his abilities and striving to master the Dao of Taiji as soon as possible. Under the frenzied insights of the Dao comprehension techniques, Tian's understanding of the Dao of Taiji deepens, and he is not far from a breakthrough. Before long, another 10 months have passed. Now, there are less than 2 months remaining. In the Heavenly Palace, a resounding boom erupts as the aura of the Dao of Taiji emanates from Tian, transforming into a Taiji diagram that envelopes the surrounding area. At this moment, he has successfully comprehended the Dao of Taiji. The Dao of Taiji, the Huangquan Dao. I have now mastered 2 forms of the minor Qian Dao. Tian exclaims with immense excitement. With mastery over 2 forms of the minor Qian Dao, his strength has surged exponentially. He believes that with his current power, he can certainly rival the combat capabilities of a rebellious true god. Moreover, his defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. The Dao of Taiji inherently excels in defense, and combined with the supreme Dao technique, the chaos scales, he even suspects that a rebellious true god would struggle to breach his defenses. It can be said that he has already established an invincible position within the realm of true gods. Of course, any rebellious true god remains immensely powerful. While they may be unable to contend with him, he estimates he would have difficulty contending with them as well. Before long, over a month has elapsed. The opening of the Kunlun celestial ruins is now imminent, and the true gods of the Heavenly Palace have made their preparations to enter the Kunlun celestial ruins. At this moment, the bright Moonstar Master encounters Tian and expresses her astonishment. Star Envoy, your strength has grown even more formidable. She reflects that in merely 3 years, true gods should not have made significant advancements in power. Yet, Tian's aura now far surpasses that of 3 years prior. What kind of prodigy is he that he could experience such a dramatic surge in power in just 3 years? Furthermore, at the level of supreme, true god combat prowess, every increment in strength likely requires centuries or even millennia. What could possibly be accomplished in just 3 years? She finds it unfathomable and feels powerless to comprehend. Upon meeting the bright Moonstar Master, I have merely made a slight improvement in my strength. Tian humbly replies, Star Envoy, you haven't crossed into the realm of rebellious true god combat prowess, have you? The bright Moonstar Master inquires. Her suspicion arises from the tremendous threat Tian now exudes, which seems comparable to that posed by the 3 palace masters. Thus, she speculates that Tian possesses the strength of a rebellious true god. Tian offers a faint smile, but remains silent. However, in the eyes of the bright Moonstar Master, this silence is tantamount to an affirmation. Instantly, her heart swells with shock. Subsequently, Tian converses with the bright Moonstar Master for a while longer. In the Kunlun celestial ruins, a multitude of true gods from first-tier factions have arrived, and many ancient true gods are present. Even the Heavenly Palace has sent an ancient true god, whose visage is exceedingly aged, and the Golden Peng true god does not recognize this individual. However, Tian deduced from its aura that this was a transcendent true deity, a formidable entity concealed by the Celestial Palace, likely nearing the end of its lifespan, which compelled it to seal itself away until now. This being was either from the primeval era or the ancient times of the Celestial Palace. Tian surmised. The 3 palace masters did not introduce this figure, nor did they inquire. They merely needed to ascertain that this was their own true deity. Suddenly, Tian encountered a familiar face, the Dragon King of the Heavenly River. As a premier true deity force, the Dragon Clan had dispatched numerous true deities, each of whom was estimated to be at least a pinnacle or invincible true deity. For to send a weaker true deity would be tantamount to courting death. Presently, Tian understood that the Dragon Clan in this era lacked transcendent true deity combatants, yet had sealed away 2 transcendent true deities. The lifespan of dragons was inherently longer than that of ordinary races, and the longevity of dragon true deities was also considerable. Should they seal themselves further, even without the divine source seal, they could extend their lifespans significantly by relying on formations. This time, the 2 transcendent true deities unsealed from the Dragon Clan had indeed arrived. Yet, Tian still sensed the aura of mortality emanating from them, indicating that their lifespans were also limited. Should they lose the combat power of these 2 transcendent true deities, the Dragon Clan's strength would likely diminish significantly, potentially disqualifying them from the ranks of premier true deity forces. However, as long as the Candle Dragon, Long Ying, matured, it would surely evolve into a transcendent true deity combatant, thus preserving the Dragon Clan's status and strength. Upon seeing Tian, the Heavenly River Dragon King expressed surprise. He was unaware of Yi Tian's induction into the Celestial Palace. Over the past few years, the true deities had focused on preparing to enter Kunlun Tianqiu, rarely moving about. And Yi Tian had not publicized his joining the Celestial Palace, dedicating himself to silent cultivation. Consequently, very few true deities were aware of his affiliation with the Celestial Palace. Yi Tian nodded to the Heavenly River Dragon King as a form of greeting. In the vicinity of Kunlun Tianqiu, an increasing number of true deities gathered. The original Kunlun Tianqiu had appeared as a vast expanse shrouded in white, filled with boundless peril. However, now, Kunlun Tianqiu was on the verge of collapse. The ancient formation sealing the Kunlun Pillar nearing disintegration, heralding the revival of the Kunlun Pillar, a force that these formations could not withstand. Crack! Areas began to shatter, and the numerous true deities braced themselves, ready to step into Kunlun Tianqiu at any moment. At a certain instant, the formation of Kunlun Tianqiu was utterly shattered, and countless true deities surged into the realm. The void here was immeasurably vast, yet filled with innumerable fragments. Suddenly, true deities exuding a dark aura descended. These were the true deities who had allied with the extraterritorial celestial demons. Yi Tian noted the substantial number of these true deities. After all, over the years, the extraterritorial celestial demons had seduced or nurtured many true deities within the chaotic heavens, now dispatched here. Of course, these true deities alone could not withstand the might of the premier true deities of the underworld world and would be swiftly overwhelmed. Suddenly, an immensely large extraterritorial celestial demon tore through the barriers of the underworld world, forcefully descending into the Kunlun Tianqiu. At this moment, the rules of the underworld world transformed into countless chains, binding the extraterritorial celestial demon and continuously eroding its form. This was a celestial demon of starry caliber. Starry celestial demons, birthed from the essence of stars, represented the obliteration of a life star with each emergence. Thus, starry celestial demons were exceedingly rare. Their physical defenses were formidable. Even true deities of transcendent caliber found it challenging to breach their corporeal form. It was unexpected that the extraterritorial celestial demons would dispatch a starry celestial demon of transcendent caliber to seize Kunlun Tianqiu. However, under the rules of the underworld world, this starry celestial demon could not endure. Boom. A character was summoned by the starry celestial demon, instantly subduing the rules of the underworld world. At this moment, countless extraterritorial celestial demons erupted forth from the starry celestial demon. While they would still face the suppression of the world rules, the impact was significantly mitigated. Chapter 330, Another Plan. The Great Dao talismans were ineffective. The world rules of the earthly realm could not contain this starry celestial demon. The assembly of true deities felt an ominous foreboding. The Great Dao talismans were crafted from the power of the Great Thousand Path. While the earthly realm's world rules barely hovered between the lesser and greater thousand realms, thus incapable of withstanding the suppression of the Great Dao talismans. Of course, the earthly realm had its peculiarities. Since the ancient war and the emergence of innate supreme treasures, the earthly realm had harbored a glimmer of hope for elevation to the greater thousand realm, leading to a profound rejection of immortal true deities. Otherwise, should an extraterritorial celestial demon comparable to an immortal true deity descend, the multitude of true deities present would be rendered inconsequential, akin to mere dust. At this juncture, numerous extraterritorial celestial demons surged forth from the starry celestial demon's mouth. These were celestial demon gods, with combat prowess rivaling that of invincible true deities and even transcendent true deities. Boom! The true deities clashed violently with these extraterritorial celestial demons. With each passing moment, both celestial demons and true deities fell in battle. This conflict was bound to be exceptionally brutal. In truth, the true deities present were reluctant to ignite this war, but felt compelled to do so. If the Kunlun Pillar were indeed seized by the extraterritorial celestial demons, the earthly realm would lose its hope of contending against them. Moreover, they all aspired to acquire an innate supreme treasure like the Kunlun Pillar, as possessing such a treasure would significantly enhance their chances of transcending to immortal true deities, especially for those true deities with limited lifespans. This unsealing event was their opportunity to break through. Failure to do so meant they would not have the time to continue striving for advancement. Hence, they had to fight with all their might. Boom! Yi Tian revealed no restraint in his power, unleashing his full strength. After invoking the dark Kunpeng technique, his speed reached its zenith, and he unleashed the sunlight sword, slicing through the surrounding extraterritorial celestial demons with a flurry of sword lights, as various pinnacle techniques erupted. In an instant, a transcendent true deity-level extraterritorial celestial demon charged towards Yi Tian. If left unchecked, Yi Tian's onslaught would surely lead to the demise of numerous formidable celestial demon gods. This transcendent, true, deity-level extraterritorial celestial demon attacked with astonishing speed, nearly catching Yi Tian off guard. Fortunately, his multitude of souls, alongside the influence of time and space laws, allowed him to react in time. However, the opponent's assault was unexpectedly cunning, and Yi Tian was struck. Yet, relying on the protection of his chaos scales and Tai Chi technique, he withstood the blow without sustaining injury. Within the Sea of Souls, Yi Tian's 108 souls operated at full capacity, manipulating his body to execute various pinnacle techniques. The forces of myriad laws and the two great paths erupted. The transcendent, true, deity-level extraterritorial celestial demon was momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, the overall strength of the extraterritorial celestial demons still surpassed that of the earthly realm's true deities, to say nothing of other factors. The combat prowess of transcendent true deities alone provided the extraterritorial celestial demons with a distinct advantage. Suddenly, another extraterritorial celestial demon of transcendent caliber launched an assault on Yi Tian, employing its strongest trump card with no frills or embellishments. Buzz! A talisman was activated, enveloping the void in a multitude of sword lights. In the next moment, a phantom materialized, wielding a long sword, and struck towards Yi Tian. This strike transported Yi Tian to an ancient epoch, reminiscent of a vivid tableau. It was the divine sword light of god-slaying. Yi Tian had witnessed this very sword light in the ancient cosmos, and had even devised a technique based upon it. Yet now, confronted with the authentic god-slaying sword light, everything seemed to pale in comparison. The way of Tai Chi. Yi Tian summoned the Tai Chi to form a protective barrier. Yet the barrier was still pierced by the god-slaying sword light. He had no choice but to rely on various supreme defensive techniques and the unparalleled divine ability of chaos scales. Nevertheless, even the chaos scales were ultimately breached. In the end, it was only through his perfect cultivation and formidable physique that Yi Tian managed to withstand the onslaught. To his astonishment, the otherworldly demon possessed such a god-slaying sword-light technique. Yi Tian was deeply shocked. However, recalling that it was indeed the otherworldly demons that had invaded the earthly realm and severed the ancient heavenly court with the god-slaying sword light, it was hardly surprising that the wielder of this sword light was aligned with the otherworldly demons. Thus, it was not astonishing that the otherworldly demons had such a means at their disposal. Yet, what truly astounded him was the otherworldly demon that activated the god-slaying sword light talisman. Fully aware of its power capable of annihilating a transcendent true god, this was his most formidable trump card. Yet, this potent card merely inflicted a minor wound upon Yi Tian, leaving him relatively unscathed. How could this be possible? With a swift motion, Yi Tian disregarded the assault from another otherworldly demon and charged at the one who had unleashed the sword light. He feared that this demon might produce another god-slaying sword light talisman, which he might not be able to withstand. Therefore, he had to attack this demon, denying it the opportunity to invoke the talisman. If feasible, he aimed to eliminate it entirely. This particular otherworldly demon possessed a physically weak body, yet an immensely powerful soul, proficient in enchantments and soul-related techniques. Boom! He attempted to influence Yi Tian's spirit, but upon invoking the state of supreme freedom, Yi Tian effortlessly nullified the effect. It must be said that Yi Tian had an absolute advantage over this otherworldly demon. In an instant, they clashed, and Yi Tian's might overwhelmingly crushed the demon, injuring it after just a few exchanges. Yet, in the blink of an eye, 3 otherworldly demons, comparable to transcendent true gods, besieged Yi Tian, having witnessed his formidable prowess. They understood that they must encircle him, for even a single transcendent true god from their ranks risked perishing in combat against Yi Tian. Hence, they regarded him with utmost seriousness. Deep within Kunlun's celestial ruins, the silhouette of the Kunlun pillar gradually emerged. As the true gods battled the otherworldly demons, they also kept an eye on this development. Should the Kunlun pillar fully awaken, they would promptly move to seize it. As time ticked away, suddenly, the aura of the Kunlun pillar surged into the void, spreading forth and enveloping the entirety of Kunlun's celestial ruins. At that moment, the otherworldly demons unleashed their full arsenal. First, another great thousand talisman was summoned, instantly transforming into countless golden lights that immobilized all present true gods. However, as they were restrained, the otherworldly demons found themselves unable to attack, for their assaults could not breach the golden radiance. This, however, meant that the true gods could not prevent the otherworldly demons from advancing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the otherworldly demons charged towards the Kunlun pillar. Witnessing this scene, many true gods were filled with rage and despair, crying out in outrage. Yet, Tian noticed that the Lord of the Sun Palace and others were entirely unfazed, seemingly harboring a smile that hinted at a successful scheme. Could it be? Tian's mind began to formulate a hypothesis. Perhaps these true gods were unaware of the true objective of this battle. The Lord of the Sun Palace and his cohorts might have an alternate plan known only to a select few true gods. Chapter 331, The Great Thousand Realm Array. Connecting the Great Thousand Domains. In an instant, the otherworldly demons had encircled the Kunlun pillar. At this juncture, the void reverberated with the voices of the Lord of the Sun Palace and other transcendent true gods. Everyone, it is nearly time. Activate the Kunlun pillar array. Sacrificing these otherworldly demons will be sufficient to initiate the Kunlun pillar array. In that instant, the Kunlun pillar generated an unimaginable gravitational force, causing the surrounding void to collapse. Boom! One after another, the otherworldly demons were drawn into the Kunlun pillar, their bodies shattered by this innate treasure. No! The otherworldly demons screamed in despair. Even the invincible star demon could not escape, being devoured by the Kunlun pillar, with only a few otherworldly demons who were slightly farther away managing to flee. Subsequently, the radiance of the Kunlun pillar shattered the barriers of the subterranean world, piercing through the chaos heaven and entering the otherworld. Gradually, a void passage materialized. At this moment, the remaining otherworldly demons in hiding were astonished. Damn it, the Kunlun pillar. This innate treasure is not merely awakening, it is setting up an array. How infuriating. How could you possibly arrange the Great Thousand Realm Array? Impossible. The ancient era of your earthly realm had little contact with the otherworld. During that time, it should have been impossible to set up the Great Thousand Realm Array. And now, there is not a single immortal true god in the earthly realm. Even if one understood the array formation techniques, it would be impossible to execute. Who says there is not an immortal true god in the earthly realm? The Lord of the Sun Palace scoffed. The otherworldly demons were incredulous. The laws of this world prohibited the existence of immortal true gods. Even if a true god managed to break through, they would have to depart shortly, leaving no time to set up formations. Unless, the remaining otherworldly demons gazed in shock at the innate treasure, the Kunlun pillar, and discerned faint silhouettes within its radiant core. The souls of the immortal true gods. So it was. In the ancient era, as multiple immortal true gods faced imminent demise, they had merged into this innate treasure, transforming into its spiritual essence to exist in the world. In that moment, they all comprehended. Yet, this method could not truly grant them eternal life. In fact, the moment they merged with the innate treasure, they had already perished. And now only fragments of their consciousness remained. It was likely that their memories were preserved in a special manner. After this occurrence, these spirits of the treasures would undoubtedly lose their memories, becoming assimilated by the innate treasure, ultimately erasing all traces of those immortal true gods. It could be said that these immortal true gods undertook all of this for this very moment. Flee. The otherworldly demons hastily retreated, while the actions of the Lord of the Sun Palace and his companions were still constrained by the Great Thousand Talisman, preventing them from pursuing. They could only watch helplessly as the otherworldly demons escaped, along with the true gods who had allied with them. Shortly after the otherworldly demons departed, the power of the Great Thousand Talisman was exhausted, and the multitude of true gods regained their ability to act. At this juncture, many true gods wore puzzled expressions, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Even the Moonlight Star Master was perplexed, as she too was in the dark. Not only her, but even Tian Shou, one of the three palace masters of the Heavenly Hall, was equally clueless. Lord of the Sun Palace, what is going on? Inquired Tian Shou. The Lord of the Blazing Sun said apologetically, Master of the Celestial Hand, I must express my sincerest regrets for having concealed the truth from you. In reality, our objective has never been to seize the innate treasure, the Kunlun pillar. Moreover, even if we were to acquire it, the extraterrestrial demons would descend upon us time and again to claim the Kunlun pillar for themselves. Compared to these otherworldly fiends, our strength is negligible. Even the headquarters of the Celestial Hall could fall under attack, rendering us incapable of safeguarding the innate treasure. What then is this? Inquired the Master of the Celestial Hand. Gesturing towards the Kunlun pillar, the Lord of the Blazing Sun elucidated. This involves utilizing the Grand Thousand Realm Array to establish a passage through the vast expanse of the universe, with the other end of the passage connecting to another Grand Thousand Realm, one not under the dominion of the extraterrestrial demons, but rather a new domain forged by the deities of the Heavenly Court and the Underworld during the Primordial Age. I have maintained contact with the powerful beings of the Heavenly Court, who have been assisting us in constructing the Grand Thousand Realm Array. The remnants of the immortal divine spirit within the Kunlun pillar were left behind for this very purpose, upon acquiring the method for constructing the array. They have been diligently working on it. As for the materials, a portion has been sourced from within our realm, while another segment has been procured through exceedingly covert channels. Utilizing the consciousness of several deities who have allied with the extraterrestrial demons to facilitate their entry. Given that such a plan, if exposed, would inevitably lead to failure. Only I and the Lord of the Savage Elephant are privy to the true intentions of this endeavor. Understanding dawned upon the assembly of deities, as they grasped the essence of the actual scheme. So, those ancient deities were still alive? The master of the celestial hand expressed his astonishment. Indeed, they are alive, affirmed the Lord of the Blazing Sun. Moreover, our heavenly court has birthed a true ancestor. Otherwise, we would not dare to undertake such a plan. A true ancestor. This is a being of immense significance, transcending the realm of immortal deities. In ancient times, the earthly realm lacked true ancestors. Otherwise, we would not have been so passive, lacking any means to retaliate. Yet, it is astonishing that the remnants of the heavenly court, having fled, have given rise to a true ancestor. Indeed, the extraterrestrial realm is the true treasure trove of opportunities, brimming with boundless prospects. Had we remained within the earthly domain, it would have been impossible to manifest a true ancestor. Not only has our heavenly court born a true ancestor, but the underworld and several other factions have also produced their own. With so many true ancestors converging, we can certainly contend with the extraterrestrial demons, even if we do not surpass them in strength. Thus, henceforth, we shall no longer live in fear of the extraterrestrial demons, declared the Lord of the Blazing Sun. At this proclamation, the deities were filled with immense excitement. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed as the Grand Thousand Passage was fully opened. However, this expended the remaining consciousness of the immortal deities, causing their forms to dissipate and merge into the essence of the innate treasure. The spirits of the innate treasure that would be birthed henceforth would no longer be them. In response, the assembly of deities bowed in farewell to the ancient immortal deities. Once the passage was opened, numerous deities emerged from the other end. These deities hailed from the heavenly court, the underworld, and other factions, appearing somewhat unfamiliar. In truth, they were not beings of the earthly realm. They had merely joined the heavenly court and the underworld while beyond the earthly confines. The distance from the ancient era to the present is far too great, unless one were to seal themselves away. It seems that only by breaking through to the true ancestor realm could one attain the longevity necessary to survive to this day. Chapter 332, the Tai Dao sect. The Tai Swordlight. Upon the arrival of these deities from the Grand Thousand Realms heavenly court and underworld, they did not engage in discourse with the Lord of the Blazing Sun and his companions, but immediately set about stabilizing the passage and constructing formations to prevent any deity from disrupting the area. Subsequently, a single deity was designated as a representative to confer with the Lord of the Blazing Sun and his companions. As for the details of their discussions, Tian was entirely unaware. At this juncture, many deities were eager to ascertain the fate of the Kunlun pillar, the innate treasure that serves as the keystone for the passage between the Grand Thousand Realm and the earthly realm. It was certain that it would play such a role. Yet being an innate treasure, it could also assist in comprehending the Grand Thousand Dao. They were all keen to understand the Grand Thousand Dao, and having invested so much, they could not leave empty-handed. After a short while, the discussions concluded. The Lord of the Blazing Sun returned with news. After conferring with the deities of the heavenly court, it was ultimately decided that the participating deities could enter the Kunlun pillar to contemplate the Grand Thousand Dao. Naturally, with so many deities seeking to glean insight, and without having refined the Kunlun pillar, the efficacy of their insights would likely be diminished. However, each deity would be granted a decade to contemplate, which could be divided among them. But once the 10 years were exhausted, no further contemplation would be permitted, the Lord of the Blazing Sun stated. This outcome satisfied the multitude of deities. However, they were presently unable to delve into the depths of the Kunlun pillar and the Grand Thousand Dao, as the Grand Thousand Realm Array's passage remained unstable, and the formations had yet to be properly established. It would require at least a few more years before they could be permitted entry into the Kunlun pillar for contemplation. Upon returning to the Celestial Hall, Tian and the other deities found that they had incurred some losses. After all, they had been pitted against numerous extraterrestrial demons, and given their disadvantage, it was not surprising that some deities had fallen. Moreover, the surviving deities were all wounded, with Tian being the exception. After their return, the Lord of the Blazing Sun sought out Tian. Lord of the Blazing Sun, is there something you wish to discuss? Tian inquired. The Lord of the Blazing Sun replied, I have been observing your performance in this battle, Tian. You single-handedly contended against 3 formidable extraterrestrial demons of divine caliber, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess, even enduring a strike from the god-slaying sword light, Dao talisman, without perishing. When the aura of that attack erupted, We were all astounded. To be candid, had it been anyone else in my position, they would surely have met their demise. Then, the Lord of the Blazing Sun continued, Tian, your strength is now sufficient to assume the position of the Celestial Hall's leader. While your previous contributions may have been lacking, your significant involvement in this plan warrants my exceptional consideration in appointing you as the fourth leader of the Celestial Hall. The prospect of becoming the fourth leader of the Celestial Hall piqued Tian's interest, for such a position would elevate his status considerably and grant him access to greater resources and legacies. Thus, he readily consented. Subsequently, Tian inquired, Lord of the Blazing Sun, will the earthly realm now maintain a connection with the Grand Thousand Realm of the Heavenly Court? Are there any future plans in place? The Lord of the Blazing Sun responded, for the time being, there are no specific plans. We shall continue to cultivate within the earthly realm and the Heavenly Court. The underworld and other factions have no intention of exposing the earthly realm, as it harbors the potential to ascend to the Grand Thousand Realm. Should the earthly realm truly elevate to that status, the Heavenly Court and others may even return. Why would they wish to return? Tian queried, perplexed. After all, had the Heavenly Court not already established itself in the outside world? Seeing Tian's confusion, the Lord of the Blazing Sun smiled and explained, Tian, the earthly realm is still classified as a small thousand realm. The Grand Thousand Realm and the Small Thousand Realm are entirely different. The former far surpasses the latter, existing on an entirely different tier. As far as I know, the Heavenly Court and the Underworld currently occupy a territory within a Grand Thousand Realm, which is home to 36 true ancestor-level factions, with the Heavenly Court not being particularly strong among them. If the earthly realm were to ascend to a Grand Thousand Realm, especially one freshly elevated, the resources would be immensely abundant. With only a few true ancestor-level factions like the Heavenly Court and the Underworld occupying such a vast Grand Thousand Realm, it would certainly be a comfortable existence, allowing them to avoid battles against enemies in the outside world. Furthermore, they could retain a contingent of deities and would not abandon their original territories. Understanding dawned upon Tian. After all, a realm with the potential to ascend to the Great Thousand World holds immense value, and the Celestial Court would not wish for any true deities to be exposed here. Therefore, for the time being, the true deities of this realm will be restricted from entering the Great Thousand World at their own discretion. Lord of the Fiery Sun, could you elucidate on the circumstances surrounding the Great Thousand World where the Celestial Court resides? Tian inquired with curiosity. The Lord of the Fiery Sun nodded slightly and waved his hand. With a hum, a star map manifested, revealing a Great Thousand World domain, within which lay the realm of Earth. This is the domain of the Great Thousand World of the Celestial Demons, the very realm inhabited by the extraterrestrial celestial demons. The demon domain comprises 7 Great Thousand Worlds, and the ones eyeing our realm are merely a portion of the extraterrestrial celestial demons from the Kunlun demon realm. Subsequently, the star map expanded, unveiling another Great Thousand World domain. This is the domain of the Flying Immortals, which is even more powerful, containing a total of 9 Great Thousand Worlds, one of which is the Tai world, where both the Celestial Court and the Underworld are situated. Within the Tai world exists a truly colossal ancestral-level force known as the Tai Dao sect. It was with the assistance of a disciple from the Tai Dao sect that our realm managed to escape with the remnants of the immortal true deities, leaving behind a contingency plan. Otherwise, where would our current hope lie? The Tai Dao sect. Tian expressed great curiosity about this ancestral-level force. According to the Lord of the Fiery Sun, the Tai Dao sect boasts 33 true ancestors, capable of single-handedly contending against an extraterrestrial celestial demon of a Great Thousand World. The support behind the Celestial Court is the Tai Dao sect. With the Lord of the Fiery Sun's description, Tian felt an overwhelming yearning for the domain of the Flying Immortals. However, for now, he should first strive to become an immortal true deity. Otherwise, he would lack the qualifications to venture into the domain of the Flying Immortals. Thereafter, Tian inquired with the Lord of the Fiery Sun about the Supreme Dao arts of the Celestial Hall. Lord of the Fiery Sun, I wish to learn the Supreme Dao arts of the Celestial Hall, Tian stated. This is certainly feasible, but it will still require some contribution points. With your contribution points, you may choose one Supreme Dao art, the Lord of the Fiery Sun assured. He then presented a list of the Supreme Dao arts from the Celestial Hall, along with relevant descriptions. After a brief examination, Tian quickly fixated on a particular Supreme Dao art, Tai Sword Light. According to the introduction, this is the Supreme Dao art of the Tai Dao sect, and is the only one that has been revealed. In fact, long ago, the Tai Sword Light was not permitted to circulate. However, a rebellious, immortal true deity who had mastered the Tai Sword Light and reached its pinnacle, was severely wounded by a true ancestor of the Tai Dao sect. Before that immortal true deity succumbed, they disregarded their oath and forcibly disseminated the Tai sword light. This led to a growing number of immortal true deities mastering the Tai sword light, perpetuating its legacy. As long as one masters a supreme Dao art, without the constraints of an oath, there exists a means of creating a lineage. Thus, the Tai sword light has now spread widely. And the Celestial Hall has also acquired a copy of the Tai sword light's legacy from the Celestial Court. Chapter 333, Mastering the Tai sword light. Undoubtedly, the supreme Dao art Tai sword light is immensely powerful and purely offensive in nature. Currently, Tian possesses the supreme Dao art of the chaotic scales, which is a defensive type and the pinnacle of defensive supreme Dao arts. The dark Kunpeng technique is a speed-based supreme Dao art, slightly inferior to the chaotic scales. He finds himself lacking an offensive supreme Dao art like the Tai sword light. Should he master it, his strength will undoubtedly surge. Lord of the Fiery Sun. I choose the Tai sword light, Tian declared. The Lord of the Fiery Sun smiled and said, the Tai sword light is indeed incredibly powerful. Yet its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high. It is said that within the Tai Dao sect, there exists a supreme treasure known as the Tai clear light, which, when integrated into one's soul, aids in the mastery of the Tai sword light. However, if one were to pursue it alone, the difficulty would be immensely great. Nevertheless, once mastered, one's strength would be extraordinarily formidable. To my knowledge, there are but a few immortal true deities within the Celestial Court who have mastered the Tai sword light. Seemingly, only one. Once mastered, future descendants are likely to embody the Tai Dao body, which is one of the supreme Dao bodies. The Tai Dao body. Tian understood well that once one masters a supreme Dao art, their descendants can manifest a portion of its power. Similar to the innate lethargic beast whose physical defense is unparalleled, having integrated the chaotic scales supreme Dao art. Of course, the innate lethargic beast is highly compatible with the chaotic scales. The Tai Dao body represents one of the supreme Dao bodies capable of unleashing the Tai sword light, naturally. The power of the Tai sword light exhibited by the Tai Dao body cannot match that of the supreme Dao art, yet it far surpasses that of top-tier Dao arts. However, should one fail to master a supreme Dao art, even inheriting a portion of its power would hold little significance at the level of immortal true deities. It is challenging for true deities to master supreme Dao arts. However, in reality, most immortal true deities can master one or two supreme Dao arts. Given their extensive cultivation time and prolonged lifespan, allowing ample opportunity to cultivate various laws and utilize various treasures to gradually attain mastery over supreme Dao arts. Yet, those who initially do not cultivate other extraordinary faculties must forcefully create such faculties later, leading to a lack of foundational strength. Compelling immortal true deities to embark on the path of multiple extraordinary faculties from the onset and to find a supreme Dao art that suits them. Otherwise, they still cannot achieve mastery. For those immortal true deities who cultivate only a single extraordinary faculty, they can only utilize special methods to master a supreme Dao art, which is considerably more challenging. Following this, under the guidance of the Lord of the Fiery Sun, Tian successfully exchanged for the legacy of the Tai sword light supreme Dao art. Soon, he completed his acceptance of the legacy. Observing Tian conclude his acceptance, the Lord of the Fiery Sun said, Lord Yi, should you master the Tai sword light, be sure to inform me at the earliest opportunity. Tian was somewhat perplexed and puzzled. The Lord of the Fiery Sun explained, because once you have mastered the Tai sword light and have a legitimate lineage, you would qualify to participate in the entry examination for the Tai Dao sect. The reason the Celestial Court has the Tai Dao sect as its backing is that generations of Celestial Court members have joined the Tai Dao sect. One of our Celestial Court's true ancestors is also an honorary elder of the Tai Dao sect. Now I understand. Tian nodded in acknowledgement, indicating he would inform the Lord of the Fiery Sun. Subsequently, he entered seclusion to cultivate the Tai sword light supreme Dao art. Gradually, Tian immersed himself in the profound insights of the Tai sword light's Dao map. Indeed, the Tai sword light is remarkably intricate. The god-slaying sword light I created pales in comparison. Tian mused to himself. His god-slaying sword light was merely a creation based on the projection of an ancient god-slaying sword light. While the Tai sword light and that god-slaying sword light likely belong to the same tier, albeit the former is more refined in penetration, though its lethal range is not as extensive as that of the god-slaying sword light. In other words, the Tai sword light inflicts greater damage against foes with formidable defenses, capable of delivering a fatal blow. For him, once he masters the Tai sword light, his attack power will undoubtedly amplify several-fold. At that time, He will undoubtedly be among the pinnacle levels of the anti-heavenly true deities. If he were to encounter those 3 extraterrestrial, celestial demons besieging him, he would be more than capable of vanquishing them. However, the cultivation difficulty of the Tai Sword Light is exceedingly high, even surpassing that of the chaotic scales. Moreover, to master the Tai Sword Light, one must comprehend the laws of the sword, the laws of gold, and the laws of light, which Yi Tian naturally satisfies. Moreover, Yi Tian has already mastered 2 supreme Dao techniques, and his current spiritual strength and comprehension far surpass those of the past, making the cultivation of supreme Dao techniques considerably easier. As the days passed, Yi Tian remained immersed in comprehending the first Dao map of the Tai Sword Light. One day, he finally grasped the first Dao map. At that moment, he had perfected the Tai Sword Light. In the subterranean world, amidst the void, Yi Tian stood there, unsheathing the Sangyang sword and channeling the Tai Sword Light. In an instant, a ray of Tai Sword Light, capable of overshadowing any other sword light, erupted, piercing through all space and directly breaching the chaotic heavens. This sword struck through to the outer realms, a testament to its terrifying power. What an astonishing strike! And this is merely the first Dao map, Yi Tian exclaimed with excitement. After mastering the supreme Dao technique of Tai Sword Light, he refrained from immediately informing the Lord of the Liang Palace, for achieving the Tai Sword Light so swiftly was indeed quite astonishing. Thus, he continued his cultivation, striving to master the second and even the third Dao maps. Time flowed on, and years passed. The Tai Sword Light had progressed to the 6th Dao map. Yi Tian murmured. In addition, his cultivation had also improved somewhat, yet he had not comprehended a third Dao. Compared to the past, his strength had significantly increased. But the advancements were primarily in the Tai Sword Light, with little progress in other areas. This was quite normal, as advancements in other aspects were not substantial. Only a breakthrough in the true God body could enhance one's strength significantly, but such a breakthrough is closely related to one's cultivation and is not easily achieved. In fact, at his current level of combat power, he was nearly unparalleled in the subterranean world, making rapid enhancement of strength quite challenging. However, in the short term, he could not leave the subterranean world. I can finally inform the Lord of the Liang Palace about my mastery of the Tai Sword Light. Yi Tian promptly sought out the Lord of the Liang Palace. In the Heavenly Palace, Yi Tian quickly met the Lord of the Liang Palace. Lord Liang, Lord Yi. The two exchanged pleasantries. Then, Yi Tian declared, Lord Liang, I have mastered the Tai Sword Light. What? So soon? The Lord of the Liang Palace was taken aback. Just a few years had passed. Even though Yi Tian was adept at the laws of time and could accelerate time, mastering a supreme Dao technique in such a brief period was indeed astonishing. Subsequently, Yi Tian demonstrated the Tai Sword Light before the Lord of the Liang Palace. Chapter 334. The Moon Inviting Fairy, the Tai Scroll. Whoosh. Yi Tian merely showcased the power of the first Dao map of the Tai Sword Light. Although the Lord of the Liang Palace had never mastered the Tai Sword Light, he was well acquainted with this supreme Dao technique, and immediately recognized that this was indeed the authentic Tai Sword Light. Moreover, just from that single strike, he could sense a hint of life-threatening danger. Lord Yi, this is indeed the true Tai Sword Light. I never imagined you would truly master it. The Lord of the Liang Palace remarked with admiration. He then expressed his intention to relay the news of Yi Tian's mastery of the Tai Sword Light to the Heavenly Court. Though he was uncertain when Yi Tian would be able to participate in the assessment of the Tai Dao sect. After all, the Lord of the Liang Palace could only communicate with the Heavenly Court, but in the eyes of the Tai Dao sect, he held little significance. Ever since the Heavenly Court and the underworld had dispatched true gods to the Tai realm, many top-tier true god forces in the subterranean world began to align themselves with them to secure future opportunities to enter the Tai realm. They were well aware that there would certainly be quotas for true gods to enter the Tai realm. They could not remain in the Tai realm indefinitely. As for elevating the subterranean world to a great thousand realm, that was merely a possibility, with likelihood not particularly high. Even if it were to occur, it could take tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Therefore, obtaining a quota to enter the Tai realm was something every true god yearned for. After all, remaining in the subterranean world meant constant threats from foreign demons, while residing in the Tai realm was far safer. However, ordinary true gods, even if they aligned themselves with the Heavenly Court or the underworld, rarely had the opportunity to secure such a quota. Among the human race, Yi Tian sat with King Xia, sharing the recent events. I never expected that the outer realms beyond the subterranean world would be such a scene. The Heavenly Court. The Tai Dao sect. Alas, I am too ordinary, unworthy of entering either the Heavenly Court or the Tai Dao sect, King Xia lamented. Your Majesty, you are anything but ordinary. You have only recently broken through to become a true god. While your foundation may be somewhat lacking, it is not significantly so. You still have the opportunity to become a formidable true god, and perhaps even an immortal true god, Tian replied. Immortal true god. King Xia shook his head, not dwelling on such lofty aspirations. For him, reaching the pinnacle of true godhood and ensuring the survival of the human race was sufficient. The two then discussed the recent state of the human race. King Xia remarked, in recent years, the human race has developed rapidly, giving rise to many demigods, even several invincible demigods. Furthermore, the Bear Emperor is preparing to challenge the true god realm. The Bear Emperor aims to challenge for true godhood? Tian recalled the Bear Emperor's formidable demigod strength, but felt it was still quite early for him to attempt such a breakthrough. The rapid approach to challenging true godhood suggested he had made significant progress and encountered numerous fortuitous events over the years. If the Bear Emperor could succeed, it would mean another true god for the human race. If he were to fail, it would not diminish the strength of the human race, as Tian's presence was more than sufficient. A formidable true god was enough to instill fear in other races. Half a month later, the Bear Emperor commenced his challenge for true godhood, with King Xia standing guard. However, the Bear Emperor failed to break through and sustained severe injuries. Had King Xia not protected the Bear Emperor's soul at a critical moment, the Bear Emperor's very essence might have been consumed. Such cases of failed breakthroughs were quite common in the subterranean world. Countless demigods had perished while attempting to ascend to true godhood. It was unrealistic to expect every demigod to succeed in their breakthrough. If it were that easy, the subterranean world would be teeming with true gods. Soon after, King Xia informed Tian of the Bear Emperor's failed attempt. Lord Yi, the Bear Emperor's breakthrough has failed, and he is gravely injured, with his soul's essence damaged. Based on my observations, he is unlikely to attempt another challenge, King Xia said with a hint of melancholy. After all, he and the Bear Emperor shared a decent relationship, and he had been looking forward to the Bear Emperor's success. It was disheartening that the Bear Emperor's attempt had ended in failure, especially since he had utilized the recently restored Dao scripture to aid his breakthrough. Clearly, the Bear Emperor's foundation was still insufficient. Tian remarked. After the Bear Emperor's failure, his only option would be to become a demigod lord. If he were to obtain a particularly valuable fragment of a divine position and successfully fuse with it, the Bear Emperor's power might advance to that of a peerless demigod, King Xia suggested. At that moment, Tian casually waved his hand. Here is a collection of fragmented divine positions, obtained from the enemies I have slain. Let it be given to the human race. If any demigod is willing to fuse with them, let them do so, Tian declared. Thank you, Lord Yi. King Xia expressed his gratitude. Such fragmented divine positions were immensely valuable even in the outside world. This collection's worth was equivalent to several divine artifacts. However, at Tian's level, such value was no longer of significance. Months have swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the Lord of the Blazing Sun contacted Tian, requesting his return to the headquarters of the Celestial Hall. Before long, Tian arrived at the headquarters, where he encountered a divine being of extraordinary repute from the celestial realm, a female deity. Lord Yi, this is the Moon Invitation Fairy from the Celestial Court, introduced the Lord of the Blazing Sun. It is a pleasure to meet you, Moon Invitation Fairy, Tian replied courteously. The Moon Invitation Fairy smiled gently and said, Lord Yi, I am here on the orders of the Celestial Court to present you with an item. What item? Tian inquired with curiosity. The Moon Invitation Fairy then produced a scroll, explaining, this is the Tai scroll, which serves as the entrance examination for the Tai sect. Should you, Lord Yi, successfully complete the 3 trials inscribed upon it, you will be permitted to join the Tai sect as a disciple. Furthermore, there exists a 4th trial. If you succeed in that, you shall become a core disciple, and upon completing the 5th trial, you will ascend directly to the status of the sect's successor. Tian accepted the scroll, but refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, he asked the Moon Invitation Fairy, Fairy, if I fail to complete the trials, will I be barred from entering the Tai realm? Indeed, she affirmed with a nod. It is not that the Celestial Court is unwilling to allow your passage. Rather, the timing is not yet right. You are not a true deity of the Tai realm. Entering without permission would be akin to clandestine smuggling. To enter the Tai realm, one must possess proper credentials. Should you complete the trials, you will be recognized as a disciple of the Tai sect, thus providing you with such credentials. The Celestial Court could facilitate your identification, but doing so normally would expose your location and reveal your innate treasures. At present, it is not worth the risk. For even in the Tai realm, a single innate treasure could incite a deadly struggle among true ancestors. Understood. Tian nodded thoughtfully. Following this, the Moon Invitation Fairy took her leave. Tian then unfurled the Tai scroll, eager to discover the nature of the trials required for entry into the Tai sect. Chapter 335. Is the heart of Dao fulfilled? Boom. The content of the first trial of the Tai sect surged into Yi Tian's consciousness. First trial. Master any supreme technique, such as the Tai sword radiance. Clearly, Yi Tian had already accomplished the first trial, which was one of the fundamental assessments. The Tai scroll seemed to sense his success, and thus the details of the second trial materialized. Second trial. Fulfillment of the heart of Dao. To his astonishment, the second trial demanded the fulfillment of the heart of Dao. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. The heart of Dao represents the fourth realm of mental state, which he had grasped long ago, back in the ancient ruins. Had he not mastered the heart of Dao, he would have perished in the annals of time. Now, years later, his mental state still resided at the fourth level of the heart of Dao. With his cultivation having advanced, his mental state had naturally progressed as well, likely now at the mid-stage of the heart of Dao. However, elevating it to a state of fulfillment would prove quite challenging. Was the Tai sect's requirement truly so stringent? Did every disciple possess a fulfilled heart of Dao? Yi Tian found it hard to believe. Yet, it was not entirely implausible. Perhaps the Tai realm harbored exceptional locations or secret techniques conducive to enhancing one's mental state. Another possibility loomed. The trial's high standards were specifically tailored to him. He reasoned that the difficulty of the trials was simply reflective of his outsider status. After all, he was neither a native of the Tai realm nor of the immortal realm. Hence, it was only natural for the requirements to be exceedingly high if he wished to ascend to the Tai sect in one fell swoop. With this realization, Yi Tian felt a sense of relief. It was imperative that he swiftly elevate his mental state to meet the demands of the second trial and unveil the third trial's content. At the Celestial Hall, Yi Tian engaged in a discussion regarding mental states with the Lord of the Blazing Sun. My lord, do you know of any expedient methods to enhance one's mental state? Yi Tian inquired. The Lord of the Blazing Sun immediately surmised the underlying reason and asked, this must pertain to the requirements of the Tai sect's trials, particularly concerning mental state, correct? Indeed, Yi Tian affirmed with a nod. The Lord of the Blazing Sun elaborated. It is said that the Tai sect holds exceptionally high standards for mental states. Only those who are descendants of existing disciples find it easier to join the Tai sect. For outsiders, the mental state requirements are particularly stringent. This is due to a certain supreme technique of the Tai sect, which demands a high mental state. Failing to achieve the fifth level would preclude even the ability to peer into its depths. Attempting to do so forcefully could lead to madness, resulting in the shattering of one's soul. The supreme technique. Yi Tian remarked, intrigued by this level of technique. It was during his conversation with the Lord of the Blazing Sun that he learned what constituted this supreme technique. The ordinary techniques, pinnacle techniques, and supreme techniques of the cavernous world were merely lesser techniques, with supreme techniques representing the zenith of lesser techniques. In contrast, the supreme techniques of the Tai sect transcended lesser techniques entirely. Should an immortal deity master a supreme technique, they would be capable of contending with true ancestors without faltering. It could be said that even true ancestors find it arduous to cultivate a supreme technique, and mastering one remains the aspiration of many. A true ancestor proficient in a supreme technique would be unrivaled, commanding authority throughout the vast expanse of the Tai realm. Thus, every true ancestor-level power seeks to cultivate a disciple capable of mastering a supreme technique. Alas, the requirements for such techniques are daunting. Without meeting them, one would lack even the privilege to observe. The Lord of the Blazing Sun continued, Lord Yi, to rapidly enhance your mental state, I am aware of only a few methods. The first involves consuming unparalleled treasures that can elevate one's mental state, such as the Tai sacred heart fruit from the Tai realm, which, when ingested, can significantly enhance mental acuity and refine the soul, allowing for transformation. Regrettably, a single Tai sacred heart fruit would be coveted even by true ancestors. Acquiring one is beyond your reach. The second method entails cultivating the supreme technique known as the Cycle Labyrinth. The Cycle Labyrinth? Yi Tian had never heard of this supreme technique. The Cycle Labyrinth is a supreme technique inherited from the extraterrestrial demons, the Lord of the Blazing Sun explained. Once mastered, it allows one's consciousness to manifest as a labyrinth of reincarnation, utilizing its unique properties to temper one's mental state. Furthermore, the Cycle Labyrinth can be employed in combat, ensnaring the consciousness of adversaries and facilitating their demise. How might one acquire the Cycle Labyrinth? Yi Tian inquired earnestly. The Lord of the Blazing Sun pondered momentarily and replied, the extraterrestrial demon clan undoubtedly possesses such a lineage, but they will not grant it to you. Beyond that, there is but one avenue, entering the Cycle Master's reincarnation ruins, which requires the consent of the underworld. After all, The Cycle Master was an immortal deity of the underworld in ancient times. After allying with the extraterrestrial demons to acquire the Cycle Labyrinth, he perished, and the site of his demise transformed into the Reincarnation Ruins, which has since been overseen by the Underworld Palace. Now that the Underworld has returned, the Underworld Palace is again under its authority. Therefore, this matter necessitates approval from the Underworld. Will the Underworld grant such approval? Tian queried. It should not be too difficult, the Lord of the Blazing Sun assured him. Following this, the Lord of the Blazing Sun facilitated contact with the Underworld Palace, leveraging his familiarity with several formidable deities there, seeking to secure Tian's entry into the Reincarnation Ruins. Days passed, and the Lord of the Blazing Sun eventually relayed to Tian that the Underworld Palace had consented, which also implied the Underworld's agreement. However, the Underworld Palace had certain stipulations. Master Yi, the several palace lords of the Underworld Palace have conveyed that should you enter the Reincarnation Ruins and acquire the supreme inheritance of the Reincarnation Maze, you are required to share a portion of that inheritance with them. Moreover, any relics of the Lord of Reincarnation discovered within the maze must also be divided, with half surrendered to them, stated Lord Liang. Tian, filled with curiosity, inquired, Lord Liang, has no divine being of the Underworld Palace ever ventured into the Reincarnation Ruins? Lord Liang shook his head, explaining that they had indeed attempted entry but were deterred by fear. Had it not been for the knowledge of your comprehension of the reincarnation laws and your attainment of the reincarnation body, I would not have dared to allow you passage. After all, the Lord of Reincarnation is an immortal deity who is allied with the extraterritorial demons. The measures he left behind before his demise are formidable, with the reincarnation techniques posing a lethal threat even to those divine beings who have yet to grasp the reincarnation laws. A certain divine being from the Underworld Palace did venture inside, but returned severely wounded due to their lack of understanding of the reincarnation laws and the reincarnation body. Since then, they have not dared to enter again. Understanding the perilous nature of the Reincarnation Ruins, Tian resolved not to enter immediately. Instead, he planned to enhance his strength before proceeding. To expedite his power elevation, it seemed he needed to delve into the interior of the Reincarnation Pillar, the innate treasure, to see if he could master a grand principle of the universe. Tian mused. Chapter 336, 5 Minor Principles of the Universe. Tian refrained from hastily entering the interior of the Kunlun Pillar for cultivation, as he was only permitted a total of 10 years within that realm. Time was finite, and there was no need to rush. However, with his urgent need to bolster his strength, he determined to comprehend the grand principle contained within the Kunlun Pillar. Kunlun Sky Ruins. The area had undergone a remarkable transformation, with arrays established to permit divine beings to enter and comprehend the teachings. Soon, Tian arrived. Approaching the Kunlun Pillar. This was his first time observing the Kunlun Pillar so closely. Even during their last battle, he had not been this near. Surrounding the Kunlun Pillar were numerous seats, resembling stone cushions, where each divine being could sit, accompanied by arrays ensuring that their contemplations did not interfere with one another. Tian casually chose a spot and settled down, channeling his spiritual power into the interior of the Kunlun Pillar. Under normal circumstances, spiritual power would be unable to penetrate the interior of the Kunlun Pillar, but with the aid of the arrays, it became possible. This arrangement allowed divine beings who had not refined the innate treasure of the Kunlun Pillar to engage in their understanding. Otherwise, it would be unfeasible. Boom. Tian's consciousness encountered the grand principle within the Kunlun Pillar, the path of suppressing space. This path pertains to aspects of space and power, suggesting that even if one cannot fully comprehend the path of suppressing space, it could still assist in understanding the laws of space and power. Upon first encountering this path, Tian distinctly felt that his grasp of the Tai Chi path and the path of the Yellow Springs seemed trivial by comparison. Should he master the path of suppressing space, he surmised he could effortlessly defeat ordinary immortal deities. Enlightenment Technique. Tian activated this divine ability to maintain a constant state of enlightenment, further augmented by his immortal-level innate talents, elevating his comprehension to an extraordinary degree. The esoteric and profound path of suppressing space appeared less distant in his eyes, yet fully comprehending it remained a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to him, several months elapsed. At this juncture, Tian had yet to grasp the path of suppressing space, and he was acutely aware that even with 10 years of contemplation, he would likely not achieve mastery, not due to a lack of intellect, but rather insufficient time. His limited understanding of the grand principles contributed to his low efficiency in comprehension. However, with enough time, he believed it could be attained. Now, he no longer anticipated mastering the path of suppressing space, but he could utilize it to comprehend other minor principles of the universe. For instance, one of the minor principles, the path of space, could be fully discerned through the path of suppressing space. Indeed, after another 2 months, Tian successfully comprehended one of the minor principles, the path of space. This understanding was merely a branch of the true path of space. In reality, the ultimate goal of any path is the grand principle, with countless branches composing the minor principles. By aggregating numerous similar minor principles, one could comprehend the grand principle, though this would consume an inordinate amount of time and is nearly impossible. Subsequently, Tian endeavored to grasp the minor principle of the path of power, and after several months, he successfully attained it. Thus, he had acquired 4 minor principles of the universe. Half a year later, he once again comprehended a minor principle, the path of suppression. Typically, a divine being would be considered immensely formidable for mastering even a single minor principle. Many weaker immortal deities have yet to grasp any minor principles, yet Tian had directly mastered 5. In the Celestial Hall, Tian returned to continue his cultivation, opting not to pursue the grand principle further, reserving the remaining time for gradual comprehension later. His primary focus was now on enhancing his divine power, perfecting his divine body, and training in supreme techniques to augment his strength. Once his power reached a satisfactory level, he planned to enter the reincarnation ruins. To that end, he engaged in transactions with several divine beings of the Celestial Hall to acquire items conducive to refining his cultivation, and as one of the Hall Masters, the divine beings were naturally willing to trade with him. Thus, another year slipped by. During this period, Tian diligently accelerated the passage of time to refine various resources, and his divine body finally reached a state of great accomplishment, resulting in a significant surge in divine power. Additionally, his techniques, the dark Kunpeng art and the chaotic scales, improved immensely, now cultivated to the 13th diagram, while the Tai sword light surged to the 8th diagram. Presently, his strength surpassed that of his former self by a considerable margin, rendering even Lord Liang and his ilk far inferior. He could effortlessly vanquish those so-called formidable divine beings of the underworld and would certainly not find himself at a disadvantage against ordinary immortal deities. With his current strength, if he were to encounter danger in the reincarnation ruins, he would accept it. It is time to venture into the reincarnation ruins. Tian murmured. Reincarnation ruins. This location lies within the reincarnation valley of the abyssal world, its entrance long guarded by the underworld palace. However, with the underworld palace's token now in his possession, Tian could freely enter and exit the reincarnation valley. Soon, he entered the reincarnation valley, where he encountered a divine being stationed at the entrance of the reincarnation ruins. Master Yi, entering through here leads directly to the reincarnation ruins, the divine being from the underworld palace announced. Indeed, Tian nodded. Without hesitation, he stepped directly into the reincarnation ruins. Buzz. As space twisted and shifted, Tian found himself standing within the reincarnation ruins. At that moment, he sensed the interior of the ruins was suffused with a formidable force of reincarnation, incessantly tugging at him, seeking to draw him into the cycle of reincarnation. Reincarnation body. Reincarnation laws. Tian activated the reincarnation laws to bolster his reincarnation body, countering the overwhelming force of reincarnation surrounding him. He then focused on gauging the strength of the reincarnation force, making his way toward the deepest part of the ruins. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. Who dares disturb my slumber? In an instant, a spectral figure materialized. This is an eternal divine being's reincarnation projection, seemingly infused with chaotic will. Coupled with the peculiar nature of the reincarnation relic, this projection harbors a terrifying offensive capability. Kill. This reincarnation projection charged towards Tian. Tian was already aware of certain circumstances within the reincarnation relic. This so-called reincarnation projection was unmistakably that of the reincarnation lord. Although the reincarnation lord had fallen, remnants of his reincarnation will lingered, and his means of creation gave rise to this projection. This reincarnation projection specifically targeted the true gods who dared to intrude here. Even the most formidable true gods would find it nearly impossible to contend with this projection. The crux of the matter was that even if the projection were destroyed, it would rapidly reconstitute itself, and no one could ascertain how many times it could be vanquished before it dissipated. In summary, the underworld palace had grown wary and dared not send any more true gods within. Chapter 337, The Reincarnation Maze in Hand. Boom. The projection of the reincarnation lord harnessed the power of the reincarnation relic, manifesting 6 ethereal images of reincarnation around itself. In an instant, the forces of the 6 realms of reincarnation tugged at Tian, attempting to draw him into the cycle of reincarnation. It can be said that even other formidable true gods, when faced with this maneuver, would risk being ensnared in reincarnation if they lacked mastery over its powers. Even if they managed to escape such a fate by sheer luck, they would still be vulnerable to a counterattack from the Reincarnation Lord, suffering severe injuries. This was precisely why other powerful true gods could not best the projection of the Reincarnation Lord. It was further amplified by the powers of the Reincarnation Relic. However, Tian possessed the complete mastery of the reincarnation principles and the perfected reincarnation body, rendering him impervious to the trivial assault of this six-fold reincarnation projection, leaving him entirely unaffected. The Tai Sword Light. Tian unleashed the supreme art of the Tai Sword Light, using the innate spiritual treasure, the Yellow Spring Sword. Its terrifying might cleaving through the projection of the Reincarnation Lord. In an instant, the projection was rent asunder, dissipating into nothingness. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the projection of the Reincarnation Lord reformed once more. Undeterred, Tian continued to assault the projection with the Tai Sword Light. Gradually, the projection of the Reincarnation Lord was severed again. This demonstrated that Tian's power had far surpassed that of the formidable true gods. Otherwise, he would not have been able to obliterate the projection of the Reincarnation Lord in a single strike. 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. The projection of the Reincarnation Lord coalesced repeatedly, seemingly without limit. Yet Tian perceptibly sensed that the power of the Reincarnation Lord's projection was waning, nearing the threshold of the formidable true god's might. It was likely that it would not be long before the projection would utterly collapse. Indeed, after being vanquished 36 times, when the projection of the Reincarnation Lord attempted to coalesce once again, it disintegrated of its own accord, unable to manifest anymore. To have slain it 36 times before achieving this, it was indeed a formidable challenge. Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. He then took a decisive step deeper into the recesses of the Reincarnation Relic. There, he beheld the corpse of the Reincarnation Lord, beside which lay a battered small tower, the Reincarnation Tower, the pinnacle artifact of the Reincarnation Lord. Tian mused silently. After searching around the corpse of the Reincarnation Lord for some time, he finally discovered the supreme art inheritance of the Reincarnation Maze. This inheritance was ensconced within a scale on the Reincarnation Lord's body. He had transformed his physical form into that of an outer celestial demon. His body covered in scales, one of which bore the inscription of the supreme art, the Reincarnation Maze. This particular scale was not originally from the Reincarnation Lord, but belonged to a certain powerful outer celestial demon, having merged into the Reincarnation Lord's being, becoming one with him. If one were not meticulous, they might easily overlook such an inheritance. Fortune favored him, as this inheritance could still be passed on several times. Tian mused inwardly. Subsequently, he departed the Reincarnation Relic, carrying the inheritance of the Reincarnation Maze along with other items. Upon emerging, several true gods from the Underworld Palace appeared. "Lord Yi, have you secured the inheritance of the Reincarnation Maze?" inquired the leading true god. "Indeed, I have acquired it." Tian nodded affirmatively. He then produced the inheritance of the Reincarnation Maze. The true god from the Underworld Palace remarked, "Lord Yi, as previously agreed, a portion of the inheritance must be granted to our Underworld Palace." "No problem." Tian consented with a nod. He then proceeded to accept the inheritance of the Reincarnation Maze on the spot. Before long, the transmission concluded. It seems that it can still be passed on 2 more times. The Reincarnation Maze must at least compensate me with some treasures and resources before I can hand over this inheritance to you, Tian proposed. The true gods of the Underworld Palace did not contest this, for such a request was indeed reasonable. After conferring briefly, they stated, "Very well. You may obtain another supreme art inheritance from our Underworld Palace, thus offsetting the exchange." "How does that sound? Such a favorable arrangement?" Tian exclaimed with delight, readily agreeing. Before long, Tian arrived at the designated location within the Underworld Palace to receive the inheritance of the supreme art, where he acquired a portion of their supreme art inheritance, the Hand of Reincarnation. There was no choice in the matter. Whatever the Underworld Palace offered as reincarnation inheritance was what he received. The Hand of Reincarnation was among their many supreme arts, which is why they were willing to part with it. After the inheritance, Tian came to understand what the Hand of Reincarnation entailed. This technique was not applicable in combat. Rather, it served as an auxiliary supreme art with notably limited utility. The Hand of Reincarnation facilitated the manipulation of reincarnation forces, such as extracting souls ensnared within the cycle of reincarnation. For instance, when encountering a true god currently undergoing reincarnation, one could utilize the Hand of Reincarnation to draw forth their soul, allowing their memories to resurge, preventing them from sinking into oblivion. For certain factions, the Hand of Reincarnation proved somewhat beneficial. For example, if a true god under their command fell into reincarnation, Employing this technique would enable them to swiftly awaken their past memories. Moreover, the hand of reincarnation could be combined with other methods to resurrect beings from the past. For instance, when used in conjunction with another supreme art, time reversal, and coupled with an understanding of the great path of time, one could reverse the flow of time and space, bringing back to life those who had perished in the past. Of course, the means of resurrection were not limited to the hand of reincarnation and time reversal, but these formed one of the methods. Resurrection. Tian was astounded, never expecting that it could indeed bring back beings that had fallen in the past, albeit requiring mastery of a great path of time, which posed tremendous difficulty. The great path of time was a profound and complex domain. Comprehending it was no small feat comparatively. Mastering the hand of reincarnation and time reversal, these two supreme arts, was far easier. Therefore, without an understanding of the great path of time, the utility of the hand of reincarnation would be exceedingly limited. Moreover, even if one did grasp the great path of time, the costs associated with resurrecting beings would undoubtedly be significant. Although the specifics were not mentioned within the inheritance of the hand of reincarnation, Tian could readily imagine the implications. A rather impractical supreme art. No wonder the Underworld Palace was willing to part with it. Tian recognized that he had been somewhat ensnared by the Underworld Palace. Yet he found no grounds for complaint, as it was indeed a supreme art with its applications, serving as one means of resurrection. Thus, he had no reason to confront the Underworld Palace. Regardless, I have successfully obtained the inheritance of the reincarnation maze. I shall return and diligently cultivate it to fortify my own understanding. Tian departed from the Underworld Palace and returned to the Heavenly Palace. Upon his return, the Lord of the Fiery Sun approached, inquiring about the circumstances surrounding this recent expedition to the reincarnation relic. Tian candidly recounted the matter of the Underworld Palace granting him the hand of reincarnation. The hand of reincarnation turned out to be the supreme divine art of this treacherous scheme, which was indeed quite underhanded of the Underworld Palace. The Lord of the Blazing Sun retorted in irritation, stating that this supreme divine art bore little utility, although it could awaken the memories of a true god undergoing reincarnation. There were numerous other methods available. As for resurrection, one must comprehend the great way of time, and even with such comprehension, without the cultivation of a true ancestor, even the weakest of beings would not dare attempt resurrection, for it would surely lead to death. Who could withstand the backlash of time? In the Tai realm, there were true ancestors capable of resurrection, yet they dared not resurrect beings casually. Throughout countless ages, they had only resurrected a few beings, each time incurring severe backlash. Chapter 338. The Breakthrough of the Dao Heart, the Perfection of the Dao Heart. The Lord of the Blazing Sun sighed. Let the scheme be what it may. After all, I have acquired the supreme divine art of the reincarnation maze. Tian remained indifferent. Noticing Tian's nonchalance, the Lord of the Blazing Sun opted not to elaborate further. The two chatted for a while before parting ways. Subsequently, Tian dedicated himself to diligently practicing the supreme divine art of the reincarnation maze. Mastery of the reincarnation maze required only the laws of reincarnation, a requirement Tian easily satisfied, and he began his meditative contemplation. Naturally, cultivation of the reincarnation maze also necessitated a profound state of the Dao heart. Otherwise, if one attempted to forcefully cultivate it, one would inevitably become enmeshed within the reincarnation maze, plunging oneself into the depths of reincarnation. While comprehending the diagrams of the reincarnation maze, he concurrently practiced the hand of reincarnation, as his abundant divine souls permitted him to cultivate various supreme divine arts simultaneously without wasting time. Before long, he had successfully mastered the first diagram of the reincarnation maze. Boom! Within the sea of divine souls, an ethereal maze manifestation descended. Unmistakably the projection of the supreme divine art of the reincarnation maze, subtly altering Tian's divine soul under its influence. Concurrently, he also perfected the hand of reincarnation. Yet, Tian held little regard for the hand of reincarnation. His true focus lay upon the reincarnation maze, a supreme divine art capable of elevating one's state of mind. According to the Lord of the Blazing Sun's revelations, the reincarnation maze could undoubtedly elevate one's state of mind to the perfected realm of the Dao heart. However, to break through to the fifth level of the heart's realm, one would need to cultivate the reincarnation maze to an exceedingly high level to have any hope. Tian did not aspire to reach the fifth level. He merely wished to elevate his state of mind to perfection. In a moment of thought, Tian activated the reincarnation maze, and the maze projection within his sea of divine souls became increasingly vivid. Soon after, his consciousness entered the reincarnation maze. Initially intending to partition only a portion of his awareness, he found himself wholly absorbed upon entry, leaving his physical form in a state of slumber. Inside the reincarnation maze, it appeared as though an infinite array of spatial corridors surrounded him. No matter which direction he flew, he could not escape the confines of the reincarnation maze. Moreover, within this realm, his personal emotions were magnified infinitely, with anxiety and fear swelling to unimaginable proportions. Even having reached the Dao heart realm, he struggled to maintain emotional control. Though he might seem capable of managing his emotions externally, even the slightest shortcoming here would be amplified, and the overwhelming solitude could lead to a breakdown of spirit over time. Furthermore, it seemed as though time did not exist here. He was unaware of how long had passed in the external world. This was the essence of the reincarnation maze, amplifying human emotions to hone oneself. It bore similarities to the supreme divine ability of reincarnation. However, at the Dao heart realm, one could easily perceive the reality of the reincarnation world, rendering it ineffective for tempering. Yet within this reincarnation maze, the tempering effect persisted. This was merely the first diagram of the reincarnation maze, as one ascended to higher levels. Its power and efficacy in enhancing the state of mind would undoubtedly grow stronger. Tian murmured, recognizing that he could easily dispel the reincarnation maze he had conjured. However, to do so would negate its tempering effect. Thus, he sealed away his memories of casting the reincarnation maze, forgetting its essence, ensuring he could not dispel it. This was a means of compelling himself to utilize the reincarnation maze to enhance his state of mind. Of course, should his spirit approach the brink of collapse, the sealed memories would automatically resurface, a precaution he had set in place to prevent true ruin. Before long, his memories were sealed. Tian could no longer recall how to dispel the reincarnation maze and was left ensconced within. As time passed, his spirit began to falter. Even the realization of the Dao heart could not withstand the strain of this place. Fear and darkness seemed poised to engulf his consciousness, rendering him a mere ordinary person devoid of any abilities. His mental visage twisted as his spirit teetered on the edge of collapse. Yet ultimately, his memories returned, enabling him to shatter the reincarnation maze and emerge from its depths. With a gasp, he opened his eyes, a myriad of emotions playing across his features. His countenance still contorted as he huffed for breath, gradually regaining his composure. Utilizing the reincarnation maze to elevate his state of mind was no easy feat. Without immense willpower, he would never wish to endure such trials again, Tian thought to himself. Nevertheless, the efficacy of the reincarnation maze was undeniable. He sensed a slight elevation in his state of mind. Checking the time, he realized only a few hours had elapsed, indicating that time within the reincarnation maze flowed exceedingly slowly. After resting for several days, he entered the reincarnation maze for the second time, continuing to refine his state of mind. Thus began a series of repetitions, with the intervals between each invocation steadily decreasing, eventually reaching the point where he cast it daily. A few months later, he had managed to invoke the reincarnation maze several times a day, effectively immersing himself in its tempering process. Any ordinary true god would have succumbed long ago. It was only thanks to his persistence, bolstered by the improvement of his state of mind, that he could continue. Otherwise, he would have long since given up. A year later, Tian finally elevated his Dao heart to the perfected realm, leaving only a single step to reach the 5th level of the heart's realm. At this juncture, however, his Dao heart found itself at an impasse, and further attempts to enhance his state through the reincarnation maze yielded diminishing returns. Moreover, he had advanced the reincarnation maze to the 4th diagram, yet still saw no results, indicating that he could not elevate his state of mind further in the short term. On this day, he once again unfurled the Tai scroll. At that moment, the 3rd assessment appeared, sufficient to indicate that the Tai scroll had detected his Dao heart's elevation to perfection, thereby meeting the assessment criteria. This Tai scroll is quite remarkable. It can actually detect the state of my Dao heart. Tian exclaimed in astonishment. His gaze quickly fixated on the 3rd assessment's content, which required him to acquire 1,000 Tai points. Once he amassed the required points, the 3rd assessment would be deemed complete. The scroll also mentioned that to earn Tai points, one must complete tasks issued by the Tai Dao sect, which other true gods could also undertake. The Tai scroll documented these tasks, and anyone he completed would yield points. However, upon reviewing the tasks, he found that many required leaving the abyssal world to enter the Tai realm or the flying immortal domain, which was beyond his capabilities. After much contemplation, it appears that there exists but one task that is comparatively facile to accomplish, namely the extermination of the extraterrestrial fiends. For instance, by vanquishing an ordinary deity-level extraterrestrial demon, one can secure a singular Tai point. Thus, in order to amass a total of 1,000 Tai points, it necessitates the slaying of those formidable extraterrestrial demons. Yet, Tian still harbored hope for the endeavor. Chapter 339, sweeping all before him. I must venture into the chaos realm, Tian mused. He dared not traverse into the domain of the extraterrestrial demons to hunt them down, for such an act would inevitably attract the attention of powerful great demons, leading to his certain demise. Even those ancestral-level extraterrestrial demons could obliterate him from afar with but a thought. Only within the chaos realm could he find relative safety. According to his knowledge, the primordial treasure, the Kunlun heavenly pillar, had emerged and had even led to the downfall of several extraterrestrial demons, inciting unparalleled wrath among their ranks, prompting the dispatch of numerous extraterrestrial demons to this realm. The chaos realm had thus transformed into a veritable battlefield. Of course, this time, it was not solely the deities from the underworld who participated in the fray. Some deities from the Tai realm had also arrived. Otherwise, the deities from the underworld would have long since fled, too intimidated to enter the chaos realm. Upon his return to the chaos realm, Tian reflected on his previous entry during a period of tranquility within the heavenly path, in stark contrast to his current intrusion during a time of upheaval. Boom. In the distance, the vibrations of battle reverberated, clearly indicating a clash between deities and extraterrestrial demons. Utilizing the laws of space, Tian traversed toward the source of the conflict and discerned the positions of both combatants, a deity and an extraterrestrial demon. However, the aura of the deity was unfamiliar, seemingly not hailing from the underworld. It must belong to a deity of the Tai realm, though its allegiance remained uncertain. Tian pondered. Both the deity and the extraterrestrial demon exhibited powers akin to the mightiest deities, yet the number of defiant deities was relatively scarce, even within the Tai realm. They were not numerous. Naturally, the classification of deity strength within the Tai realm did not align with such distinctions, lacking categories such as invincible deities or mighty deities. Instead, merely categorizing them based on cultivation stages, early, mid, late, and pinnacle stages of deityhood. After all, deities were not particularly significant within the Tai realm, and thus no detailed classifications of combat prowess were warranted. Furthermore, even a defiant deity's power would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of other deities within the Tai realm, rendering the designation of defiant moot. At this moment, the Tai deity found itself gradually at a disadvantage, prompting Tian to take immediate action. Boom. The radiant light of the Tai sword descended, and in an instant, the extraterrestrial demon was vanquished. The Tai sword light. The Tai deity promptly expressed reverence, inquiring, "Pray tell, which esteemed friend from the Tai Dao sect do I have the honor of encountering?" With a flourish, Tian revealed himself. "I am not a disciple of the Tai Dao sect. I am the fourth hall master of the Heavenly Hall." The mention of the Heavenly Hall instantly enlightened the deity. He realized that his previous assumption had been erroneous. After all, the Tai Dao sect was yet unaware of this underworld realm, and thus could not possibly send disciples here. Nevertheless, a deity from the underworld had managed to master the Tai sword light, which was indeed extraordinary. Consequently, he expressed his profound gratitude. "I thank you, esteemed friend." Tian did not linger further, summoning the storage equipment from the slain extraterrestrial demon with a wave of his hand before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, he unfurled the Tai scroll to examine the third assessment task. His Tai points had increased by 3. This indicated that only by slaying extraterrestrial demons equivalent in strength to the mightiest deities could one earn such points. The quest for accumulating 1,000 Tai points proved to be no trifling matter, Tian mused. In the ensuing moments, Tian sought out yet another extraterrestrial demon to dispatch, his Tai points steadily increasing. However, he soon found himself under scrutiny from the extraterrestrial demons. The fiends possessed various means, such as the ability to lock onto him once he had slain a significant number of their kin. Before long, a multitude of extraterrestrial demons had converged upon him from all directions, sealing off the space around him. Although the spatial blockade was formidable, Tian had comprehended the path of space, and, combined with his ability to traverse voids, he could indeed shatter the confines. Yet, breaking the blockade would not free him from their tracking. Tian resolved to confront this horde of extraterrestrial demons head-on, speculating that he might amass a considerable number of Tai points, and perhaps achieve his goal of 1,000 points in one fell swoop. Within mere breaths, a throng of extraterrestrial demons descended upon him. At the forefront stood a starry demon accompanied by 3 serpent demons, both of which were known for their formidable defenses. Following them were a dozen shadow demons, adept in charm and speed, albeit lacking in fortitude and strength. Surrounding them were extraterrestrial demons boasting far superior offensive capabilities. Among these outermost demons, Tian spotted a familiar face, one wielding a bow and arrow, already aimed directly at him. It was he. Tian recalled that during his earlier days, when he was merely at the semi-divine level, he had ventured into the chaos realm during a period of tranquility, only to be pierced by this very demon's arrow, penetrating through his chaos scales. In those days, he had perceived this extraterrestrial demon as a formidable threat. Had it not been for the tranquility of the heavenly path, he would assuredly have been annihilated by that distant strike. Yet now, this extraterrestrial demon was but a trivial concern, relegated to standing among the many ranged attackers on the periphery, attempting to disrupt him with distant shots. Boom! The horde of extraterrestrial demons unleashed their assault, with many of them summoning talismans. These were not the grand talismans of the vast universe, but rather lesser talismans, albeit crafted by great demon gods, containing terrifying power. At least 7 defiant deity-level extraterrestrial demons, dozens of mighty deity-level extraterrestrial demons, alongside a plethora of lesser talismans. This encirclement was more than sufficient to obliterate even the most exceptional of defiant deities. Tian mused grimly. Unfortunately, this cadre of extraterrestrial demons was targeting him, and he was no longer the same as before. Chaos scales. He unleashed this supreme technique, and the myriad of attacks were forcefully repelled. Meanwhile, the shadow demons attempted to charm him, but Tian's great freedom body, coupled with his state of utmost freedom, rendered him impervious to their influence. However, the mental energies of these extraterrestrial demons relentlessly invaded his mind. Reincarnation maze. Tian activated this supreme technique. Many of the shadow demons recognized the technique and hastily withdrew their mental energies, yet 2 of them charged in too swiftly, unable to retract their powers in time, and were immediately ensnared within the reincarnation maze. Instantly, their bodies crumpled to the ground, succumbing to slumber. In the chaos of battle, once one fell into slumber, death was all but assured. He had mastered the reincarnation maze. His Dao heart was likely perfected, and there was no need for further mental coercion from them. One of the shadow demons cautioned the others. Tai Sword Light, slay for me. A radiant beam of Tai Sword Light swiftly dispatched an extraterrestrial demon of defiant deity caliber. This scene struck fear into the hearts of the remaining extraterrestrial demons. Yet, they did not withdraw. They continued their onslaught against Tian. Boom! Tian unleashed the dark Kunpeng technique, engaging fiercely with the horde of extraterrestrial demons, a multitude of Dao powers erupting forth. The path of Tai Chi, the path of yellow springs, the path of space, the path of strength, empowered by the 4 manifestations of the path of the Little Thousand. Tian swept through all adversaries, leaving no foreign celestial demons capable of withstanding his strike. Chapter 340. On the verge of departure, slaying the evil god. Flee. The foreign celestial demons, now thoroughly intimidated, finally comprehended that Tian's prowess far surpassed their expectations, transcending the ordinary realm of true gods. However, Tian's speed was unparalleled. Bolstered by the dark Kunpeng technique and the path of space, the foreign celestial demons stood no chance of escape. In a brief span, they were all annihilated by Tian. Subsequently, he retrieved the Tai scroll, glancing at the Tai points inscribed upon it, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Excellent. I am on the verge of accumulating 1,000 Tai points. Once gathered, I shall fulfill the entry examination requirements of the Tai Dao sect and formally join their ranks. Tian mused. He then collected the possessions of the foreign celestial demons and departed from that place. In the ensuing days, he relentlessly sought out foreign celestial demons, slaying them without mercy. The fall of so many formidable foreign celestial demons alerted their kind to the presence of an exceedingly terrifying true god in the chaotic heavens, prompting a mass retreat. Unless a means to contend with Tian was discovered, it was highly unlikely that these foreign celestial demons would dare to enter the chaotic heavens again. Fortunately, before their retreat, Tian had already gathered 1,000 Tai points. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite troublesome. At the moment he amassed 1,000 Tai points, the Tai scroll indicated that the 3rd examination had been completed, revealing the 4th examination requirements. According to the stipulations of the Tai scroll, upon meeting the conditions of the 4th examination, one could directly become a core disciple of the Tai Dao sect, bypassing the initial stages of a common disciple. Completing the 5th examination would elevate one to the status of Daozi. It was evident that the requirements for the 4th examination were exceptionally demanding. Upon reviewing the 4th examination's conditions, Tian found himself puzzled. It stipulated that he must breach the 4th level of the Tai Tower with his true god cultivation. But where was the Tai Tower? He then contacted the Lord of the Luyang Palace, who also lacked knowledge of the Tai Tower, ultimately obtaining information from the Heavenly Court. The Tai Tower was a structure belonging to the Tai Dao sect, accessible to any disciple, yet most true gods could scarcely conquer even the first level, with few managing to breach the third. As for true gods who had surpassed the fourth level, none had emerged in the past century. I did not expect such lofty demands to become a core disciple. It seems the Tai Dao sect holds me to a high standard. But if I were a disciple of the sect, I could probably become a core disciple merely by apprenticing under a true ancestor. Tian pondered. The Tai Tower resided in the Tai realm within the Tai Dao sect. Thus, he needed to enter the Tai realm to attempt the tower. Consequently, he saw no reason to delay and could proceed directly into the Tai realm. However, before doing so, he felt it necessary to return to the human realm to address certain matters. As it stood, the human race had fully integrated into the cavernous world. With the number of demigods significantly increased compared to the past, yet true gods remained scarce. Moreover, the strength of King Xia was not particularly formidable. He needed to devise a means to ensure the human race had some form of protection. Otherwise, once he entered the Tai realm, he could not guarantee when he would return, and the plight of the human race could become dire. Before long, Tian summoned King Xia and explained his impending entry into the Tai realm. What? Lord Yi, you are going to the Tai realm? When will you return? King Xia inquired. I cannot say for certain, Tian replied. He then reassured, do not worry, King Xia. Before I depart, I will provide protection for the human race. After I leave, I will have the heavenly palace look after them, and I will leave behind resources ample enough to nurture several more true gods. Additionally, I will eliminate any hidden enemies threatening the human race. You speak of the evil god? King Xia asked. Indeed, Tian nodded. The evil god had long been an enemy of the human race, and besides him, Tian intended to eradicate the few true gods who had besieged the humans in the past. King Xia furrowed his brow. In recent years, I have also been investigating the whereabouts of the evil god, but upon learning of your ascension to true god status, he has been hiding within the realm of true gods, making it impossible for us to track him down. Fear not, I have my methods to locate them, Tian declared confidently. He then left behind some resources before setting off to confront the evil god. Upon arriving at the lair of the evil clan, Tian entered their stronghold, concealing himself within space, observing the demigods from a distance. The evil clan's demigods were oblivious to his presence. Tian was uninterested in exterminating these demigods, as they could serve to hone the strength of the human race. His singular aim was to eliminate the evil god. While these demigods were unaware of the evil god's whereabouts in the realm of true gods, Tian possessed a means to discover it. Emerging from the depths of space, Tian appeared within the grand hall of the evil clan. With a mere thought, he ensnared the consciousness of the evil clan's demigods within the cycle maze. Then with a wave of his hand, executed an unparalleled divine ability, time reversal. Time reversal could be employed to investigate past events, albeit with limitations. If an exceedingly powerful presence had once inhabited the location, the technique would collapse, potentially alerting that formidable foe. Thus, time reversal could not be used indiscriminately. Yet, the evil god was too feeble. Utilizing time reversal to scrutinize the evil god's past movements would pose no risk. Time reversal. Tian activated the laws of time, causing the surrounding scenes to flow backward, an effect of the time reversal. Years rolled back, and at last, Tian discerned traces of the evil god. Following those traces to uncover the path by which the evil god entered the realm of true gods. The evil god was too weak, having failed to erase these traces. Had he been a more formidable true god, he would have devised means to obliterate his temporal footprints. Even with time reversal, it would be challenging to find any trace of him. Tian reflected. With a swift motion, Tian tore through the fabric of space. Layer after layer of space was peeled away, ultimately revealing the essence of the realm of true gods amidst the chaotic currents of space. Found it. Tian immediately ruptured the barriers of the realm of true gods and stepped inside. Within the realm of true gods, the evil god was presently in meditation, attended by the sinister spirit maidens he had created. Suddenly, the surrounding sinister maidens shattered, and the hall of his meditation began to collapse. In an instant, everything around him turned to dust, and Tian stood before the evil god. Tian, the evil god, was taken aback, never anticipating that he would be discovered while hiding within the realm of true gods. Lord Yi, I beg you, do not kill me, the evil god pleaded. Though he had remained in the realm of true gods, he had other channels to acquire information about the outside world, such as Tian's ascension to become one of the leaders of the formidable heavenly palace. Faced with the terrifying presence of Lord Yi, he dared not resist. In my next life, I should avoid offending anyone lightly. Alas, it seems you may not have a next life. Tian casually obliterated the evil god. Then, At the moment the malevolent deity's consciousness entered the cycle of reincarnation, he activated the hand of reincarnation, plunging it into the reincarnation passageway, grasping the essence of the malevolent deity and effortlessly crushing it to oblivion. Thus, the malevolent deity was left with no hope of reincarnation, utterly dissipating into the void. Chapter 341. Entering the Celestial Court, reuniting with the moon-inviting fairy. The hand of reincarnation proved remarkably effective in exterminating true gods, Tian mused. Subsequently, he sought out several other true gods, methodically annihilating them and casting their corpses aside as a stark warning to the outside world. Do not provoke the human race, lest one meet a similar fate. No true god dared to challenge Tian's actions. Even the Dark Sovereign, who had ties to the malevolent deity, exhibited not a hint of anger upon hearing the news. After all, the Dark Sovereign was scarcely more than an exceptionally powerful true god. Who would dare to provoke Tian? He was well aware of Tian's prowess, knowing that even the defiant true gods refrained from confronting him. 10 days later, Tian prepared to journey to the Tai realm, a venture that permitted only him to traverse there, excluding even the Lord of the Blazing Sun and his companions from entry. However, once in the Tai realm, he could return, for his time of comprehending the Kunlun pillar was not yet exhausted. Yet, he would refrain from utilizing it now, as the benefits were minimal. It was prudent to wait until his cultivation advanced further. Soon, he arrived at the Kunlun pillar, where a true god from the celestial court awaited him. Following this divine being, he approached the entrance to the realm passage. Tian, this realm passage leads directly to the Tai realm of the flying immortal domain. Due to the immense distance, the spatial pressure within the passage is formidable, challenging for ordinary true gods to endure. One must not resist recklessly, lest they be torn apart by the passage itself. The true god provided a detailed explanation, and upon receiving Tian's nod of understanding, they stepped into the realm passage together. Boom. As Tian followed the true god into the realm passage, his form was instantaneously conveyed, the speed beyond imagination. He bore the strain of spatial pressure, yet his physical form was immensely robust, allowing him to withstand it. Nevertheless, as it was his first experience traveling through a realm passage, he felt a slight discomfort. As time elapsed, a full 10 minutes passed before the transmission concluded, underscoring the vast distance between the Tai realm and the abyssal world. We have arrived. The voice of the celestial court, true god, echoed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Tian found himself standing within a grand teleportation hall, the very heart of the Tai realm's celestial court. Stepping out of the teleportation array, he beheld countless palatial structures suspended in the sky, and golden pathways formed from divine light intertwined throughout the entirety of the celestial court. Celestial steeds and true gods traversed these radiant avenues incessantly. Tian, this is the celestial court. You should report to the court. As for joining the Tai Dao sect, that matter must be addressed by the overseeing true god. The true god from the celestial court then escorted Tian to a temporary palace, where he was to reside for the time being. The following day, a true god visited Tian's temporary abode, none other than the moon-inviting fairy, who had previously bestowed upon him the Tai scroll. However, she now exuded an aura far more potent than before, a true immortal deity, and she was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of such beings. Noticing Tian's astonishment and confusion, the moon-inviting fairy smiled. Tian, there is no need for surprise. What you encountered before was merely a true god-level avatar of mine. The cost of transmitting an immortal deity through the realm passage is somewhat greater, and it cannot penetrate the abyssal world, which is why I sent an avatar. After all, concerning the Tai Dao sect, it is prudent to keep such matters discreet. Hence my personal delivery of the Tai scroll. Primarily, I was intrigued by your exceptional talent in mastering the Tai sword light at such a young age. Understanding now? Tian nodded. The moon-inviting fairy settled down and continued. There is no rush regarding your entry into the Tai Dao sect. You may not yet be fully acquainted with the celestial court or the Tai Dao sect. Even the Blazing Sun true god possesses only a limited understanding of the celestial court. Tian did not contradict her, merely acknowledging her words with a nod. The moon-inviting fairy elaborated. The Tai realm is not solely dominated by the Tai Dao sect. There exists another formidable faction known as the Heavenly Prison sect. To rival the Heavenly Prison sect, the Tai Dao sect has discreetly supported various other forces, of which our celestial court is one. Among the ordinary true ancestor-level factions under the Tai Dao sect, we count over a dozen, with the underworld being one of them. Naturally, even among the affiliated forces of the Tai Dao sect, harmony is not guaranteed. Our relationship with the underworld is relatively amicable, yet we find ourselves in competition with other affiliated factions. Furthermore, internal strife within the Tai Dao sect is quite severe. Frankly speaking, If you were to join the Tai Dao sect without any backing, regardless of your prodigious talent, you might still face suppression. Tian furrowed his brow, uncertain of the moon inviting fairy's intentions with this information. She candidly stated, to put it plainly, Tian, I hope you can remain in the celestial court for now, rather than hastily joining. Once you meet the fourth or even the fifth requirement of the Tai Dao sect, you can directly ascend to the status of their disciple, thereby avoiding any potential suppression. At that point, it would not be too late to join the Tai Dao sect. Agreed. Tian responded without hesitation. Given his unfamiliarity with the situation, remaining in the celestial court and adhering to the moon-inviting fairy's guidance was undoubtedly in his best interest. The moon-inviting fairy then proceeded to discuss the circumstances of the celestial court with him. Tian, our celestial court is faring reasonably well in the Tai realm. Yet in the broader flying immortal domain, we are not considered overwhelmingly powerful. Currently, we have a single true ancestor in the open, over 1,000 immortal deities, and several tens of thousands of true gods. She recounted the strength of the celestial court. Tian was astounded to learn that the celestial court, merely an affiliated force of the Tai Dao sect, wielded such considerable power, with tens of thousands of true gods and over 1,000 immortal deities. And if there was one true ancestor in the open, did that imply the existence of others concealed in the shadows? In a short span, the moon-inviting fairy summarized the state of the celestial court and introduced herself. I belong to the lineage of the celestial court's Tian Star Palace. As the foremost disciple of the Chang'e fairy, Tian's astonishment grew. He recognized that the celestial court of the abyssal world bore some resemblance to the celestial court of myth in his previous life, yet it was not entirely the same. However, it did feature the Tian Star Lord Chang'e. While the Chang'e of his past life wielded little power, the Chang'e of this realm was undoubtedly a formidable being. He did not doubt her existence, but he was curious as to how the Chang'e of this world, an immortal deity from the ancient era, had survived to the present day. Chang'e has lived from the ancient times to the present? Tian inquired, perplexed. Chapter 342, The Nine Heavens Tower. One could say that. The moon-inviting fairy nodded slightly. Tian was astounded. An immortal deity's lifespan could not extend to the present. Yet, he quickly speculated the reason. Could it be reincarnation? Tian asked. Not quite. The moon-inviting fairy shook her head gently, acknowledging that reincarnation was indeed a method. Yet it was only during the first cycle of rebirth that one could easily awaken memories of their past life. Subsequent reincarnations made such awakenings markedly challenging. And by the third cycle, it was nearly impossible to retrieve those memories. Of course, one could reincarnate after an extensive passage of time. But my master did not resort to this approach. My master has never truly perished. She has lived through 8 lifetimes, which is why she stands before us now. 8 lifetimes? How can that be possible? Tian exclaimed, taken aback, as he had never contemplated such a possibility. Why should it be impossible? The moon-inviting fairy smiled. You have spent your life in the mortal realm, with limited exposure, which is why you find it so astonishing. There exists a supreme technique in the mortal realm known as reincarnation nirvana, capable of allowing a true god to live again. In the Tai realm, however, there is an unparalleled technique known as the yin-yang nirvana art. Once mastered to its pinnacle, it permits one to live 9 lifetimes. My master has already attained the highest level of this art and can still reincarnate once more. Naturally, aside from the yin-yang nirvana art, there are other methods that could allow an immortal true god to live for 7 or 8 lifetimes without issue. Back when the ancient true gods from the mortal realm fled to the Tai realm, approximately a dozen still survive, and my master is among them. Understanding dawned upon Tian. He had initially believed that achieving reincarnation nirvana to live again was an extraordinary feat, only to discover that in the Tai realm, it was not uncommon. Others could live for 8 lifetimes. However, despite Chang'e having lived through 8 lifetimes, she remained a true god, underscoring the formidable challenge of transcending from a true god to the true ancestor realm. Given the vast expanse of time from the ancient era to the present, the likelihood of Chang'e breaking through to the true ancestor realm seemed exceedingly slim. As their conversation with the moon-inviting fairy continued, Tian gleaned more insights into the heavenly court's affairs. For instance, it was true that the heavenly emperor of ancient times had fallen, and the current heavenly emperor of the Tai realm was indeed a significant figure from the mortal realm, the Azure Emperor, who now openly stands as the true ancestor of the heavenly court. Aside from the Azure Emperor, several other ancient figures who have survived include the Xuanwu Emperor, the Kunpeng Emperor, the Baize Emperor, and a host of other immortal true gods. These immortal beings had lived through 8 lifetimes, their combat prowess nearing that of the true ancestors, yet they seldom made appearances, choosing instead to immerse themselves in arduous cultivation or reside in places where time flows slowly, thereby extending their lifespans. They would only intervene when the Heavenly Court faced dire challenges. At present, the Heavenly Court in the Tai realm continues to uphold the divine positions established in earlier times, although these positions offer no special advantages, merely titles. Each true god of the Heavenly Court possesses their own divine responsibilities, and since Tian was to remain in the Heavenly Court, he naturally required a divine position. The Heavenly Court had already prepared a role for him, the Inspecting Star Monarch. This position entailed patrolling specific regions, categorized as a leisurely role, allowing for ample time to cultivate freely. Soon, the moon-inviting fairy had completed the necessary formalities for Yi Tian's induction as the Inspecting Star Monarch. Yi Star Monarch. From this day forward, you shall serve as the Inspecting Star Monarch of the Heavenly Court. However, you will still have considerable freedom, as the Heavenly Court seldom assigns tasks to you. As the Inspecting Star Monarch, coupled with the Heavenly Court's additional support, you will receive certain cultivation opportunities, such as free access to various cultivation sites. After patiently explaining, the moon-inviting fairy took her leave. In the Inspecting Star Monarch's residence, Yi Tian began to organize his information, preparing for his forthcoming cultivation plans. The cultivation environment in the Heavenly Court was quite favorable, with spiritual energy far surpassing that of the subterranean world and numerous cultivation treasures available. Yet, as a newcomer without any connections, he realized that even with the Heavenly Court's guidance, it was improbable that he would receive comprehensive support. Yi Tian understood the Heavenly Court's strategy. They would not directly place him into the Tai Dao sect. After all, he had not previously been a member of the Heavenly Court, and if he were directly assigned there, the intermediaries would gain nothing from his transfer. They would not wish to remain subservient for eternity, as true geniuses are better kept within one's own grasp. Moreover, it was likely that the Tai Dao sect was still unaware of him, as his information had likely been intercepted by the Heavenly Court. They probably intended to introduce him to the Tai Dao sect only after he had fully committed himself. Nevertheless, even without joining the Tai Dao sect, the Heavenly Court would assist in addressing his issues of unauthorized entry, alleviating concerns about potential repercussions from the forces of the Tai realm. I shall visit the Nine Heavens Tower. Yi Tian resolved. The Nine Heavens Tower served as a venue for testing combat prowess, akin to the Tai Tower. It was situated on a floating island in the 23rd district of the Heavenly Court. In no time, Yi Tian had flown to his destination. So this is the Nine Heavens Tower, he exclaimed, his gaze fixed upon the imposing structure, utterly awestruck by its grandeur. The energy emanating from the Nine Heavens Tower rivaled that of innate spiritual treasures, yet it was undoubtedly not an innate treasure. It appeared to be a postnatal supreme treasure. Yi Tian speculated. Though postnatal supreme treasures might not compare to innate treasures in certain aspects, in terms of weapon potency, they were undeniably formidable. Innate treasures are birthed from the primordial, embodying the essence of the small thousand paths, while postnatal supreme treasures are crafted, if made from exceedingly rare materials. They might even surpass innate treasures. The strength of a postnatal supreme treasure primarily hinges on the materials employed, should one utilize materials deemed precious even by true ancestors. Combined with the grand paths of the universe, it might be possible to forge postnatal supreme treasures that rival innate ones. Yi Tian refrained from lingering on the Nine Heavens Tower's exterior and stepped inside. According to his understanding, the Nine Heavens Tower was a replica of the Tai Tower. If he could conquer the fourth level here, he would likely be able to do the same in the Tai Tower. At the first level of the Nine Heavens Tower, the environment instantly transformed into a starry expanse. This was not an illusion, but rather a space created by an array. Yi Tian mused. Boom! A colossal extraterrestrial demon emerged, its aura already reaching the true god level, and it was no ordinary true god. It could be likened to the pinnacle true gods of the subterranean world. To his surprise, the adversary at the first level of the Nine Heavens Tower was so formidable. Yet Yi Tian regarded this extraterrestrial demon with indifference, merely waving his hand to obliterate it in an instant. Chapter 343, 5 Years, A Surge in Power. At the second level of the Nine Heavens Tower, the extraterrestrial demon's strength was now comparable to that of an invincible true god, and indeed, it was among the most formidable of such beings. However, before Yi Tian, this level of power remained insufficient. He swiftly dispatched it, advancing beyond the second level of the Nine Heavens Tower. Next, he ascended to the third level, where the extraterrestrial demon materialized with an aura powerful enough to rival that of a defiant true god, and it was indeed a formidable one. Even the likes of the Master of the Blazing Sun would find it nearly impossible to breach the third level. Utilizing the Tai Sword Light, Yi Tian unleashed this supreme technique, for the extraterrestrial demon, bearing the strength of a defiant true god, was no weakling. Without employing such a technique, he could not easily vanquish it. Boom! Under the might of the Tai Sword Light, The extraterrestrial demon was pierced through. A portion of its form shattered, yet it rapidly began to heal, not slain in an instant. Continuing onward, Tian exerted himself to the fullest, unleashing an array of profound paths and supreme techniques. Even the path of the Lesser Thousand was fully manifested, allowing him to vanquish his adversary within mere exchanges. At this juncture, he had foreseen the likelihood of failing to traverse the fourth layer of the Nine Heavens Tower. As anticipated, upon arriving at the fourth layer, the extraterrestrial fiends instilled a shiver throughout his being. Though not genuine extraterrestrial fiends, but rather manifestations conjured by the Nine Heavens Tower, their essence bore negligible distinction from the authentic beings. Their terrifying aura could hardly be classified as merely divine. Both their divine physique and divine power had reached the zenith of existence, exuding an immensely potent Lesser Thousand path that had attained a rudimentary level of mastery. Furthermore, the air around them was saturated with the essence of supreme techniques. Boom! The extraterrestrial fiend's form suddenly expanded to an immense size, resembling a miniature celestial body. It was the true body of a supreme path fiend. The effect of this supreme technique rendered its physical defenses formidable beyond reckoning, and its power fearsome in the extreme. However, its speed and reaction time were somewhat diminished. Yet, when weighed against its advantages, these shortcomings were scarcely worth mentioning. The fiend struck with a colossal fist, shattering the very fabric of the starry expanse, leaving Tian with little option but to endure the blow. He attempted to defend using the Tai Chi path, but it was obliterated by the fiend's punch. Fortunately, bolstered by the supreme technique of chaos scales, he managed to withstand the impact. However, the fusion of the Lesser Thousand path with the fiend's true body unleashed an even more terrifying level of offensive power. With a single strike, Tian was sent hurtling backward, his various pinnacle techniques and bodily forms rendered as ineffective as mere illusions, while even the chaos scales were cracked, leaving his internal organs injured. His own attacks against the fiend proved futile, failing to breach its defenses, akin to mere tickles against its formidable exterior. Despite augmenting his efforts with 4 variations of the Lesser Thousand path, the disparity in strength remained vast. After a prolonged battle, Tian's injuries worsened significantly. Even with his remarkable healing abilities, he could not mend his wounds swiftly enough, ultimately leading to his expulsion from the Nine Heavens Tower. He returned to recuperate, and soon his injuries had healed substantially. Initially, he believed his prowess at the divine level to be truly invincible, unmatched by any other divine being. Yet, it became evident that such strength was negligible in the vast realm of the Tai world. Tian mused to himself. Thus, he resolved to utilize the cultivation sanctuaries of the Celestial Court to enhance his power. Among these, the Mixed Ruins River stood out as the most suitable for his cultivation. The Mixed Ruins River is a sacred cultivation site, imbued with unfathomable pure energy, making it ideal for divine beings, with even some immortal deities frequently visiting to train within its depths. However, not all divine beings could access this sanctuary. Most lacked the qualifications, and even those who could enter were not permitted to remain indefinitely. For instance, while Tian could enter freely, he was allowed to cultivate for no more than a century before incurring costs to extend his stay. Before long, Tian arrived at the Mixed Ruins River. The river was colossal, dwarfing even the great rivers of the ancient Earth era by unfathomable magnitudes. Moreover, the Celestial Court had scattered numerous small celestial bodies throughout the river, each serving as a dwelling for divine beings to reside and cultivate. Upon entering the Mixed Ruins River, Tian located a small celestial body, claiming its dwelling as his own for the purpose of cultivation. Boom! As he began his practice, torrents of pure energy surged into his being. This energy felt inexhaustible. Not even the most elite immortal deity could deplete the resources of the Mixed Ruins River. What exquisite energy! Such purity cannot exist in the earthly realm, Tian murmured. Subsequently, he commenced his cultivation, fully activating the laws of time to accelerate his progress, allowing him to train for extended durations. Additionally, he possessed various immortal-level innate abilities, further amplifying his cultivation speed. As immense energy flooded into his body, his divine physique strengthened, his divine power surged, and his cultivation ascended moment by moment. Simultaneously, his other spiritual aspects were not idle. They too engaged in the study and comprehension of various supreme techniques and the Lesser Thousand path, striving for comprehensive enhancement in all respects. Thus, days turned into weeks, weeks into months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. Gradually, 5 years elapsed. On this particular day, with a resounding boom, Tian's divine body underwent a metamorphosis, achieving a state of perfection, and his divine power had grown more than tenfold compared to his former self. His divine body was now perfected, and his cultivation had finally reached the consummate stage of divine mastery. From this point forward, he would find it impossible to advance further until he broke into the realm of immortal divinity. During these 5 years, his growth was not limited to mere cultivation. Substantial enhancements were also observed in other domains. For instance, the 4 variations of the Lesser Thousand Path had seen significant advancements, particularly the Path of the Yellow Springs, which was only a step away from reaching a rudimentary level of mastery. Undoubtedly, the most substantial growth was observed in the supreme techniques. Presently, the Chaos Scales had reached the 19th diagram of its path, while the Tai Sword Light had been honed to the 18th diagram. The Dark Kunpeng technique also attained the 18th diagram, and the Reincarnation Maze reached the 11th diagram, while the Reincarnation Hand, albeit less practiced, had progressed to the 6th diagram. Compared to 5 years prior, his strength had experienced a transformation akin to the turning of the tides. I should have a fair chance of conquering the 4th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower, Tian murmured. Chapter 344, The Taoist of the Great White. Once more, Tian found himself at the 9 Heavens Tower, entering the 4th layer anew. The battle commenced immediately. Previously, he had been no match for the extraterrestrial fiends of the 4th layer. Yet now, he could engage them without falling behind. Rumbling. With the aid of the supreme technique, the Chaos Scales, Tian faced no fear against the fiend's onslaught. Having mastered the 19th diagram of the Chaos Scales, his defensive capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Furthermore, his Tai Sword Light had experienced a significant surge in offensive power, now capable of breaching the fiend's defenses and inflicting minor injuries. After a prolonged skirmish, Tian's Tai Sword Light ultimately obliterated the fiend. Thus, Tian successfully overcame the 4th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower. At last, I have succeeded. Tian exhaled in relief. Subsequently, he examined the Tai scroll, discovering that it had indeed changed, indicating that he had satisfied the criteria of the 4th assessment and revealing the 5th challenge. Upon reading the requirements of the 5th assessment, Tian was taken aback. The 5th challenge demanded the comprehension of the embryonic form of the Great Thousand Path. He understood that grasping the Great Thousand Path was exceedingly arduous, necessitating first the comprehension of its embryonic form, which was the embryonic form of the Great Dao. After comprehending the rudimentary form of the Great Dao, one must gradually deepen their understanding, ultimately nurturing the true essence of the vast and infinite path within themselves, thus enabling them to wield the authentic Great Dao. Any divine being who grasps the embryonic form of the Great Dao is destined to comprehend the Great Dao in its entirety in the future. This clearly illustrates the formidable challenge of aspiring to become the Dao child of the Tai Dao sect. Presently, I find myself utterly incapable of grasping the embryonic form of the Great Dao, and thus it is prudent to refrain from considering the completion of the 5th assessment task. Tian pondered. However, the news of his triumph over the 4th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower had reached the upper echelons of the Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Court, at the Palace of the Moon, the Fairy of the Moon was reporting to a divine statue, which served as the conduit for communication with her revered teacher, the Moon Goddess Chang'e, who was currently sequestered in a mysterious location, inaccessible to her. Master, Tian, who hails from the earthly realm, has successfully conquered the 4th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower, reported the Fairy of the Moon. Oh, he has indeed surpassed the 4th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower, showcasing remarkable talent. Yet, every century, the Heavenly Court births a divine being who conquers the 4th layer. Should he manage to overcome the 5th layer, he would truly be an unparalleled genius, remarked the Moon Goddess Chang'e. A divine being conquering the 5th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower? The Fairy of the Moon considered this requirement to be exceedingly high. Since the establishment of the Tai realm, only 3 individuals had achieved this feat, 2 of whom had already perished, leaving only 1 survivor. As the Fairy of the Moon contemplated this, the Moon Goddess added, Tian is exceptionally gifted. It would be a grave loss to send him to the Tai Dao sect. Moreover, the Tai Dao sect is facing its own troubles, and his joining may not necessarily be beneficial. The Tai Dao sect is in trouble? The Fairy of the Moon was perplexed. As the most formidable power within the Tai realm, despite having rivals like the Hellgate posed no real threat to the Tai Dao sect. Furthermore, the forces from other Great Dao realms within the flying immortal domain had minimal conflicts with the Tai Dao sect. She could not fathom what troubles could befall the Tai Dao sect. At that moment, the Moon Goddess declared, "You will come to understand the troubles of the Tai Dao sect in due time. As for Tian, he should be nurtured vigorously. He is a talent we have procured for our lineage, and we should focus on cultivating him, ensuring he does not hasten his breakthrough into the realm of the immortal divine. If he can conquer the 5th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower while still at the divine being level, an astonishing opportunity will await him." one that may surpass the significance of joining the Tai Dao sect as a Dao child. Master, how should we cultivate him? His current strength as a divine being makes further advancement exceedingly difficult, and typical opportunities hold little value for him. Questioned the Fairy of the Moon. Take him to the Great Dao Hall, and allow him to select a Great Dao inheritance, commanded the Moon Goddess. What? Allow him to select a Great Dao inheritance? In our heavenly court, even the most accomplished immortal divine requires to pay a substantial price to qualify for a Great Dao inheritance. What right does Tian have? The Fairy of the Moon was astonished. The Moon Goddess replied, he possesses the potential to conquer the 5th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower. That alone is his qualification. Offering a Great Dao inheritance to ordinary immortal divines is of little use. Hearing this, the Fairy of the Moon nodded slightly. Master, I understand. Rest assured, should any discontent arise among the other higher-ups of the heavenly court, I will address it. The Moon Goddess then permitted her to depart. Shortly thereafter, the Fairy of the Moon arrived at Tian's residence. Greetings, Fairy of the Moon. Tian greeted politely. Lord Yi, I shall take you to a certain place. She replied. What place? He inquired. The Great Dao Hall. In the heavenly court, the Great Dao Hall was a place of utmost importance. Accompanying the Fairy of the Moon, Tian sensed the presence of numerous heavenly soldiers. The soldiers of the heavenly court were not akin to those from the underworld. Each possessed at least the cultivation of a divine being, while the generals were at least immortal divine. Of course, many of the heavenly court soldiers were hastily trained. Their combat power merely that of an average divine being, lacking in potential. However, their sheer numbers, bolstered by divine formations, allowed them to wield formidable strength. Lord Yi, this is our heavenly court's Great Dao Hall, housing the entirety of the Great Dao inheritances. It is the most crucial place in the heavenly court. Were it not for possessing my master's token, I would not be qualified to enter here, the Fairy of the Moon explained. Subsequently, holding the Moon Goddess's token, and with her prior instructions, they were granted easy access to the Great Dao Hall. What is a Great Dao inheritance? Tian inquired. The Fairy of the Moon elucidated. A Great Dao inheritance is the most vital legacy of a power. Without it, even with high comprehension, one may find it nearly impossible to grasp the Great Dao. For instance, the innate treasure, the Kunlun pillar, from the earthly realm, even if one were to study it, would not lead to the comprehension of the Great Dao. Now I understand, Tian exclaimed, realizing why he had been unable to comprehend the Great Dao. He had initially thought it was due to a lack of time, but now it was clear that he was deficient in inheritance. Certainly, if given ample time, he could still grasp the embryonic form of the Great Dao. Soon, Tian entered the Great Dao Hall with the Fairy of the Moon. Inside the hall sat an elderly man. Upon seeing him, the Fairy of the Moon respectfully said, Greetings, Daoist Tai Bai. Ah, it is Little Moon, here to select a Great Dao inheritance? Daoist Tai Bai smiled warmly. I have come on behalf of Lord Yi to choose a Great Dao inheritance. As per my master's request, the Fairy of the Moon replied. Very well. You may proceed with your selection, Daoist Tai Bai said, closing his eyes in contemplation, seemingly engrossed in his cultivation. Chapter 345, The Inheritance of Chaos, First Sequence Great Dao Inheritance. Within the Great Dao Hall, there existed a vast emptiness. The Fairy of the Moon spoke, Lord Yi, our heavenly court possesses a total of 62 Great Dao inheritances, accumulated over countless ages. You may select only one. The choice should align with what suits you best. For selecting an inheritance that does not complement your abilities would be a waste. Once a Great Dao inheritance is transmitted, it cannot be transmitted again in a short span, making each opportunity to inherit immensely precious. Fairy of the Moon, could you please elaborate on these Great Dao inheritances? Tian humbly requested. The Fairy of the Moon explained. Most Great Dao inheritances are quite similar, primarily differing in attributes. However, some are significantly more powerful, leading the Flying Immortal domain to categorize the Great Dao inheritances into 3 sequences. The first sequence includes the most formidable inheritances, yet they are exceedingly obscure and challenging to comprehend. The second sequence comprises the most common inheritances, frequently chosen by many divine beings and immortal divines. The third sequence encompasses rather ordinary inheritances, typically pursued by immortal divines with lower comprehension. Does the heavenly court possess any first sequence Great Dao inheritances? Tian inquired. Indeed. But there are only 2. The Fairy of the Moon replied. She then gestured, and 2 spheres of light soared from the depths of the void. These are the 2 first sequence Great Dao inheritances, though they exist merely as phantoms. Should you choose one, the Great Dao Hall will directly transmit the inheritance to you. Tian grasped the 2 luminous orbs and observed them closely. The first Great Dao inheritance was the Eternal Inheritance, intrinsically linked to the Eternal Dao. This is an ancient legacy, specifically designed to assist in comprehending the eternal path of the ages. The Azure Emperor of our celestial court has grasped the essence of this profound path. The uniqueness of this ancient pathway lies in its formidable regenerative capabilities, alongside a remarkable extension of lifespan. Once an immortal divine being comprehends the ancient path, their lifespan can multiply 100-fold or more. In the past, when the Azure Emperor attained enlightenment on the ancient path, his lifespan surged, while other immortal divine beings began their 6th or even 7th reincarnations. He remained in his first. Following his breakthrough to become a true ancestor, he naturally no longer needed to concern himself with longevity. The moon-inviting fairy expressed her envy. She then turned her gaze towards the second orb of light, which represented the second grand legacy, the chaotic legacy. This chaotic legacy aids in understanding the chaotic path, one of the most powerful pathways, albeit requiring mastery of all attributes to fully comprehend it. Once the chaotic path is understood, one's combat prowess can become extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, it grants access to the chaotic void, allowing one to absorb countless chaotic energies and cultivate a chaotic body. However, in terms of comprehension difficulty, the chaotic path is far more challenging than the ancient path, and as of now, no true ancestor in the flying immortal realm has grasped the chaotic path. The moon-inviting fairy remarked, "I choose the chaotic path," declared Tian. Being of all attributes, he was more suited for the chaotic path. Although the understanding of the chaotic path was arduous, he possessed the Dao comprehension technique, which could significantly enhance his perceptiveness. In the future, he might even refine this technique to transform it into a supreme art, yielding even greater results. At that moment, the moon-inviting fairy advised, "Star Lord, I still recommend that you opt for the ancient legacy. The chaotic legacy is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, should you choose the ancient legacy, you might receive guidance from the Azure Emperor in the future. There exists a place within the flying immortal realm, a secret domain of the ancients, that aids in comprehending the ancient path. However, to grasp the chaotic path through the chaotic legacy, one must find a chaotic supreme treasure that embodies the chaotic path. Otherwise, relying solely on one's own insight will not suffice." "Fairy, I have made my decision to pursue the chaotic legacy," Tian resolutely stated. Seeing his determination, the moon-inviting fairy chose to remain silent. "Star Lord, if you struggle to comprehend the chaotic path, you may reconsider your choice of a grand legacy in the future, but it will not be easy to return here to select a grand legacy," she cautioned. Tian nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing further. Subsequently, Tian began to accept the chaotic legacy. A brilliant golden beam enveloped him as he sat cross-legged, commencing his acceptance of the chaotic legacy. In an instant, myriad profound energies surged into his soul, and he gradually assimilated the chaotic legacy. Approximately an hour later, he finally acquired the complete chaotic legacy. "Let us depart." The moon-inviting fairy guided Tian out of the grand hall of the ancients. Upon returning to his residence, Tian entered seclusion, primarily to organize the insights gained from the chaotic legacy. Not long after, he had nearly sorted through everything. The chaotic legacy indeed proved to be remarkably intricate. It was not merely a cultivation technique, but rather a comprehensive analysis of the chaotic path, revealing numerous mysteries within. If he could encounter an actual chaotic path, the difficulty of comprehension would diminish 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. In essence, this chaotic legacy served as an overarching outline. However, to fully grasp its depths, one's own efforts were essential. Moreover, he recognized that to truly comprehend a grand path, one's mental state must meet specific criteria. Otherwise, the final step would be insurmountable. He needed to elevate his mental state to the 5th level. If his mental state could not break through, his consciousness would be unable to bear the power of the grand path. Previously, he had only known that without reaching the 5th level of mental state, one was unqualified to cultivate grand path techniques. He had not anticipated that comprehending the grand path would also entail such requirements. Yet it made sense. If one could not understand the grand path, forcibly cultivating grand path techniques would be unlikely to succeed. According to the insights from the chaotic legacy, Tian gained some understanding of the 5th level of mental state. The 5th level is the eternal mental state, where the mind remains perpetual. Once this state is attained, no illusion or mental secret technique can affect it. Enduring through countless tribulations, the mental state remains unbroken. Without achieving the 5th level, one's spirit would gradually wither with the accumulation of experiences and time, leading to despair and ultimately demise. Thus, the 5th level of mental state is of utmost importance. It seems that I must focus intently on cultivating the supreme art of the reincarnation maze, as it significantly aids in enhancing the mental state. Tian mused. However, merely relying on the reincarnation maze would not suffice. He intended to acquire additional supreme arts from the celestial court that could assist in elevating his mental state. Such supreme arts should certainly exist within the celestial court. As anticipated, after inquiring in his capacity as a Star Lord, Tian uncovered several supreme arts of this nature. For instance, the supreme art of the Killing Heart realm could assist in enhancing one's mental state, albeit with a high level of difficulty in cultivation. While obtaining a supreme art in the mortal realm is exceedingly challenging, in the Tai realm, the value of supreme arts is not as precious, allowing Tian to effortlessly exchange for them, acquiring 4 such supreme arts in one go. Chapter 346, the 5th level of the eternal mental state. Killing Heart realm, Chaotic Heart Sea, Mysterious Heart realm, Annihilation Shadow Heart. These are the 4 supreme arts Tian exchanged, all of which aid in enhancing the mental state. Coupled with the reincarnation maze, he now possessed 5 supreme arts. He firmly believed that with the aid of these 5 supreme arts, elevating his mental state to the 5th level of eternal mental state was entirely achievable. While it is incredibly challenging for a typical true god to cultivate even one supreme art, often requiring immense resources, he could effortlessly master them, which was his distinct advantage. Thereafter, Tian began to activate the Dao comprehension technique to cultivate these 4 supreme arts. Additionally, he employed the laws of time to accelerate his progress. Gradually, he began to cultivate these 4 supreme arts successfully. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to the rigorous practice of the 5 supreme arts, frequently utilizing them to enhance his mental state. Although the effects were modest, he was still making steady progress. With patience, he believed that the day would come when he would break through to the 5th level of mental state. A month passed, half a year, a year. Aside from occasional inspections, Tian spent the majority of his time in intense training. For him, there was little need for improvement in other areas. Elevating his mental state was paramount. 3 years later, Tian had cultivated the reincarnation maze to the level of the 23rd diagram, while the other 4 supreme arts had reached the level of several diagrams. Now, he continuously utilized the reincarnation maze and the other 4 supreme arts to refine his mental state. He sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. One day, Tian's spirit trembled, and his mental state began to undergo a transformation. Everything fell into place. In that moment, he realized that his mental state was evolving into the 5th level. He remained exceptionally calm as his mental state transformed and the power of his soul surged, even enhancing his control over his physical body. While his outward combat power appeared unchanged, internally, he experienced a qualitative transformation. After a considerable time, the metamorphosis of his mental state was finally complete. The reincarnation maze. Tian summoned the reincarnation maze once more, re-entering its depths. However, at that moment, the maze no longer had any influence over him. Subsequently, he activated the other 4 supreme arts, which also failed to affect him. In essence, the 5 supreme techniques were of little use to him, failing to refine his state of mind. However, they could still be enhanced, influencing other true gods during battle. Henceforth, there was no need to devote much effort to these 5 techniques. His focus would instead be on cultivating the supreme techniques, such as the Tai Sword Light. Tian contemplated. Moreover, his state of mind had ascended to the 5th level of eternal heart, granting him the qualification to comprehend the great path of the universe. Yet, the lineage he chose was the first sequence of the great path, specifically, the chaotic lineage. The difficulty in grasping the chaotic great path was formidable. Mere imagination would render it nearly impossible to comprehend. Chaos encompasses all things. Perhaps he might first attempt to utilize the foundational Dao of the Kunlun pillar, even in the absence of the chaotic great path lineage, as it might yield some insights. Following this, he could leverage the cultivation grounds of the heavenly court to explore various aspects of the lesser great path. The more he comprehended the lesser great path, the more it would assist him in understanding the chaotic great path. Additionally, he would seek out locations conducive to understanding the chaotic great path for his cultivation. This was Tian's plan. As for acquiring a treasure embodying the chaotic great path, he harbored no such intentions. The value of such treasures extends beyond merely aiding the comprehension of the chaotic great path. They could also facilitate insights into other great paths, rendering them infinitely more precious than the innate treasure, Kunlun pillar. Should a chaotic treasure come into existence, it would surely provoke fierce competition among numerous true ancestors. Once his plans were set, Tian prepared to return to the underworld to delve into the foundational Dao within the Kunlun pillar. He promptly contacted the heavenly court and activated the teleportation channel to return. Upon his return, the moon-inviting fairy once again reached out to the Chang'e fairy. Master, Tian has returned to the earthly realm. It seems he intends to utilize the Kunlun pillar to comprehend the foundational Dao. presumably leveraging it to indirectly support his understanding of the chaotic Dao, the moon-inviting fairy reported. I am aware, came the calm voice of the Chang'e fairy from the statue. The moon-inviting fairy continued, Master, the chaotic great path is exceedingly arduous to grasp. Countless years in the celestial realm have seen few true gods succeed in understanding it. If Tian cannot comprehend it, he will find it nearly impossible to surpass the 5th level of the Nine Heavens Tower. After all, the limit of comprehension for true gods and supreme techniques is merely 25 Dao diagrams. Even if he comprehends numerous supreme techniques, reaching 25 Dao diagrams for each will still leave him short. However, should he succeed in his comprehension, what then? Furthermore, he is still quite young. As long as he can ascend past the 9th level of the Nine Heavens Tower within a millennium, that great opportunity will still belong to him, the Chang'e fairy remarked. Indeed, responded the moon-inviting fairy. She was curious about the great opportunity her master mentioned, yet she refrained from asking further. Knowing that if her master had wished to divulge it, she would have done so, the silence surely held its own significance. In the underworld, near the Kunlun pillar, Tian resumed his exploration of the foundational Dao contained within. He noted an increase in the number of true gods coming here to meditate, most of whom hailed from the heavenly court. Compared to his previous attempts, the results of his current meditation were significantly improved. After all, he had acquired the inheritance of the chaotic Dao, granting him a unique understanding and insight into the great path, whereas before, his comprehension had been rather vague and ineffective. However, Tian was acutely aware that even if he exhausted the remaining time, grasping the foundational Dao would remain elusive. The final step was insurmountable unless he obtained the inheritance of the foundational Dao. Unfortunately, the heavenly court possessed no such inheritance. Even if it did, it would not be bestowed upon him as he had already chosen the chaotic Dao inheritance. The comprehension technique remained perpetually active. Tian endeavored to attain enlightenment through boundless insights, numerous mysteries flooding his mind, which he continuously absorbed and assimilated, deepening his understanding of the foundational Dao. Regrettably, Tian felt his innate talent still fell short. The pinnacle of the comprehension technique was the completion of the 9th level of divine powers. If he could perfect it into a supreme technique, it would be splendid. After careful consideration, Tian believed he might be able to enhance it. By activating the comprehension technique, he could further refine his understanding. His time spent in the heavenly court had not been in vain. He had often perused various texts and theories regarding Dao techniques, and now possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. With his innate talent, he should be able to create a supreme technique, albeit requiring additional time. Let us give it a try. Should I truly succeed, it would significantly aid my understanding of the chaotic Dao. Thus, in the days that followed, Tian simultaneously explored the foundational Dao while endeavoring to create a supreme-level comprehension technique. Chapter 347, Supreme Comprehension Technique. Under the influence of boundless insights, combined with his own experience and knowledge, Tian gradually developed a new comprehension and understanding of the comprehension technique. Furthermore, he had also grasped the laws of the soul and cultivated them to perfection, making the creation of a supreme-level comprehension technique quite promising. However, Tian soon encountered a dilemma. Any supreme technique inherently involved Dao, and he had yet to grasp the Dao pertaining to the soul, ideally one that resonated with comprehension techniques. Only then could he easily create a supreme-level comprehension technique. Of course, even without mastering the soul-related Dao, he could still formulate a supreme technique, albeit with considerable difficulty and time investment. To grasp the soul-related Dao, he manifested a divine avatar to continue his training while his main body returned to the heavenly court to explore numerous supreme techniques related to the soul, serving as one of the means to comprehend the Dao of the soul. Moreover, the heavenly court housed several innate spiritual treasures that permitted true gods to study. Among these treasures was a spiritual item known as the soul-fixing bell, which contained the Dao pertaining to the soul. Typically, a newly inducted true god would lack the qualifications to study the soul-fixing bell. However, Tian presented the yellow spring sword to the heavenly court, earning substantial merit, thus gaining the right to study the soul-fixing bell. For an ordinary true god, relinquishing an innate spiritual treasure would be a considerable loss. Yet, Tian felt no regret. It was merely an innate treasure. Should he manage to create a supreme-level comprehension technique, his strength would undoubtedly soar, rendering the loss of a single innate treasure trivial. Furthermore, he could utilize the merits to exchange for a plethora of resources, making it quite advantageous. At the soul-fixing bell, Tian engaged in his training, employing the comprehension technique to delve into the lesser great path of the soul contained within the bell. Time passed. Before long, a surge of the soul Dao's essence emanated from Tian. he had comprehended the lesser great path of the soul, marking his fifth understanding of the lesser great paths. Finally grasping the soul Dao, he now had hope of creating a supreme-level comprehension technique. Returning to the Kunlun pillar, Tian resumed his creative endeavors. Thus, a year elapsed. On one particular day, a fragmented Dao diagram emerged from the depths of Tian's soul, gradually being perfected and completed. After an undetermined span of time, the diagram was finally whole. Boom! A mark of a supreme technique manifested, integrating into his divine soul. Simultaneously, a terrifying essence surged forth, merging with his soul. In that moment, Tian found himself in a unique state, as countless insights flooded his consciousness. Immediately following, the second Dao map was swiftly conjured. The third Dao map, the fourth Dao map. Time became a blur as he crafted 36 Dao maps, reaching the true limits of his abilities. In that moment, the primal source dissipated entirely. Yet, this spectacle caught the attention of the true gods. The deities of the cavernous world were oblivious to the circumstances, but some among the celestial court were well aware. A primordial essence of the grand cosmic path had just descended. The arrival of such a source could not possibly be attributed to an immortal true god transcending into a true ancestor. The omens were distinct, suggesting that a true god had forged an unparalleled Dao art. It must be an unparalleled Dao art. If it were a grand cosmic Dao, the manifestation would be sufficient to envelop an entire cosmic realm. Who could have conceived such an unparalleled Dao art? Those who could enter this realm were all true gods. And for a true god to create an unparalleled Dao art was nothing short of monstrous. A multitude of true gods engaged in fervent discussion, yet Tian remained indifferent. Initially, he had only manifested the first Dao map of the unparalleled Dao art, but unexpectedly, the primordial essence had descended, elevating his comprehension to an astonishing level, allowing him to complete the unparalleled Dao art in one fell swoop. No wonder the unparalleled Dao art comprises 36 complete Dao maps. Once the first is created, the remaining 35 can be effortlessly perfected. Thus, the unparalleled Dao art is inherently a complete set of 36 maps, devoid of any deficiencies. At this moment, this unparalleled Dao art resided in Tian's mind. Although he had yet to commence his training, he was certain that this art would elevate his comprehension to unimaginable heights. This unparalleled Dao art is, in essence, an advanced version of the comprehension art. Truly, it must be the supreme comprehension art. Tian commenced his training on the first Dao map of the supreme comprehension art. Since it was his own creation, he effortlessly mastered the first Dao map and subsequently conjured the second Dao map with equal ease. It was astonishingly swift. This was the first time he had experienced such ease in cultivating an unparalleled Dao art. The third Dao map, the fourth Dao map, the fifth Dao map. Within a mere 6 months, Tian had cultivated the supreme comprehension art to the 25th Dao map. However, at this juncture, an obscure constraint inexplicably shackled him, preventing any further progress. In the realm of true gods, the 25 Dao maps of the unparalleled Dao art represented the ultimate limit, an impassable barrier for all. Yet, he was quite satisfied with his current mastery of the supreme comprehension art. He activated the supreme comprehension art, incurring a significant cost that nearly depleted a single immortal grade innate ability. In the past, he would have been unable to bear such a toll. However, now that he had joined the celestial court and entered the Tai realm, immortal grade materials were not exorbitantly priced. Thus, he could readily acquire a plethora of immortal grade materials. Consequently, he exchanged substantial merits within the celestial court for a copious supply of immortal grade materials, even securing a portion of time-related immortal grade materials, elevating his temporal innate ability to the immortal level. This was the final enhancement to his immortal grade innate abilities. Armed with these immortal grade materials, Tian could continually expend the essence of his innate abilities to activate the unparalleled Dao art. Boom! His comprehension surged exponentially. All of Tian's divine souls began to delve into profound understanding. He aimed not only to comprehend the 5 minor cosmic paths, but also to explore other minor cosmic paths and the path of void. Naturally, he would also cultivate those unparalleled Dao arts. For instance, with the assistance of the supreme comprehension art, the Tai sword light easily broke through barriers. In no time, the Tai sword light, the dark Kunpeng art, and the chaotic scales, among other unparalleled Dao arts, were effortlessly cultivated to the 25th Dao map, further amplifying his prowess. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that, with his current might, he remained incapable of manifesting the 5th tier of the 9 Heavens Tower. Time flew by, and another year passed. The paths of the Yellow Springs, Power, Space, and Taiji had all attained a minor completion. Tian murmured to himself. Such breakthroughs in just a year were beyond his wildest dreams. Thus, he returned to the Nine Heavens Tower, eager to test if he could conquer the fifth tier. However, after a prolonged and arduous struggle, he ultimately failed. No, the gap remains significant. Although the outer celestial demons of the fifth tier had not grasped the embryonic form of the grand cosmic path, everything was impeccably executed, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. And their physical defenses were terrifically formidable. Still, I could not breach their defenses. Tian felt quite helpless. He understood that without comprehending the embryonic form of the grand cosmic path, it was utterly impossible to surpass the fifth tier of the Nine Heavens Tower. The Celestial Court's suggestion to select a grand cosmic path inheritance was likely also in hopes of facilitating his understanding of the embryonic form of the grand cosmic path. Tian pondered. Chapter 348. Comprehending 17 minor cosmic paths directly grasping the embryonic form of the chaotic grand cosmic path was surely unattainable. Tian resolved to adhere to his original plan, beginning with the comprehension of one minor cosmic path at a time. Then seeking a suitable location to understand the chaotic grand cosmic path, perhaps, with sufficient accumulation. He could leverage the supreme comprehension art to comprehensively grasp the embryonic form of the chaotic grand cosmic path in one go. This was the only feasible approach available to him. First, he would utilize his merits to exchange for the opportunity to comprehend various innate treasures. Tian decided. Within the Celestial Court, at the location of the innate treasure, the Tai Xu sword. This innate treasure contained the essence of the minor cosmic path of the sword. Tian exchanged some merits for a month's worth of comprehension time. For other true gods, what could one comprehend in a month? Nothing at all. Yet he was able to grasp the path of the sword. Subsequently, he commenced his study. The supreme comprehension art activated. With the aid of this unparalleled art, Tian began to delve into the path of the sword, and numerous insights flooded his mind. He swiftly grasped the path of the sword, accomplishing this in merely half a month. Of course, during the latter half of the month, he deepened his understanding of the path of the sword, advancing a significant distance in the foundational stage. Afterward, he proceeded to the Tian Shui Pearl, another innate treasure, to comprehend the path of the Xian Shui, which he also effortlessly grasped. Thus, Tian utilized each innate treasure to easily comprehend various minor cosmic paths. Time flew, and several years elapsed. At this point, Tian had comprehended 16 minor cosmic paths. One day, as he prepared to grasp the final minor cosmic path, the path of time, he recognized that perfecting the laws of time was an arduous endeavor, and possessing a time-related innate ability was exceedingly rare among true gods. For instance, within the cavernous world, only the dragon clan's Zhu Long possessed such an innate ability. No other races bore this talent. Though the Tai realm also had geniuses with time-related innate abilities, their numbers were limited, and even those who possessed such abilities found it challenging to comprehend the laws of time. Moreover, only by achieving a complete understanding of the laws of time could one qualify to explore the path of time. The path of time is a branch of the great cosmic path of time, and its comprehension difficulty is significantly higher than that of other minor cosmic paths. Within the Celestial Court, the number of true gods who comprehended the path of time was exceedingly few, with only a handful of immortal true gods achieving such mastery. Nevertheless, this posed no difficulty for Tian. The Wheel of Time. This was the Celestial Court's singular innate treasure pertaining to time. Moreover, the merits required to comprehend this Wheel of Time were substantial. To pursue this understanding, he expended all his accrued merits. In just a month of contemplation, under the supreme mastery of the path of enlightenment, Tian swiftly comprehended the essence of the way of time, with its aura emanating from his being. At this juncture, he had already mastered 17 variations of the lesser paths. Regrettably, despite possessing such an abundance of knowledge, he found himself unable to breach the fifth layer of the Nine Heavens Tower. At his current level, the sheer number of lesser paths held little significance, failing to catalyze a substantial surge in power, thus rendering him incapable of overcoming the defenses of the otherworldly demons guarding the fifth layer. He needed to seek out a suitable location to grasp the principles of the Great Chaos Path. Over the years, he had been diligently gathering information, and the Celestial Maiden had visited him several times, providing valuable insights. In truth, the Phaeacian realm lacked treasures of chaos and locations imbued with the Great Chaos Path. Only a handful of places were deemed suitable for cultivating this profound understanding, and even those merely harbored fragments of chaotic energy, incapable of facilitating true enlightenment. After thorough examination, Tian ultimately selected a site, the Dark Forbidden Zone. Indeed, the very place he had entered from the abyssal world was, paradoxically, the most conducive for comprehending the Great Chaos Path. However, this reference pertains not to the entirety of the Dark Forbidden Zone, but specifically to a region deep within its confines. In the depths of the dark forbidden zone lay a fragment of chaos, a source of chaotic power. Although it did not inherently contain the great chaos path, it could aid in its comprehension. Yet for other true gods, attempting to utilize this place to grasp the great chaos path would be nearly impossible. Tian felt a glimmer of hope, thus preparing to venture there. The dark forbidden zone was vast, straddling both the Phaeacian realm and the demon realm, with its most central area coinciding with the boundary between the two realms. Tian mused that the dark forbidden zone was perilous. Without the prowess of an immortal true god, it was best to avoid entry, lest one fall victim to its dangers. In terms of strength, Tian surpassed the ordinary immortal true gods, thus qualifying him to enter the dark forbidden zone. Moreover, should he encounter peril, his mastery of numerous supreme techniques and understanding of various lesser paths would likely afford him a means of escape. Thus, he set forth towards the dark forbidden zone. After notifying the celestial court, he departed from the Tai realm, marking the first time he had left this domain. The barriers of the Tai realm were remarkably resilient, challenging even the immortal true gods to breach them. To exit, one must utilize the dimensional gates. Tian arrived at the sixth dimensional gate, where he beheld an enormous portal of light, through which numerous true gods traversed. All who entered this threshold underwent scrutiny and required an identity token for passage. In the past, lacking an identity, Tian would have been apprehended as an intruder. However, the celestial court had rectified this, and now he merely needed to present his identity token to proceed. With a flourish, Tian passed through the sixth dimensional gate, emerging into the void beyond the Tai realm. Outside, he was greeted by a vast expanse of emptiness, suffused with a faint aura of chaotic energy. He also spotted several luminous orbs, each representing a great thousand realm. Though they appeared close at hand, they were, in truth, exceedingly distant. Akin to the way mortals perceive the sun, beyond these great thousand realms, myriad points of light revealed the existence of numerous lesser realms. Tian retrieved a map of the Phaeacian realm to ascertain his bearings before making his way towards the dark forbidden zone. He chose this route to avoid the abyssal world's dark forbidden zone, which lay within the territory of the otherworldly demons, where he might encounter them. Thus, this path was deemed safer. As he traversed the outer void, Tian moved with remarkable speed. Mastery of the path of space allowed him to travel swiftly, even surpassing many top-tier immortal true gods. Along his journey, he passed through various lesser realms, which resembled the abyssal world, yet lacked its potential, being the most ordinary of realms, likely devoid of many true gods. At last, Tian halted, gazing ahead into the encroaching darkness that heralded the dark forbidden zone. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into its depths. Though this was not his inaugural entry into the dark forbidden zone, his previous experience had been within a safe enclave left by the first sovereign of the Yellow Springs, a small area where he had not truly ventured. Now, he found himself genuinely within the dark forbidden zone, sensing the ominous presence of lurking threats and peculiar energies, as if under constant threat of attack. Suddenly, a grotesque hand lunged at him, belonging to an otherworldly creature. The dark forbidden zone was rife with bizarre and forbidden beings, alongside unknown dangers, epitomizing its perilous nature. However, for a top-tier immortal true god, the risks were minimal, provided one did not court disaster. Tian's formidable combat prowess ensured that, as long as he exercised caution, he was unlikely to face a fatal crisis. With a swift motion, Tian unleashed the Tai sword light, severing the creature's arm without seeking to slay it, instead retreating rapidly. Although the creature's strength was not formidable, ranking between the transcendent true god level and that of a typical immortal true god, he recognized the futility of killing it. Slaying such beings would only invite their essence to cling to him, drawing more of their kind. A lesson gleaned from the intelligence reports of the celestial court. Thus, he refrained from exterminating the creature. As he continued, Tian encountered various creatures. Yet he refrained from lethal force. Time slipped by. With the aid of the dark Kunpeng technique, his speed remained unparalleled as he traversed the regions of the dark forbidden zone. Suddenly, a terrifying entity emerged, its power sending shivers through Tian's entire being. A single strike from this foe propelled him backward, but he managed to withstand it through the chaotic scales from his 25 path charts and his mastery of the lesser paths. Realizing he was outmatched, this entity far surpassed the otherworldly demons of the fifth layer of the Nine Heavens Tower. Tian employed the supreme techniques of the reincarnation labyrinth to momentarily confound his adversary before making a hasty escape. He proceeded with heightened caution. A day passed. At last, Tian reached the innermost depths of the dark forbidden zone. Here, he encountered a colossal fragment of chaos, the aura of chaos thickening in the air. This fragment loomed like a vast continent, teeming with various bizarre and chaotic beings. Observing this scene, Tian furrowed his brow. Should these creatures attack him while he sought enlightenment, it would spell disaster. Nonetheless, he gathered his energy, stealthily approaching the chaotic fragment. Fortunately, the peculiar and chaotic beings occupied their own territories, allowing him to navigate without inciting conflict. Tian was not there to claim dominion. He merely sought a fitting place to contemplate. Soon enough, Tian discovered a suitable location, remaining there motionless as he began to contemplate the profound essence of the chaos Great Thousand Path. The supreme comprehension technique was activated. Tian delved deep into his reflections. Boom! Within his perception, the fragments of chaos seemed to harbor a trace of immensely potent chaos origin. He harnessed this faint essence to explore the chaos Great Thousand Path, aided by the legacy of the path itself and his own extraordinary understanding, giving him a glimmer of hope to grasp the true essence of the chaos Great Thousand Path's embryonic form. The days passed in diligent meditation. Days turned into months, and months into years. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had elapsed. For a true god, 20 years was but a fleeting moment, yet this was the longest seclusion Tian had undertaken. He had to concede that comprehending the embryonic form of the chaos Great Thousand Path was exceedingly challenging. Had he not created the supreme comprehension technique and understood 17 variations of the lesser thousand paths for reference, he would have had no hope of grasping this embryonic form. The essence of this Great Thousand Path was far more complex than he had imagined. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeded in his pursuit. Boom! The power of the embryonic form of the chaos Great Thousand Path began to emanate from Tian. And this terrifying aura caused the bizarre and chaotic beings around him to tremble in fear, each one daunted and unwilling to attack him. Even those comparable to formidable and immortal true gods. Tian opened his eyes, and his gaze seemed to contain an entire realm of chaos. With a mere wave of his hand, a terrifying force erupted forth. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he yearned for a battle to validate his strength. And this group of beings was perfectly suited for that purpose. Attack! Tian plunged into the throng of creatures, engaging them in fierce combat. Boom! Under the augmentation of the embryonic form of the chaos Great Thousand Path, the strength of these beings was significantly suppressed. And the embryonic form also allowed him to unleash various supreme techniques. The Taiji sword light, enhanced by this embryonic form, surged in power exponentially. Puchi, 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 puchi. A dense barrage of sword light sliced through the multitude of beings, obliterating them with ease. To Tian, these creatures were akin to mere ants. Insignificant and unworthy of mention. Time to depart. Tian employed the dark Kunpeng technique to swiftly retreat. He did not believe his current strength rendered him invincible. There undoubtedly existed terrifying entities within the dark forbidden zone, and it was unnecessary to provoke them. Shortly thereafter, Tian emerged from the dark forbidden zone and immediately headed to the Tai realm. Upon returning to the Tai realm and arriving at the heavenly court, he made his way to the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower, intent on conquering it. By doing so, he would not only pass the 5th assessment of the Tai scroll, but he was also acutely aware that the heavenly court was eager for him to succeed at this level. The reasons eluded him, but he was certain it would bear significant advantages. At the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower, Tian faced off against the extraterrestrial demon once more. This time, he finally managed to injure the demon. With the enhancement of the embryonic form of the chaos Great Thousand Path, the potency of his various supreme techniques soared. Puchi. Under the assault of the Taiji sword light, the demon's defenses were shattered. Subsequently, after relentless attacks, the demon's corporeal form was utterly annihilated. Thus, Tian triumphed over the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower. At once, the moon goddess, Chang'e, became aware of Tian's achievement and promptly emerged from her seclusion to seek out the moon-inviting fairy. Master. The moon-inviting fairy was utterly astonished. Having not anticipated her master would emerge from seclusion, did something monumental occur in the heavenly court? Chang'e addressed the moon-inviting fairy. Go and inform Tian to come. I have matters to discuss with him. Master, do you wish to see him personally? The moon-inviting fairy was taken aback. She was well aware that her master was not merely the peak of the mortal realm, as rumored, but a genuine true ancestor. A closely guarded secret of which she was among the few privy. Thus, her master seldom made appearances. Tian has now passed the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower, Chang'e declared. Upon hearing this, the moon-inviting fairy finally understood the reason for her master's emergence from seclusion. Chapter 350, Beyond the True Ancestor, the Path Ancestor Realm. Conquering the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower is no trivial feat, yet achieving it at the true god level is nothing short of extraordinary. Throughout countless epochs in the heavenly court, Many true gods have conquered the 4th level of the 9 Heavens Tower, but only a handful have succeeded at the 5th level, easily counted on one hand. Moreover, nearly all of them were top-tier immortal true gods who had undergone reincarnation and recultivation, thus enabling them to conquer the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower at the true god realm. Yet Tian, having joined the heavenly court for only a brief period, and still so youthful, and not being a reincarnated immortal true god, managed to conquer the 5th level. His talent is simply beyond imagination. Master, is Tian to be granted a tremendous opportunity? The moon-inviting fairy was curious about the great opportunity her master had mentioned. Indeed, Chang'e nodded but refrained from disclosing the nature of this great opportunity, leaving the moon-inviting fairy somewhat disappointed, though she did not dwell on it. Soon after, the moon-inviting fairy set off to find Tian. Lord Yi, my master seeks your presence, the moon-inviting fairy announced. Very well. Tian nodded and followed the moon-inviting fairy to meet Chang'e. This was the first time he laid eyes on the moon goddess. Chang'e's beauty was undoubtedly enchanting, capable of captivating all who beheld her. Even Tian, upon seeing her, felt his spirit stir. However, as he had attained the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm, he quickly regained his composure. Upon Tian's arrival, Chang'e spoke in a serene tone. Please, have a seat. Tian complied and sat down. Tian, do you know why I have summoned you? Chang'e inquired. Tian shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. At that moment, Chang'e elaborated. You have successfully passed the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower, which means you have comprehended the embryonic form of the Great Thousand Path. Otherwise, according to the established criteria, even if your strength surpasses that of the 5th level extraterrestrial demon, you would not be able to breach its defenses, for that demon possesses boundless stamina and combat endurance as long as its defenses remain intact. No wonder. Tian finally understood. It was no surprise he had comprehended so many variations of the lesser thousand paths, and his strength had been continuously rising. Unable to exhaust the extraterrestrial demon, Chang'e continued. The reason for your challenge at the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower as a true god is not to have you join the Tai Dao sect and become its disciple. Not to become a disciple of the Tai Dao sect? Tian was perplexed. Logically, the Tai Dao sect's strength far surpassed that of the heavenly court, and the status of a disciple was highly esteemed. Joining it would undoubtedly grant remarkable training opportunities. Chang'e, sensing Tian's thoughts, clarified, joining the Tai Dao sect is not necessarily the best option. While a disciple indeed receives training from the sect, the Tai Dao sect ranks only 7th among the true ancestor-level forces in the entire Flying Immortal Realm. Beyond the Flying Immortal Realm, there exist even more formidable Great Thousand Realms. Do you know how many Great Thousand Realms there are in total? Tian shook his head. The celestial maiden Chang'e lamented. In the vast expanse of the myriad realms, there exist approximately 3,000 domains. The Flying Immortal Realm ranks merely as mediocre among them. The Tai Dao sect is hardly worthy of mention within the 3,000 great realms. Tian was profoundly astonished. Having only recently emerged from the confines of a minor realm like the Abyssal Cavern, his horizons had been limited to the Tai realm, which he perceived as immensely vast. Chang'e, however, had instantaneously broadened his perspective to encompass the entirety of the 3,000 great realms. He was uncertain of the purpose behind her reference to these realms and could only continue to listen intently. Chang'e soon addressed the matter at hand. The Tai Dao sect is not particularly formidable, yet you have traversed the 5th layer of the 9 Heavens Tower, and you have comprehended the essence of the chaotic great realm at such a tender age. If you were much older, say over 10,000 years, then joining the Tai Dao sect would indeed be the most suitable choice. However, you are now eligible to align yourself with a far more formidable power. Which power should I join? Tian inquired. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain. Chang'e replied. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain? Tian had never heard of this force and knew nothing about it. Chang'e continued. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain does not belong to the Flying Immortal Realm, which is why you are unfamiliar with it. Many true gods, even the immortal true gods, are unaware of its existence. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain boasts very few disciples. At most merely dozens. But each disciple, as long as they do not perish, achieves a minimum attainment of a true ancestor. What? The minimum achievement is a true ancestor. Tian gasped, astonished by the sheer power of this force. Moreover, these were not ordinary true ancestors. The true ancestors of the Tai Xian Holy Mountain possess the strength to sweep away all true ancestors of the Tai Dao sect single-handedly. In the Flying Immortal Realm, they are nearly invincible true ancestors. Thus, after joining the Tai Xian Holy Mountain, your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of any true ancestor from the Tai Dao sect. Rendering membership there unnecessary, Chang'e said with a smile. Chang'e, Is there an existence beyond the true ancestor at the Tai Xian Holy Mountain? Yi Tian queried. Indeed, Chang'e elucidated. Above the true ancestor lies the Dao ancestor, one who has thoroughly comprehended a Great Dao and has perfected this understanding, merging their being with the Great Dao, thus becoming a Dao ancestor. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain possesses a Dao ancestor, but I dare not speak their name, for to do so would attract their attention. The path to transcending from true ancestor to Dao ancestor is fraught with difficulty. Among 100,000 true ancestors, it is unlikely that even one will ascend to Dao ancestor. Even across the entirety of the 3,000 great realms, the number of Dao ancestors is exceedingly scarce. True ancestors, Dao ancestors. At this moment, Yi Tian's aspirations seemed to shift from merely becoming a true ancestor to aspiring to attain the exalted status of a Dao ancestor. Yet, he was acutely aware that while the true ancestors of the Tai Xian Holy Mountain were immensely powerful, there was but a single Dao ancestor among them. The remaining true ancestors remained just that, true ancestors. Even with extraordinary luck, he might not necessarily become a Dao ancestor. Nevertheless, joining the Tai Xian Holy Mountain offers a glimmer of hope for attaining the Dao ancestor title, whereas the Tai Dao sect offers no such prospect. Chang'e, can I join the Tai Xian Holy Mountain directly now? Yi Tian inquired. Certainly. Chang'e nodded, explaining that according to the requirements of the Tai Xian Holy Mountain, one must be under 10,000 years old, possess the strength of the 5th layer of the Nine Heavens Tower, and have grasped the embryonic form of the Great Dao to gain admission. However, you must also complete an assessment at the Tai Xian Holy Mountain before you can apprentice under the Dao ancestor. Should you choose not to apprentice, you must depart after a millennium, relegated to the status of a registered disciple, unable to remain at the Tai Xian Holy Mountain. The number of true disciples at the Tai Xian Holy Mountain is limited, but there are many registered disciples. We have a few registered disciples in the heavenly court, though several have perished, leaving only one still alive. Given your aptitude and talent, becoming a true disciple should not pose much difficulty. I hope you become a true disciple of the Tai Xian Holy Mountain and, after surpassing the true ancestor threshold, can assist the heavenly court greatly. Yi Tian nodded and promptly followed Chang'e as they departed the heavenly court en route to the Tai Xian Holy Mountain. Chapter 351, the Tai Xian Holy Mountain. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain is located within the Tai Xian Celestial Domain. In truth, the Tai Xian Celestial Domain was not always known by this name. It was renamed in honor of the Tai Xian Dao ancestor who was born there, a gesture of respect towards the Dao ancestor. The Tai Xian Holy Mountain stands as the most transcendent Dao ancestor level force within the Tai Xian Celestial Domain. Although the number of disciples is scant, its influence is immense. Many true ancestors from various true God-level forces within the Tai Xian Celestial Domain are registered disciples of the Tai Xian Dao ancestor. Once one becomes a true disciple of the Tai Xian Holy Mountain, even many true ancestors will show them respect. Thus, the advantages of joining the Tai Xian Holy Mountain are numerous. Of course, the distance from the Tai realm to the Tai Xian Holy Mountain is considerable. If they were to travel at a slow pace, it would take far too long. Therefore, they plan to utilize the Great 1,000 teleportation array to reach the Tai Xian Celestial Domain. In the Tai realm, at a site where the Great 1,000 teleportation array was located, Chang'e led Yi Tian there. After expending some divine stones, they activated the array and commenced their journey. Buzz. The teleportation distance was exceedingly vast, taking several hours before they finally arrived at the Tai Xian Celestial Domain. We have arrived at the Tai Xian Celestial Domain, Chang'e announced. At this moment, they found themselves in the Zhenwu realm of the Tai Xian Celestial Domain. This was the Zhenwu realm, one of the 17 great realms within the Tai Xian Celestial Domain, and in terms of power, it far surpassed the Tai realm. In fact, one could say that every great realm within the Tai Xian Celestial Domain far exceeds the Tai realm, especially with the presence of the Tai Xian Dao ancestor, making the Tai Xian Celestial Domain extraordinarily prosperous, as Chang'e elaborated. Yi Tian soon witnessed the splendor of the Zhenwu realm. Here, immortal true gods were a common sight, and the quantity of true gods vastly exceeded that of the Tai realm. Chang'e guided Yi Tian away from the Zhenwu realm, traversing the void until they finally arrived at the Tai Xian Holy Mountain after a brief period. There it is, the Tai Xian Holy Mountain. Chang'e pointed towards the magnificent mountain. Though still some distance away, the Tai Xian Holy Mountain loomed impressively large, emanating a radiant glow that illuminated the surrounding expanse. Entry into the Tai Xian Holy Mountain requires an application, and those who are not true disciples are forbidden from entering, as Chang'e explained. This was the reason for their waiting outside. Subsequently, Yi Tian and Chang'e remained there, as Chang'e had already communicated Yi Tian's circumstances and utilized a quota for application from the heavenly court. Without this quota, the Tai Xian Holy Mountain would not have acknowledged Yi Tian. Many true gods sought admission to the Tai Xian Holy Mountain, and without an application quota. If anyone could attend the assessment freely, countless true gods would swarm the area to test their mettle, even those of lesser caliber. Such a scenario would overwhelm the Tai Xian Holy Mountain, leaving them with little time to spare. After approximately 5 hours, a streak of light finally descended from the Tai Xian Holy Mountain, landing before Yi Tian and Chang'e. Greetings, true ancestor Chang'e. The immortal true god from the Tai Xian Holy Mountain respectfully addressed her. True ancestor Chang'e. Yi Tian was taken aback. He had believed Chang'e to be merely an immortal true god, as the moon-inviting fairy had previously indicated. It now appeared that Chang'e was not an immortal true god at all, but a true ancestor. This revelation was likely known only to a select few, as even within the heavenly court, her true strength remained a mystery. Xianla, this is Yi Tian from our heavenly court. He has successfully passed the 5th layer of our 9 Heavens Tower, which equates to the 1st layer of the Tai Xian Tower. And he is of a relatively young age, Chang'e introduced. The string music boy scrutinized Yi Tian with keen interest, and a smile soon graced his lips. If that is truly the case, I might indeed aspire to become a genuine disciple of Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Lady Chang'e, you are not among the candidates for assessment, so I must kindly ask you to refrain from proceeding any further. I shall escort him inside. Very well, thank you. String music boy? Lady Chang'e replied. Subsequently, Yi Tian followed the string music boy into the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Throughout the journey, Yi Tian remained silent, and the string music boy did not utter a word either. It was only after Yi Tian was ushered into the Tai Xian Tower that the string music boy spoke. Yi Tian, this is the Tai Xian Tower. You must rely on your own strength to conquer the 1st level of the tower to complete the 1st round of the assessment. Furthermore, within the tower, only the weapons provided inside are permitted for use. Any personal treasures or innate spiritual artifacts, including innate supreme treasures or other exceptionally unique weapons, are strictly forbidden. This regulation was instituted following an incident where a feeble true god utilized a one-time weapon capable of amplifying their power tenfold to breach the 1st level of the Tai Xian Tower, only to later be revealed as an ordinary true god. This enraged the Tai Xian Dao ancestor. Henceforth, this rule was established. Understood. Yi Tian nodded. He then entered the Tai Xian Tower. The 1st level manifested a true god whose combat prowess was comparable to that of the outer demons at the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower. Yi Tian exerted himself fully, sparing no effort, and swiftly vanquished the true god, successfully overcoming the 1st level of the Tai Xian Tower. With a flourish, Yi Tian emerged from the tower. The string music boy, witnessing Yi Tian's success, felt no surprise. After all, it would have been peculiar if Yi Tian had failed to pass. The true gods brought here were inherently capable. However, the true challenges lay in the 2nd and 3rd rounds of assessment. Should Yi Tian fail to surpass the 2nd round, he would be relegated to the status of a named disciple, permitted to study at Tai Xian Sacred Mountain for a millennium before departing. Yet, should he surpass the 2nd round, a glimmer of hope remained for him to become a true disciple, albeit the odds were exceedingly slim, as none had accomplished it thus far. Only by completing the 3rd round of assessment could one truly be recognized as a genuine disciple. Follow me. The string music boy led Yi Tian to the site of the 2nd round of assessment, the Tai Xian Sacred Hall. This was a significant edifice within Tai Xian Sacred Mountain, housing an ancient chi spirit of the great universe, who presided over the primordial treasures of chaos and possessed the ability to perceive all. Soon, Yi Tian entered the Tai Xian Sacred Hall. At this juncture, the string music boy remarked, the 2nd round of assessment is quite simple. You must gaze directly at the Lord of 1,000 Spirits. Lord of 1,000 Spirits? Yi Tian questioned, perplexed. However, before long, a colossal phantom descended, its terrifying aura leaving Yi Tian utterly astonished. The Lord of 1,000 Spirits was the chi spirit of the primordial treasure, having been enlightened by the Tai Xian Dao ancestor, and had transformed from a mere spirit into a unique life form, with combat power situated between that of a true ancestor and a Dao ancestor. What Yi Tian beheld was merely a fragment of the Lord's consciousness. The string music boy communicated telepathically, explaining, "You are now understanding. This is merely a fragment of the Lord's consciousness." Yi Tian then comprehended and respectfully declared, "I pay my respects to Lord of 1,000 Spirits." The Lord of 1,000 Spirits remained silent, its projection representing merely a wisp of its essence, too preoccupied with its duties to acknowledge Yi Tian, instead scrutinizing him to assess his potential. Boom! A radiance enveloped Yi Tian, seemingly disclosing all his secrets. At that moment, Yi Tian felt a pang of anxiety that his ability to enhance his innate talents might be revealed. But he believed this ability was sufficiently concealed that the Lord of 1,000 Spirits would not perceive it. With a flourish, a luminous screen materialized, revealing various facets of Yi Tian's potential, yet notably omitting his capacity to draw from all things to elevate his innate abilities. Potential at maximum. This was the final evaluation. Upon reviewing the results, the string music boy congratulated Yi Tian, true god, congratulations on passing the second assessment. Now, you need only conquer the third assessment to become the newest true disciple of Tai Xu Sacred Mountain. Chapter 352, Passing the Assessment, Achieving True Transmission of Tai Xu. Before long, Yi Tian was led into a vast and spacious chamber. Within this sanctum stood a shattered stone tablet, upon which was inscribed a remarkably intricate and esoteric diagram. At this moment, the string music boy stated, Yi Tian, true god, this diagram contains a secret technique. Different true gods perceive it uniquely, leading to distinct paths of cultivation. As long as you comprehend the technique depicted, you will have succeeded. Understanding a secret technique counts as success? Yi Tian was taken aback. It appeared deceptively simple. Yet, despite numerous true gods with combat prowess surpassing that of the 5th level of the 9 Heavens Tower failing the assessment, it was evident that this challenge was far from easy. Is there a time limit? Yi Tian inquired. The string music boy replied, there is no time constraint. But the longer the comprehension lasts, the slimmer the chances of success become, leading to an automatic forfeiture if one takes too long. With that, the string music boy departed. Yi Tian then commenced his meditation upon the shattered stone tablet. Supreme Path of Enlightenment, activate. Boom. Yi Tian's consciousness began to engage with the stone tablet, and his comprehension underwent a terrifying elevation. Almost immediately, an uncanny vision materialized. Yi Tian focused intently on this vision, his mental state profoundly affected. Were it not for his attainment of the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm, he would scarcely have been able to endure the sight for long. Moreover, the longer he meditated, the more anguish his consciousness endured, as if some extraordinary force were clashing with his very soul. It was evident that the level of this vision was far too elevated, exceeding his capacity to bear. No wonder there was no time limit. The longer one pondered, the more excruciating and challenging the comprehension became. If one could not grasp it within a stipulated time, it would become utterly unattainable. Yi Tian murmured to himself. He was uncertain how long it would take to re-engage in comprehension, but he knew it would undoubtedly be an agonizingly protracted duration. Thus, those true gods who found it impossible to comprehend would naturally relinquish their attempts. Outside the hall, the string music boy awaited, while a man stood nearby. I pay my respects to His Highness, Jin Xing. The string music boy bowed deeply. String music boy? Is a true god currently comprehending the first fragment of the Tai Xu 72 chapters? Jin Xing inquired. Indeed, the string music boy affirmed. Oh, do you believe this individual can succeed? Jin Xing asked curiously. There is a possibility. They are exceedingly young, and the first fragment of the Tai Xu 72 chapters imposes a high age requirement. If they were older, the difficulty of comprehension would increase tenfold. Given their youth and the extent of their growth, their innate understanding must be commendable, thus presenting a reasonable chance of passing the assessment, the string music boy elaborated. If he succeeds, I shall gain another junior brother. Jin Xing mused lightly. It had been an eternity since Tai Xu's Sacred Mountain had seen a true disciple. He could scarcely recall the last occurrence. He reflected deeply and realized that over 200,000 years had elapsed since the birth of a true disciple. Presently, all true disciples of Tai Xu's Sacred Mountain were of true ancestor caliber, with not a single immortal true god among them. Jin Xing did not linger, turning to depart. He had merely come to observe out of curiosity. Should Yi Tian indeed triumph in the third assessment, the Tai Xu bell would toll, and he would be informed. Days passed, and Yi Tian gradually became immersed in the first fragment of the Tai Xu 72 chapters. Each true god's understanding of the fragment of the supreme mystery is unique, as this fragment represents an unparalleled pathway to enlightenment, gradually revealing insights that resonate with one's own essence. At this moment, Yi Tian has comprehended the fragment of the supreme mystery, which is perfectly suited to him, the fragment of chaos. Initially, he struggled to grasp the imagery before him, but gradually, the vision unfolded, elucidating the profound principles of the chaotic grand way, forming a transcendent path. Mastering this supreme method would significantly enhance his understanding and application of the nascent chaotic grand way. On the 7th day, Yi Tian finally penetrated the depths of this fragment. Boom! A radiant glow emanated from him, illuminating the surrounding void. In the outside world, the string music youth gazed in awe as the light from the fragment of the supreme mystery erupted from the grand hall, casting brilliance across the expanse. At that moment, he was utterly astounded. How could this be possible in just 7 days? The string music youth was bewildered. Could it be that Yi Tian's comprehension of the nascent Grand Way is profoundly deep, nearing complete enlightenment, coupled with exceptional aptitude, thus enabling him to pass the third trial in merely 7 days? He had witnessed the emergence of 5 other disciples, the fastest of whom had taken a month and 3 days to pass the third trial, while the slowest had taken a full 3 months, nearly failing altogether. 3 months is a critical limit. Most true gods who come to comprehend the fragment of the supreme mystery find that exceeding this time without success renders further understanding impossible. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, one disciple took 6 months to achieve understanding. Yet regrettably, this disciple remains the weakest to this day. Ding, ding, ding. The bell of the supreme mystery resonated, its sound reverberating throughout the sacred mountain of the supreme mystery. In that instant, all immortal true gods and true ancestors upon the mountain were stirred. Even the previously departed Swordstar Prince displayed a look of astonishment. 7 days. This is far quicker than my own experience. I spent a month and a half to comprehend it. Swordstar Prince marveled. Naturally, the rapidity of understanding does not guarantee future achievements. Some true gods possess a high comprehension of the nascent Grand Way, nearing complete realization, which is why they join the sacred mountain of the supreme mystery. Such true gods, endowed with remarkable insight, naturally grasp the fragment of the supreme mystery more swiftly. To the Dao Hall of the supreme mystery. The voice of the Dao ancestor of the supreme mystery echoed across the sacred mountain, heard by every true disciple. Swish. The Swordstar immediately made his way to the Dao Hall of the supreme mystery. Meanwhile, Yi Tian emerged, guided by the string music youth towards the Dao Hall. Congratulations, young master Yi Tian. The string music youth expressed humbly and respectfully. Although he is an immortal true god within the sacred mountain, he is merely one of the numerous disciples of the Dao ancestor. His apparent high status pales in comparison to the true disciples, for his prowess is lacking. True disciples must at least be true ancestors, while he is merely an immortal true god, his lifespan not reaching eternity. In contrast, true ancestors enjoy exceedingly long lives, appearing almost eternal in the eyes of ordinary true gods. Regrettably, his hopes of breaking through to true ancestor are nearly non-existent unless the Dao ancestor of the supreme mystery intervenes to forcibly elevate him to that realm. A sacrifice the Dao ancestor is reluctant to make. Soon, they reached the Dao Hall of the supreme mystery. The string music youth halted. As he lacked the qualification to enter, Yi Tian stepped inside alone. Within the Dao Hall of the supreme mystery, upon entering, Yi Tian was met with the formidable presence of numerous true ancestors, their auras far more terrifying than any he had previously encountered. Even the celestial maiden Chang'e could not compare to these true ancestors. Congratulations, junior brother. They all beamed, offering their well wishes. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Yi Tian responded with a respectful bow. At that moment, a wisp of ethereal presence descended, its aura enveloping Yi Tian, as if he were submerged in an oceanic expanse. There was no doubt. This must be the Dao ancestor of the supreme mystery. Master, master, master. The multitude of true ancestors bowed in reverence. Yi Tian joined in the call, having become a disciple of the Dao ancestor of the supreme mystery. The Dao ancestor spoke softly. Today marks the birth of a new true disciple of the sacred mountain of the supreme mystery. Yi Tian, from this day forth, you shall be the 97th true disciple of the sacred mountain. Yes, master, Yi Tian replied with deep respect. Subsequently, the Dao ancestor introduced him to his fellow seniors. Naturally, not all seniors were present, and some had already perished. Next came the ceremonial initiation. Once everything was prepared, the Dao ancestor commenced the bestowal of rewards and benefits. A privilege extended to every true disciple. The Dao ancestor pointed at Yi Tian's brow, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. In an instant, the complete transmission of the first chapter of the 72 texts of the supreme mystery flooded into his soul, thoroughly ingrained within him. Furthermore, it was not just the first chapter. Other chapters existed, though they remained sealed until he fully comprehended the first chapter's content. Upon completing the transmission, the Dao ancestor declared, Yi Tian, I have imparted to you the 72 texts of the supreme mystery. This is an unparalleled inheritance that I have crafted over innumerable years. If you can grasp the first 9 chapters, you will undoubtedly attain understanding of the Grand Way. Should you master the first 18 chapters, breaking through to true ancestor will not pose a challenge. Mastering all 72 chapters will provide you with a formidable chance of becoming a Dao ancestor. Thank you, master, for your teachings, Yi Tian exclaimed with excitement. Immediately afterward, the Dao ancestor conjured a sword from thin air. The sword was small and seemingly ill-suited for battle. Slender and jade-hued, Yi Tian examined it, but could not discern its rank. It was neither a congenital spiritual treasure nor a congenital supreme treasure. This is the jade sword of the supreme mystery, forged by me, imbued with a fragment of my power. It is a one-time weapon, once activated. It can slay even a not-so-elite true ancestor. Remember, this item is for preserving your life. Do not squander it carelessly. Capable of slaying a true ancestor. Yi Tian's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that a mere weapon could accomplish such a feat. This is indeed the foundation of the sacred mountain of the supreme mystery. In comparison, the Tai Dao sect is utterly insignificant. Thank you, Master. Yi Tian accepted the jade sword of the supreme mystery. Next, the Dao ancestor produced a blue robe. This is the robe of the supreme mystery, also crafted by me, containing special restrictions. When activated at a critical moment, it can withstand the attacks of a top true ancestor for a quarter of an hour, the Dao ancestor explained. After bestowing these two treasures, the Dao ancestor took his leave. Upon becoming a true disciple of the sacred mountain, Yi Tian was also entitled to one male and one female attendant to assist with various tasks. After all, the primary goal of a true disciple is cultivation. Mundane matters need not be handled personally. Such minor affairs could be arranged by the string music youth without requiring the Dao ancestor's involvement. At the sacred mountain of the supreme mystery, in the 97th residence, Yi Tian settled in, while the string music youth introduced him to two attendants, both of whom had reached the level of immortal true gods. The Taishan sacred mountain is indeed formidable, with many immortal true gods possessing considerable potential and talent. As long as they pledge their loyalty to the immortal sacred mountain and exhibit commendable character, they may ascend to become the disciples of the Taishan sacred mountain. Serving those esteemed true disciples, Your Highness Yi Tian, these two individuals, Gao Sun and Ao Na, shall henceforth be your servants. Furthermore, they have acquired a wealth of knowledge. Should there be anything you do not comprehend, feel free to inquire with them. If they, too, are at a loss, you may consult me, declared the string music boy. Thank you for your assistance, string music boy. Yi Tian responded courteously. Your Highness, you are too kind. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The string music boy replied. Farewell. Yi Tian nodded, and the string music boy departed. Greetings, Your Highness. Gao Sun and Ao Na both bowed deeply. Yi Tian regarded these two immortal true gods, sensing an aura emanating from them that seemed to surpass his own. It was evident that they were quite formidable even among their peers. I am not yet well acquainted with the Taishan sacred mountain and wish to inquire about certain matters. How many living true disciples does the Taishan sacred mountain currently have, and who are the most powerful among them? Yi Tian inquired. Gao Sun promptly elaborated, Your Highness. The Taishan sacred mountain boasts a total of 67 true disciples. The others have unfortunately perished, yet their titles have not been rescinded. Thus, you are recognized as the 97th true disciple. Such a significant number of true disciples have fallen? Yi Tian expressed his astonishment. Gao Sun continued. Some true disciples perished while attempting to break through to the Dao ancestor realm. Others fell in the outside world, unable to be rescued even by the Dao ancestor. There are also those whose lifespans were exhausted. While true ancestors appear to possess eternal life, the Taishan sacred mountain has existed for an exceedingly long time. Without breaking through to become a true ancestor, one cannot truly attain immortality. Even the vast realms of the Great Thousand may face annihilation one day, and true ancestors are not immune to such fates. However, Dao ancestors are not affected by calamities and are genuinely eternal. As far as we know, within the 3,000 Great Thousand realms, no Dao ancestor has ever been reported to have exhausted their lifespan. As for the most formidable true disciples of the Taishan Dao ancestor, we must mention the three Taishan Dao children. The 36th true disciple, Prince Mingyang, is said to possess the ability to escape the Dao ancestor's grasp. The 51st true disciple, Prince Qilin, is renowned for his unparalleled defenses, capable of withstanding even a strike from a Dao ancestor. Lastly, the 66th true disciple, Prince Bumia, is rumored to be indestructible, possessing combat prowess that may not rival the former two. Yet he survived a sustained assault from a Dao ancestor for several minutes before ultimately being rescued. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was indeed astounded. The prowess of these three true disciples was truly terrifying. However, that level of strength felt exceedingly distant to him. Subsequently, Yi Tian continued to inquire, gaining a deeper understanding of the Taishan sacred mountain. Your Highness, do you have any commands? Gao Sun asked. For now, there is nothing pressing. I shall be entering seclusion for a period. If any significant matters arise, please inform me, Yi Tian instructed. Understood, Your Highness. Gao Sun and Ao Na replied respectfully. Deep within the estate, in a secluded space, Yi Tian commenced his cultivation. The energy here was exceptionally dense, far surpassing the training environment of the heavenly court. Moreover, the pace of his comprehension was significantly amplified in this setting. However, For him, the enhancement of understanding bore little benefit at this moment. At this juncture, Tian prepared to delve into the first chapter of the Taishan 72 scrolls, which represented the most vital inheritance, directly pointing towards the realm of the Dao ancestor. Once I fully comprehend the first chapter, my strength will undoubtedly see a substantial rise. Tian mused internally. In chapter 354, titled Eternal Level Talent and Abilities, Tian had previously grasped remnants of the first chapter of the Taishan 72 scrolls. Thus, mastering the complete first chapter would not pose a significant challenge. He then devoted himself wholeheartedly to comprehending the first chapter of the Taishan scrolls using the Supreme Comprehension technique. Each true god interprets the Taishan scrolls in a unique manner, and this supreme method, intertwined with the Great Thousand Dao, alters accordingly. Tian infused his comprehension with the chaotic Great Thousand Dao, thereby leading him to understand what could be termed the Taishan Chaotic Scroll. After 7 days of contemplation, Tian finally fully comprehended the first chapter of the Taishan Chaotic Scroll. Boom! A Taishan Chaotic Talisman merged with Tian's soul, and with its integration, his understanding of the embryonic form of the chaotic Great Thousand Dao surged dramatically, accompanied by a notable increase in his aura. What an astonishing effect! The embryonic form of the chaotic Great Thousand Dao is exceedingly difficult to enhance. I never expected that merely comprehending the first chapter of the Taishan Chaotic Scroll would lead to such an advancement. No wonder my master mentioned that once one comprehends the first 9 chapters of the Taishan scrolls, they can then grasp the Great Thousand Dao. Thus, if I master the first 9 chapters of the Taishan Chaotic Scroll, I will be able to comprehend the chaotic Great Thousand Dao, Tian contemplated. In the subsequent days, Tian also devoted time to refining the Taishan Jade Sword and the Taishan Dao Garment, merging them into his being. With these 2 treasures, his ability to safeguard his life surged dramatically. At the Taishan Sacred Mountain, within the Taishan Library, Tian's soul avatar entered to browse through the tomes, while his main body continued to decipher the second chapter of the Taishan Chaotic Scroll. He came here to expand his knowledge and to see if there were any valuable resources within the Taishan Library. So many supreme techniques! Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The supreme techniques were primarily created by the true ancestors, and the ones here were partly derived from the Taishan Dao ancestor, while others were crafted by true disciples and contributed to this repository. In addition to supreme techniques, there were also a plethora of texts and materials beneficial for cultivation. It could be said that the library contained a wealth of resources. There were even inheritances of the Great Thousand Dao. However, since each true disciple had already embarked on their own Great Thousand Dao journey, they were naturally disinterested in these inheritances unless they were dissatisfied with their own path and sought to exchange for another. In the ensuing days, Tian immersed himself in the Taishan Library, steadily accumulating knowledge, and he selected a supreme technique that could reverse time and space. If this technique were mastered, it could resurrect weaker beings at a minimal cost. However, to invoke this technique effectively, one ideally required the cultivation of a true ancestor. Otherwise, the toll could be quite heavy, with even an immortal true god potentially perishing while attempting to resurrect a demigod. 3 months later, Tian exited the Taishan Library. Alas, I could not learn the Great Thousand Dao techniques. Tian lamented. The power of the Great Thousand Dao techniques far exceeded that of the supreme techniques, directly targeting the essence of the Great Thousand. However, one must thoroughly comprehend the Great Thousand Dao before being permitted to learn these techniques. While the Taishan Library did house Great Thousand Dao techniques, they resided on the second level, which he currently could not access. I shall first grasp the first 9 chapters of the Taishan Chaotic Scroll, and then strive to break through to the realm of the immortal true god, Tian resolved. In truth, it was not an absolute requirement to comprehend the first 9 chapters of the Taishan Chaotic Scroll to break through to the immortal true god realm. The Taishan Dao ancestor did not impose such a prerequisite. However, it was customary for every true disciple to follow this path. Yet, as Gao Sun and Ao Na conveyed, even among true disciples, only a select few could grasp the Great Thousand Dao at the true god level, and it would require considerable time to achieve such mastery. The true divine cultivation comprehends the vastness of the Great Dao, and the advantage lies in the ability to coalesce the corporeal form of the Great Dao upon achieving the status of an immortal true deity, resulting in formidable combat prowess. Moreover, it facilitates a profound metamorphosis of the divine soul, enhancing one's perceptiveness to a certain degree. I possess unparalleled Dao techniques, and mastering the initial 9 chapters of the Grand Chaos Scripture should pose no challenge. Tian declared with unwavering confidence. Of course, he had another task at hand, to elevate his innate abilities. Prior to this, all his innate powers had been elevated to the immortal level. Yet above the immortal level exists the eternal level. Eternal level innate abilities are exceedingly extraordinary, and he had encountered descriptions of the classification of innate abilities within the Grand Xian library, which included the eternal level. It was stated that ordinary beings could never manifest eternal level innate abilities. Only the descendants of true ancestors had the potential to do so. Eternal level innate abilities also provide considerable assistance in comprehending the Great Dao, and if he could elevate all his innate powers to the eternal level, the understanding of the chaotic Great Dao would become significantly more attainable. To enhance his innate abilities to the eternal level, he must gather materials of eternal grade. Such materials are not inexpensive. Even immortal true deities must pay a hefty price to procure them. This is primarily due to the fact that eternal level materials can forge postnatal treasures, with top-tier postnatal treasures rivaling innate treasures, making eternal materials a coveted resource fiercely contested by various factions. Gao Sun, Ao Na, Yi Tian called out. With a rustle, the two attendants approached. Your Highness. They greeted with utmost respect. Are you able to procure some eternal level materials? Yi Tian inquired. Gao Sun responded, certainly. Our Grand Xian sacred mountain surpasses true ancestor-level forces, and, in fact, commands a number of true ancestor-level factions. Given your esteemed status, you will undoubtedly be able to trade for considerable eternal-level materials. Make arrangements to secure some eternal-level materials. Here, take this. Yi Tian produced several Dao crystals and handed them to Gao Sun and Ao Na. Dao crystals, a resource transcending divine crystals, can only be condensed by true ancestors and are immensely beneficial for immortal true deities seeking to enhance their cultivation. As a direct disciple of the Grand Xian Sacred Mountain, Yi Tian received a batch of Dao crystals annually as a reward, thus he was not lacking in wealth. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Sun and Ao Na responded in unison. They then set off to trade for the eternal level materials. In just 3 days, Gao Sun and Ao Na returned with the first batch of eternal level materials, encompassing a variety of attributes, albeit lacking materials of temporal attribute. Temporal attribute materials of eternal level are exceedingly rare and could not be acquired in the short term. Nevertheless, Yi Tian was already immensely satisfied. Subsequently, as he touched the eternal level materials, he felt himself absorbing various elemental powers, fire, wood, and water. His innate abilities continually ascended, naturally elevating his spirits. Before long, one of his innate powers underwent a transformation, elevating from the immortal level to the eternal level. Boom! With the metamorphosis of his innate abilities, his divine soul also began to transform, enhancing his perceptiveness and even augmenting the strength of his corporeal form, his bloodline growing more potent. Chapter 355, The Grand Xian Ancient Steel. Aside from the temporal innate abilities, all my innate powers have ascended to the eternal level, Yi Tian exclaimed with exhilaration. In that moment, he felt as though he had been reborn. The past version of himself seemed woefully mundane compared to the present, which he considered to be the embodiment of true genius. In reality, this was an illusion. His former self was still remarkably exceptional. It was merely that he had become even more extraordinary now. The emergence of eternal level innate abilities, and in such abundance, was a rarity among the descendants of true ancestors, who only possessed a slim chance of manifesting such powers. Furthermore, upon reaching the true ancestor realm, the difficulty of producing offspring becomes significantly heightened. And even if eternal level innate abilities were indeed birthed, it would likely only be one. Yet he possessed numerous eternal level innate abilities. Any true ancestor descendant would pale in comparison to him in terms of talent, Yi Tian mused. With such elevated talents, combined with the unparalleled comprehension techniques at his disposal, he could consume even more innate abilities, temporarily augmenting his perceptiveness and facilitating a deeper understanding of the Grand Chaos Scripture. In the days that followed, he continued to instruct his two attendants to gather eternal level materials while he devoted himself entirely to comprehending the Grand Chaos Scripture. At present, he was delving into the 3rd chapter of the Grand Chaos Scripture, and with the transformation of his innate abilities and a surge in perceptiveness, utilizing his supreme comprehension techniques to grasp the 3rd chapter would yield remarkable efficiency. It would not be long before he fully comprehended the 3rd chapter. Indeed, merely 2 months later, he completely grasped the 3rd chapter of the Grand Chaos Scripture, enhancing his understanding of the nascent form of the chaotic Great Dao significantly. Yi Tian rejoiced. Next, he began to study the 4th chapter of the Grand Chaos Scripture. However, according to his estimations, he would require at least 4 months to comprehend it. As expected, he spent 4 months and 5 days before finally mastering the 4th chapter of the Grand Chaos Scripture. While he was engaged in this study, Gao Sun and Ao Na approached him. Your Highness, the Grand Xian Ancient Steel is about to open, Gao Sun announced. The Grand Xian Ancient Steel is to be opened. Yi Tian expressed his interest. The Grand Xian Ancient Steel is a supreme treasure brought back by the Grand Xian Dao ancestor from a mysterious location, allowing one to comprehend various Great Daos, thus greatly aiding in the understanding of the nascent form of the Great Dao. Utilizing the Grand Xian Ancient Steel to comprehend the Grand Xian chapters yields exceptionally fruitful results. However, each activation of the Grand Xian Ancient Steel necessitates a century of silence before it can be opened again, meaning that after this activation, the next would not occur for another 100 years. He could not afford to wait a century, and the opening of the steel would only last a month. Even as a direct disciple, he could not enter the Grand Xian Ancient Steel for free. The Grand Xian Dao ancestor would not allow disciples to remain in the Grand Xian Sacred Mountain for their entire lives, having everything prepared for them. Such an accumulation of resources would serve little purpose in fostering true ancestors. Thus, aside from the initial rewards provided upon entry, everything else must be earned through personal endeavor. To comprehend the Grand Xian Ancient Steel, one needs 100 contribution points. Contribution points at the Grand Xian Sacred Mountain are exceedingly precious. Yi Tian, as a direct disciple, possesses only 10 contribution points. To acquire more, he must undertake various tasks, completing them to exchange for contribution points. How much longer? Yi Tian inquired. 3 months. Gao Sun replied. 3 months is a brief span. Are there any suitable tasks available? Yi Tian asked. Gao Sun had already prepared a list of various tasks and presented it to Yi Tian. Your Highness, these are quite commendable tasks, yielding substantial contribution points. And they do not require excessive time, though some may be challenging to complete, Gao Sun elaborated. Yi Tian scrutinized the list, occasionally shaking his head, clearly dissatisfied with the tasks presented. After some time, he finally settled on one task. Venture to the Time River fragments to slay the Time Serpent and collect Time Pearls. Collecting 10 Time Pearls will complete the task, which grants 20 contribution points upon completion. The fragments of the River of Time are located in a certain area of the Tai Xian realm, where the Time Serpents, creatures imbued with temporal power, dwell. These beings possess a minimum cultivation level of true God, with the most exceptional among them rivaling the typical immortal true gods. The task at hand is formidable. Its difficulty arises from the fact that the fragments of the River of Time resist immortal true gods, preventing their entry. Furthermore, without mastery over the laws of time, anyone who ventures into the fragments will have their lifespan eroded by the power of time, a force even true gods cannot withstand. Thus, it is imperative that only those true gods endowed with a natural affinity for time and possessing sufficient strength undertake this mission. This task presents little challenge for me. I should be able to accomplish it within a few days. Yi Tian promptly accepted the task and set off for the fragments of the River of Time. Accompanied by Ona, her abilities were commendable. Should any minor troubles arise, she could at least assist him in overcoming them. Before long, Yi Tian arrived at the fragments of the River of Time. Upon his arrival, he sensed the overwhelming power of time. Here, the temporal force was so potent that it distorted space itself, causing time to pass at an accelerated rate. Yi Tian summoned the power of the embryonic form of the chaotic Grand Dao, allowing him to disregard the temporal force in this realm. After all, the embryonic form of the chaotic Grand Dao also contains the essence of time, thus enabling him to withstand it. Ona, you cannot enter. Wait for me here. Yi Tian instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Ona replied obediently. With a flourish, Yi Tian dove into the fragments of the River of Time, navigating through the currents of time as he began his search for the Time Serpents. He employed the dark Kunpeng technique, achieving incredible speed. And with the aid of the embryonic form of the chaotic Grand Dao, he was confident he would locate any Time Serpent in this realm. Shortly thereafter, a shadowy serpentine figure caught his attention. A Time Serpent, Yi Tian exclaimed with delight. This particular Time Serpent exuded an impressive aura, far surpassing the formidable true gods of the underworld by at least 5-fold. Should such a Time Serpent traverse the underworld, it would be an invincible entity. Alas, it faced the current Yi Tian. Strike! The Tai sword light transformed into a resplendent beam, infused with the power of the embryonic form of the chaotic Grand Dao, swiftly piercing through the Time Serpent, obliterating it in an instant. The sword light then coiled around, retrieving a Time Pearl. The first Time Pearl is in hand. Yi Tian smiled. He continued his pursuit of the Time Serpents, and as time elapsed, he discovered and dispatched several more. Soon after, he encountered a Time Serpent of immortal true god caliber. Thunder rumbled as Yi Tian engaged in battle with this formidable foe. Despite its strength, it could not breach his chaotic scales, while Yi Tian's attacks effortlessly inflicted harm upon it. In less than 10 minutes, the immortal true god-level Time Serpent fell to Yi Tian's might. Chapter 356. Comprehending the 9th chapter of the Tai Xu canon. After slaying this time serpent, Tian obtained its time pearl, bringing his total to 10. It was time to return and report the completion of his task. Tian promptly departed, refraining from further hunting of time serpents. The time pearls held little use for him. His journey had solely been to fulfill his mission, which was now accomplished. And since this task could only be undertaken once, he naturally would not linger and waste time. Upon returning to the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain, Tian immediately submitted his findings. The tasks at Tai Xu Sacred Mountain were overseen by a spirit of equipment. After submitting the 10 time pearls, his task was deemed complete, and he received 20 contribution points. Coupled with the 10 contribution points gained from becoming a direct disciple, he now possessed a total of 30 contribution points, yet still required 70 more to reach 100. Subsequently, Tian accepted a second task, clearing the Tai Xu Forbidden Zone. This task was not particularly arduous, but would require approximately a month to complete. The Tai Xu Forbidden Zone is a peculiar area within the Tai Xu realm, inhabited by powerful and enigmatic creatures that exert considerable pressure on immortal true gods. This region is rich in resources, albeit perilous. Consequently, the Tai Xu realm solicits true gods to cleanse the forbidden zone of these strange beings, with each true god required to slay over 10,000 of these creatures to fulfill their mission, earning 50 contribution points upon completion. Although this task would consume some time, it was still well within Tian's capabilities. Thus, he set forth for the Tai Xu realm, necessitating passage through a cross-realm formation. A day later, Tian arrived at the Tai Xu Forbidden Zone. At this juncture, he sensed numerous extraordinarily powerful true gods entering the Forbidden Zone, most of whom had accepted tasks from the Tai Xu realm to eradicate the strange creatures. However, their missions differed from those assigned by Tai Xu Sacred Mountain. They were not required to eliminate as many strange beings. With alacrity, Tian entered the Tai Xu Forbidden Zone and commenced his search for the peculiar creatures. Soon, he encountered the first of these entities, crushing it effortlessly with his hand. Thereafter, he tirelessly sought out and dispatched the strange beings one by one. Due to the vastness of the Tai Xu Forbidden Zone and the multitude of dangers it harbored, his spiritual power could not probe too far, resulting in diminished efficiency in locating the strange creatures. Days passed, and Tian continued to slay an increasing number of these beings. On the 26th day, he successfully exterminated 10,000 strange creatures. He then promptly returned to the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain. Upon his return and task submission, he received 50 contribution points. Another 2 months elapsed. During this period, Tian completed several more tasks, and his contribution points reached a total of 130, sufficient for entry into the Tai Xu Ancient Tablet for enlightenment. One day, the Tai Xu Ancient Tablet was activated. Tian expended 100 contribution points and successfully entered the space housing the Tai Xu Ancient Tablet. Upon entry, he immediately sensed the presence of the Ancient Tablet, which emanated an aura that made him feel insignificant, akin to an ant. He even perceived that the true ancestor was vastly inferior to the aura radiating from the Ancient Tablet. Fortunately, this aura posed no harm to others, merely instilling a sense of grandiosity and majesty. Here, Tian perceived the figures of numerous direct disciples who had also come to comprehend the Tai Xu Ancient Tablet. The Ancient Tablet not only facilitated understanding of the first 9 chapters of the Tai Xu canon, but also retained efficacy even after grasping the 9th chapter and comprehending the Great Dao. "Greetings, junior brother Yi." A smiling direct disciple approached him, recognizing the individual at a glance. Tian recalled having seen the names and likenesses of all direct disciples that Gao Sun had compiled, thus he was familiar with each one. This particular disciple was none other than Jianxing, the 83rd disciple of his master. Tian had some understanding of senior brother Jianxing, who had mastered one of the Grand Dao's paths, the Eternal Sword Dao, rendering him exceedingly formidable among true ancestors, ranking within the top 20 among the numerous direct disciples. It is worth noting that these dozens of direct disciples were all true ancestors, each an exceptionally fearsome presence among them, and to be placed within the top 20 attested to Jianxing's strength. Of utmost significance is the fact that Jianxing is the 83rd true disciple, having joined the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain not long ago, yet possessing remarkable potential, with hopes of ranking among the top 10 true disciples. "Greetings, brother Jian," Tian said courteously. "This is your first time coming to comprehend the Tai Xu Ancient Tablet, junior brother Yi." The Tai Xu Ancient Tablet greatly aids in understanding the Tai Xu chapters, and it is particularly beneficial for mastering supreme Dao techniques and some unique secret arts. However, the Tai Xu chapters themselves are fundamental. Do not squander your time on other pursuits at the expense of grasping the essence of the Tai Xu chapters, Jianxing advised. The Tai Xu Ancient Tablet is exceptionally unique. Its efficacy is greatest upon the first encounter, with diminishing returns thereafter. After 100 attempts, it becomes entirely ineffective. Jianxing cautioned. Yi Tian was unaware of this, as Gao Sun and the others had never attempted to comprehend it and only had superficial knowledge. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Jian. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. Even had I not mentioned it, you would have come to know, Junior Brother Yi, Jianxing smiled. The two engaged in conversation for a while before selecting their respective spots to sit. Gradually, the true disciples began to gather. Those who had no desire to come had already made their choice. Yi Tian observed that a total of 17 true disciples had arrived, not a large number. Perhaps because many had already surpassed 100 visits, rendering further attendance unnecessary. Boom! The Tai Xian ancient tablet radiated an endless white light, transforming the surrounding realm into a pure white expanse, with the tablet seemingly becoming the sole hue of this world. Let us commence our comprehension. Yi Tian activated the Supreme Enlightenment technique for the first time and began to delve into the Tai Xian ancient tablet, utilizing it to comprehend the 5th chapter of the Tai Xian chaotic volume. With the aid of the Tai Xian ancient tablet, the previously obscure contents of the 5th chapter became easily comprehensible to him. In a remarkably short span, the 5th chapter unveiled all its mysteries, which he grasped effortlessly. Boom! The successful comprehension of the 5th chapter manifested as the 5th seal, significantly enhancing the nascent form of his chaotic Great Dao, and his aura grew more formidable. All the true disciples were engrossed in their own enlightenment, and thus, none noticed the subtle changes emanating from him. Before long, Yi Tian found himself on the verge of comprehending the 6th chapter of the Tai Xian chaotic volume. The efficiency of his comprehension filled Yi Tian with immense excitement. At this pace, within the month of engaging with the Tai Xian ancient tablet, he stood a good chance of fully grasping the first 9 chapters of the Tai Xian volume. Days passed. The 6th chapter was comprehended. The 7th chapter was comprehended. The 8th chapter was comprehended. Finally, as the month drew to a close, Yi Tian completely understood the 9th chapter of the Tai Xian chaotic volume. With the understanding of the first 9 chapters, he was poised for a significant transformation. Chapter 357, The Ninefold Liuli Golden Body. Upon comprehending the first 9 chapters of the Tai Xian chaotic volume, the 9 seals gradually fused into a singular diagram of seals. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of insights flooded Yi Tian, causing the nascent form of his chaotic Great Dao to begin its metamorphosis. In that moment, he truly grasped the essence of the chaotic Great Dao. Boom! A terrifying power emanated from Yi Tian, the very force of the chaotic Great Dao. Swish! Swish, swish! The gazes of the other true disciples turned toward him, each revealing expressions of astonishment. Junior Brother has comprehended the Great Dao, and it appears to be the chaotic Great Dao at that. They marveled. Junior Brother has only recently become a true disciple and has not possessed the Tai Xian volume for long. Yet he has managed to comprehend the first 9 chapters. What remarkable insight! Perhaps Junior Brother was already on the cusp of understanding the Great Dao, allowing for such rapid comprehension of the first 9 chapters of the Tai Xian volume, thus enabling a breakthrough into the chaotic Great Dao. The comprehension of the Great Dao is an extraordinary feat for the external true gods, yet within the Tai Xian sacred mountain, this is merely the beginning. The true disciples of the true ancestor level were not overly astonished, and soon returned to their own studies of the Tai Xian ancient tablet. Before long, the month came to an end, and the brilliance of the Tai Xian ancient tablet receded, signaling the conclusion of the comprehension period. Subsequently, numerous true disciples departed from the area, having just grasped the chaotic Great Dao. Yi Tian refrained from lengthy conversations with his senior brothers and promptly returned to his residence to consolidate his gains and stabilize his understanding of the chaotic Great Dao. It took more than half a month for Yi Tian to thoroughly stabilize his comprehension of the chaotic Great Dao, and he made slight progress. With the understanding of the chaotic Great Dao, he was now ready to challenge the realm of the undying true God, finding no necessity to linger within the true God realm. The Tai Xian sacred mountain possesses a designated area for true disciples and even acolytes to achieve breakthroughs, the Tai Xian Sea. This is a unique void established by the Tai Xian Dao ancestor, containing boundless, pure energy, sufficient for even undying true gods to break through to the true ancestor level. Naturally, a month of cultivation here requires the expenditure of 10 contribution points. While one can come here to break through, it is prohibitively expensive for regular practice. Yi Tian expended 10 contribution points to apply for entry into the Tai Xian Sea. Upon arriving at the Tai Xian Sea, Yi Tian found no true disciples or acolytes present. Clearly, they do not typically practice here, and breakthroughs cannot be achieved instantaneously. Most of the time, the area remains deserted. Yi Tian seated himself in the center of the Tai Xian Sea, surrounded by an infinite energy that seemed to engulf him. Let us begin the breakthrough. Tian invoked the power of the chaotic Great Dao to shatter his bottleneck, prompting his extraordinary organs to commence their transformation. Almost in the blink of an eye, his bottleneck shattered, and an endless stream of energy surged into his being, flooding into his extraordinary organs, into his divine spirit, initiating their metamorphosis alongside his soul and body. For other true gods, the transition to becoming an undying true god carries risks, yet Tian experienced an exceptionally smooth progression, devoid of any peril. With each passing moment, his strength surged exponentially. After a considerable duration, Tian's cultivation officially broke through, reaching the early stage of the undying true god. His divine spirit amplified tenfold. His physical form also grew tenfold, and his divine power surged by dozens of times. Suddenly, under the refinement of the chaotic Great Dao, Tian's physical body underwent even more subtle changes, continuing to fervently absorb energy for a second metamorphosis. This is the process of condensing the Great Dao body. Tian realized. The Great Dao body formed from different insights into the Great Dao varies. For instance, one who comprehends the tranquil void Dao would condense a tranquil void body, while one who comprehends the extreme sword Dao would form an extreme sword body. Tian comprehended the chaotic Great Dao, thus his condensation would naturally yield the chaotic body, the pinnacle of all Great Dao bodies. The condensation of the chaotic body is not a swift endeavor. It may require several months or even half a year. Moreover, as the chaotic body is immensely powerful, even with Tian's grasp of the laws of time, the cost of accelerating time would be exorbitant, resulting in minimal time gain. Therefore, Tian chose to allow the chaotic body to evolve at its own pace. Once the month elapsed, Tian emerged from the Tai Xu City. The energy of the Tai Xu sacred mountain is already exceedingly potent, sufficient for the condensation of the chaotic body. In the days that followed, Tian remained sequestered within his residence, dedicating himself to rigorous cultivation. He focused on solidifying his Chaos Dao body, while simultaneously delving into the profound intricacies of the 10th chapter of the Tai Xu Chaos Treatise. Furthermore, he began contemplating which Grand Dao technique to pursue next. The advantage of comprehending the Chaos Great Dao lies in the ability to practice any form of Grand Dao technique, including the Time Great Dao technique. This sets apart the understanding of the Chaos Great Dao as a distinct advantage. Regrettably, the Grand Dao techniques available at the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain are not freely accessible. They require contribution points for exchange. Each Grand Dao technique demands a minimum of 100 contribution points, with some costing even thousands. Techniques requiring merely 100 contribution points are undoubtedly subpar, and Tian would not deign to consider them. However, he found himself unable to exchange for techniques valued at several hundred contribution points due to his insufficient contribution points. Perhaps the Heavenly Court possesses Grand Dao techniques. If my strength continues to grow, it would benefit the Heavenly Court as well. Surely, they must be inclined to invest. Thus, Tian resolved to reach out to the moon goddess, Chang'e, who had previously provided him with her contact information. He promptly sent a message through his divine consciousness, confident that they could connect despite the vast distance. Before long, Tian established contact with Chang'e. Chang'e, it is Tian, he proclaimed. Ah, Tian. I know it is you. What brings you here? Chang'e inquired curiously, aware that Tian had joined the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain and was presumably engaged in his training there. Chang'e, does the Heavenly Court possess any Grand Dao technique inheritances? Tian asked. Indeed, we do. Do you seek a Grand Dao technique inheritance? Have you perhaps comprehended the Chaos Great Dao? Chang'e responded, her astonishment palpable. Yes. Tian admitted candidly. The Heavenly Court currently holds 6 Grand Dao technique inheritances. Which one do you desire? Chang'e continued, detailing the 6 Grand Dao techniques, from which Tian thoughtfully selected one, the ninefold glazed gold body. This technique, once mastered, would render his physical defense extraordinarily formidable, with combat power surging by over threefold. With his comprehension of the Chaos Great Dao, he was capable of practicing any Grand Dao technique, including the ninefold glazed gold body. The Tai Xu Sacred Mountain also possessed this inheritance, yet it required a staggering 920 contribution points, underscoring its elite status. This was precisely why Tian opted for it. I shall deliver the ninefold glazed gold body to you shortly, Chang'e assured him. Subsequently, Tian and Chang'e severed their connection. Excellent. With the Heavenly Court providing the ninefold glazed gold body, I can save over 900 contribution points. Tian mused with a smile. He was aware, however, that the Heavenly Court could not extend limitless assistance, lest internal discord arise. Before long, Chang'e arrived at the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain's exterior. Tian promptly made his way to meet her. Tian, Here is the ninefold glazed gold body. Chang'e presented the inheritance tome, her gaze fixed intently upon Yi Tian's form, his chaos Dao body in the midst of transformation. Indeed, Yi Tian has comprehended the chaos Great Dao at the true God level, breaking through to become an immortal true God and coalescing the chaos Dao body. Chang'e marveled. Although Yi Tian's cultivation remained in the early stages of the immortal true God realm, even her disciple, the Moon Fairy, could no longer contend with him. In the realm of immortal true gods, Yi Tian's prowess was virtually unmatched, save for exceptional individuals from the most elite true ancestor factions. Should Yi Tian master the ninefold glazed gold body, he would become an even more formidable force, verging on invincibility. Thank you, Chang'e. Yi Tian expressed his gratitude. After a brief exchange, Chang'e returned to the heavenly court. Upon returning to his residence at number 97, Yi Tian commenced the process of absorbing the inheritance of the ninefold glazed gold body. A deluge of arcane knowledge surged into his soul. Had it not been for his fifth level of heart realm, his soul would have shattered under the weight of such potent Dao force during the inheritance. Only by fulfilling the conditions of the fifth level of heart realm and comprehending the chaos Great Dao could one endeavor to learn the Grand Dao techniques. After a considerable period, Yi Tian fully assimilated the teachings of the ninefold glazed gold body. He had anticipated that Grand Dao techniques would possess numerous layers, akin to the Supreme Dao techniques that feature 36 Dao maps. However, he discovered that the ninefold glazed gold body consists solely of 9 levels, and rather than Dao maps. It comprises Grand Dao seals, requiring intricate inscriptions upon the body to complete the technique. The complexity of the Grand Dao seals is immense. Without a profound understanding of the Great Dao, one cannot cultivate the Grand Dao technique to its highest potential, and the difficulty is considerable. Yi Tian was aware that many true ancestors, despite grasping the Great Dao, could require hundreds of thousands of years to master a single Grand Dao technique. The disciples of the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain are undeniably prodigious, yet they too require substantial time for their cultivation of Grand Dao techniques. While they did not disclose specifics, it could be inferred through various battles that mastering a Grand Dao technique typically takes around a millennium for most true disciples, merely achieving the first level of mastery. To reach the second level, the time required could stretch into the tens of thousands of years. Thus, the true disciples of the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain generally focus on 2 or 3 Grand Dao techniques, dedicating their efforts primarily to these select techniques. I am uncertain how long it will take me, but with my Supreme Comprehension technique, I should not be delayed for long. Yi Tian commenced his study of the ninefold glazed gold body. It must be said, the ninefold glazed gold body is indeed profoundly intricate. Yi Tian devoted the majority of his soul to its study, while the remainder engaged with the 10th chapter of the Tai Xu Treatise. The Tai Xu Treatise remains the paramount method of cultivation for every true disciple, serving as the most critical aspect of their training. 1 year passed, 2 years, 5 years. Before he knew it, a decade had elapsed. During this period, Yi Tian's chaos Dao body underwent a complete metamorphosis, and his cultivation improved significantly. Yet he remained in the early stage of the immortal true God realm. Over these 10 years, Yi Tian had made considerable strides. He was on the verge of fully comprehending the 10th chapter, and although it took longer than grasping the other chapters, it was, after all, the 10th chapter, which presented a far greater challenge than the 9th. He was also nearing the completion of mastering the ninefold glazed gold body. As the forces of the chaos Great Dao swirled around him, they gradually coalesced into a Grand Dao seal, the ninefold glazed gold body's Grand Dao seal. With a thunderous resonance, the Grand Dao seal integrated into his being, inscribing itself within him, initiating a transformation as radiant glazed golden light enveloped him, illuminating the void around him. His aura was continuously surging, and even his soul was rapidly elevated under the influence of the Grand Dao techniques. It can be said that mastering a Grand Dao technique has a profound impact on both the body and strength. After a considerable duration, the first realm of the ninefold glazed golden body was thoroughly solidified. His physical defense had at least quintupled, and this was merely the first level of the ninefold glazed golden body. Yi Tian was astounded. No wonder countless immortal true gods and true ancestors yearned to master a Grand Dao technique. The enhancement it provides to one's strength is truly immense. Without a Grand Dao technique, merely wielding the Grand Dao would not allow one to unleash its full power. It is akin to the Grand Dao being a block of thousand-year black iron, while the Grand Dao technique is the supreme sword forged from that iron. Without the process of forging, that block of iron would hold no lethality. This illustrates the function of the Grand Dao techniques. With my current strength, I should have a chance to breach the second layer of the Tai Xu Tower. Yi Tian mused. The first layer of the Tai Xu Tower corresponds to the true gods, Only by overcoming it can one qualify to join the Tai Xian sacred mountain. The second layer corresponds to the immortal true gods, yet those from the outside world find it exceedingly difficult to pass the second layer due to its heightened standards. Yi Tian had previously attempted to breach it, but was instantly defeated. Should he conquer the second layer, he would earn a reward of 1,000 contribution points. If he were to undertake tasks instead, how many ordinary missions would that require? Currently, Yi Tian was quite impoverished, making him yearn for those 1,000 contribution points. It's time to challenge the Tai Xian Tower. Yi Tian promptly made his way to the tower. The guardian of the Tai Xian Tower was none other than the String Youth. Your Highness Yi, you are here to challenge the Tai Xian Tower again. The String Youth remarked. Indeed. Yi Tian nodded. The String Youth advised, Your Highness, you failed last time. It would be prudent to enhance your cultivation before attempting again. The difficulty of the second layer is formidable, and it is not easily surmountable. Many true disciples have spent centuries to conquer it. There is no need to rush. I know my limits, Yi Tian declared as he entered the Tai Xian Tower, ascending to the second layer. In the eyes of the Stringed Youth, Yi Tian would soon be met with failure once more. Chapter 359, The Second Grand Dao Technique. Upon entering the second layer of the Tai Xian Tower, Yi Tian encountered an incredibly terrifying figure, indistinct, yet seemingly an unparalleled existence descended from the ancient era. It was said that the adversary above the second layer of the Tai Xian Tower was a projection of an unparalleled prodigy extracted from the fabric of time and space by the Grand Dao ancestor using a supreme formation, rather than something conjured by the formation itself. After all, an immortal true god conjured by a formation could never harness the powers of the chaotic Grand Dao. No formation could achieve such a feat thus. This figure could not be a product of mere formation, but rather a projection drawn from the past. Yi Tian was indifferent to the identity of this figure. He only wished to defeat it. Boom! Yi Tian and his opponent unleashed the powers of the Grand Dao instantaneously, yet the latter's cultivation was superior, having reached the pinnacle of the immortal true god realm, while Yi Tian was merely at the initial stage. However, Yi Tian possessed an advantage that his opponent lacked, the chaotic body of the Grand Dao, which perhaps surpassed the opponent in physical strength. Furthermore, he had mastered the Grand Dao techniques, while his opponent, regardless of their high cultivation or formidable combat prowess, had only cultivated multiple supreme techniques to the 36th diagram. As long as the opponent had not mastered a Grand Dao technique, they were not his match. Ninefold glazed golden body. Open. Yi Tian erupted with a radiant golden light, transforming his entire being into a golden deity of terror. An overwhelming aura collapsing the ages. The power of the chaotic Grand Dao coursed through him as he charged at his opponent. In that moment, every strike Yi Tian unleashed surpassed the supreme techniques. He had no need to employ any such techniques. Boom, boom, boom. His opponent was thoroughly dominated. Their attacks could not harm Yi Tian in the slightest. Numerous strikes rained upon him, but the ninefold glazed golden body effortlessly deflected them. Before long, Yi Tian's arm pierced through the opponent's figure, inflicting grave injury. In mere moments, the opponent was completely dismantled by Yi Tian. The second layer of the Tai Xian Tower was conquered. Congratulations to true disciple Yi Tian for breaching the second layer of the Tai Xian Tower, earning a reward of 1,000 contribution points, and breaking the record for the fastest passage through the second layer by a true disciple, granting an additional opportunity to learn a Grand Dao technique. Upon hearing this announcement, Yi Tian was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated an additional reward. Gaining a Grand Dao technique for free was nearly equivalent to receiving 1,000 contribution points at no cost. Indeed, challenging the Tai Xian Tower was the best decision. Yi Tian exclaimed with excitement. He then exited the Tai Xian Tower. When the Stringed Youth saw Yi Tian emerge so swiftly, he assumed Yi Tian had failed and consoled him. Your Highness Yi, it is perfectly fine if you did not conquer the second layer. With a few hundred more years of cultivation, you may have a chance. I have succeeded, Yi Tian replied before departing. Succeeded? The Stringed Youth was incredulous, but he had the authority to check the records of challenges in the Tai Xian Tower, so he could easily verify the truth. Immediately, he focused his mind to access the records. In an instant, his pupils constricted. What? Your Highness Yi truly conquered the second layer of the Tai Xian Tower and broke the record. He found it hard to believe. What an extraordinary talent. If Yi Tian were indeed a reincarnation of a true ancestor, it would be understandable. However, there was no way Yi Tian was a true ancestor reincarnate. Otherwise, the Grand Dao ancestor would not have accepted him as a disciple. With the strength of the Grand Dao ancestor, he could discern any reincarnation, be it a true ancestor or a Dao ancestor. Thus, it was evident that Yi Tian had ascended to this level solely through his innate abilities, making him remarkably exceptional. If your Highness Yi does not fall, He will undoubtedly rank among the top 5 true disciples in the future, the stringed youth privately assessed. This was a high commendation. For the top 5 true disciples were not merely reliant on talent, but rather on fortuitous opportunities. They had all encountered extraordinary chances that transcended mere talent. As for whether one could attain the status of Dao ancestor, he dared not speculate, as the likelihood seemed slim. It was rumored that the number of Dao ancestor positions was limited, and not merely extraordinary talent could lead one to such heights. Otherwise, the top-ranking true disciples would not still be at the true ancestor level. Soon, news of Yi Tian breaching the second layer of the Tai Xian Tower spread, astonishing several true disciples. Yet, at present, Yi Tian's strength was still far inferior to theirs, so they did not pay it much heed. In the Tai Xian Treasure Hall, Yi Tian arrived at the location where Grand Dao techniques could be exchanged. He perused the offerings and discovered an abundance of Grand Dao techniques, far surpassing what the Heavenly Court had to offer. Among these techniques, the majority were valued at 1 or 200 contribution points, but Yi Tian dismissed such techniques. His aim was the elite Grand Dao techniques, around the 1,000 contribution point mark. Now that I possess the 9-fold glazed golden body, I need not worry about defense. Yet I am somewhat lacking in offense. If I were to cultivate an offensive Grand Dao technique, my power would surge. Yi Tian scrutinized the descriptions of various Grand Dao techniques before ultimately selecting one: the Spear of Gods and Demons. The illustrious art of the Great Thousand Path is reputed to be unparalleled in its offensive prowess. While such claims may border on the boastful, they nonetheless underscore the formidable nature of this art. Crucially, this path is exclusively suited for the immortal true gods who have comprehended the chaotic Great Thousand Way. Without such understanding, one cannot hope to forge the Spear of Gods and Demons. Thus, this art is perfectly tailored for him. Should he choose not to cultivate this path, it would undoubtedly lead to regret. Moreover, the art is valued at 1,200 contribution points, effectively saving him that same amount. He promptly exchanged for it. Yi Tian immediately acquired the inheritance of the Spear of Gods and Demons. Upon returning to residence number 97, Yi Tian began to delve into the intricacies of the Spear of Gods and Demons. However, he soon discovered that mastering this art proved to be significantly more challenging than cultivating the 9-fold glazed golden body. To dedicate himself to this demanding art, Yi Tian secluded himself within the residence for rigorous training. Unbeknownst to him, 2 decades slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this particular day, Yi Tian successfully attained the first major threshold of the Great Thousand Path, thereby fully mastering the initial realm of the Spear of Gods and Demons. Additionally, over the span of these 20 years, he had made slight advancements in his cultivation, yet he still remained at the early stage of the immortal true God realm. Nevertheless, he had accomplished the completion of the 10th chapter of the Tai Xian scripture, propelling his understanding of the chaotic Great Thousand Way forward a notch. Currently, he was endeavoring to grasp the 11th chapter of the Tai Xian chaotic scripture, which proved to be even more arduous and would require considerable time for full comprehension. His 9-fold glazed golden body remained at the first realm, and it was anticipated that achieving the second realm would take several decades. The Spear of Gods and Demons would likely demand even longer, making further progress in his strength within a short span of time exceedingly difficult. Yi Tian contemplated utilizing 1,000 contribution points, intending to venture forth in search of opportunities. The Tai Xian Patriarch did not encourage true disciples to linger indefinitely on the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Every true disciple had spent many years exploring the outside world. Remaining on the Sacred Mountain would hinder rapid advancement. Chapter 360. The Innate Spiritual Realm. How should Yi Tian spend these 1,000 contribution points? He pondered this question. Opting for a third Great Thousand Path was unnecessary for the time being. Perhaps it would be wiser to trade these contribution points for items or opportunities with his senior brothers. Yi Tian mused. Subsequently, he instructed his attendant, Gao Sun, to reach out to other true disciples to explore potential trades. After all, he did not need to depart immediately. Days passed swiftly. On one such day, Gao Sun approached Yi Tian, announcing, "Your Highness, Brother Jinxing wishes to trade with you." Brother Jinxing. Yi Tian nodded slightly before making his way to Jinxing's residence. "Brother Yi, please take a seat." Jinxing greeted with a smile. "My attendant mentioned that you are willing to engage in a trade?" Yi Tian inquired. "Indeed," Jinxing replied. "I find myself in need of contribution points. If you are agreeable, I would be willing to exchange a unique opportunity with you." "What opportunity?" Yi Tian asked, curiosity piqued. "A key to an innate spiritual realm," Jinxing declared. The mention of the innate spiritual realm startled Yi Tian. He was well aware of what this place entailed. It was known for being a fertile ground for the emergence of innate spiritual items. Unlike innate spiritual treasures, these items could significantly enhance one's cultivation. Even a common innate spiritual item could incite fierce competition among immortal true gods. I trust you are aware of the value of the innate spiritual realm. The realm restricts entry to beings above the true ancestor level and is rich in numerous innate spiritual items, including several innate spiritual treasures and possibly even innate supreme treasures. While these items may hold little value for true ancestors such as ourselves, they could prove invaluable for you, potentially accelerating your cultivation and even granting you rare innate spiritual items, thereby enhancing your comprehension, foundation, and talent. Jinxing elaborated. Brother, I am willing to trade. Tian replied eagerly. He promptly transferred 1,000 contribution points to Jinxing, who in turn provided Tian with a token and detailed information regarding the innate spiritual realm. Many immortal true gods, including ancient ones, may venture into that realm. Some possess strength rivaling weaker true ancestors, so do exercise caution. Although you possess treasures from your master that may afford you some protection, should you encounter someone under the tutelage of a path ancestor with numerous hidden strengths, it could lead to trouble, Jinxing warned. Thank you for the reminder, brother, Tian acknowledged. After departing from Jinxing's residence, he learned that the innate spiritual realm was the name of the treasure site Jinxing had provided, situated within the Xianyan domain. This realm was merely 6 or 7 great thousand domains away from the Taishan domain. Tian then sent Gao Sun to gather further intelligence on the innate spiritual realm. Once he confirmed the accuracy of the information, he set forth toward the realm. From his understanding, such treasure sites were often occupied and sealed off by numerous top-tier forces, with shadows of path ancestor-level powers lurking in the background. To gain entry into the innate spiritual realm, one required a key token, and these were scarce. The realm opened once every 10 years. Even with such frequency, the resources within remained plentiful. The reason for this was the inherent dangers of the realm. It harbored perilous celestial beasts, some of which rivaled the most formidable immortal true gods. Should an immortal true god fall under siege by these beasts, there existed a risk of demise. Furthermore, the opening of the innate spiritual realm was brief, lasting merely a month, after which a terrifying force would expel all external immortal true gods. Consequently, even within that month, it was challenging to harvest significant resources. Upon arriving in the Xianyan domain, Tian reached a void continent shrouded in dense white mist. This was the entrance to the innate spiritual realm. Surrounding this continent were layers of formidable formations, with numerous immortal true gods guarding the area. These gods hailed from various factions, their presence a testament to their intentions to seize the resources within. If an immortal true god lacked a substantial background, even if they managed to acquire resources within the innate spiritual realm, they would be required to surrender 1/3 of their gains, a stipulated regulation. However, this regulation held no weight for Tian. Upon his arrival, the forces present were already aware of his identity. The Taishan Patriarch's acceptance of a disciple was always a matter of great public interest. Thus, Tian could not conceal his status. Only the smaller faction's immortal true gods remained oblivious to his identity. However, the forces here were all backed by path ancestor-level powers, and it was conceivable that one of his senior brothers might have connections among them. As Tian entered, an immortal true god approached him respectfully. I pay my respects to His Highness Tian of the Taishan Sacred Mountain. This is the token. May I proceed? Tian asked. Of course. Your Highness may enter. Please wait over there. The innate spiritual realm will open in a few days, the immortal true god replied. Very well. Tian nodded slightly and moved to the designated area to wait. Before long, he became aware of numerous gazes fixated upon him, with even some true ancestors observing from the shadows. Yet, he remained unperturbed, as a direct disciple of the path ancestor. No true ancestor would dare to act against him openly, unless they sought their own demise. As time gradually slipped by, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! The ethereal mists of the land of immortals began to stir, slowly coalescing into a misty passage. At this moment, those holding the command token could traverse the misty passage directly into the land of immortals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous immortal deities entered, and Tian was among them. Inside the land of immortals, Tian arrived and felt the overwhelmingly rich essence of immortality that permeated the air. This essence was far superior to ordinary spiritual energy. If an immortal deity were to cultivate here, their advancement would surely accelerate significantly. Unfortunately, they could only remain for a month. After that, they would be unable to linger. He needed to secure sufficient innate spiritual treasures first. With an ample supply, he could undoubtedly elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of an immortal deity, or even further to the late stage. Tian mused. At present, his cultivation was his Achilles heel. His master undoubtedly possessed countless treasures that could easily enhance his cultivation. But the Taishan sacred mountain adopted a decentralized approach to nurturing, providing no all-encompassing resources. Many had to be fought for personally. Otherwise, his master, the Tai Dao ancestor, could have elevated his cultivation to the true ancestor realm in a day, but what significance would that hold? For the Tai Dao ancestor, bestowing the complete Tai scriptures and life-preserving treasures meant that the subsequent path must be traversed independently. Excessive interference would hinder his potential to become a truly invincible true ancestor, let alone challenge the Dao ancestor realm. Swish. Tian moved swiftly, secretly activating the ninefold glazed golden body to protect himself from potential attacks. Before long, he sensed the aura of an innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 361, Crimson Heaven Hunyuan Fruit. This is the innate spiritual treasure. Tian's gaze was fixed upon a crimson tree not far away, laden with bright red fruits. These fruits were the true innate spiritual treasures. Tian quickly recognized their origin. Crimson Heaven Hunyuan Fruit. This type of innate treasure contained an immensely powerful life force. Not only could it significantly enhance one's cultivation, but it also extended lifespan. One fruit was sufficient to grant a deity an additional 1,000,000 years of life, making the Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruit invaluable to many deities nearing the end of their lifespans. However, the energy contained within was so overwhelming that an ordinary deity could not digest it all at once. Gradual absorption was necessary. 36 Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruits would be enough to propel my cultivation to new heights. Tian thought. He refrained from immediately plucking the fruits, instead surveying his surroundings. The presence of the Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruits here, untouched, was unlikely to be overlooked by the immortal deities during the last opening of the Land of Immortals. It was more probable that this place was simply too perilous. His spiritual sense continued to probe, quickly detecting a terrifying aura. Indeed, it was the presence of an immortal deity-level celestial beast. At that moment, the celestial beast also sensed Tian's presence. Boom! A colossal golden ape emerged, its gaze fixed intently on Tian. The apex celestial beast, golden-scaled ancient ape. This creature possessed formidable defenses and immense strength. But its sole flaw was its lack of speed. Whoosh! A massive golden hand descended, seemingly intent on crushing this expanse of void. This was the golden-scaled ancient ape making its move. Tian immediately activated his ninefold glazed golden body and summoned another grand technique, the Spear of Divine Demons. In the void, a spear that seemed to have traversed from the primordial era coalesced and shot towards the golden-scaled ancient ape. Yet, a protective shield manifested around the ape, revealing a supreme technique that had reached perfection. Boom! The Spear of Divine Demons shattered the golden-scaled ancient ape's supreme technique. Yet it did not penetrate the creature's flesh, merely severing a few strands of hair. What a terrifying physique! Tian was astonished. He did not anticipate that even his grand technique, the Spear of Divine Demons, could not breach the creature's defenses. Its protection was likely second only to that of a true ancestor. Naturally, the primary reason was his own low cultivation. Had he reached the late stage of an immortal deity or the pinnacle of the realm, a single strike would have pierced through the golden-scaled ancient ape. Alternatively, had he cultivated the Spear of Divine Demons to the second or third level, he could have easily dispatched the beast. Unfortunately, he was currently unable to meet either condition. Rumbling. Tian and the golden-scaled ancient ape engaged in a fierce battle, while secretly utilizing other aspects of his spirit to conjure a divine avatar. Detaching from the battlefield to pluck the Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruits were gathered, and in the blink of an eye, all 36 fruits had been plucked. At that moment, the golden-scaled ancient ape noticed Tian's actions, instantly filling with rage. Boom! The physique of the golden-scaled ancient ape began to swell, its aura surging dramatically. In an instant, its power had increased nearly tenfold. With a single punch, Tian was sent flying, his various defenses shattered, even the ninefold glazed golden body dimmed. Under the force of that punch, Tian sustained injuries. I must flee. Tian swiftly maneuvered, while the golden-scaled ancient ape relentlessly pursued, each strike shattering the void and crashing into Tian. It was only due to his formidable defenses that he managed to survive the onslaught of the golden-scaled ancient ape's attacks. Before long, the golden-scaled ancient ape ceased its pursuit, and Tian successfully escaped. Phew! Thankfully I perfected the ninefold glazed golden body, otherwise I would have been in grave danger. Tian reflected. He then retrieved a Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruit and swallowed it whole, commencing the refinement of the fruit. While other immortal deities would be wholly focused on refining the Crimson Heaven Hunyuan fruit in seclusion, Tian required no such retreat. He only needed to allocate a portion of his spirit to the refinement, while the rest continued to seek out innate spiritual treasures. This was the advantage of having a multitude of spirits. Before long, Tian began to feel the effects of the crimson heaven Hunyuan fruit. Simply marvelous. His cultivation surged at a visibly rapid pace, his aura growing increasingly formidable, and the enhancement process was devoid of any pain. It was as if he were immersed in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. At this rate, one crimson heaven Hunyuan fruit would take about 10 days to refine. This meant he could only refine 3 within this month. Soon after, Tian discovered another innate spiritual treasure, regrettably. This one was solely for healing and could not be used to enhance cultivation, yet it still held significant value. In the days that followed, Tian encountered numerous dangers, including celestial beasts even more powerful than the golden-scaled ancient ape. Yet he managed to evade crises thanks to the defenses of his ninefold glazed golden body and the chaos Grand Dao. Half a month later, Tian uncovered a truly remarkable treasure within the land of immortals, one so supreme that even he could scarcely yearn for it, the momentary Dao flower. This was the most exquisite of innate spiritual treasures, nourished by the power of the spirit. Once it absorbed the spiritual energy of a certain immortal deity, it would blossom, enveloping the deity's spiritual consciousness as it traversed the essence of the Great Dao. In the external world, it would only take a brief moment, yet within the self-awareness, it would feel like an extensive journey. Exploring the origin of the Great Dao has proven immensely beneficial for comprehending the vast complexities of existence. Should a deity, yet unacquainted with the Great Dao, partake of the momentary Dao flower, it is highly probable they would grasp the essence of the Great Dao. However, this primordial spiritual entity can only be consumed once. Its efficacy diminishes thereafter. Regardless of the circumstances, the value of the momentary Dao flower is beyond imagination. It is utterly astonishing that such a flower would manifest in this realm of celestial spirits. Tian yearns to seize the momentary Dao flower. Yet he faces numerous competitors at this moment. A multitude of immortal deities, many of whom have reached the pinnacle of their realm, exude an aura far more terrifying than his own. Tian mused. Boom. The immortal deities engaged in fierce combat, unwilling to wait. If they delayed too long, more immortal deities would arrive, significantly diminishing their chances of claiming the momentary Dao flower. Yet, the difficulty of obtaining it was substantial. A vine transformed into a golden thread, piercing through the fray with a might that seemed to surpass even the immortal deities. A true ancestor? No, it was not a true ancestor, but a being at the half-step true ancestor level. A true ancestor embodies the unity of body and Dao. Should one comprehend the lesser thousand Dao, they would merge with it. However, in this celestial realm, the very heavens and earth are suppressed, making a breakthrough to the true ancestor realm nearly impossible. Yet, this vine could forcibly integrate 1/3 of the lesser thousand Dao, achieving the formidable state of half-step true ancestor, rendering its power extraordinarily fearsome. Chapter 362. Exploring the origin of the Great Dao. Boom. One by one, the immortal deities were struck by the golden thread of the vine. Some managed to shield themselves with innate spiritual treasures, but others were not so fortunate, having their immortal bodies pierced and disintegrated into dust. Nevertheless, most immortal deities, even if killed, had a fragment of their soul whisked away by an inexplicable force, avoiding true demise. With significant costs, they could be resurrected. Yet, those without substantial backing truly perished. This vine is overwhelmingly powerful. Tian thought to himself. It is worth noting that among these immortal deities, some had cultivated the Great Thousand Dao techniques, attaining the peak of their realm, and their mastery of the Great Dao was formidable. Yet even so, they remained no match for this vine. Tian understood he could not contend with the vine, but his desire for the momentary Dao flower burned brightly. The flower held immense significance for these immortal deities, but even greater relevance for him. He alone could truly harness its full potential. My strength remains inadequate. I must seize this opportunity if I am to have any hope of claiming the momentary Dao flower. And this opportunity arises but once. Tian waited in silence. At last, the moment arrived. Whoosh. Tian traversed space, timing his move perfectly as the vine clashed with the immortal deities at the most critical juncture. At this moment, the vine could scarcely muster more power to confront him. Ninefold luminous golden body. Tian unleashed this supreme Great Dao technique with all his might. Furthermore, he employed the chaotic Great Dao to manipulate time and space, influencing the vine's actions. His speed was swift, yet the vine's swiftness surpassed his own. A strand of golden thread launched an attack, its force reaching the half-step true ancestor level. Under normal circumstances, even with the ninefold luminous golden body activated, Tian would be unable to withstand such an assault. However, in addition to the ninefold luminous golden body, he possessed the chaotic Dao body. At this moment, he unleashed the full might of his chaotic Dao body. Moreover, he had a trump card. Should the ninefold luminous golden body combined with the chaotic Dao body prove insufficient, he would have no choice but to activate the supreme Xian Dao robe. The supreme Xian Dao robe, a treasured artifact forged by his master, could withstand a full-force strike from a top-tier true ancestor. Employing it here would be an extravagant waste. Unless in dire straits, he would refrain from using it. Once activated, this sacred treasure could not be employed again for a considerable period, necessitating its use at the most critical moment. Puff! Beneath the golden thread, the ninefold luminous golden body was instantly shattered, but Yi Tian's chaotic Dao body withstood the blow, sustaining only minor injuries, and he could recover within moments. Nevertheless, he was sent flying, and by a peculiar twist of fate, the trajectory of his flight brought him directly to the momentary Dao flower. All of this was part of his meticulous calculations. Whoosh! Yi Tian grasped the momentary Dao flower, plucking it from its stem. However, merely acquiring the momentary Dao flower was just the beginning. He must evade the vine's assault and escape the pursuit of these immortal deities to truly possess the flower. Flee! Yi Tian hastily made his escape, yet his speed was evidently inferior to the vine's attacks and the pursuits of certain immortal deities. Surrender the momentary Dao flower. An immortal deity shouted in fury. They would absolutely not permit a nascent immortal deity to take the momentary Dao flower. If word spread, it would reflect poorly on their prowess. Boom! The area where Yi Tian stood was obliterated, and he sustained considerable injury. Furthermore, all directions were sealed off, with the thread of the vine looming ominously. Without alternative means, escape would be impossible. However, he had long since devised a plan. Almost there, just a little longer. After several breaths passed, Yi Tian's injuries worsened. Yet, he still refrained from activating the supreme Xian Dao robe. Suddenly, he smiled, for in his grasp, the momentary Dao flower began to bloom. At the moment of its acquisition, a fragment of his soul entered the interior of the momentary Dao flower, nurturing it with his essence, hastening its blossoming. Were it any other immortal deity, a single fragment of soul would be insufficient to fully nurture the flower in the heat of battle, but with his multitude of souls, he managed to accomplish this effortlessly. This is bad. He has consumed the momentary Dao flower. An immortal deity seethed with rage. Once the momentary Dao flower is consumed, it turns to ashes, never to be used again. It is a one-time supreme, primordial spiritual entity. The instant the momentary Dao flower bloomed, Yi Tian's consciousness soared through the origin of the Great Dao. At that moment, he felt no concern, as he traversed the origin of the Great Dao. Time in the external world would pass merely as a fleeting instant, leaving all battles unperturbed. He intended to utilize this interval to elevate his strength. Supreme Comprehension Technique, activate. Yi Tian's myriad talents were being drawn upon by the Supreme Comprehension Technique, enhancing his understanding to an astonishing degree. At this juncture, he was delving into the origin of the Great Dao to comprehend the 11th chapter of the Supreme Xian Chaotic Treatise. Initially, he anticipated that mastering the 11th chapter would require decades of effort. Yet, while traversing the origin of the Great Dao, grasping the 11th chapter of the Supreme Xian Chaotic Treatise became remarkably effortless. Before long, he had thoroughly comprehended the 11th chapter. Subsequently, he began to unravel the 12th chapter of the Supreme Xian Chaotic Treatise. As time flowed, he grasped the 12th chapter. Then came the 13th chapter, the 14th chapter, the 15th chapter, the 16th chapter. It is uncertain how much time had elapsed, but Yi Tian had fully comprehended the 18th chapter of the Supreme Xian Chaotic Treatise. At this moment, the essence of the Great Dao trembled. It was not a genuine disturbance of the Great Dao's essence. Rather, it was the fleeting flower of time that had been exhausted, signaling the imminent conclusion of my journey through the essence of the Great Dao. Yi Tian exhibited a look of regret. Had he remained here to cultivate, he could undoubtedly have comprehended all 72 chapters of the Tai Xian Chaos Scriptures. However, he could not be granted such an abundance of time. A mere flower of fleeting moments did not possess such efficacy. In the outside world, in an instant, the flower of fleeting moments turned to ash, and Yi Tian's consciousness returned from its exploration of the essence of the Great Dao. At this juncture, many immortal true gods were filled with fury. They did not recognize Yi Tian and only sought his demise. They did not believe that Yi Tian's strength could have increased significantly. For many immortal true gods, the flower of fleeting moments should be utilized at the appropriate time, namely, when one finds themselves at an impasse, to yield its maximum potential. Many of those trapped at the pinnacle of immortal true godhood, unable to break through to the realm of the true ancestor, could potentially shatter the small and great paths of the Dao with the aid of the fleeting flower, thus enhancing their chances of transcending to become true ancestors. Therefore, They dismissed the notion that Tian could experience an immediate surge in power from a single flower of fleeting moments. It was simply unrealistic. However, upon his return to consciousness, Tian truly realized how terrifying his enhancement had been. He had comprehended all 18 chapters of the Tai Xu Chaos Scriptures, and the 18 seals had elevated his understanding of the Chaos Great Dao to an astonishing level. Boom. The Chaos Great Dao officially transitioned from the initial stage to minor accomplishment, and his Chaos Dao body commenced its transformation, swiftly advancing from the entry level to minor accomplishment. Chapter 363. The Might of the Second Major Dao Technique. This is bad. He has broken through, exclaimed the assembly of immortal true gods, astounded. They had never considered that Tian's physical form could undergo a breakthrough. How was this even possible? Damn it, he possesses a Great Dao body. And now that the Great Dao has achieved minor accomplishment, his Great Dao body must also undergo transformation to that level. An immortal true god of notable origin discerned the situation and immediately shouted, Great Dao body. To condense a Great Dao body in the early stages of immortal true godhood, one must have comprehended the Great Dao while still at the true god level. Such a prodigy could undoubtedly be accepted as a disciple by a Dao ancestor. Some true gods who were privy to recent intelligence quickly surmised Tian's identity. He was the direct disciple of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, recently accepted into the fold. In an instant, numerous immortal true gods abandoned their attacks. However, some persisted in their assault against Tian. Yet now, inflicting harm upon him had become increasingly arduous. Boom. The minor accomplishment stage of the Chaos Great Dao, combined with the ninefold glazed golden body, unleashed a defense far surpassing anything seen before. Clang, clang, clang. Attacks deemed to be the pinnacle of immortal true god might struck Tian, but shattered against his defenses without leaving a mark. Nonetheless, some immortal true gods unleashed exceptionally powerful assaults that transcended the limits of immortal true god attacks. Yet Tian was not without recourse. Divine Demon Spear. Break. A spear shot forth, cutting through the void, wielding the power of the minor accomplishment stage of the Chaos Great Dao to directly counter a fearsome strike. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly evaded, escaping the range of the vine-like attacks. After all, having comprehended the minor accomplishment stage of the Chaos Great Dao, his speed had surged exponentially. Among the immortal true gods present, a few had grasped the Great Dao, but their realms were too low. Had they truly comprehended the Great Dao at the minor accomplishment stage, they would have long since transcended to become true ancestors, not remaining stagnant in immortal true godhood. Achieving minor accomplishment in the Great Dao guarantees a breakthrough to true ancestor status. This is also why the Tai Xu Dao ancestor stated that Tian only needed to comprehend the first 18 chapters of the Tai Xu Chaos Scriptures to ascend to the true ancestor realm. However, mastering the Great Dao is immensely challenging, let alone elevating it to the minor accomplishment stage. Were it that simple, true ancestors would not be so rare. Those who manage to ascend to true ancestor status typically do not rely solely on the Great Dao, but rather on the smaller paths and other top-tier innate spiritual objects that facilitate breakthroughs. Due to Tian's remarkable speed and formidable defense, the immortal true gods could not pursue him and were left with no choice but to relent. In the days that followed, Tian, leveraging his immense power, discovered even more resources. Moreover, his other divine souls continued to delve into the ninefold glazed golden body and the divine demon spear, thanks to his elevated realm in the Chaos Great Dao. Now at minor accomplishment, his cultivation of the Great Dao techniques became exceedingly facile. Thus, in less than half a month, he cultivated the ninefold glazed golden body and the divine demon spear to the second level. Given Tian's mastery of the Chaos Great Dao, it would not take him long to elevate these two techniques to the third level. The second level of the ninefold glazed golden body was terrifying, 5 times more potent than the first level, and the attack power of the divine demon spear also surged 5-fold. Tian mused, at this moment, I finally comprehend how formidable my senior brothers are. They could likely obliterate an ordinary true ancestor with just a breath. Had I possessed the second level of the ninefold glazed golden body and the divine demon spear during that ambush by the immortal true gods, they would have posed little threat to me, with only a select few among them being my equal. Furthermore, this was merely the second level of the Great Dao techniques. If he were to continue refining them to the third level, he would be invincible among the immortal true gods. This was no jest. Unless he encountered a direct disciple of a true ancestor, he would have little to fear. The flower of fleeting moments is truly remarkable. If only I could acquire several more, that would be splendid. Tian murmured. Alas, the flower of fleeting moments was exceedingly precious. Many factions, even if they obtained it, would not hoard it but would instead bestow it upon the most suitable immortal true gods, hoping to increase the chances of producing another true ancestor. Time was running short. It was time to depart from the land of immortals. Tian soon exited the land of immortals. Moreover, as a direct disciple of a Dao ancestor, the guardians of the land of immortals dared not demand resources from him and allowed him to leave unimpeded. In the void, Tian sensed a group of observers but paid them no mind. Should a true ancestor truly attempt to assail him, he could easily rely on the Tai Xu Dao guard for protection. In the shadows, that disciple of his is an excellent opportunity for a kill. Who dares to strike? This child possesses the Tai Xu Dao garb, able to withstand a blow from a top-tier Dao ancestor, and he wields the Tai Xu Jade sword, capable of slaying ordinary Dao ancestors. The key is that even if we were to kill him, that figure has the power to resurrect him. Indeed, killing him would serve no purpose and might even incite the wrath of that figure, which none of us could endure. We, as ordinary true ancestors, should refrain from making a move. Otherwise, we risk becoming cannon fodder. However, should this child break through to true ancestor status, I fear he will attract the attention of top-tier demon ancestors. Once a true ancestor falls, even a Dao ancestor cannot revive them. Let us depart. The group of true ancestors tore through the void, vanishing from sight. The watchers departed. Tian let out a sigh of relief. He could surmise that they were likely true ancestors. He was not yet their match, and even with the Tai Xu Jade sword, he could only slay an ordinary true ancestor. Should multiple true ancestors seek to assail him, he would have no recourse but to seek assistance from Tai Xu Sacred Mountain. Fortunately, these true ancestors did not appear to be intent on attacking him. They seemed merely curious. Time to go. Tian departed swiftly, utilizing the Great Thousand transmission array to traverse through various realms, and before long, he found himself back at the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain. This time, he aimed to comprehend both Great Thousand Dao techniques to the 3rd level and elevate his cultivation to the mid-stage of the immortal true god realm before leaving the mountain. However, upon his return, senior brother Jinxing came to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, junior brother Yi. I have heard that you seized the momentary Dao flower in the land of celestial spirits and successfully comprehended the Great Thousand Dao to the minor accomplishment stage. Jinxing exclaimed. To be candid, he had initially found this information hard to believe, as he himself had never achieved such a feat. He had used the momentary Dao flower before, but could never attain such remarkable effects. How long had Tian even been comprehending the Great Thousand Dao? To elevate it to minor accomplishment in one leap was a staggering progression. Yet, with so many immortal true gods witnessing it, it could not possibly be a fabrication. It was merely fortuitous. I once acquired a supreme treasure that greatly enhances comprehension, which I had hesitated to use. With the momentary Dao flower in hand, I seized the opportunity to utilize it during my exploration of the Dao's essence, allowing me to grasp the 18th chapter of the Tai Xu scriptures, Tian explained. Ah, I see. Jinxing was convinced. In his view, it was implausible for Tian to achieve such rapid comprehension of the chaotic Great Thousand Dao solely through his own efforts. However, if he had indeed obtained a treasure capable of accelerating comprehension and then leveraged the momentary Dao flower while exploring the Dao's essence, it was plausible that he could master the first 18 chapters of the Tai Xu scriptures. Such a supreme treasure must be exceedingly rare and undoubtedly enticing. Nevertheless, he did not harbor any envy. Everyone has their own opportunities, and he had received many himself. Thus he was indifferent to Tian's fortune. After a brief conversation, Jinxing took his leave. Subsequently, Tian announced his seclusion, declaring that he would not emerge until he had cultivated the 9-fold glazed golden body and the spear of gods and demons to the 3rd level. Days turned into weeks, and before long, 2 years had passed. At last, he succeeded in elevating both the 9-fold glazed golden body and the spear of gods and demons to the 3rd level. Moreover, he had ascended to the mid-stage of the immortal true god realm. His physical body had reached an incredible stage, allowing him to crush even the pinnacle of immortal true gods with sheer physical strength. However, after reaching the 3rd level of both techniques, further advancement became exceedingly challenging. Unless he could comprehend the Tai Xu chaotic chapters to the 25th chapter, which would grant him the hope of cultivating these 2 Great Thousand Dao techniques to the 4th level. Thus, in the short term, such progress was unattainable. As for his cultivation, advancing to the late stage of the immortal true god realm would likely take several decades. The pace of my cultivation remained sluggish. Tian lamented. If other immortal true gods were to hear this, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. After all, which immortal true god could hope to increase their strength without dedicating millennia to the endeavor? Even the other disciples of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, in pursuit of strength, would require centuries. It could only be said that Yi Tian's rapid advancement had fostered such sentiments. I must venture into the third level of the Tai Xian Tower. Yi Tian resolved. The second to fourth levels of the Tai Xian Tower corresponded to the immortal true god realm. Once he overcame the third level, his combat prowess would rival that of an ordinary true ancestor, and should he conquer the fourth level, he could potentially eliminate a true ancestor in an instant, akin to formidable true ancestors. Given that Yi Tian now possessed two great thousand Dao techniques at the third level, along with a chaotic Dao body at the minor accomplishment stage, he held significant promise for conquering the third level of the Tai Xian Tower. Success would reward him with 2,000 contribution points, which he desperately needed, as such points would enable him to exchange for another great thousand Dao technique. Previously, he believed 2 techniques were sufficient, but with both now at the third level and incapable of further immediate enhancement, acquiring another technique was essential for rapid advancement. Arriving at the third level of the Tai Xian Tower, Yi Tian entered. Upon witnessing his entrance, the string music boy's pupils contracted in astonishment. Could it be that His Highness Yi possesses the strength to challenge the third level? Impossible. How long has he been cultivating? The string music boy thought. Unwilling to accept this possibility, his information was not sufficiently updated. He was unaware that Yi Tian had mastered the chaotic Great Thousand Dao to the minor accomplishment stage. Otherwise, he would not have doubted Yi Tian's prowess. Soon, Yi Tian engaged in fierce combat with the projections of supreme talents extracted from the fabric of time and space. With the defensive capabilities of the ninefold glazed golden body at the third level, coupled with the chaotic Dao body, he endured the onslaught of his opponent. Their powers were roughly equal. However, Yi Tian's defense was far more formidable, allowing him to persist longer. The battle raged for 3 days and nights before Yi Tian ultimately gained a narrow victory, successfully overcoming the third level of the Tai Xian Tower. I did it! Yi Tian exclaimed with exhilaration. This achievement signified that he had attained true ancestor-level strength and would also grant him 2,000 contribution points. Outside the Tai Xian Tower, Yi Tian emerged, and the string music boy congratulated him. Congratulations to His Highness Yi for conquering the third level of the Tai Xian Tower. Yi Tian nodded slightly before departing. The string music boy quickly relayed the news of Yi Tian's accomplishment to the other true disciples, leaving many astonished. While for these true ancestor-level disciples, the third level of the Tai Xian Tower might seem insignificant, most had surpassed the fifth level. The fact that Yi Tian, having only recently become a true disciple, had already entered the third level was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon returning to his residence, Yi Tian tidied his belongings, preparing for a journey back to the Tai realm's heavenly court before subsequently returning to the realm of mortals. It had been quite some time since he had last visited the human realm, and naturally, he wished to see it once more. Gao Sun Ao Na? I am preparing to step out. If there are any matters, please inform me promptly. Yi Tian commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Gao Sun and Ao Na nodded in agreement. They chose not to accompany Yi Tian, for if he were still at the true god realm, they might have been able to protect him. However, with Yi Tian having conquered the third level of the Tai Xian Tower, their own powers paled in comparison to even the second level of the tower, rendering them burdensome companions. Furthermore, Yi Tian was always on the move. Had he remained in one place, they could have assisted with trivial matters, but given the current situation, there was no necessity to follow him. With a whoosh, Yi Tian transformed into a streak of light, departing from the Tai Xian sacred mountain. He then utilized the Great Thousand transmission array in the Tai Xian realm to continuously teleport back to the Fei Xian realm, and subsequently returned to the Tai realm. In the Tai realm, at the heavenly court, Yi Tian returned, having notified the moon goddess, Chang'e, of his arrival in advance. The heavenly court, Yi Tian's former residence, had been preserved for him and was not allocated to any other true gods. When Yi Tian returned, the celestial goddess Chang'e also made her appearance. This time, upon seeing Chang'e, Yi Tian had a clear perception of her cultivation level, mid-stage true ancestor. He was inwardly astonished, realizing that Chang'e must have broken through to the true ancestor realm quite some time ago. Vaguely, Yi Tian sensed that he was still not a match for her strength. Perhaps Chang'e possessed the combat prowess of the fourth level of the Tai Xian Tower. At this moment, Chang'e gazed at Yi Tian, equally surprised. As a true ancestor, she could discern much more from him. His aura was incomparably stronger than before. Yi Tian, you have mastered the ninefold glazed golden body, haven't you? Chang'e inquired. Indeed. I have. Yi Tian nodded affirmatively. A prodigy indeed. Chang'e marveled. Although she too had attained a grand technique, it took her a protracted period of cultivation, and she had only mastered one, achieving merely the second level while still in the true ancestor realm. After conversing with Chang'e for a while, she took her leave. Following her departure, Yi Tian began to condense an avatar, one at the pinnacle of the true god realm. he intended to enter the lower realms, as surpassing the true god realm would render entry impossible. Not to mention the immortal true gods. Even true ancestors could not breach a small thousand realms. Both the large and small thousand realms were under the protection of the Great Dao, while a true ancestor could destroy a small thousand realm. They lacked the strength to enter. Naturally, a true ancestor would not recklessly destroy a small thousand realm either, for doing so would incur the wrath of the Great Dao, detrimental to their cultivation. Soon, an avatar at the peak of the true god realm was successfully condensed. Go. This avatar utilized the transmission pathways of the heavenly court to journey into the lower realms. Meanwhile, Tian's true self did not remain idle. He commenced the cultivation of the third grand technique, Tai Xu Golden Light. This technique is renowned for its unparalleled speed and is considered top tier among grand techniques. Valued at 100 contribution points. Prior to his departure, Tian had exchanged for this technique, and now he was ready to practice it. With his current mastery of the Chaos Grand Dao, achieving the third level of Tai Xu Golden Light posed no difficulty. In the lower realms, within the territory of the human race, the present-day humans had grown significantly stronger compared to the past. The number of true gods had increased considerably. Yet aside from Tian, there was still no immortal true god among them. In the Summer King's hall, the Summer King was engrossed in his cultivation when he suddenly sensed the presence of another person nearby, startling him. This was his residence, fortified with multiple divine formations. So the intrusion sent waves of panic through him. However, upon recognizing a familiar figure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tian, you have returned. The Summer King exclaimed. Yes, I came back to take a look. I directly traversed here. I hope I didn't frighten you. Tian replied with a smile. You truly did startle me. The Summer King admitted. How has the human race fared over the years? Tian inquired. The Summer King smiled at this. Remarkably well, thanks to your deterrence. Other races dare not provoke us, allowing us to develop in peace. Additionally, you left behind many valuable resources. We now have 11 true gods among the human race and over 1,000 demigods, most of whom are from our Summer Kingdom. That is commendable, Tian remarked. While this level of strength might seem insignificant in the outside world, it was quite impressive in the lower realms. Here, take these. Tian casually produced a multitude of resources, all acquired from the outside world, of little use to him. As the Summer King accepted the spatial ring and examined its contents, he was immediately astounded. The sheer quantity of divine herbs, artifacts, and heavenly materials was staggering. This is far too much, the Summer King exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He had never seen such an abundance of resources, even doubting whether the lower realms possessed this much. It's nothing. These items hold no value for me, Tian replied. The Summer King, filled with curiosity, asked, Tian, what is your current cultivation level? Logically, you should have broken through to the immortal true god realm, yet you still appear to be at the peak of the true god realm. The mid-stage of the immortal true god realm is merely an avatar of mine. The lower realms only permit true gods to enter. Those surpassing the immortal true god cannot gain entry. Furthermore, this avatar is a stowaway. If it lingers too long, it will face difficulties, Tian elucidated. It was only due to his nature as a being of the lower realms that he could remain here for an extended period. Were it an outsider from the extraterrestrial demonic clan, even an avatar of an immortal true god would be unable to enter, facing suppression instead. Half an hour later, Tian departed from the Summer King's hall without meeting the other true gods of the human race, instead making his way to East City. Formerly known as East City, it had now become one of the great cities of the human race, hosting numerous demigods. In the East Academy, within the office of the principal, Li Haoyang was diligently handling paperwork. As one of the highest-ranking academies for the human race, his responsibilities were considerable. Principal Li, it has been quite some time. A familiar voice reached his ears. Tian, you have returned. Li Haoyang exclaimed, astonished at the sudden appearance of Tian. Indeed, you've progressed swiftly in your cultivation, achieving the demigod level. Impressive, Tian noted. It is thanks to the many resources you left behind before your departure that I could hope to break through to the demigod level. Otherwise, I would have been fortunate to reach the Lesser Saint realm. Li Haoyang acknowledged, fully aware of his own limitations. Without Tian's assistance, he would have never aspired to become a demigod. Now that he had achieved this breakthrough, he felt immensely gratified. The true god realm was a distant dream for him. Here, accept this. Tian presented a primordial spiritual item, the primal divine fruit. This item enhances innate abilities, bloodlines, and purifies the physical body, fundamentally altering one's foundation, while also refining the divine body and boosting cultivation. Under normal circumstances, it would be challenging for a demigod to assimilate the energy of this primal divine fruit. However, with Tian's assistance, there would be no issue. What is this? Li Haoyang's gaze was fixed on the primal divine fruit, even if he were unfamiliar with it. He could tell that it was an extraordinary treasure beyond his comprehension. With the primal divine fruit, you can effortlessly break through to the true God realm. Consume it. Tian encouraged, handing the fruit to Li Haoyang. Without hesitation, Li Haoyang swallowed the primal divine fruit, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. Under this overwhelming force, he felt as though his frail body might be easily torn apart. This is the end, Li Haoyang thought in despair. Just then, a tremendous power descended, suppressing the energy of the primal divine fruit within him. Absorb the energy of the primal divine fruit. Tian's voice resonated. Li Haoyang immediately began to draw in the energy of the fruit. As time passed, his soul underwent a metamorphosis, his innate talents transformed, and his physical body evolved, all at an astonishing rate. Before long, his divine body transformation had reached a complete 100%. Moreover, all of his innate abilities had ascended to the divine level, and his foundation had been remolded to the utmost perfection. His life essence surged to levels comparable to that of an immortal being. At that moment, Li Haoyang truly comprehended the immense value of this treasure. Henceforth, he could not only effortlessly transcend to become a true god, but it also positioned him to become an unparalleled genius, with a bright prospect of eventually evolving into an immortal true god. This innate divine fruit was worth more than the entirety of the human race combined. The thought that Tian had bestowed such an innate divine fruit upon him filled him with profound gratitude. Very well, Tian remarked casually. At this point, Li Haoyang had completed his metamorphosis, yet a significant portion of the innate divine fruit's energy remained unabsorbed, sealed by Tian for gradual extraction in the future. Chapter 366. The 33 Layers of the Slaughtering Lotus. The remolding of Li Haoyang's foundation made his future ascent to true godhood exceedingly effortless. With a 7 or 8 out of 10 chance of becoming an immortal true god, Tian had done all he could for Li Haoyang. Subsequently, he visited some old friends, yet the vast disparity in their realms rendered meaningful conversation nearly impossible. After spending a month in the human realm, Tian prepared to depart, anticipating that this farewell might last for an extended period. In the heavenly court, Tian's avatar returned. By this time, he had mastered the third tier of the Great Dao art, Tai Xu Golden Light. In the ensuing years, Tian devoted himself to cultivating Tai Xu Golden Light, finally elevating this Great Dao art to its third level, which significantly boosted his speed and overall prowess. At present, the 3 Great Dao arts he possessed sufficed, and he refrained from pursuing a fourth. Upon reaching the third tier of Tai Xu Golden Light, Tian emerged from his seclusion. As he traversed the heavenly court, he noticed a substantial decrease in the number of true gods, and even immortal true gods were scarcely seen. This revelation astonished him. He immediately contacted the moon goddess, only to discover that she was not present in the heavenly court. Inquiring with other true gods revealed that the flying immortal realm was embroiled in war with the demon realm. What transpired for the flying immortal realm to engage in conflict with the demon realm? Tian pondered, bewildered. Shortly thereafter, he met the moon goddess once more. However, compared to the past, she appeared somewhat disheveled, her armor rent, and her aura significantly weakened, evidently having just endured a fierce battle and sustained considerable injuries. Moon goddess, are you all right? Tian inquired with concern. I am unscathed, merely bearing a few wounds, she replied, waving a hand dismissively. Moon goddess, what prompted the war between the flying immortal realm and the demon realm? Tian pressed, recognizing the gravity of the situation. It was essential to note that the flying immortal realm comprised 9 Great Thousand realms, and the Tai realm alone housed numerous true ancestors, at least several hundred. Thus, the total number of true ancestors across the entire flying immortal realm undoubtedly exceeded several thousand. If one considered hidden true ancestors, the number might even reach tens of thousands. The true ancestors of the demon realm were similarly formidable. The scale of the ensuing carnage among such a multitude of true ancestors would far surpass the ancient war of the Earth realm, rendering it a colossal conflict. It is a full-scale invasion by the demon realm, which swiftly breached a Great Thousand realm, slaughtering over 100 true ancestors. Consequently, the flying immortal realm was compelled to engage in warfare with the demon realm, the moon goddess disclosed. What? Over 100 true ancestors perished? Tian exclaimed, taken aback. The true ancestors were fearsome beings. The loss of such a substantial number was no small matter, hence the outbreak of this massive conflict. The moon goddess continued, currently, the border between the flying immortal realm and the demon realm has transformed into a battlefield, with countless true ancestors, immortal true gods, entering the fray. Daily, the casualties among true gods amount to the millions, with true ancestors frequently falling as well. The demon clan has gone mad, and the flying immortal realm is already calling for aid. Moon Goddess, do you know the demon clan's objectives? Continuing this war will lead to catastrophic losses on both sides, yielding no benefits. Tian sensed hidden motives behind the conflict. I'm uncertain. Our status in the heavenly court is not particularly high. Perhaps the Tai Dao sect is aware of the reasons, but they have not disclosed anything despite our inquiries, the Moon Goddess replied. Having joined the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain as a direct disciple of the Tai Xian Dao ancestor, Tian was afforded some protection from the flying immortal realm's forces, who dared not let him enter the battlefield. However, should this conflict persist, it could easily spill over into the Earth realm, leading to dire consequences for both the realm and the human race. Thus, he sought to uncover the underlying reasons for this war. With haste, Tian made his way to the Tai Dao sect, confident that his status would compel them to divulge the truth. The Moon Goddess chose to remain behind to recuperate from her wounds, preparing for her return to battle once healed. Soon after, Tian arrived at the Tai Dao sect. He promptly announced his identity, and a true ancestor of the sect soon attended to him. I pay my respects to the spirit, sword, true ancestor. Tian greeted politely. Your Highness, you are too kind. The spirit sword true ancestor responded with equal courtesy, recognizing that Tian, as a direct disciple of the Dao ancestor, was destined to ascend to true ancestor status himself, a position that would allow him to overshadow the entire Tai Dao sect. Spirit sword true ancestor. I am curious about the demon realm's invasion of the flying immortal realm. Does the Tai Dao sect know the reasons? Tian inquired. At the mention of this, the spirit sword true ancestor's expression darkened. The specific reasons remain unclear, but we know that the demon realm's incursion into the flying immortal realm is not their own intent, but rather a command from a Dao ancestor of the demon race, he explained. A Dao ancestor of the demon race. Tian was taken aback. Among the myriad realms, the number of Dao ancestors was limited, and the demon race was one of the foremost factions. The demon clan was merely one of its branches, and the entire demon race was home to 3 Dao ancestors. These 3 Dao ancestors were notably united, bestowing considerable power upon the demon race. What was initially perceived as a war between 2 realms unexpectedly involved the machinations of a Dao ancestor. Such matters were delicate, and they dared not discuss them freely, for lingering on the topic could attract the attention of the Dao ancestors. At that moment, the spirit sword true ancestor revealed further information. Not only are the flying immortal realm and the demon realm engaged in conflict, but hundreds of realms under the demon race have simultaneously declared war, effectively embroiling a significant portion of the Great Thousand Sea in chaos. Understanding the severity of the situation, Tian immediately returned to the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Such a monumental event would undoubtedly be known to the elders of the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Upon his return to the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain, he found his master still in seclusion and thus could not meet him. Consequently, he sought out his senior brother, Jianxing, who happened to be present at the Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Senior brother Jianxing. Tian entered Jianxing's abode and promptly inquired. I wish to seek your counsel regarding the demon race's incursion. It appears my junior brother has encountered the invasion of the demon race, Jianxing replied gravely. This matter pertains to the Dao ancestors, and I am well aware of the true reasons. The demon race seeks to cultivate a 4th Dao ancestor. To cultivate a 4th Dao ancestor? How does one accomplish that? Tian asked, perplexed. Can the Dao ancestor still be nurtured through warfare? Jianxing elucidated. The demon clan has acquired a treasure known as the 36 layers of slaughtering lotus. By collecting sufficient blood of living beings, they can nourish the 33 layers of slaughtering lotus, allowing this artifact to fully bloom. This 33 layers of slaughtering lotus can assist a true ancestor in merging with the Dao of slaughter, and once the merger is perfected, it enables a breakthrough to the Dao ancestor level. Coincidentally, the demon clan possesses a true ancestor who has comprehended the perfected Dao of slaughter. Ranking 6th on the true ancestor list of the Great Thousand Realms Sea, the bloodshed true ancestor. Chapter 367, The Art of Always Concealment. The 33 layers of slaughtering lotus. Tian was taken aback. Such a treasure exists that can aid a true ancestor in transcending to a Dao ancestor. Of course, the requirements are quite stringent, necessitating a peak true ancestor who has comprehended the perfected Dao of slaughter, which likely only the bloodshed true ancestor fulfills. Furthermore, the blooming of the 33 layers of slaughtering lotus demands the flesh and blood of countless beings. Hence it is no wonder the demon clan seeks to instigate a war across the realms. Senior brother, won't the Dao ancestors intervene? Tian inquired. It is impossible to intervene. Jianxing shook his head. As the demon clan ignites the war, how could the master possibly stop it? Should he resort to slaying those weaker demons? If such actions were taken, the Dao ancestors of the demon clan would not remain passive and would surely intervene, leading to a cataclysmic battle among Dao ancestors that would shatter numerous realms. Unless we can eliminate the bloodshed true ancestor, but he is concealed within the demon clan stronghold, making him virtually untouchable. Indeed, if it escalates into a war among Dao ancestors, the situation would be far worse than it is now. Jinxing continued. It appears that the master and other Dao ancestors have reached an understanding with the demon clan. The Dao ancestors will not engage in battle, and none of us, as their direct disciples, are currently participating either. This is a tacit agreement, as none wish to see the conflict escalate. However, this war also presents an opportunity for ordinary true ancestors. Many factions have issued missions with substantial rewards. Does our Tai Xian Sacred Mountain have such missions? Yi Tian asked eagerly. None. Jinxing replied, shaking his head. The master does not advocate our involvement unless the war intensifies further. He then added, however, a decade from now, we may also be compelled to participate. Senior brother, you two will partake? Yi Tian was astonished. Yes, Jinxing affirmed, in truth. The demon clan's desire to make the 33 layers of slaughtering lotus bloom presents an opportunity for us. The 33 layers of slaughtering lotus cannot siphon flesh and blood energy from excessively distant locales. It can at most radiate to 1 or 2 realms. Hence, on every battlefield, there will inevitably be a seed of the 33 layers of slaughtering lotus, continually absorbing flesh and blood energy. Once it takes shape, it will transform into the slaughtering lotus. At that juncture, the demon clan will need to transport it back. If we can seize it beforehand, we can utilize the 33 layers of slaughtering lotus to enhance our strength. What is the purpose of the slaughtering lotus? Yi Tian inquired, filled with curiosity. Jinxing explained. It can be employed to refine the physical body, forge weapons, and the seeds of the 33 layers of slaughtering lotus can be used to comprehend the Dao. It is most suitable for grasping the Dao of slaughter, but can also aid in understanding other Daos. Moreover, besides the demon clan, there are numerous true ancestors who cultivate the Dao of slaughter, all of whom will seek to snatch the slaughtering lotus. By the way, junior brother, do not venture there. A multitude of true ancestors will be engaged in fierce combat. Even the most elite true ancestors risk death, and I cannot guarantee my own safety. Jinxing warned gravely. He truly feared that Yi Tian might recklessly involve himself. Should that occur, it would spell disaster. Even if the master could resurrect him. He had mentioned that once one falls and is revived, the chances of breaking through to Dao ancestor would significantly diminish. Thus, it is preferable to avoid death whenever possible. Thank you for the warning, senior brother. Yi Tian acknowledged. Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Within the Tai Xian Treasure Hall, Yi Tian returned, possessing some contribution points. Eager to exchange for another grand technique of the Great Dao. This time, he sought a technique capable of altering both form and aura to disguise his identity. As a direct disciple of the Tai Xian Dao ancestor, his status was exceedingly conspicuous. Appearing on the battlefield would undoubtedly make him a target for the extraterrestrial demon clan. They would dispatch top true ancestors to assassinate him, for the opportunity to slay a Dao ancestor's direct disciple is not easily afforded. The true descendants of Dao ancestors are all of formidable strength, terrifying true ancestors who are not easily vanquished. It is only due to his current cultivation being at the eternal true God level that he can be easily slain. Hence, he must conceal his identity, at least to make it difficult for true ancestors to discern him. After a thorough search, he finally discovered an excellent grand technique, the art of always concealment. This is a remarkably powerful grand technique, and its strength lies in the fact that once perfected, it initially does not conceal aura or alter appearance. However, it can accommodate supreme-level techniques for concealment and transformation of form. The first layer of the art of always concealment can hold 10 similar supreme techniques, and the effects are not merely additive. One can imagine the terrifying results of stacking 10 of such techniques. The second layer can accommodate 20 supreme techniques, and the third layer can hold 30 supreme techniques. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the effects. Yet, this grand technique requires significant time to cultivate, and without a high level of comprehension, it would be a waste of time to pursue. Even among typical factions, eternal true gods or true ancestors could not possibly acquire so many supreme techniques. I meet all the conditions, and I can easily exchange for the supreme techniques of aura concealment and appearance alteration from Tai Xian Sacred Mountain. Not to mention 10 or 20. Even 100 could be exchanged. After acquiring the art of always concealment, Yi Tian immediately exchanged for 30 such supreme techniques. He then began to cultivate both the art of always concealment and these supreme techniques simultaneously. With his multitude of souls, simultaneous cultivation would not hinder his progress. Thus, time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, over 2 years had passed. With Yi Tian's astounding comprehension and the cultivation of so many souls, he successfully advanced the art of always concealment to the third layer and mastered all 30 supreme techniques. Now, these 30 supreme techniques were integrated into the art of always concealment, elevating this grand technique to a terrifying level. Furthermore, Yi Tian enhanced the realms of these supreme techniques, augmenting the power of the art of always concealment even further. Even the most elite true ancestors would be utterly incapable of piercing through my art of always concealment. Soon after, Yi Tian departed from Taishian's sacred mountain, altering his aura and appearance to become an ordinary-looking individual, merely a handsome man among mortals. Thus, among the eternal true gods, he appeared unremarkable, making it less likely for him to attract unwanted attention. Flying Immortal Realm. Yi Tian arrived here. The Flying Immortal Realm and several surrounding realms are, in fact, affiliated with a powerful true ancestor-level force known as Tianjia Mountain. Although there are no Dao ancestors within Tianjia Mountain, there are numerous true ancestors. This time, Tianjia Mountain is coordinating several realms to resist the invasion of extraterrestrial demons and the Demon Clan, while also issuing numerous missions with generous rewards. Some of the rewards even tempted Yi Tian upon sight. Chapter 368, Divine Bloodvine. Yi Tian currently lacks no resources for cultivation, but he is in need of resources that would expedite his comprehension of the Great Thousand Dao. For instance, the instantaneous Dao flower. Naturally, Tianjia Mountain does not possess such a rare innate spiritual item. However, resources akin to the ephemeral flower still exist, such as the Dao Enlightenment Fruit. Though this precious item cannot enable an immortal true god to traverse the essence of the Dao, it nonetheless allows one to observe the traces of the Dao in the void. This time, Heavenly Realm Mountain has produced a considerable quantity of Dao Enlightenment fruits, attracting many immortal true gods and even true ancestors. If I manage to acquire a sufficient number of Dao Enlightenment fruits, I could undoubtedly expedite the enhancement of the chaotic Taishian scripture. In order to exchange for one Dao Enlightenment fruit from Heavenly Realm Mountain, one must accumulate 1,000 merit points. Slaying an early-stage immortal true god from the outer celestial demons or the demon clan grants 1 merit point. Eliminating a mid-stage immortal true god yields 2 merit points, while dispatching a late-stage immortal true god earns 4. If one vanquishes a peak immortal true god, they will receive 10 merit points. Additionally, slaying an early-stage true ancestor in the form of an outer celestial demon or a demon clan member rewards 300 merit points. Hence, obtaining 1,000 merit points is no trivial endeavor. Of course, Heavenly Realm Mountain also accepts certain special items, which can be exchanged for merit points if found. It's time to enter the battlefield. Yi Tian swiftly arrived at the battlefield between the Flying Immortal Realm and the Celestial Demon Realm. Here, Heavenly Realm Mountain and various true ancestor-level factions have constructed numerous battle cities, all fortified with top-tier true ancestor-level formations. Even a group of true ancestors would find it impossible to breach these cities instantly. Moreover, these battle cities are aligned in a single line, forming defensive barriers to prevent the outer celestial demons from invading the Flying Immortal Realm. Naturally, there will still be outer celestial demons breaching the formation at its weaker points, thus infiltrating the Flying Immortal Realm. Yet, those sporadic outer celestial demons, even if they managed to enter the Flying Immortal Realm, would not survive for long. The Tai Battle City, built in the Tai realm, houses true ancestors and immortal true gods from the Tai Dao sect, the Heavenly Court, and other factions. This battle city is equipped with a grand teleportation array connecting to the Tai realm, allowing for timely reinforcements. Upon arriving at the Tai battle city, Yi Tian entered under the guise of a loose cultivator, refraining from contacting anyone familiar, not even the moon goddess Chang'e. He procured some intelligence about the battlefield, as he was not reckless enough to charge into the fray without understanding the situation. Entering a true ancestor-level battlefield would be disastrous. The Celestial Demon Realm harbors not only the 33 layers of the Slaughter Treasure Lotus, but also cultivates a primordial spiritual plant known as the Divine Bloodvine. This innate spiritual flora absorbs the blood essence of true gods, immortal true gods, and true ancestors to grow rapidly, making this battlefield exceptionally conducive for the Divine Bloodvine's proliferation. Yi Tian was somewhat acquainted with the Divine Bloodvine. It could assist a true god in swiftly breaking through to the immortal true god level, and could also help immortal true gods elevate their cultivation and refine their immortal bodies. More importantly, the Divine Bloodvine can be used in alchemy to concoct a remarkably potent divine elixir known as the Divine Blood Dao Pill. This pill requires various innate spiritual materials, with the Divine Bloodvine being one of the principal ingredients. A single divine blood Dao pill can aid a peak immortal true god in forcefully attempting to break through to true ancestor status, enhancing the success rate by approximately 10%. Such a prospect is indeed extraordinary, with a sufficient quantity of divine blood Dao pills. A significant number of true ancestors could be nurtured. Furthermore, even if a breakthrough fails, the divine blood Dao pill can safeguard one's life. Heavenly Realm Mountain also purchases divine blood vines, pricing them based on quality. A low-grade divine blood vine can be exchanged for 100 merit points, a mid-grade for 1,000 merit points, a high grade for 10,000 merit points, and a top grade for 100,000 merit points. However, top-grade divine blood vines are exceedingly rare and challenging to cultivate, requiring the flesh and blood of multiple true ancestors and a substantial quantity of immortal true gods. Most of the blood and flesh energy in this battlefield has already been siphoned off by the 33 layers of the Slaughter Treasure Lotus, making it difficult to cultivate a top-grade divine blood vine. This is not a battlefield, it is evidently a resource cultivation ground for the celestial demon race. Tian mused silently, yet other factions merely observed this scene without any intention to disrupt it. Clearly, both sides harbored similar thoughts. For Heavenly Realm Mountain and the more powerful Dao ancestor-level factions, this so-called battlefield was of little significance. It was merely a training ground. The sacrifices of ordinary true gods, immortal true gods, and true ancestors held little value. Tian felt little sentimentality. He was well aware of the principle of survival of the fittest. For the truths of the world are inherently cruel. Had he not become a disciple of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, he would merely be a pawn among the multitude, struggling to escape the chessboard. Even now, he possessed only a flicker of hope to transcend the board. Dao ancestor. Only by achieving the status of Dao ancestor can one become the player of the game. The area suitable for cultivating high-grade divine blood vines is heavily guarded by true ancestors. That is not my battlefield. I shall instead venture to the region where mid-grade divine blood vines are nurtured. If I can seize a mid-grade divine blood vine, I could exchange it for 1,000 merit points, thereby obtaining a Dao enlightenment fruit. Swish. Tian departed from the Tai battle city, heading towards a specific area of the battlefield. Crack. He swiftly crushed an outer celestial demon at the peak of the immortal true god level, killing it instantly. Too weak. Its attack couldn't even breach the first layer of defense of my ninefold glazed golden body. Tian murmured. Just moments ago, this peak immortal true god outer celestial demon had launched a surprise attack from the void, exhibiting formidable stealth and assassination techniques. Unfortunately, its strength was lacking. Being only thrice as powerful as an ordinary peak immortal true god, his combat prowess was terrifying. A mere peak immortal true god lacking mastery over grand Dao techniques, having only cultivated minor Dao techniques, was no match for him. After slaying this outer celestial demon, a merit badge on him recorded the feat, granting him 10 merit points. Subsequently, Tian scavenged the demon's belongings. Truly impoverished, the demon must have left many treasures in its lair and brought little with it, possessing nothing of value. Onward. Tian relentlessly sought the traces of outer celestial demons. Regardless of their level, upon encountering them, he would eliminate them, steadily accumulating merit points. One day, Tian finally stumbled upon a mid-grade divine blood vine, yet it required some time to fully mature. Moreover, he sensed the presence of several immortal true gods lurking in the shadows. Once the mid-grade divine blood vine matured, they would undoubtedly rush to seize it. Guarding this mid-grade divine blood vine were 6 outer celestial demons and 3 from other clans, each at the peak of the immortal true god level. As time ticked away, the mid-grade divine blood vine continued to absorb the blood essence from other regions, gradually beginning to mature. An hour later, boom, the mid-grade divine blood vine successfully matured. Thunderous roars erupted as the immortal true gods could no longer contain their excitement and began to act. Chapter 369, A Sudden Surge in the Dao Realm. The allure of the divine blood vine, worth 1,000 merit points, was irresistible to these immortal true gods, compelling them to fight fiercely for it. If they were fortunate enough to seize it, they could exchange it for an innate spiritual item to assist in their breakthrough to true ancestor status. Should they succeed, they would ascend to the ranks of true ancestors. Many immortal deities, whose lifespans are nearing their end, have exhausted all means to prolong their existence. Having endured an excessively protracted existence, even reincarnation holds no promise for them. They fear not their demise, but rather yearn to seize this singular opportunity. Thunderous roars echo as these formidable demon clan warriors engage in fierce combat with the immortal deities. One demon warrior, intent on securing a mid-grade divine blood vine, is suddenly immobilized in midair by an immortal deity adept in spatial manipulation. With a resounding crash, a terrifying force descends, shattering the demon warrior's physical form and obliterating his soul. Moments later, a colossal hand of space reaches for the mid-grade divine bloodvine. But just as it is about to seize it, a peak immortal deity of the demon clan unleashes a dreadful display of power, severing the spatial hand with a stroke of black light. The battle rages fiercely, with immortal deities and demon warriors alike falling in droves. Notably, the greatest casualties are among the demon clan's weaker faction. They are little more than cannon fodder. Without the support of stronger demon warriors behind them, they would have long since crumbled. In the shadows, Tian conceals himself nearby, seeking an opportunity to snatch the mid-grade divine bloodvine. With no true ancestor lurking, he can act. Should a true ancestor-level demon warrior be lying in wait, he would dare not make a move, even with his trump cards in hand. For if he were to be exposed, everyone would recognize him as a direct disciple of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, making him a target for pursuit. The risk of a top-tier true ancestor descending upon him is far too great. Thus, he must proceed with caution. Suddenly, Tian springs into action. Empowered by the ninefold glazed golden body, he accelerates with all his might, employing the myriad concealment technique to mask his cultivation level, ensuring that his immortal deity mid-tier status remains obscured from the perception of others. Were a mid-tier immortal deity of such formidable strength to be detected, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Even a cursory investigation could lead to the revelation of his identity. The ninefold glazed golden body, while rare among the immortal deities, is still relatively common across the vast realms. Thus, he bears no fear of identity exposure. Utilizing the spatial power inherent in the chaotic Great Dao, he teleports forth, disregarding numerous attacks and forcefully making his way to the mid-grade divine bloodvine's location. Enduring the onslaught of other immortal deities, he seizes the mid-grade divine bloodvine with determination. Seeking death, the demon clan's immortal deities roar in fury, launching their assaults upon Tian. But their strikes are futile against the defenses of his ninefold glazed golden body. Subsequently, Tian desperately breaks through the encirclement, yet throughout, he refrains from revealing his other Great Dao techniques, even withholding the Tai Xu golden light. For with the third-tier speed of Tai Xu golden light, evading these immortal deities would be effortless. However, as these Great Dao techniques pertain to different aspects of the Great Dao, it is improbable for any immortal deity to comprehend multiple avenues simultaneously. The sole possibility lies in mastering the chaotic Great Dao. The rarity of an immortal deity grasping the chaotic Great Dao at their current level makes the likelihood of his identity being guessed exceedingly high. Therefore, he chooses only to showcase the ninefold glazed golden body. With a thunderous roar, Tian relies on this Great Dao technique to break free from the encirclement and escape. The demons, witnessing this, can only resign themselves to their fate, for Tian's defenses are simply too formidable. The third tier of the defensive Great Dao technique rivals that of true ancestors, no less. Returning to the Tai battle city, Tian swiftly alters his appearance and aura, ensuring he draws no undue attention. He then proceeds to Tianjia Mountain to submit the mid-grade divine bloodvine in exchange for 1,000 merit points. Before long, at Tianjia Mountain, Tian presents the mid-grade divine bloodvine and receives 1,000 merit points, which he directly exchanges for a Dao enlightenment fruit. Oh, the Dao enlightenment fruit. This fruit, glistening with a verdant hue, is adorned with intricate golden patterns, exuding an enticing fragrance that enhances one's soul with but a single breath. Evidently, this Dao enlightenment fruit not only allows one to observe the traces of the Dao's essence, but also serves to elevate one's soul, justifying its exorbitant price. In the Tai realm, Tian returns to the heavenly court, retreating to his residence to refine this Dao enlightenment fruit, eager to ascertain the extent of its enhancement. Though its value may not rival that of the momentary Dao flower, it remains an exceedingly precious item, with effects that should not fall short. Let us begin. The Supreme Enlightenment Technique, activate. Boom. With the enhancement of the Supreme Enlightenment Technique, Tian's comprehension reaches an astonishing level. He swallows the Dao enlightenment fruit in one gulp. In an instant, the world before him seems to transform. Traces of the Dao's essence permeate the void, allowing him to observe its profound nature. His thoughts multiply exponentially, and his soul ascends at an extraordinary speed. While the Dao enlightenment fruit cannot compress the vast expanse of time into a fleeting moment, his mind accelerates as if time itself were hastening. Although a considerable duration passes in his awareness, little time elapses in the external world. Comprehend. Tian seizes this opportunity to delve into the 19th chapter of the chaotic Taishan scriptures. Previously, during his exploration of the Dao's essence, he had cultivated the 18th chapter of the Taishan chaotic scriptures. In the years since, he had been pondering it, and he was nearing the breakthrough into the 19th chapter. At this moment, he effortlessly grasps the 19th chapter of the Taishan chaotic scriptures. With this comprehension, his mastery of the chaotic Great Dao surges dramatically, and his power increases correspondingly. Continue to comprehend, Tian exclaims in excitement. As time flows, his understanding of the 20th chapter of the Taishan chaotic scriptures deepens. Finally, one day, he comprehends the 20th chapter. However, he proceeds to the 21st chapter, the 22nd chapter. Yet, when he reaches the 23rd chapter, the Dao enlightenment fruit is depleted, and he emerges from this state. Having comprehended 4 chapters in one breath, his progress is monumental, saving him hundreds of years of arduous cultivation. Tian exclaims with exhilaration. One Dao enlightenment fruit is far too few. He must acquire more merit points. With that, he exits his retreat. After a brief calculation, he discovers that a month has passed. Were he to use the momentary Dao flower, only a fleeting instant would have elapsed. Undeniably, the Dao enlightenment fruit falls short when compared to the momentary Dao flower. He resolves to return to the battlefield, even if he cannot acquire the divine blood vine. Slaying more demons will still yield merit points. Swish. Tian enters the Tai battle city from the Tai realm and then strides into the battlefield. In the ensuing months, Tian frequently returns wounded, having encountered true ancestors, yet he refrains from revealing all his trump cards, resulting in his injuries. Nevertheless, he has vanquished numerous immortal deity-level demons, and his merit points steadily accumulate. Chapter 370, the 4th tier. Years later, Tian finally amasses sufficient merit points to once again exchange for a Dao enlightenment fruit. He promptly returns to Tianjia Mountain, grateful to find that the Dao enlightenment fruits are still available. Such treasures are of immense value. Yet the cost in merit points is exorbitant, and other immortal deities are often incapable of fully realizing the worth of the Dao enlightenment fruit. Hence few would choose to exchange for it. Exchange. Another Dao enlightenment fruit is now in his possession. Soon, the heavenly mountain would bestow upon him the fruit of enlightenment. But he soon discovered that the exchange list for the fruit had vanished. Clearly, the heavenly mountain had ceased to offer the fruit to the immortal deities. Perhaps this was the last of its kind. With the fruit of enlightenment in hand, Tian promptly retreated to the heavenly court to meditate and utilize it. He swallowed the fruit whole, activating the supreme enlightenment technique, and began to comprehend the traces of the Great Dao that appeared before him. Time gradually slipped away. Chapter 24 of the Taishan Chaos Scripture, comprehended. Chapter 25, comprehended. Chapter 26, comprehended. Ultimately, just as the fruit was nearing depletion, he successfully comprehended Chapter 27 of the Taishan Chaos Scripture. With this newfound understanding, his mastery over the chaotic Dao surged dramatically. Even more exhilarating for Tian was the realization that having comprehended Chapter 27 granted him the qualification to cultivate a Grand Dao technique to the 4th level. According to the scripture's descriptions, Chapter 25 allowed for the cultivation of the Grand Dao technique to the 4th level. Chapter 36 enabled advancement to the 5th level. Chapter 54 facilitated progression to the 6th level. Chapter 72 corresponded to the 7th level. Chapter 90 to the 8th. And it was only with Chapter 108 that one could attain the 9th level. It could be said that advancing a Grand Dao technique to the 4th level posed increasingly formidable challenges. Tian, now qualified to cultivate the Grand Dao technique to the 4th level, had reached an extraordinary limit. Logically, such an enhancement would be arduous to achieve. But endowed with the supreme enlightenment technique and his prodigious comprehension, he could naturally elevate the Grand Dao technique to its current pinnacle of the 4th level. Even among the most exceptional prodigies, achieving the 4th level of the Grand Dao technique was a formidable feat, and at this juncture, his true power would be formidable enough to rival even the weaker true ancestors, potentially slaying them. To effortlessly slay a weaker true ancestor at his mid-level of immortal divinity was a terrifying display of might. Setting aside the battlefield for now, he aimed to elevate the ninefold glazed golden body, the spear of gods and demons, and Tai Xu golden light, the 3 Grand Dao techniques, to the 4th level. With his understanding, it would take at least a decade of unwavering practice of the supreme enlightenment technique to elevate all 3 to the 4th level. The war would not conclude swiftly. 10 years was no brief span, and the heavenly court remained precarious. He decided to leave a divine avatar to monitor the situation while his true self returned to the Taishan sacred mountain to engage in focused meditation. In the ensuing decade, the conflict between the demon race and the various grand domains escalated dramatically, with increasing casualties among true ancestors and immortal deities. Some grand domains even fell to the demon race, resulting in countless lives perishing, serving as nourishment for the 33 Killings Lotus. By the 8th year, the first division of the 33 Killings Lotus had bloomed. A host of top true ancestors vied for it, including disciples from the Taishan sacred mountain. The battle was fierce and tragic, with Brother Jinxing returning severely injured, yet ultimately, the demon race, having made ample preparations, succeeded in seizing the first division. However, this victory came at a cost, depleting many of their hidden trump cards. In the next encounter, they might not be able to safeguard their spoils. Before long, a decade had passed. Finally, he had cultivated the ninefold glazed golden body, the spear of gods and demons, and Taishu golden light to the 4th level. Significantly enhancing his power, Tian stretched his body, feeling the formidable strength that surpassed his previous limits, and smiled. With his current level of mastery, he had reached the utmost limit. Further seclusion would yield little in terms of strength enhancement. Upon exiting his retreat, he sought out Brother Jinxing. Brother Jinxing. Tian entered Jinxing's abode and beheld his long-absent companion, noticing that Jinxing appeared to be in good spirits. Brother Jinxing, it's been 2 years. Have your injuries not healed? Tian inquired with surprise. 2 years prior, he had been informed by his attendant that Brother Jinxing and several other elite disciples had returned gravely wounded. Although none had perished, several had been on the brink of death, and had it not been for the protective measures bestowed by their master, their return would have been uncertain. Yet, Jinxing's injuries were not as severe as anticipated, and Tian was taken aback to learn that he had still not recovered. Jinxing smiled wryly. I went with several brothers to seize a division of the 33 Killings Lotus, clashing with other factions' true ancestors and some ancient true ancestors. The chaos of battle was intense, and ultimately, the demon race deployed 3 half-step Dao ancestors. Half-step Dao ancestors? What realm is that? Tian asked, intrigued. Jinxing explained. Half-step Dao ancestors are essentially ancient beings who have lingered at the pinnacle of true ancestor realm for eons without breaking through. They possess profound Dao comprehension but are unable to attain the title of Dao ancestor. Thus, they employ special secret methods to fuse with various Dao treasures, refining their bodies to be as resilient as these treasures while perfectly wielding their power. While their combat capabilities do not compare to those of a Dao ancestor, they far surpass those of a true ancestor. Hence, they are termed half-step Dao ancestors. Half-step Dao ancestors are indeed formidable, but once they take this path, they forfeit any hope of ascending to Dao ancestor status, as their Dao, body, soul, and cultivation will be influenced by the fused Dao treasures, rendering transcendence impossible. Therefore, true ancestors who genuinely desire to become Dao ancestors are reluctant to tread this path. Of course, Dao treasures are exceedingly rare, and it's not as if one can simply become a half-step Dao ancestor at will. As far as I know, the demon race possesses only about 10 half-step Dao ancestors, yet they dispatched 3 for the blood-slaughter true ancestor. I was severely injured by a casual strike from one such half-step Dao ancestor, leaving a mark of the Dao treasure on me that is difficult to erase. As he spoke, Jinxing revealed a scar from a spear that was gradually corroding his flesh. Nonetheless, due to his peak true ancestor cultivation and high mastery of the Grand Dao, he was able to resist its worsening effects. However, in the short term, he could not rid himself of this mark. Brother Jinxing, will you not seek our master's aid? Tian inquired. No, our master does not concern himself with such trifles. He intervenes only in matters of significant consequence, such as the potential fall of his disciples. If I were to disturb him over such trivialities, I would likely face severe retribution. Jinxing replied with a smile. Indeed, Tian nodded slightly. Their master was an eternal and immortal Dao ancestor with numerous disciples. As long as these elite disciples did not fall, he would not intervene lightly. For their master, the utmost aspiration was to cultivate a Dao ancestor. If Brother Jinxing were likely to attain that status, their master would undoubtedly assist him. However, Jinxing's potential seemed to peak at the true ancestor pinnacle. No matter how much stronger he became, he would remain a true ancestor. Even if a true ancestor were invincible, they remained inferior to the might of a Dao ancestor. Thus, their master would not pay excessive attention to Jinxing. Likewise, if he did not achieve significant accomplishments in the future, their master would not be overly concerned with him. If one were to genuinely care for each disciple, constantly paying attention to their well-being, there would not be such a significant loss of true inheritors. Tian conversed with Senior Brother Jinxing for an extended period and realized that Senior Brother Jinxing had ultimately resolved to abandon the pursuit of the 33 Heavy Slaughter Lotus Splinter. After all, his injuries were not amenable to swift healing, leaving him with less than a third of his former combat prowess. How could he dare to vie for it? Should he fall, there would be no means of resurrecting a true pinnacle master, even with the aid of a Dao ancestor-level mentor. Shortly thereafter, Tian departed from Jinxing's residence. Gao Sun, Na, I have a task for you. Investigate where the Dao Enlightenment fruit and the instantaneous Dao flower can be found. Recently, Numerous realms and the demonic faction have engaged in warfare, and many forces have offered valuable rewards to entice the immortal true gods and true ancestors to counter the demonic hordes. Perhaps some of these factions may present the Dao Enlightenment Fruit and the instantaneous Dao Flower as rewards, Yi Tian instructed. Understood, Your Highness. Gao Sun and Ao Na nodded in agreement. Presently, their strength paled in comparison to Yi Tian, and they could only undertake such minor tasks. They promptly set to work, while Yi Tian returned to the Facian realm to continue participating in the conflict, amassing merit. Although the Dao Enlightenment Fruit had recently vanished from the heavenly realm, it was conceivable that it might reappear soon, allowing him to exchange for it at the earliest opportunity. Thus, he needed to accumulate merit consistently. As time gradually passed, over a year slipped by in the blink of an eye. By this point, Yi Tian had amassed over 1,000 merits, but had yet to witness the emergence of the Dao Enlightenment Fruit. One day, Ao Na contacted him. Your Highness, I have located a task concerning the instantaneous Dao Flower. Ao Na conveyed through the message. Really? Yi Tian exclaimed with excitement. Compared to the Dao Enlightenment Fruit, the instantaneous Dao Flower was somewhat inferior, yet it was the very prize he longed for, albeit exceedingly rare. Initially, he held little expectation for Gao Sun and Ao Na, but he was pleasantly surprised that Ao Na had indeed unearthed pertinent information regarding the coveted instantaneous Dao Flower. Where are you? I shall come immediately, Yi Tian urged. Your Highness, I am in the Baizhe realm. I shall come right away. Baizhe realm. This territory belongs to Baizhe Mountain, established by the Baizhe clan, a lineage of supreme divine beasts. Through countless years of development, they have produced numerous true ancestors, along with a select few of the most formidable true ancestors. It is said that the first ancestor of Baizhe Mountain was a steed of a Dao ancestor. Thus, Baizhe Mountain holds a prestigious position. Ordinary true ancestor-level forces would not dare to offend it, and even disciples under a Dao ancestor would refrain from provoking Baizhe Mountain recklessly. Before long, Yi Tian arrived at the Baizhe realm and met with Ao Na. Your Highness. Ao Na bowed respectfully. Speak, what is the situation? Yi Tian inquired. Ao Na recounted. Your Highness, upon my arrival in the Baizhe realm, and after conducting an investigation, I discovered that Baizhe Mountain has issued a task, promising to reward the long-stored instantaneous Dao Flower upon its completion. Baizhe Mountain would truly part with the instantaneous Dao Flower? Yi Tian was astonished. Such a valuable item is coveted by every immortal true god and many true ancestors. Your Highness, Baizhe Mountain is in dire straits and is compelled to offer this innate spiritual treasure. Ao Na replied with a smile. Oh, what predicament do they face? Yi Tian asked, intrigued. The current heir of Baizhe Mountain, renowned for his potent bloodline, has become ensnared in the slaughter battlefield. This divine scion's lineage is exceptionally rich. Being the offspring of the current mountain lord, as long as he does not perish, he is destined to become a top-tier true ancestor. However, Baizhe Mountain's attempts to rescue him have met with heavy losses. Thus they have resorted to offering the instantaneous Dao Flower to attract the most elite immortal true gods for his rescue, Ao Na explained. The slaughter battlefield, where is that? Yi Tian had never heard of it before. Ao Na clarified. The slaughter battlefield is a creation of the blood demon faction from the demonic side, utilizing an ancient artifact known as the slaughter blood order. It can ensnare living beings within a certain radius, rendering them unable to escape until they meet specific conditions through slaughter. For instance, an immortal true god must slay 1,000 enemies of the same caliber to exit the slaughter battlefield. This time, the blood demons aim to cultivate the 33 heavy slaughter lotus splinter and eliminate more immortal true gods, which is why they established the slaughter battlefield. What? Are you saying the blood demons are cultivating the 33 heavy slaughter lotus within the slaughter battlefield? Yi Tian was taken aback. Indeed, Your Highness, Ao Na affirmed. Furthermore, this slaughter battlefield only permits immortal true gods to enter. True ancestors are not allowed. How long has the slaughter battlefield been in existence? Yi Tian inquired. It has only been established for 12 days. Ao Na replied. Only 12 days? Yi Tian came to a sudden realization. No wonder he had not heard of it. Obviously, the news had yet to spread. With the various realms embroiled in conflict, this was merely one battlefield among many, and information could not be disseminated swiftly. Through his conversation with Ao Na, he gleaned the particulars of Baizhe Mountain's task. In essence, whoever could bring that immortal true god scion out of the slaughter battlefield would be rewarded with the instantaneous Dao Flower, a piece of chaotic treasure, and a wealth of innate spiritual resources. It was clear that Baizhe Mountain was offering substantial incentives. However, many immortal true gods hesitated to accept the task, for entering the slaughter battlefield of their own volition meant facing relentless slaughter. Not only would they need to slay 1,000 immortal true gods themselves, but they would also need to assist the scion in doing the same. Otherwise, he would remain trapped. This made the undertaking exceedingly perilous, as a single misstep could lead to the scion's demise, resulting not only in the loss of rewards, but also incurring the ire of Baizé Mountain. Yet upon learning of this task, Tian felt a surge of exhilaration. Perhaps this time, I could not only hope to acquire the instantaneous Dao flower, but also the 33 heavy slaughter lotus splinter. The mere thought sent a thrill through him. That was something even senior brother Jinxing, a true ancestor, yearned for. Should he acquire it, his power would undoubtedly receive a tremendous enhancement. Thus, he resolved to enter the slaughter battlefield. Let us venture into the slaughter battlefield, Tian declared. Chapter 372, by Yinshi. In the slaughter battlefield, Tian concealed his identity and entered silently. As soon as he arrived, he discovered two immortal true gods engaged in fierce combat, one aligned with the demonic faction and the other belonging to a prominent force. Both wielded exceptional strength, having reached the pinnacle of immortal true god status. Upon sensing Tian's arrival, they did not cease their battle. The demonic immortal true god, being the more formidable of the two, landed a devastating blow on his opponent. Witnessing this, Tian immediately intervened. Whoosh! He soared forth with the radiant golden light of the primordial beginning, his speed so astonishing that it left the demonic immortal true god in shock. Is that the radiant golden light of the primordial beginning? The fourth level, no less. The adversary had not anticipated encountering such an extraordinary immortal true god. He must be a true disciple of a Dao ancestor, for no ordinary being possesses such talent. Flee! The demonic immortal true god thought desperately. However, no matter how he attempted to escape, it was too late. Thud! Tian's hand pierced through the body of the demonic immortal true god, and in an instant, he perished. As the demonic immortal true god fell, his flesh transformed into a stream of blood light. Absorbed by Tian, this was the 33 heavy slaughter lotus splinter drawing upon the energy from the fallen immortal true god. Thank you, your highness. The immortal true god, witnessing his salvation, hastily expressed his gratitude. He was unaware of Tian's identity and did not dare to inquire further. Are you aware of the situation here? Provide me with the intelligence. Tian commanded. Yes. He promptly organized some information into a luminous orb and handed it to Tian. Upon receiving the orb, Tian quickly gleaned some understanding. He then inquired, do you know the whereabouts of the divine son of Baizé Mountain? The divine son of Baizé Mountain. The other party was already aware of Tian's mission, which was undoubtedly to rescue that very divine son. However, he was indeed uncertain, replying earnestly, Your Highness, I am not quite sure. Not sure? Very well. Tian casually chose a direction and departed. Seeking death, Tian effortlessly dispatched another immortal true god of the demonic race that attacked him, marking the 21st such instance during his journey. At present, this region was engulfed in a battlefield of slaughter, with countless immortal true gods trapped within. They all sought escape. Yet only by slaying 1,000 immortal true gods could they be free. Hence, the carnage unfolded incessantly. To wish for peace and camaraderie without the slaughter of other immortal true gods was a futile hope. The very void was permeated with a murderous aura. Once one was tainted by this essence, they would inevitably become consumed by bloodlust. The longer they remained, the more susceptible they became to the demons of their hearts, naturally yearning for bloodshed. The demonic side fared somewhat better, yet the non-demonic immortal true gods found themselves utterly unable to restrain their murderous impulses. Only by slaying 1,000 beings of the same rank could they escape this battlefield of carnage. Furthermore, the rewards for survival beyond this were unfathomable, as slaughter was indeed the most effective means of accumulating wealth. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, he encountered numerous immortal true gods, and through relentless inquiries, he finally gathered information regarding the divine son of Baizé Mountain. It turned out he was hiding in Liuli Mountain within the Liuli realm. The Liuli realm, being one of the myriad realms, was also enshrouded by the battlefield of slaughter. Liuli Mountain was a branch of Baizé Mountain, replete with numerous formations. The divine son of Baizé Mountain was now clinging to survival thanks to these formations. Without them, he would have long since perished. Then let us proceed to Liuli Mountain and rescue him. Tian mused inwardly. In the Liuli realm, a throng of demonic immortal true gods besieged the area, fully aware of the divine son of Baizé Mountain's identity. Their intent to eliminate him was to provoke Baizé Mountain, thereby escalating the war and hastening the blooming of the 33 layers of the slaughtering lotus. Naturally, capturing him alive would be even more advantageous, potentially orchestrating substantial losses for Baizé Mountain. Boom! Numerous immortal true gods relentlessly assailed the formations of Liuli Mountain. However, these formations were constructed by true ancestors and were not easily breached. Yet, after 7 or 8 days of assault, the formations were on the verge of collapse. Inside Liuli Mountain, a group of immortal true gods maintained the formations, and at the core of these formations stood Bai Yinchi, the divine son of Baizhe Mountain. His expression filled with urgency and tension. Though his strength was commendable, it was insufficient to contend against so many immortal true gods of the demonic race. Should the defenses be breached, his life would be forfeit. Divine Son, Baizhe Mountain will surely dispatch reinforcements. An immortal true god consoled him. Reinforcements? A batch has already been sent, yet most never made it here. Only a few arrived, and they were slaughtered, unable to relay a single message. Bai Yinchi appeared to be in despair, for the number of demons outside was overwhelming. Moreover, the battlefield of slaughter was orchestrated by the demonic race, who had prepared extensively. While they had made no preparations at all, even he had not anticipated that the demonic race would lay such a battlefield, leading to their inability to escape in time and thus becoming ensnared. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the immortal true gods shifted dramatically. It signified that the formations were about to be breached. Crack, crack! The continuous sound signaled the shattering of the outermost supreme formation. The immortal true gods, caught in the collapse, spat blood profusely, evidently sustaining serious injuries. Losing this major formation meant the remaining arrays could not hold for long. Indeed, the second major formation was also breached, and the following formations were far less formidable, unable to endure for an extended period. Hours passed, and ultimately, all formations were shattered, leaving them completely exposed to the gazes of the demonic immortal true gods. Escort the divine son away. The immortal true god guards of Baizhe Mountain shouted. Boom. Each immortal true god ignited their divine soul and body, countless white lights converging to form a terrifying sword light that tore through the demonic ranks. Carrying Bai Yinchi away, attempting to flee, dream on. A particularly fearsome demonic powerhouse intervened. This individual was a prodigy of the demonic race, having comprehended the Great Thousand Path and mastered a Great Thousand technique, far surpassing any ordinary immortal true god in combat strength. Upon striking, he shattered the white sword light and sent Bai Yinchi flying. Let us subdue this divine son of Baizhe Mountain. Several demonic prodigies joined forces, all having comprehended the Great Thousand Path and mastered the corresponding techniques. Under their relentless assault, Bai Yinchi was rendered helpless. Just as he was about to surrender, a radiant light pierced the void. Subsequently, beams of light rent the bodies of the demonic immortal true gods, annihilating them. A quick-reacting demonic prodigy attempted to resist, but was pierced through by a single strike, falling on the spot. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yinchi's heart ignited with newfound hope. Chapter 373, MOE, the true disciple of the demonic ancestor. Kill. A chilling voice reverberated through the void. Immediately, the figure appeared like a supreme demonic god, effortlessly crushing the immortal true gods of the demonic race. Even those of prodigy caliber seemed no more than ants. In the blink of an eye, all the immortal true gods in the area were annihilated, their corpses floating in the air. Whoosh! Tian landed before Bai Yinchi and declared, Bai Yinchi, I have accepted the mission from Baizhe Mountain to lead you out of the battlefield of slaughter. Follow me henceforth. All right. Bai Yinchi nodded vigorously. However, he soon cast a glance at the other surviving immortal true gods of Baizhe Mountain, wondering if they could accompany them. Tian shook his head. No, it is impossible. One must slay 1,000 of the same rank to escape the battlefield of slaughter. Their numbers are considerable. How many demonic immortal true gods must we slay? It is already commendable that I can take you away. I cannot save the others. They can hide. And once the 33 layers of the slaughtering lotus are birthed, the demonic side will surely turn the battlefield of slaughter into a complete massacre, at which point they will be able to survive. Divine Son, you should follow him and leave. Do not concern yourself with us. The immortal true gods of Baizhe Mountain urged. Very well, take care and hide well. Bai Yinchi responded. Subsequently, Bai Yinchi followed Tian as they departed. Ahead lay the task of exterminating several immortal gods of the demonic race. I shall severely injure some of these immortal gods, and you will be the one to deliver the final blow. Tian proclaimed, his tone exuding arrogance. Bai Yinchi felt a twinge of concern and quickly interjected. Should we not proceed with caution? The demonic race boasts some exceedingly formidable immortal gods, rumored to have survived countless epochs and mastered terrifying secret techniques, their combat prowess rivaling that of true ancestors. Furthermore, should they unite and establish a killing formation, even the most powerful true ancestors risk perishing within it. He was acutely aware of Tian's formidable strength, far surpassing that of weaker true ancestors, yet that did not render him invincible. If he were to become overly arrogant and attract the attention of the demonic race, falling into a trap would spell trouble. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. Bai Yinshi understood that Yi Tian had not taken his words to heart, yet his own strength paled in comparison, rendering him unable to sway Yi Tian. Since he depended on Yi Tian to navigate their escape, he chose not to press the matter further. In the days that followed, Yi Tian led Bai Yinshi on a quest to hunt down the immortal gods of the demonic race. Each day, they managed to slay dozens of these immortal beings. And occasionally, other factions' immortal gods would launch surprise attacks against them, but Yi Tian showed no mercy, dispatching them without hesitation. The demonic race was merely one faction among many. Their current incursion into various realms had prompted a temporary alliance among the myriad powers of these realms. However, this did not imply that the immortal gods within these realms shared a common purpose. Internal strife was not uncommon. Moreover, within this battlefield of slaughter, one needed to eliminate 1,000 opponents of the same tier to secure a passage out, making it unsurprising to turn against one's own. Before long, over 20 days had passed. During this time, Yi Tian had also discerned the location of the 33 layers of the slaughtering treasure lotus. Yet he had refrained from visiting it, knowing it would be heavily guarded. He intended to wait until Bai Yinshi departed before making his move. Bai Yinshi, I have slain 1,000 immortal gods. You should have reached a similar count. Once we meet the conditions for departure, we shall leave immediately, Yi Tian stated. All right, Bai Yinshi replied, offering no dissent. Another day passed, and they arrived in a new territory, where suddenly an immortal god from the demonic race appeared before them, accompanied by a contingent of over 70 other demonic immortal gods. Notably, one of these formidable figures captured Bai Yinshi's attention. Upon recognizing him, his pupils constricted in shock. It's him, the demonic immortal god Luo Yi. Luo Yi. Yi Tian was unfamiliar, having seldom sought intelligence on the demonic race, and thus lacking knowledge of their exceptional talents. Brother Yi. This Luo Yi is a direct disciple of a Dao ancestor within the demonic race. Bai Yinshi cautioned. A true disciple of a Dao ancestor. Yi Tian's demeanor shifted. He understood the weight that such a title carried within the demonic race, far surpassing that of an ordinary immortal god. Luo Yi, having recognized Yi Tian, sneered. So it's the esteemed disciple of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, Yi Tian. I never imagined you would enter the slaughtering battlefield as well. While we are both true disciples, I have been a disciple for several hundred years, whereas you have only been under your master for a few decades. I fear today will mark your downfall. Though the Tai Xu Dao ancestor may have the power to resurrect you, to slay a true disciple of the Tai Xu is a tremendous honor for me. As he uttered the name of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, he felt an invisible gaze upon him, causing him to shudder. He recognized that it was the gaze of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor, yet he quickly dismissed the thought, realizing the Dao ancestor would not concern himself with such a minor immortal god, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It seems one must not invoke the name of the Dao ancestor. Luo Yi mused inwardly. Boom. Luo Yi struck, charging toward Yi Tian. His form expanded dramatically, transforming into a towering figure of 100 feet, his body covered in terrifying scales, each one seemingly imbued with the might of innate treasures, rendering his defense formidable. This technique was a great technique of the myriad realms known as the Night Demon True Body, which he had cultivated to its second stage. To achieve such mastery in merely a few hundred years under a Dao ancestor was a remarkable feat, as most true disciples could only manage the first stage of such techniques. Of course, his rapid advancement was bolstered by his substantial background and assistance from his master. Unlike the Tai Xu Sacred Mountain, where the Tai Xu Dao ancestor employed a more hands-off approach to training, resulting in a slower progression for its true disciples. Luo Yi was well aware of the Tai Xu Dao ancestor's training methods, which fostered his overconfidence in his own strength, leading him to underestimate Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian laughed. You dare to flaunt your second stage technique so brazenly? I had thought you had mastered it to the fourth stage. Boom. Yi Tian unleashed the 9th layer of the glazed golden body, revealing only the 3rd layer, yet it was more than sufficient to overwhelm Luo Yi. Indeed, as the 3rd layer erupted forth, Luo Yi stood frozen, disbelief etched across his features. The 3rd layer of a great technique. How is this possible? Yet he thought, regardless. Even so, your cultivation is merely at the mid-tier of the immortal gods, while mine has reached the pinnacle. My advantage in cultivation is enough to compensate for any shortcomings. The outcome is still uncertain. Die. Luo Yi lunged forward with all his might, swiftly closing the distance to Yi Tian. However, at that moment, Yi Tian unleashed the 4th layer of the glazed golden body. Luo Yi's full force strike crashed against Yi Tian as if an egg had struck a boulder. Immediately after, Yi Tian executed the 4th layer of the spear of gods and demons, piercing toward the now closed Luo Yi. Of course, as a true disciple of a Dao ancestor, Luo, he had his own trump card capable of withstanding attacks at the level of true ancestors, and he was prepared to utilize it. Yet, such a card had limitations on its usage, and he would not resort to it unless in dire straits. But now he had no choice. Divine Demon Armor. Block it for me. A phantom armor materialized around Luo Yi, and Yi Tian's attack struck the armor, shattering it, although it dimmed considerably in the process. Nevertheless, Luo Yi was also sent flying. The trump card granted by the Dao ancestor could only be shattered by a top-tier true ancestor. Yi Tian understood that he could not break this divine demon armor, but that did not mean it could endlessly withstand his assaults. Kill. He continued to unleash the fourth layer of the Spear of Gods and Demons, and with the aid of the fourth layer of the primordial golden light, his speed far surpassed that of Luo Yi, who could not evade his strikes. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Yi Tian's relentless attacks rendered the divine demon armor increasingly dim. If this continued, it would not be long before Luo Yi's armor was shattered. Damn it! Luo Yi seethed with fury, invoking a trump card left by his master. The Phoenix Demon Blade. A blade of utter darkness manifested, slicing toward Yi Tian. With a decisive stroke, he locked the flow of time and space, rendering evasion nearly impossible. All that remained was to endure this formidable attack, his most powerful trump card, albeit one that could only be wielded once and would deplete 30% of his divine power. Yet, he understood all too well that Yi Tian, as the true disciple of the Grand Master of Tai Xian, undoubtedly possessed his own means of survival. This strike could not slay Yi Tian, but he had no alternative. He had to unleash this blow. Confronted with the onslaught of the Phoenix Ming Demon Blade, Yi Tian recognized that evasion was futile and braced himself to withstand it. Boom. The fourth layer of the ninefold glazed golden body was summoned to its utmost limit, alongside various supreme Dao techniques, all activated to bolster his defenses. Even the chaos Great Dao body was fully mobilized. Moreover, he called forth the fourth layer of the Demon Spear and the fourth layer of the Tai Xu Golden Light. The swifter he moved, the greater the attack's potency. In an instant, his fourth layer Demon Spear was shattered by the Phoenix Ming Demon Blade, and numerous supreme Dao techniques along with the fourth layer ninefold glazed golden body were also obliterated. However, after breaking through these formidable Dao techniques, the chaos Great Dao body intervened, mitigating the actual harm inflicted upon Yi Tian to a mere whisper. Therefore, Yi Tian found no necessity to invoke the Tai Xian Dao robe bestowed upon him by the Grand Master. Should he activate the robe, it could withstand the onslaught of a top-tier true ancestor for a quarter of an hour. Utilizing it here would be a gross waste. What? Yi Tian, didn't he even employ the trump card given to him by the Dao Master, and merely relied on the Great Dao techniques and the Great Dao body to withstand my Phoenix Ming Demon Blade attack? Luo Mi exhibited a look of disbelief. It appeared that the fourth layer of the Great Dao techniques surpassed his expectations. It seems your trump card is of little utility. Yi Tian sneered, then unleashed the Tai Xu Golden Light, relentlessly assaulting Luo Mi. Luo Mi became akin to a target. Enduring Yi Tian's relentless barrage, countless golden rays battered against him, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. Gradually, the demon armor began to shatter completely. Yi Tian, how about I withdraw? Your killing me serves no purpose. Even if you succeed, my master will resurrect me, Luo Mi implored. However, Yi Tian persisted in his assault. Damn it! Luo Mi seethed with frustration. Naturally, he wished to avoid death. While his master could indeed revive him, it would also lead to his master's disappointment. Furthermore, should he perish, all the treasures he possessed would be lost, and his master would not simply bestow them upon him anew. He would have to start from scratch in amassing wealth. Had he foreseen this, he would not have entered the battlefield of slaughter laden with all his treasures. Yet, he never anticipated his demise would occur here. Come help me. Luo Mi placed his hopes on the immortal true gods of the demon clan. However, these immortal true gods dared not come to his aid. Upon witnessing Luo Mi's struggle, they hastily sought to flee. Yet, Yi Tian effortlessly unleashed the supreme Dao technique, Tai Xu Sword Light, dispersing countless sword lights that pierced through the void, swiftly annihilating these immortal true gods. Only a handful possessed trump cards, and with Yi Tian's focus primarily on Luo Mi, this allowed them to escape. Mere insignificant fish, Yi Tian paid them no mind. Soon, the demon armor upon Luo Mi was utterly shattered. At that point, he possessed no further treasures capable of withstanding the fourth layer demon spear. Poof! The demon spear penetrated Luo Mi's body, inflicting a grievous wound with a single strike. Then, the second blow fell, utterly annihilating Luo Mi. Thus, Luo Mi met his demise. Subsequently, Yi Tian confiscated all the treasures on Luo Mi's person. They now belonged to him. Let us depart, Yi Tian said as he left with Bai Yinchi. At that moment, Bai Yinshi was utterly bewildered. After all, this was Luo Mi, the true disciple of the demon clan's Dao ancestor, highly esteemed within the demon realm, heralded as the most formidable prodigy of the past 90,000 years. Yet, this prodigious figure was vanquished by Tian, who possessed a lower cultivation level and had trained for a shorter duration, and he did so openly, without resorting to any underhanded tactics. How terrifying, Bai Yinshi mused. As time passed, Tian, alongside Bai Yinshi, successfully assisted in slaying 1,000 immortal true gods. At that moment, a mark appeared on Bai Yinshi, the slaughter mark of the battlefield, allowing them to leave. Bai Yinshi, let us depart from the battlefield, Tian urged, and together they exited the realm of slaughter. Outside the battlefield, Tian and Bai Yinshi reappeared and swiftly made their escape. Boom! A true ancestor of the demon clan launched an attack from afar, but Tian effortlessly countered it. Soon, a true ancestor from Baizhe Mountain intervened, obstructing the demon clan's true ancestor, ensuring Tian's safe departure. Shortly thereafter, Tian and Bai Yinshi returned to Baizhe Mountain, where the esteemed true ancestor Bai Luo expressed endless gratitude towards Tian, fulfilling his promise by rewarding him with a momentary Dao flower. The momentary Dao flower was now in Tian's possession, his spirit sword. With this flower, his prowess would experience a significant enhancement. Afterward, he departed Baizhe Mountain and immediately consumed the momentary Dao flower. Using it only required the briefest moment, negating the need to find a secure location for seclusion. Boom! Upon using the momentary Dao flower, he swiftly traversed the source of the Great Dao. With the assistance of the Supreme Comprehension technique, he found it remarkably easier to comprehend the Tai Xian Chaos chapter. Not long ago, he had already grasped the 20th chapter of the Tai Xian Chaos chapter, and now he was striving for the 29th chapter. As time slowly passed, it seemed that Tian's foray into the source of the Great Dao lasted considerably longer this time, which took him by surprise. However, he quickly surmised the reason. Compared to before, while his cultivation had not significantly increased, the strength of his spirit had improved greatly. And the strength of the spirit determined the duration one could traverse the source of the Great Dao. Tian mused. Of course, even with a stronger spirit, one could not extend the duration indefinitely, as the energy contained within the momentary Dao flower was limited. At last, the energy of the momentary Dao flower was depleted, and Tian concluded his exploration of the source of the Great Dao. Chapter 375, Seizing the Splitting Lotus. Haha. I never expected that this momentary Dao flower would directly elevate my comprehension of the Tai Xian Chaos chapter to the 36th chapter. Tian exclaimed with immense excitement. This was indeed the 36th chapter of the Tai Xian Chaos chapter. Once he comprehended this chapter, he could elevate the Great Thousand Dao techniques to the 5th layer. The 5th layer of the Great Thousand Dao techniques was extraordinarily terrifying, surpassing the 4th layer by several folds. Once perfected, his overall strength would increase at least tenfold. However, he had no time to elevate those Great Thousand Dao techniques to the 5th layer, for he understood that the 33 layers of the Slaughter Lotus were soon to be birthed. If he sequestered himself in cultivation, by the time he emerged, there would be nothing left for him to claim. With resolve, Tian plunged back into the battlefield of slaughter. Upon entering for the second time, he naturally bore no slaughter mark, and to exit again, he would need to slay another 1,000 immortal true gods. Indeed, the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus Splendid Lotus is on the verge of being birthed. Tian's gaze was fixed intently upon the location of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus Splendid Lotus, ever prepared to strike. Simultaneously, he sensed several immortal true gods lurking in the shadows, each one waiting for an opportune moment. However, seizing the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter would not prove to be an easy feat. Some exceedingly ancient immortal true gods would also join in. Even if their combat prowess was inferior to his, collaborating collectively would still pose a significant challenge for him, given his current strength. Yet, this was his sole opportunity to acquire the splendid lotus, and he could not afford to relinquish it. As time passed, an increasing number of immortal true gods fell, absorbed by the splendid lotus. At last, the day arrived. Boom! A colossal, ethereal lotus manifested, with 6 petals exuding a terrifying aura of slaughter. This was the harbinger of the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter blooming. Act now. The immortal true gods unleashed their attacks. If they delayed any longer, the forces of the demon race would transport it away from the battlefield, and their chances of claiming it would vanish. Ha ha ha, I knew you would come to snatch it. Dare to covet our demon race's splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter? Today, you shall remain here. Terrifying figures materialized, peak immortal true gods of the demon race. And there were quite a number of them. They had previously concealed themselves within the void of a certain demon race powerhouse, but now they emerged in full force. Slaughter. The carnage commenced. The demon race also activated formations in an attempt to relocate the splendid lotus, intending to send it away. A formidable protective array enveloped the area, impervious to the assaults of ordinary immortal true gods. Only a coordinated attack from multiple immortal true gods could breach it. In 30 breaths of time, we shall successfully transport the splendid lotus away. These immortal true gods cannot seize our splendid lotus, boasted a confident demon race powerhouse. Suddenly, an immortal true god wielded a devastating weapon capable of slaying true ancestors, a divine bow, the bow of the fallen god. The expressions of the demon race powerhouses shifted dramatically. Thud! The arrow shot from the bow of the fallen god pierced through layers of formations, but was ultimately halted. Seeing this, the demon race powerhouses sighed in relief. Yet, suddenly, a figure appeared, effortlessly shattering the layers of formations with a mere gesture. The assailant was none other than Tian. Tian understood that if he continued to remain a mere spectator, the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter would be whisked away. He had to act. Harnessing the immense power of the Chaos Great Path along with the spear of gods and demons, he assailed the layers of formations. The might of this strike was sufficient to slay even formidable true ancestors, instantly dismantling multiple layers of defense. Not good. The expressions of several demon race powerhouses changed dramatically. As Tian launched successive attacks, the formations dwindled in number. Hurry, stop him. Numerous demon race powerhouses sought to intercept Tian, but their strikes were effortlessly deflected by Tian's fourth layer of ninefold glazed golden body, unable to breach his corporeal defenses. 10 breaths of time passed. Boom. The final layer of the formation was shattered. Tian surged into the breach, swiftly annihilating several demon race powerhouses guarding the splendid lotus, and then reached out to seize the splendid lotus, employing the primordial golden light to make a rapid escape. Neither the demon race powerhouses nor those from other factions wished for Tian to abscond with the splendid lotus, and they naturally sought to pursue him. However, they could not match Tian's speed and were unable to intercept him. After evading his pursuers, Tian activated the 10,000 path concealment technique, altering his aura and appearance. Thus, the other immortal true gods could not recognize him. The battlefield of slaughter was vast. Even if the demon race withdrew, they would not be able to locate him, granting him a significant chance of escape. Outside the battlefield of slaughter, in a realm of void, the white demon true ancestor was seething with rage, his terrifying aura shattering billions of miles of void. A bunch of useless fools. Allowing the immortal true gods of other factions to seize the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter. What use are you to me? Roared the white demon true ancestor in fury. That was the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter. This cultivation task was intricate. Why allow it to succeed? He had applied for the use of the slaughter blood order and established the battlefield of slaughter. To this end, he dispatched numerous top-tier immortal true gods. Yet it had ended in failure. Swish! He immediately rushed to the battlefield of slaughter, intent on dismantling it and annihilating all the immortal true gods present. He refused to believe he could not reclaim the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter. Soon, he arrived at the battlefield, accompanied by a multitude of true ancestors. Buzz! The battlefield of slaughter gradually dissipated, transforming into a blood-red token, the slaughter blood order, which soon cracked and shattered entirely. The white demon true ancestor paid no heed to the token itself. Rather, his gaze swept across the expanse, commanding the true ancestors to eliminate all non-demon race immortal true gods, and ordinary beings. Rumbling. Entire territories were obliterated. White demon true ancestor. You have gone too far. A figure emerged, revealing itself to be a true ancestor of peak caliber. Kunlun, true ancestor of the Two Realms Mountain. Do you dare obstruct me? The white demon true ancestor furiously charged at Kunlun, true ancestor. Rumbling. The two clashed instantaneously. Meanwhile, numerous true ancestors engaged in battle. Many immortal true gods caught in the crossfire, carelessly perishing, while many true ancestors sought traces of the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter. Tian remained exceedingly cautious. He dared not expose the splendid lotus. Fortunately, he had mastered the 10,000 path concealment technique, a remarkable grand path technique that adeptly concealed his aura and altered his appearance. Even the aura of the splendid lotus of the 33 layers of slaughter was hidden from detection. He disguised himself as an ordinary immortal true god, fleeing at a normal pace. Suddenly, he caught the attention of a demon race true ancestor. Chapter 376, Yuan level grand path technique. This demon race true ancestor, of course, did not recognize Tian. He merely aimed a casual attack at him, intent on erasing him. Yet Tian understood that whether he acted or refrained from doing so, he would be exposed. Then let it be death. He unleashed a strike with the fourth layer of the Spear of Gods and Demons. Thud. The demon race true ancestor was pierced by Yi Tian's attack, and with the activation of his ninefold glazed golden body, he smashed the foe, obliterating him completely. Subsequently, he utilized the primordial golden light to hastily escape. Swish, swish, swish. A number of true ancestors approached, with some even locking onto him from vast distances. The might of true ancestors is truly fearsome. Even the slightest whiff of aura could be traced from afar. All Yi Tian could do was flee at the utmost speed. To preserve his life, he even activated the supreme Xian robe. Otherwise, being obliterated by some top-tier true ancestors' strange methods would be a grave injustice. At the very least, with the supreme Xian robe, a top-tier true ancestor would find it difficult to kill him in a short span. Yi Tian's speed was swift, but some top-tier demon ancestors were even faster, and other factions' top true ancestors were also devising ways to capture him. Of course, falling into the hands of other factions, he may not necessarily face death, yet encountering a peerless demon progenitor would undoubtedly seal his fate. With each passing breath, he traversed vast distances, yet even so, the prospect of escaping alone remained exceedingly daunting. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic silhouette emerged, its form enormous, an authentic progenitor-level celestial giant, exuding an overwhelming aura of the stellar path. Its strength surpassed Yi Tian's by at least 100-fold, marking it as a formidable top-tier progenitor. One of the most terrifying kind. Boom. The celestial demon's hand reached out, as if encompassing the entirety of the void. Yi Tian sought to flee, but his primordial golden light dimmed under such pressure, having lost its potency. He even doubted whether his supreme Xian robe could withstand this assault. Ancient Star Demon, do you dare to harm my junior disciple? A voice resonated. The next moment, a youth clad in a black robe stepped forward, positioning himself before the Ancient Star Demon. Upon seeing this figure, the Ancient Star Demon trembled and attempted to flee. Yet, with a mere wave of the figure's hand, the Ancient Star Demon shrank and was effortlessly crushed to oblivion. Thus, a top-tier demon progenitor perished. Thank you, brother immortal, Yi Tian exclaimed upon recognizing his savior. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him, the newcomer was none other than Jun Bummy, the 66th true disciple of the supreme Xian Dao, also known as the Immortal Prince. His prowess ranked third among the true disciples, boasting unparalleled survival capabilities, immortal and indestructible. Jun Bummy's arrival was not mere coincidence. After the battlefield of slaughter was shattered, Yi Tian had sent messages to several senior brothers, revealing that he possessed a fragment of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus. Hoping for a brother's assistance, little did he expect that his savior would be none other than his immortal brother, ensuring his safety. Come, I will escort you away. There are still a few progenitors of the demon race who are on par with me. If they arrive, I can ensure my own safety, but I cannot protect you. Jun Bummy promptly seized Yi Tian and swiftly fled, his speed far surpassing Yi Tian's. In the blink of an eye, they exited the vast realm and quickly traversed space. Before long, they arrived back at the Supreme Xian Sacred Mountain. Thank you, brother, Yi Tian said, producing the fragment of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus. Jun Bummy smiled, stating, as per our agreement, I shall take half as my reward. He directly took 3 lotus petals and 3 lotus seeds, not hesitating to do so. For Yi Tian's willingness to part with the fragment of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus was the catalyst for his rescue. Otherwise, even as Yi Tian's senior brother, he would not have intervened. After Jun Bummy departed, Yi Tian returned to his residence, reflecting on the perilous experience. That was far too risky. Thank goodness I sought help in time, or I would have truly been finished. He lamented. Soon, several senior brothers came to visit him. Their intent straightforward, to trade for the lotus petals or seeds of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus. Even a single petal would suffice to excite them. However, Yi Tian declined each request, as he too was in dire need of such treasures. On one particular day, Brother Jinxing visited Yi Tian, but he did not propose a trade. He merely came to extend his congratulations. Junior Brother Yi, how do you intend to utilize the fragment of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus? Jinxing inquired. Yi Tian responded, I plan to use the lotus seeds to comprehend the path of the chaotic grand cosmos, and to delve into the supreme Xian Chaos chapter. Although the lotus seeds are best suited for understanding the path of slaughter, the chaotic grand cosmos encompasses all, and should also aid in my comprehension. As for the lotus petals, I have not yet decided. Jinxing suggested, Junior Brother Yi. The lotus petals from the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus are exceptionally suited for the Slaughter Demon body, and would be sufficient for you to get started. The Slaughter Demon body is immensely powerful. If you do not cultivate it, you may regret it in the future. The Slaughter Demon body, what is that? Yi Tian asked. Intrigued, Jinxing elaborated, the Slaughter Demon body is a grand cosmic technique, but not just any grand cosmic technique. It is of the primordial level. The primordial level grand cosmic techniques, when cultivated to their zenith, can rival a Dao ancestor. Even if one cannot defeat a Dao ancestor, they will possess the means to safeguard their life. Primordial level grand cosmic techniques? Tian was even more bewildered. However, with Jinxing's explanation, he quickly grasped the concept. It turned out that grand cosmic techniques are divided into progenitor level and primordial level. It is said that achieving the highest realm of a primordial level grand cosmic technique can match a Dao ancestor, and even if one cannot prevail, they can ensure their survival. Jinxing continued, among progenitors, why are Brother Mingyang, Brother Jilin, and Brother Bummy so powerful? Their cultivation is on par with ours, and their realms of the Great Dao are similar, yet they have mastered primordial level grand cosmic techniques, and not just one, but multiple, elevated to exceedingly high realms. For instance, Brother Jilin has cultivated a defensive primordial level grand cosmic technique to an exceptionally high realm, just a step away from its ultimate state, earning him the title of invincible in defense, capable of withstanding even a casual strike from a Dao ancestor. Should he successfully reach the highest realm, perhaps even a Dao ancestor would find it difficult to harm him. Meanwhile, Brother Bummy has cultivated a special type of chaos-level grand cosmic technique to an exalted realm, rendering his physical body indestructible. Now I see. Tian felt an immense anticipation for the primordial level grand cosmic techniques. Brother Jinxing, how can I acquire the slaughter demon body? This primordial level grand cosmic technique? Tian inquired further. You need to apply to our master. Once the Supreme Xian chapter reaches the 36th chapter, you can request a primordial level grand cosmic technique from our master. Whether or not you can successfully cultivate it is another matter. But we disciples at least have the opportunity to apply. However, we are allowed only one free application, and any further requests will require significant merit, Jinxing explained. Thank you for the reminder, brother, Tian exclaimed, filled with excitement. He had indeed comprehended the 36th chapter of the Supreme Xian chapter, coincidentally meeting the application criteria. Had it not been for Brother Jinxing's reminder, he would have remained unaware of this opportunity. After Jinxing departed, Tian immediately submitted his application to his master for the slaughter demon body, a primordial level grand cosmic technique. Chapter 377, the Grand Cosmic Enlightenment Technique. At the Supreme Xian Sacred Mountain, within a mysterious palace transcending time and space, the Supreme Xian Dao ancestor received Tian's application. This little fellow dares to apply for a primordial level grand cosmic technique. His gaze pierced through layers of void, landing upon Tian, and a look of astonishment crossed his features. Oh, he has indeed comprehended the 36th chapter of the Supreme Xian Chaos chapter. He qualifies to apply for a primordial level grand cosmic technique. As the Supreme Xian Dao ancestor, he had encountered many prodigies, including those born as progenitors who reached unrivaled status after mere centuries of cultivation. However, Tian was an ordinary human with an unremarkable bloodline, yet his comprehension was astonishing. Of course, regardless of how extraordinary one's comprehension may be, becoming a Dao ancestor remains an arduous endeavor. A Dao ancestor requires a blend of talent, potential, comprehension, luck, and background, among which luck plays a substantial role. For even with exceptional aptitude, it can only assist one in becoming an unparalleled progenitor, to ascend to Dao ancestor status. One must rely on fortune. Should one's luck falter, a failed breakthrough could lead to death and dissolution. Thus, he quickly regained his composure and did not overly concern himself with Tian. To him, as long as one did not ascend to Dao ancestor status, even the most prodigious talent was not worthy of his attention. Certainly, he would bestow sufficient attention and benefits upon his disciples. Yet whether they possess the potential to become a Dao ancestor ultimately rests upon their own efforts, as he would not extend excessive assistance. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light shot forth from his hand, striking towards Tian. At the Taishan Sacred Mountain, within Tian's residence, the light fused with his being, revealing the slaughtered demon god body, a transcendent level Grand Dao technique. Thank you, Master. Tian expressed his gratitude from afar. He then commenced his study of the slaughtered demon god body. Days later, astonishment graced Tian's countenance. Truly, the transcendent level Grand Dao techniques surpassed the ordinary by countless magnitudes. Yet the difficulty of cultivation was exponentially higher. One must comprehend the 36th chapter of the Taishan scripture merely to qualify for the initiation into the slaughtered demon god body. Moreover, an array of exceedingly rare materials was requisite for its cultivation. The petals of the 33 layers of slaughter lotus served as the primary ingredient. Alongside a drop of the essence blood from a primordial being, the bloodstone of heaven mending, and the branches of the myriad blood vines. Tian regarded these materials with a slight frown, although he had already procured the most precious petals of the 33 layers of slaughter lotus. Gathering the remaining materials proved to be a formidable challenge. Fortunately, his recent endeavors in the slaughter battlefield had yielded a wealth of resources. Selling them would amount to an astonishing fortune, making the collection of the remaining materials achievable, albeit with some additional time investment. Thus, in the ensuing days, he refrained from participating in the war against the demon race, instead traversing various trading zones and commercial guilds to gather materials. With a willingness to expend wealth, he successfully amassed all the required materials after a year of diligent effort. With the materials in hand, he could now cultivate the transcendent level Grand Dao technique of the slaughtered demon god body. According to the information provided by senior brother Jinxing, achieving the slaughtered demon god body was exceedingly rare across the myriad realms. Not solely due to the scarcity of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus, but also because of the immense difficulty associated with its cultivation. Furthermore, the number of immortal true gods and true ancestors who met the requirements was alarmingly scarce. To cultivate the slaughtered demon god body, one must comprehend the Dao of slaughter, a task far from simple. However, Tian had comprehended the chaos Grand Dao, encompassing the essence of all things, thus enabling him to bypass the Dao of slaughter and directly pursue the cultivation of the slaughtered demon god body. Otherwise, he would not have qualified for its training. In the days that followed, he began to utilize the supreme comprehension technique to delve into the slaughtered demon god body. Yet, the transcendent level Grand Dao techniques proved exceedingly challenging to comprehend. Even the supreme comprehension technique could not facilitate his understanding of the slaughtered demon god body to the first entry-level realm within a short span. The tier of the supreme comprehension technique was somewhat inadequate. It merely constituted a supreme technique. If he could elevate it to the level of Grand Dao techniques, it would be truly remarkable. He had considered transforming the supreme comprehension technique into a Grand Dao technique, but the difficulty was immense. To create a Grand Dao technique is no trivial endeavor. Should he spend years mastering a single Grand Dao technique, it could take centuries to develop a unique one. Without a comprehension technique at the Grand Dao level, mastering the slaughtered demon god body within a short period would be a daunting task. At this juncture, he retrieved a seed from the petals of the 33 layers of Slaughter Lotus. This seed would assist in comprehending the Grand Dao, akin to the instantaneous Dao flower, albeit with a more prolonged and sustained effect. In terms of value, it surpassed the instantaneous Dao flower by immeasurable degrees. If he were to sacrifice a petal seed to forge a comprehension technique at the Grand Dao level, he could later utilize the Grand Dao comprehension technique to further comprehend the petal seed, thereby maximizing its value. He resolved to use it to create his own Grand Dao comprehension technique. Thus, Tian's spirit directly entered the seed. In the next moment, he found himself immersed in the very essence of slaughter. Simultaneously, his supreme comprehension technique reached its zenith, allowing him to derive a Grand Dao comprehension technique from this experience. Boom! The myriad intricacies of comprehension techniques gradually unfolded, progressing towards the Grand Dao comprehension technique. Time flowed on. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. On the 12th year, Tian successfully birthed his own Grand Dao comprehension technique, drawing upon the essence of the seed. This new technique proved to be tenfold more powerful than the supreme comprehension technique, yet the cost was substantial, capable of depleting the essence of a talent in a brief period. Consequently, he needed to prepare a plethora of attribute materials to sustain the activation of his Grand Dao comprehension technique. Subsequently, he commenced his cultivation of the slaughtered demon god body, engaging over 100 minds simultaneously to activate the Grand Dao comprehension technique and delve into its mysteries. This time, his insights flourished, as if divine revelations were ever present, revealing numerous subtleties step by step. 3 years sped by in the blink of an eye. Within this brief span, he had preliminarily grasped the slaughtered demon god body, achieving significant progress. At this rate, within a mere 2 additional years, he would fully comprehend the first level of the slaughtered demon god body, enabling him to utilize the gathered materials to solidify his cultivation of the slaughtered demon god body. Throughout these 3 years, Tian remained steadfastly focused, of course, keeping abreast of external developments. His subordinates, Gao Sun and Ona, relayed news from the outside world. He learned that the battles beyond were exceedingly brutal. Some grand realms had fallen entirely to the demon race, yet the demons themselves suffered tremendous losses, with several grand realms collapsing and numerous true ancestors perishing, including some of the most elite among them. Nevertheless, the Dao ancestors had not intervened throughout the turmoil. On the celestial side, Tian inquired and discovered that while the heavenly court had sustained significant losses, they were fortunate that these were merely inconsequential battlefields and could maintain stability for the time being. Meanwhile, the earthly realm, being merely a minor grand realm, had not been drastically affected. Time flowed once more. and 3 additional years elapsed. At long last, Tian thoroughly comprehended the first level of the slaughtered demon god body.